While others with awakened talents were frantically hunting beasts, you alone were staring intently at an insignificant ant on the table, crushing it with your finger. Just as you crushed the ant and were desperately preparing to give up on your 18-year-long combat dream, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice suddenly exploded in your mind without warning. Ding. Tamer system activated. Earned 0.1 taming points. Ant detected. Do you wish to extract the Centurion strength talent? You jerked your head up, a flicker of incredulous fervor flashing in your eyes. A stream of pale blue data refreshed frantically across your retinas. Immediately afterward, a bone-chilling crack came from deep within your body, perfect muscle fibers bulged from your body like coiling dragons. As your vitality surges, even a gentle exhale tears through the air like a razor-sharp blade. Ding! Fusion successful. Current strength, 840 gene. You clench your fists, feeling the mountain-shaking power coursing through your body, and a cold smile curls at the corners of your mouth. The warrior assessment? The school beauty getting a direct admission? In a world where even beasts can crush ants underfoot, all of this is nothing but a joke. Chapter 1, The System That Arrived 18 Years Late. Brother Fawn, the warrior assessment is in 10 days. I heard through the grapevine that Iris, the girl you have a crush on, is getting a direct admission to the Windfire Guild. She is going to be a warrior revered by tens of thousands. Compared to us, it's like night and day. How come there is such a huge gap between people? It really sucks. In a brightly lit classroom, Fawn silently turned his head toward the window as he listened to Jack's words. Do you know what the most agonizing thing in this world is? It's knowing all this, and then having Jack right beside. Jack kept nagging from the side. That really stings, buddy. Can you just shut up? No one is going to think you're mute if you don't say anything. Fanya's mood, which had just started to improve, plunged back into deep contemplation under Jack's relentless barrage. He let out a bitter laugh. The word warrior was easy to say, but living up to it was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. He'd spent 18 years trying, and still failed. 18 years ago, he had traveled to this world, a world that was worlds apart from Earth. It was a world of beasts and warriors. 100 years ago, a beast world called Blood Moon suddenly fused with this world, giving rise to numerous spatial rifts from which countless beasts poured forth. The beasts were bloodthirsty and brutal, feeding on human flesh and blood. At first, humans attempted to use strategic-level weapons to destroy the spatial passages, but due to the fusion of the two worlds, a mysterious substance from the Blood Moon world had also seeped in. Near the spatial rifts, all electronic devices ceased to function. Having lost this advantage, humanity suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of these inhuman and immensely powerful beasts, sustaining heavy casualties. This year came to be known as the Cataclysm Era. It was also during this year that warriors began to emerge among humanity, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate themselves and forge formidable combat prowess. Their physiques, strength, speed, and abilities rivaled those of the beasts. For the first 50 years, humanity remained on the defensive whenever the beasts' armies strayed beyond the range of the mysterious substance covering the spatial rift. Humans would launch counterattacks using thermal weapons. However, as time passed, the beasts that appeared grew increasingly powerful, and thermal weapons became increasingly ineffective. It was at this critical moment that the warriors among humanity rose to prominence. Led by a formidable human figure, they launched the first counteroffensive in history known as the War of Hope. Following this battle, humanity officially ushered in the era of counteroffensive. 50 years have passed. Of the 10 spatial rifts, 5 have been subdued. Even when subdued, they remain fraught with danger, requiring powerful warriors and armies to garrison them. As for the remaining 5, fierce battles continue to rage there, with not a single moment of peace. Fawn, having traveled through time, saw himself as the protagonist destined to save humanity, subdue the beasts, launch a counteroffensive against the Blood Moon, and become a supreme being. Yet, 18 years have passed, and he hasn't even reached the basic level of a warrior. What's most infuriating is that he isn't even worthy of fucking love. Everyone else who time travels comes to live a life of luxury. He time traveled just to suffer through life's hardships. Classmates, I have some good news to share. Iris from our class has broken through the 500 gene mark, reaching the novice warrior realm, and has been recommended to the Windfire Guild. Let us congratulate her. As for the rest of you who feel you have no hope of passing the warrior exam, you might want to start looking for jobs. After all, society still needs some administrative staff. The homeroom teacher announced the news joyfully from the podium. Having a future warrior in his class would certainly boost his prestige at school. Fong glanced to the side. Iris, with her graceful figure and innocent, captivating features, was surrounded by classmates, showered with praise. Congratulations! Fong muttered to himself. His strength was a far cry from that of a warrior. The minimum requirement for the warrior assessment was a punching power of 500 gene, but his strongest punch barely reached 300 gene, only half the required amount. With the world having changed so drastically, people's physical fitness had improved significantly. He had been training his body very hard, but his strength was increasing at a snail's pace. Lately, he made absolutely no progress. Every time he tested, his strength hovered around 300 gene, a clear indictment of himself. You're not good enough. Fong stood up, his attention drawn to an ant on the table. It seemed as though that ant was a reflection of himself. Confused, helpless, powerless in the face of reality. A creature as fleeting as a mayfly, with the strength of an ant, how could he possibly shake this world? In the end, wouldn't he be just like this ant, with no control over his own fate, at the mercy of others? Fong extended his finger and crushed the ant to death. Let his combat dream vanish along with this ant. Ding! Killed an ant. Earned 0.1 taming points. What was that sound? A strange voice suddenly rang in Fong's ears. He was instantly terrified and looked around in shock. With demons now roaming the world, his life was filled with all sorts of unimaginable dangers. Yet, after searching the area, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Could that voice have been? As someone who had traveled from Earth, he was well aware of the existence of God modes. Fong couldn't believe it. If it really was a system, then his current predicament might very well improve. System? Big Brother system? Grandpa system? No matter how he called out, there was no response. He instantly felt an endless sense of disappointment. It seemed he must have misheard it. How could there possibly be a system? Buzz, buzz. A mosquito buzzed back and forth near Fong's ear, driving him crazy. Smack! Fong struck with a fluid, seamless motion, swatting the fluttering mosquito dead with a single slap. Ding! Killed one mosquito. Earned 0.1 taming points. Holy shit! It's true. Fong's massive frame trembled. Of course it's true that she got a direct admission to the Windfire Guild. How could that be a lie? Do you suddenly feel like you're not good enough for her? It's okay, Brother Fong. You've still got me. I mean, you probably weren't good enough to begin with, but Fat Brother will always support you. As the old saying goes, a toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat isn't a good toad. Wait, I got that wrong, Bro Fong, you're not a toad. No, what I mean is, Bro Fong, you're a good toad. Actually, that's not right either. Jack explained from the side, but Fong wasn't listening anymore. His mind was completely focused on those two unfamiliar voices. Then, under Jack's astonished gaze, Fong ran out of the classroom like a madman. He left behind a sea of surprised stares, including Iris, who watched in bewilderment as Fong ran out. Could it be that Fong had been provoked by her? Everyone, stop staring, nobody can hold it forever. Bro Fong's got to pee, is that not okay? Jack explained from the sidelines, but muttered to himself. Bro Fong, I know you're uncomfortable, but you've got to face reality. Iris isn't someone like us can even dream of being with. Chapter 2, Tamer System Fusing the Centurion Strength Talent. Fong ran out of the classroom and made his way to a corner of the campus, surrounded by a few scattered trees, a place he usually came to clear his head when he was bored. A system? Fong stared at the dead mosquito in the of his hand, and just now, he de-swatted an ant and a mosquito to earn 0.2 taming points. So these were monsters, and the experience points were taming points. So if killing small insects earned him 0.1 taming points, would killing chickens, ducks, or fish yield more? What about even more powerful beasts? For a moment, Fang's mind raced with possibilities, but there was one question he had to resolve. What was the purpose of these taming points? Could they help him advance his warrior cultivation? These questions swirled through Fang's mind, but with so few taming points, it was impossible to test their purpose. Ding! Killed a ladybug, earns 0.1 taming points. Ding! Killed an ant, earns 0.1 taming points. Ding! Killed a mosquito. Earned 0.1 taming points. Fang bent over, sticking his butt out as he searched under the trees for ants and other small insects. Every time he found one, he'd excitedly squish it to death so to passers-by, the teenager looked a bit creepy. Fang didn't care about any of that, he was completely focused on collecting taming points. Ding! Killed a caterpillar, earned 0.6 taming points. 0.6? This was the first time Fang had ever earned so many taming points. It seemed that the larger the creature he killed, the more taming points he received. Fang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. He looked down and saw that an ant had come to seek revenge. He reached out to crush the ant on his calf, but just then, he heard the system's voice again, only this time, it sounded different. Ding! Hostess taming points have reached 1 point. An ant has been detected. Do you wish to tame it? Ha! This time, he wasn't earning taming points by killing it instead, the system was asking if he wanted to tame the ant right in front of him. Fang was baffled. What was the point of taming an ant? Was it going to actually obey him? Even if it did, so what? It was just an ant, it could easily get crushed underfoot. Strange as it may seem, while humans have begun to evolve, some insects and animals remain exactly as they were before the Cataclysm era without the slightest change. Ding! Hostess taming points have reached 1. An ant has been discovered. Do you wish to tame it? The system's voice sounded again. Fang didn't pay it much mind, it was just 1 taming point, which he could collect quickly. Besides, he wanted to see what this taming business was all about, so he replied. Tame it. At Fang's command, the ant on his fingertip suddenly froze. Just as Fang thought he'd killed it in the process of taming, he watched with his own eyes as the ant slowly began to move again, its body gradually growing larger. Although this growth seemed insignificant to Fang, for the ant, its body had at least more than doubled in size. Moreover, Fang actually felt a surge of strength at his fingertip. It was the force of the ant struggling in his hand. Although Fang could have easily crushed it, he was still startled. Whoa, this taming is seriously powerful. Its strength, hardness, and physique had all undergone earth-shattering changes. Ding, taming successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Tier 1 Ant King. Ding, Tier 1 Ant King detected. Do you wish to tame it? Insufficient taming points. Cannot tame. Species, black ant. Owner, Fang. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, 100 for an average human. Ding! Ant talents detected: centurion strength, exoskeleton armor, crushing mandibles. Extract? This. Fang was stunned, the system's prompt had completely frozen his brain. He needed a moment to process this. Although these few sentences seemed simple, the information they conveyed was beyond imagination. Fang dared not think about it. If this were really true, then his era was about to begin. He spent a few taming points to raise an ant with a combat power of 1 and 100% loyalty. Did that mean he could command this ant? Moreover, he'd only raised 1 so far. What if he raised a second, a third, or a fourth? Just how powerful would this ant become? And what kind of terrifying scene would unfold if he raised thousands upon thousands of 4th and 5th stage ant kings? Most importantly, he wasn't limited to raising just ants. This sudden surprise caused Fang to unconsciously overlook the system's final sentence. Wait a minute. Extract ant talents? Holy shit! Fang shouted excitedly. He knew exactly what the ant's most incredible talent was. Superhuman strength, unparalleled superhuman strength. Ants are true powerhouses capable of lifting over 400 times their own body weight. If he could possess this talent, just how strong would he become? System, extract. Fong roared with excitement. Ding, extraction successful. Given the hostess' limited strength, your body can currently only accommodate 3 external talents. Please choose carefully. Centurion strength, exoskeleton armor, crushing mandibles. The 3 talents floated before Fong like orbs of light invisible to everyone else. I can only fuse 3 talents right now, so I have to be careful. He set his sights on the Ant's Centurion strength talent. Fong had no intention of fusing the other 2. After all, an exoskeleton and crushing mandibles were clearly not traits a human could possess. He believed there would be talents even more suited to him. System, I choose to fuse Centurion strength. Fong's body trembled slightly with excitement. Although the talent hadn't reached the level of a force strength, it was still a pleasant surprise he might even become a warrior, or perhaps even a master. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fong felt a warm current flow from the ant at his fingertips into his own body. His body began to undergo miraculous changes. Crack! Crackling sounds echoed within him. His once ordinary body began to grow stronger, covered in perfectly sculpted muscles, each fiber containing explosive power. Not only did his height increase from 1.72 meters to 1.8 meters, but his skeletal frame also expanded, as if adapting to this 100-fold talent. After these transformations, Fong suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them. He exhaled sharply, and the breath actually caused the leaves on the tree to rustle. This immense power, is it really mine? Fong couldn't believe it. The power contained within his body was something he had never dared to dream of before. As he looked at all these changes and felt his rock-hard muscles, he knew it was real. Fortunately, no one had noticed any of this, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain it. Chapter 3, Talent Fusion Progress appears becoming a novice warrior. Host, Fong. Fused talents. Centurion strength current progress, 6%, next stage, 1000-fold strength. Taming points, 0. As his strength increased, his body also seemed to grow harder, and Fong quickly figured out why. Since his body could harbor such immense power, it surely couldn't be weak. Centurion strength didn't mean his strength was multiplied 100-fold, rather, it produced an effect based on his body weight. For example, if he weighed 140 Gene, then after fusing Centurion strength, his strength would reach a staggering 14,000 Gene. 500 Gene is novice warrior, 1,500 Gene is intermediate warrior, and 5,000 Gene is advanced warrior. And reaching 10,000 Gene means master. Doesn't that mean that by fusing 6% of his talent, his current strength is now 840 Gene? Is he already a warrior? The chasm that had trapped him for 18 years had been crossed so easily, and it was a leap so vast that its end was nowhere in sight. For a moment, Fong felt as if he were living in a dream. But soon, Fong saw the ants swarming around his fingertips and knew this was no dream. The day he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. He was going to prove to the world that he, Fong, was worthy of sweet, romantic love. 10 days later, at the warrior assessment, Fong was ready. Having finally calmed down, Fong looked at the data on his stats panel. His Centurion strength had only been developed to 6% so far, but since he had already fused with this talent, fully developing it was just a matter of time. This meant that as long as he slowly continued to fuse with this talent, he was certain to become a master-level warrior. A master-level warrior, he'd be the center of attention wherever he went. And most importantly, Fong learned from the system that this talent wasn't limited to just a 100-fold boost. As he raised this ant to higher levels, the talent would grow even more powerful. 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold, or even 1,000,000-fold. By then, shattering a mountain with a single punch or wiping out a river with a single kick would no longer be a pipe dream. Climb onto me, Fong said to the ant on his finger. Instantly, it crawled up his fingertip and onto his shoulder, and Fong seemed to sense a faint, living presence resonating within him. From now on, your name will be Wonkai. Wonkai didn't know that his master had given him a dog's name. Later, when he learned the meaning behind it, he would be left both amused and exasperated, begging Fong to rename him. "Hello, classmate. This machine is a bit heavy. Could you help me carry it over to the gym over there?" A teacher spotted Fong walking along the sidewalk and called him over. Before Fong stood a brand new strength tester. It seemed the school had purchased a new one, since the old one was practically beyond repair. Fong didn't refuse. The four of them, each gripping one side, carried the machine to the gym. The machine weighed at least a few metric tons, but with the combined strength of the four, they lifted it with ease. "Ha! Why does it feel so much lighter?" The three had originally exerted all their strength, but as soon as they lifted it, they felt as though half their effort hadn't been used. They were instantly puzzled. Three of them couldn't lift it before, but four managed it effortlessly. Could adding just one person make such a noticeable difference? It seemed the two of them hadn't been exerting themselves before. All three thought the same thing, none of them considering that it might be because of Fong. In their eyes, how much strength could a student possibly have? Even if they were lucky enough to find a naturally gifted student warrior, his strength would be just over 500 at most. It was absolutely impossible for it to exceed 600. Besides, there were only a handful of such student warriors in the entire school. They knew them all, so it was impossible for another one to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Fong, however, paid no heed to what the three teachers were thinking. After moving the machine to the back of the gym, he took a look at it with a hint of excitement as the three walked away. "I was just thinking about testing my strength. Perfect, no need to bother anyone else. Let us go. I'm definitely going to break 500 gene." Fong roared inwardly. Although the system had already shown him his talent development progress, he still felt anxious until he actually saw the numbers on the strength meter. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and as if the strength meter before him had turned into a hated enemy, threw a fierce punch at it. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed across the plaza. The strength meter trembled. The section that took the blow had dented inward, and a string of bright red numbers began to light up. 200 gene. 300 gene. I have to pass this. Fong watched nervously, his mind screaming in frustration. This time, the numbers didn't slow to a stop as they usually did. Instead, they began climbing at an even faster pace. 500 gene. 500 gene. 600 gene. He hadn't used his full strength with that punch just now. This time, he wanted to see just how terrifying his full power could be. Boom! A terrifying punch, carrying the force of a missile, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle and slammed violently into the machine. The machine began to shake violently. It seemed that, long neglected and in disrepair, it simply couldn't withstand such a terrifying force. The bright red numbers, which had been frozen in place, began to surge again, reaching their peak in an instant. 840 gene. A full 840 gene. Fanya's whole body trembled slightly. His breathing grew rapid, and the shock in his eyes showed no sign of fading. Did I really land that? Fanya's eyes began to burn with intensity. He clenched his fists so tightly they were nearly bleeding. No student in the entire school could match this kind of strength, at least not in the past, and certainly not now. He, Fong, was number one at this school. He let out a long sigh, calming his excited heart. Feeling elated, Fong strolled leisurely back to the classroom from the stadium. Meanwhile, the three teachers who had just finished their business spotted the strength meter on the field and were instantly left with huge question marks floating over their heads. Which teacher had just used it? But this teacher is pretty impressive. His strength has already reached 840 gene. Looks like this year's Excellence Awards have gained another strong contender. Little did they know, the mastermind behind it all had already strolled back to the classroom. Meanwhile, Jack was staring intently at Fong. He couldn't figure out why, after going through such a rough time, Brother Fong's demeanor had improved so much and he'd even gotten a little taller. Could a broken heart really have that much of an effect? Jack was itching to find a girlfriend right away just to experience the pain of heartbreak himself, but right now he had something even more important to do: comfort Fong. What if Fong got depressed and tried to kill himself? Then he'd lose a great buddy. Bro Fong, a broken heart isn't scary. What as scary as losing someone before you've even had a chance to be with them? Fong suddenly stood in front of Jack, his expression serious, and said, "There is something I've wanted to tell you for a long time." This instantly freaked Jack out, and he blurted out, "Bro Fong, let us not go there." But Fong ignored Jack and continued, "If you don't know how to say something comforting, just shut up. Your words hurt even more. There are only 10 days left until the warrior assessment. You'd better step up your game, your sister is counting on you." Jack froze for a moment when Fong mentioned his sister, then replied dismissively, "You're the last person to lecture me, it's not like you're a warrior yourself." Fong laughed. He was a warrior now. Chapter 4, The Beasts Invade. Even a utility pole can be a weapon. I can't tell anyone about becoming a warrior just yet, not even my parents. If word gets out and someone with ulterior motives investigates, they'll find out that my strength was only 300 gene during yesterday's test. In just one day, it jumped from 300 to 800. Even a fool, it was just another ordinary day. As night fell, Fong left the training ground early to head home. For some reason, he'd been a bit distracted during the day's training, constantly feeling as though something was about to happen. Perhaps he was worried about the warrior assessment coming up in 3 days. After 7 days of training, Fong had already developed 30% of his innate talent and collected 800 taming points. Converted based on his body weight, his physical strength had reached 4,200 gene. It was no exaggeration to say he was now an intermediate warrior. He had absolutely no reason to worry about the warrior assessment, so what was the cause of his unease? Just as Fong was puzzling over this, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth, startling him. What is that? Beasts are invading. Air raid sirens only sound during beast invasions. Oh no! Fong leaped to his feet, his immense strength leaving small indentations in the ground as he sprinted more than 10 meters forward. The siren was coming from his own residential complex where his parents and younger sister were still at home. Please, don't let anything happen to them. Fong raced down the street, praying silently. His family were just ordinary people, they stood no chance against the beasts. The streets were filled with panicked civilians fleeing to the underground shelters. Suddenly, Fong heard a roar ahead, followed by a massive cloud of dust billowing into the air, and then a furious shout. A level 1 spatial rift detected ahead. Beasts are invading. Requesting backup. Everyone, run. A spatial rift. Hearing that roar, Fong shuddered. A spatial rift had appeared in their neighborhood. Then he saw a black figure fly out of the swirling dust, slamming heavily into a wall and spitting blood. It was a member of the Windfire Guild. Fong recognized the figure's attire. The Windfire Guild served as the guardians of this region, and there were hundreds of martial arts schools like this one in Shanghai City. What are you standing there for? Run! Sun Lichuan forced himself to his feet and shouted at Fong, then swung his long sword once more and charged at the beasts. He had merely been conducting a routine patrol of his assigned area today, never expecting to discover a spatial rift inside a residential complex. But by the time he discovered it, it was already too late. Many beasts had already escaped and killed quite a few people. A young man, unable to run fast enough, was grabbed by a beast right before Fong's eyes and torn into 3 pieces. Hot, bright red blood splattered all over Fong's face. But even so, Fong didn't stop. Far from fleeing, he charged into the cloud of dust. His home was just ahead. His parents and younger sister were still there and he had to get back. Die! Sun Lichuan's blade sliced through the air, striking one of the rampaging beasts in an instant. A massive gash appeared, but he was once again knocked flying by the beast, his entire body severely injured. Why the hell aren't you running yet? Sun Lichuan crashed down right beside Fong. Seeing that the boy from earlier hadn't fled but was actually getting closer, he cursed. But the next second, he couldn't curse anymore. The beasts were already attacking again. Sun Lichuan closed his eyes in despair. He could already smell the beast's foul stench. He had never come this close to death before. Just as the crisis reached its peak, Fong rushed to Sun Lichuan's side, grabbed one of his legs, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and fled while the beast stared on in bewilderment. I'm not dead? Sun Lichuan realized he'd been saved and frantically tried to break free. "Put me down quickly, I can still fight." But he hadn't expected the teenager carrying him to be so incredibly strong. Not only did he fail to break free, but the recoil actually snapped one of his ribs. Actually, this wasn't so bad. Sun Lichuan accepted his fate. As they drew closer and closer to his residential complex, Fong came to a sudden halt, staring intently at a demon lurking menacingly ahead. Glancing back, he saw that the wounded beast had caught up to them as well. Suddenly, they were surrounded on all sides. "That beast is out to kill me. Put me down quickly, you run for your life on your own." Sun Lichuan, perched on Fong's shoulder, realized this too. There was no chance of another miracle this time, they'd have to escape one by one. That is for the best. Fong gently set Sun Lichuan down in a corner, then bolted off alone in the direction of the side. Sun Lichuan. Didn't he even need to put on a show? Just letting me go like that? Don't I have any pride? Is he really that heartless? Although he said it himself, and it was true, it still felt a bit off. Plus, he actually felt a tinge of emptiness inside. Was the process wrong? Bring it on. At worst, I'll just die. Sun Lichuan stopped dithering and faced death head-on. The two beasts, their blood-red maws wide open, advanced slowly toward him. For a moment, he once again felt the breath of death up close. Die for me! A furious roar echoed in Sun Lichuan's ears. He snapped his eyes open and saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. So huge, so long. A colossal staff, radiating overwhelming might, split the air with a piercing screech, smashing the beasts before him to smithereens with the precision of a missile. Blood and mud instantly splattered everywhere, and the area was covered in warm flesh and blood. And you die too. That colossal staff didn't stop after crushing one. It immediately set its sights on the wounded beast standing right behind Sun Li. "Ha, your day has finally come. You dared to invade us, you deserve it." Sun Lichuan seemed to see the fear and struggle in the beast's final moments behind him. Once again, the colossal staff tore through the air with terrifying force. With a thunderous crash, the beasts were reduced to a bloody pulp before they even had a chance to escape. Sun Lichuan laboriously wiped the blood and mud from his face, only to see the teenager who had fled earlier approaching slowly, looking as if he were a god or a demon, carrying a giant pole over 10 meters long. No, a utility pole over 10 meters long on just one shoulder. Ha! A utility pole? And he is carrying it with just one hand? Hey, can you still hear me? Fong, shouldering the utility pole, walked slowly towards Sun Lichuan. He hadn't really abandoned him earlier. He simply spotted the utility pole standing nearby. Just running away wasn't a solution. Before, he hadn't had the strength, but now that he fused with the Centurion strength talent, he was capable of taking on beasts. When it came to fully leveraging his strength advantage, the utility pole was second to none. No one dared claim the top spot. Chapter 5. Are you reinforcements sent by a monkey? Holy shit! Sun Lichuan was stunned. Just how strong was this kid? He was wielding a utility pole like a club, taking down one opponent after another with every swing. Was this some fucking reinforcement sent by a monkey? Fong wielding a 10-meter tall, half-meter thick concrete utility pole, it was indeed a breathtaking sight. But just as Sun Lichuan was about to say something, he saw another beast dart out from behind the teenager. You're asking for death. Fong spun around, sensing that the utility pole in it. Fong quickly pretended not to notice. It wasn't him who smashed it, it was clearly this guy who tripped and fell, hitting it by accident. After hiding the unconscious Sun Lichuan in a secluded stairwell, Fong hoisted the utility pole onto his shoulder and walked into the residential complex. Inside the complex, people were cowering in fear inside their rooms, not daring to make a sound. The beast's arrival had been so sudden that most hadn't had time to flee. At that moment, several beasts were prowling the complex, and a few had even followed the scent of humans into the buildings. Honey, if I don't make it out of this alive, remember, I love you. A man lay in a corner of the complex, his leg already injured. He recorded his final words on his phone, and as the beasts drew closer, he closed his eyes in despair. When the incident occurred, he had been exercising in the complex. He was among the first to witness several beasts bursting out of the spatial rift. People were killed instantly on the spot. The fact that he had managed to survive this long was nothing short of a miracle. Roar! One of the beasts spotted the man lying on the ground, let out an excited roar, and sprinted toward him, swinging its sharp claws as if to tear the human before it to pieces and devour his flesh and blood. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the man's ears. He felt warmth all over his body. Was it his own blood soaking him? Did he really have that much blood? No. He felt no pain at all. The man suddenly opened his eyes and saw a utility pole half a meter thick looming before him, its upper half caked in blood and mud, while the terrifying beast lay crushed beneath it. The beast had been crushed to death. Ha! Was I saved by a utility pole? Before the man could process what had happened, he saw a figure covered in blood and mud, carrying the utility pole with one hand, slowly walk past him and then continue on without looking back. Gulp! The man swallowed hard with difficulty. Could this be the legendary power pole hero? Bang! Bang! Everyone hiding in the residential complex heard the thunderous crashes coming from outside, and immediately witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A man was swinging a terrifying power pole, smashing one beast after another to smithereens. The same thought popped into everyone's mind. The power pole hero. Fong felt increasingly at home wielding this power pole. His strength had actually been unlocked once again in the heat of battle. Host, Fong. Fusion talent. Centurion strength, current progress, 31%, next stage, 1000-fold strength. Taming points, 800. These beasts weren't very high level, just level 1 beasts with strength comparable to the warrior realm. This spatial rift must lead to some remote wilderness in the Blood Moon world, otherwise, this place would have been overrun by hordes of beasts long ago. Fong blasted the beasts blocking his path, set his signature weapon, the utility pole, aside, and walked into the building's stairwell. Fong hurried toward his home. Mom, I'm so scared. Faye trembled as she hid inside the house with her parents. Earlier, several loud explosions had suddenly rung out. I'm fine. This blood just splashed on me when those warrior lords were slaying the beasts. The beasts are almost all slain. This will all be over soon. Fong reassured his family, and upon hearing his explanation, the three of them were put at ease. His talent had now been developed to 31%, and his strength had reached 4,340 gene, just a few hundred genes short of becoming an advanced warrior. That goal still seemed like a pipe dream, so Fong decided to wait until after he passed the warrior exam before telling his parents about it. Inside the residential complex, warriors from the Windfire Guild were arriving one after another, beginning to deal with the beasts scattering in all directions. One of them stood before the spatial rift, watching the constantly fluctuating space, and was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. The spatial rift is fluctuating erratically. Level 2 beasts are trying to cross over. Damn it, the intel was wrong. This man was the leader of the operation, though his strength was only at the advanced warrior level. Based on prior intelligence indicating a level 1 spatial rift had appeared in the neighborhood, he had led his squad here. However, upon arrival, he discovered that this spatial rift was not level 1 at all, but somewhere between level 1 and level 2. Quick, go ask the master for help. All electronic devices were inoperable here. To return and call for backup, he had to leave the spatial rift's influence zone. A man behind him, gripping a long sword, realized the situation had become critical and immediately turned to call for help. But at that very moment, a sharp beast's claw, glowing with a black light, had already pierced through space and entered the human world. Everyone, danger! Chapter 6, The Terrifying Level 2 Beasts. Honey, look! The warriors are here, we're saved. The two, hiding in a room, watched the warriors appear in the neighborhood and joyfully embraced each other, weeping with relief. But the very next second, the woman who looked out the window could no longer smile. She saw another pitch-black, sharp claw suddenly extend from that terrifying spatial rift. And amid a flurry of sparks, a massive beast, standing 3 meters tall, appeared and instantly knocked the person standing in front of the rift flying. Ah! In an instant, a desperate scream rang out. "Captain?" A team member who had just been about to go for backup stared in shock as their captain sprinted past him at full speed, only to slam violently into the wall. Before he could even turn around, he sensed a terrifying, deathly presence behind him, sending chills down his spine. A heavy, blood-tinged stench slowly spread through the air, and a massive shadow had already engulfed him from behind. Level 2 beasts. "Everyone, run!" The team member screamed at the top of his lungs. These beasts were level 2, with strength equivalent to a master. Their squad stood no chance against them. Staying here meant certain death. He tried to fight back, but it was too late. A gaping maw bit off his head in one swift motion. Blood spurted out as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Roar! The terrifying beast roared toward the sky, its blood-red eyes radiating a frenzied thirst for blood, and the might of a level 2 beast erupted in an instant. Bang! The glass throughout the residential complex couldn't withstand the force and shattered one after another. It's a level 2 beast. No, it can't be. How could a level 2 beast appear in the city? We can't escape. I don't want to die yet. I just started dating this girl, and I haven't even held her hand yet. Someone, please save us. In an instant, the civilians in the residential complex were once again thrown into panic, with screams ringing out from all directions. Level 2 beasts possessed a certain degree of intelligence, and their appearance signaled certain death for everyone present. The Fong family had been rejoicing at the arrival of Warrior, but the very next second, they froze, despair flashing in their eyes. Chen Xin knew that this time, none of them would escape. Fong also froze, staring intently at the level 2 beasts within the residential complex. Their terrifying power filled him with despair. So this is what true cruelty really is. With his meager strength as an intermediate warrior, he wouldn't even last a single move against those terrifying beasts. Inside the complex, the warriors who had been slaying the level 1 beasts scattering in all directions heard a furious roar from one of their comrades, followed immediately by a deafening beastly roar. Their bodies shuddered violently. They all gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Level 2 beasts. These warriors knew all too well the terror of level 2 beasts. Even if their entire squad attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance against a single one. Its appearance signaled death, ruin, and slaughter. Fear and reluctance flashed in their eyes, yet there was no sign of retreat. In the next instant, they roared in unison and turned to charge toward the source of the sound. Warriors, never back down. In an instant, one warrior after another appeared in the community square. Some were novice warriors, some intermediate warriors, some were in their 20s, others in their 30s or 40s, some were sons, others fathers. Their strength, age, and status varied greatly, but standing here, they shared a single, unified title. Warrior. Humanity's last line of defense. They could flee, but if they did, the people inside the community would truly face certain death. A warrior must not be disgraced. This was not because the warriors possessed overwhelming strength, but because in every battle, in every clash with the beasts, it was the warriors who stood at the forefront, and it was the warriors who charged the fiercest. This was the honor bestowed upon them by the people they protected. And this time, they will not back down either. Captain. Captain Shi Xinjue, who had earlier been slammed against the wall, clutched his chest as he slowly walked to the front of the group. His eyes reddened as he looked at the bodies of his comrades, torn to shreds beneath those terrifying beasts. Xiaogu, as your captain, I order you to return immediately to request assistance from Master. Everyone, follow me. The 10-member squad was now down to 9, having lost one comrade earlier. Yes, Captain. Behind him, the man named Xiaogu's eyes welled up with tears. Without a word, he turned and left. He knew the captain had entrusted him with the hope of survival, and he would carry the hopes of the entire team as he went to seek help. Roar! That terrifying beast had devoured the human body beneath it almost entirely, yet it still seemed unsatisfied. To its senses, the surrounding area was teeming with such delicacies this time, it could finally feast to its heart's content. Moreover, several particularly delicious targets lay just a short distance away. Compared to ordinary humans, the flesh and vitality of warriors held far greater appeal to the beasts. With a joyful roar, the terrifying beast swung its fearsome claws. Its massive body shook the ground like a tank. Despite its enormous size, it moved with surprising speed, closing in on the charging warrior squad in the blink of an eye. Die! One member of the squad swung his long sword. Its piercing cold gleam seemed poised to cleave everything before him in two. The air itself appeared to split as he channeled all his rage and strength into a heavy strike against the beast's swinging claw. Bang! A crisp clang of metal rang out, accompanied by a shower of sparks. To the squad's disbelief, that strike delivered with such overwhelming force failed to even break the beast's hide. The squad member, still in shock, tried to swing again, but was instantly engulfed by a dark shadow. The beast's claw, tearing through space, came crashing down on him. Death was imminent. Get out of the way! The group cried out as they witnessed the scene. Shinjue blocked another attacking claw, trying to pull away to save his comrade, but in the next second, a layer of blood covered everyone's faces. One of them had fallen. Right before their eyes, their comrade was torn to shreds by a single swipe. No! Everyone went berserk, attacking the beasts with their weapons, but the disparity in strength was too great to the level 2 beasts. Their attacks were little more than a tickle. Ah! Bang! A blood-curdling scream rang out as another warrior fell. After paying such a heavy price, Shinjue leaped forward, seizing the opportunity to climb behind the beast, his long sword poised to stab at its eye. The beast's body was too tough. The only way to break through its defenses was to strike at its weak spot. Good. Charge, Captain. Seeing this, the rest of the group, paying no heed to their own injuries, desperately rushed to block the beast's attacks. If the beast lost even one eye, its combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Roar! Beasts was enraged. These pesky little bugs had been hopping around him non-stop. Though they couldn't harm him, they were also out of his reach, and the largest one among them gave him a sense of danger. So it decided it was done playing. It was going to devour these insects. The terrifying beast leaped into the air, violently whipping its iron tail behind it. Numerous warriors were struck, spitting blood as they were flung away, and Shinjue, caught in the force of the swing, was hurled aside while taking the full brunt of the iron tail's blow. His long sword was knocked aside by the immense force. The danger wasn't over yet. The terrifying beast spun abruptly in midair, biting down on a warrior. As its jaws snapped shut, blood spattered everywhere. Another life was lost. At that moment, only 5 warriors remained on the battlefield, lying gravely wounded on the ground, utterly incapable of fighting any further. Chapter 7, Where is our master? We lost. We're doomed. The onlookers in the neighborhood cried out in despair. Even the powerful warriors were no match for those terrifying beasts, let alone them, unarmed civilians. Once the beasts had devoured all the warriors, they would turn their attention to devouring everyone else. No one would be able to escape. Roar! Having finally dealt with those pesky little bugs, the beasts began to enjoy their feast. They sank their teeth into the warrior lying unconscious on the ground. Everyone watched in fury, but could do nothing but watch, for they were too exhausted to fight anymore. Level 2 beasts were simply too much for their level 1 squad to handle. Someone, please save us. Where is our master? Where is our master? Some pleaded, some yearned, but within the realm of the spatial rift, it was impossible to send a message to the outside world. The martial arts academy had already dispatched this one squad. No one else would arrive anytime soon. The only one who knew that level 2 beasts had appeared here was the warrior who had just gone to seek help, but it was already too late. By the time the master arrived, nearly everyone here would have already become food for the beasts. Come on, come eat me. You little scumbag, come eat me. Shinjue lay helplessly on the ground. That single tail strike had already shattered both his legs. Now, he roared furiously at the beasts. Faced with the provocation, the terrifying beasts indeed set their sights on Shinjue and slowly advanced toward him. The upturned corners of its mouth seemed to mock the insignificance of the insect before it. The beasts opened its blood-red maw, ready to devour Shinjue. No! Everyone screamed in despair. If you want to eat your grandpa, it won't be that easy. Although Shi Xinjue's legs were broken, his hands were still functional. As the beasts lowered their heads, he unleashed tremendous strength from his hands, and the recoil sent his entire body crashing onto the beast's face. Just then, due to the sheer force, the white bones of his arms pierced through his skin, blood spurting out. Die! Shi Xinjue roared in fury. That section of white, sharp bone instantly pierced Beast's eye before it could react. It had penetrated the eyeball. Then, with a surge of power, his entire arm plunged deep into its brain. He then mustered every ounce of strength to twist and tear inside Beast's brain. The beast felt only a wave of excruciating pain before falling silent. Its massive body crashed to the ground. It all happened so quickly that it took the team a moment to process what had just occurred. Ha ha ha, we won. We slain a level 2 beast. We won. We avenged you, brother. Rest in peace. The team members standing nearby wept tears of joy at the sight. They had finally slain the terrifying beasts before them. They had won and yet they had lost. The price they had paid for this victory was far, far too high. 4 of their comrades had died horribly. The warriors have won. We don't have to die now. I knew the warriors were invincible. We made it. We made it. Honey, I love you. Let us get married tomorrow. Okay, let us get married tomorrow. The residents of the neighborhood watched as the terrifying beasts crashed to the ground. Their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. They breathed a deep sigh of relief. Stepping out from the shadow of death that had loomed over them, it was boundless joy. Fong also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the beasts die. He hadn't expected level 2 beasts to be so terrifying. His family clung tightly to one another, grateful to have escaped death by the skin of their teeth. However, Fong's joy was short-lived. Suddenly, he felt a vague sense of danger again, a sensation that sent chills down his spine. Fong's eyes widened in shock as he stared intently at the spatial rift in the center of the square. Could it be? Shi Xinjue collapsed to the ground, his body severely wounded. At that moment, he truly had not a shred of strength left. He could finally get a good night's sleep. He could finally tell his fallen brothers with pride, "Your sacrifices were not in vain. I protected everyone in the community." But the moment Shi Xinjue turned his gaze toward the spatial rift, the relief on his face vanished completely, replaced by despair. He tried to speak but found he couldn't utter a word. Noticing their captain's unusual reaction, the team members all looked toward the spatial rift, and in an instant, their faces turned pale. Level 2 beasts. From the spatial rift emerged a beast even larger than the one before, and the terrifying aura it radiated plunged everyone into deathly silence once more. Its tail finally withdrew from the rift, and suddenly, with a mournful cry, it turned to look at the dead level 2 beasts. Its eyes betrayed a mix of sorrow and rage. Then it fixed its gaze on everyone present, intent on tearing these enemies to shreds. They were a pair. Shi Xinjue closed his eyes in despair. The level 2 beasts he had just slain must have been the female, while this one was the male. The spatial rift had opened right near their lair. Now that one was dead, an even more powerful one had arrived. Even if I, Shi Xinjue, die, it'll be worth it if I take a level 2 beasts down with me. It's just a shame tomorrow is my son's birthday, and I promised to take him out to play. Looks like Daddy's going to break his promise again. I'm gone. Honey, take good care of our son. Shi Xinjue slowly closed his eyes. There was no way he could escape this time. That level 2 beast would never let him go. He could only hope that a few people in the neighborhood would survive until the master arrived. Roar! A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire complex. The male level 2 beast strode step by step toward the gravely wounded warrior. It seemed to already know they were the murderers of its mate, and it intended to torture these vermin to death, bit by bit. Oh no, another, even more terrifying level 2 beast has arrived. Fong watched the scene before him with unease. Screams of terror rang out all around. The residents of the complex never imagined that what they thought was a narrow escape from death was, in fact, an even more terrifying abyss. Wah. Honey, we won. Be able to get married tomorrow. Let us get married in our next life. I'm going to miss you so much. Why, honey, let us get married in our next life. I'll miss you so much, too. In our next life, remember to come find me. A couple clung to each other in agony, both already in despair, kneeling on the ground as they awaited their fate. Fong looked at his suffering parents and his terrified younger sister. If only he had been stronger, just a little stronger, if only he had obtained the system sooner, just a little sooner, none of this would have happened. The system? The system! Fong suddenly realized he'd fallen into a trap. For the past 7 days, he defocused all his energy on improving his talents, forgetting the system's true purpose. Breeding! It's breeding! They can still be saved. Mom and Dad, take care of yourselves. We can't just sit here and wait to die. I'm going out to see if there are any other escape routes. Fong made up an excuse, but the truth was that the only exit from the complex had already been blocked by those Tier 2 beasts. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Outside, the Tier 2 beasts had already killed one person, leaving only 4 of the 5 survivors. Chapter 8, Raising Wankai, Human Mimicry, Peak Master. Wankai, whether we live or die depends on you. Stepping outside, Fong wasted no time summoning Wankai, who had been hiding on his person all along. Instantly, the system's voice rang out in response to Fong's thoughts. Ding! Tier 1 Ant King detected. Do you wish to tame it? Tame it. He still had 800 taming points left. Let us see just how strong he could make Wankai this time. Ding! Taming successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Tier 2 Ant King. Fong immediately sensed a profound and mysterious aura enveloping the black ant in his hand, and almost instantly, visible changes began to take place. Its already jet-black exoskeleton seemed to become even more lustrous and hard, and he could even hear the sound of its powerful mandibles clacking together. When Wankai reappeared, it was now a massive ant measuring 3 centimeters in length. Fong sensed that this ant, whose size rivaled that of a cockroach, was undoubtedly far more powerful in combat than a cockroach. Species, Black Ant. Owner, Fong. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, 10 based on an average human of 100. Ability, summon fellow ants currently capable of commanding up to 10. Fong was so stunned he couldn't speak. He had to look at it several times to be sure, because when he checked the stats panel, another ability, the ability to summon fellow ants, had appeared. A second-tier ant can summon other ants. Sure enough, the subsequent taming process had a surprise in store for him. If it weren't for the timing, he would definitely had Wankai summon some to play around with. Fong had originally thought that the system's most powerful ability was helping him fuse talents, allowing him to grow stronger and stronger. But now he realized he must have misunderstood. Fusing talents was just a side benefit. True power came from continuously taming insects. That's the tamer system for you. He checked his taming points. He originally had 800, but now only 795 remained. It seemed the second taming session had cost him 5 taming points. Ding! A Tier 2 Ant King has been detected. Do you wish to tame it? Tame. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Tier 3 Ant King. At Fong's command, Wankai underwent another dramatic transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong moved forward. Time was of the essence, and every second of delay could mean another life lost. Ding! A Tier 3 Ant Queen has been detected. Do you wish to tame it? Tame. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Tier 4 Ant Queen. Ding! A Level 4 Ant Queen has been detected. Do you wish to tame it? Tame. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Level 5 Ant Queen. Ding! A Level 5 Ant Queen has been detected. Do you wish to tame it? Tame. Insufficient taming points, cannot tame. Only after receiving this sudden system notification did Fong jolt awake. Seeing that he had only 20 taming points left, he realized that each subsequent taming attempt required 5 times the points of the previous one. The first time cost 1 taming point, the second 5, the third 25, the fourth 125, and the fifth 625. He then looked at Wang Kai's stats. Species, black ant. Owner, Feng. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, 10,000. Average person, 100. Ability, summon fellow ants currently capable of commanding 10,000. Its combat power has now reached 10,000. According to the System S standards, 100 combat power equals that of an ordinary person, 1,000 combat power equals a novice warrior, and 10,000 combat power equals a junior master. However, Feng now faces an urgent problem. The terrifying beasts outside are definitely not just junior masters. Judging by the situation, they're either intermediate or advanced. Wang Kai is no match for them at all right now. Even if Feng wanted to tame another one, he simply doesn't have enough taming points, and there isn't enough time to gather them. Feng deeply regretted not having collected more earlier. And since his own strength is currently only at the intermediate warrior level, he can't do much to help either. Is there really nothing he can do? Is he just going to stand by and watch the beast slaughter indiscriminately? Just as Feng was inwardly fuming over this, the System S voice sounded again. First insect taming count has reached 5. Rewards are being distributed. Combat power increased to 99,999. 1 mimicry reward. What the hell? Combat power increased to 99,999, and 1 mimicry? Feng was completely baffled. Do you think you're playing a video game? Dealing 999 damage with a single slash. Species, black ant. Owner, Feng. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, 99,999. Average human, 100. Ability, summon kind currently capable of commanding 99,999 of its own kind. Gulp. Feng stared at the stats panel, swallowing hard. His combat power had gone from just 10,000 to 99,999. Didn't that mean Wang Kai's combat power was now at the High Master level? Just one step away from Grandmaster? Didn't that mean he could walk around with his head held high from now on? Holy shit! Feng's current state of mind could only be described with 2 words: this system is fucking awesome. Wait, what is this mimicry thing at the end? Feng figured that if this badass system had saved this reward for last, it must be something even more incredible. Mimicry mimics the insects raised by the host. Man, that's as good as saying nothing. Truly the modern master of empty talk. Will the host use this opportunity? Note, this mimicry process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Will mimicry affect Wang Kai's combat power? That was the question on Feng's mind. No. Alright, perform mimicry on Wang Kai. Feng didn't hesitate. As long as it didn't affect his combat power, that was fine. He was just an ant to begin with. Even with mimicry, he wouldn't turn into a human. It should just make Wang Kai look even more imposing and formidable. Congratulations, host. Mimicry complete. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the System S voice rang out. It seemed this system was pretty fast. Master. A strange voice suddenly rang out in the hallway, deep, resonant, and magnetic. Feng jumped in surprise. This is way too awesome. This system really gets me. Damn, from now on I can carry him around as my bodyguard. Let us see who dares to defy me. Just send in the black-clad bodyguards. Master, Grandmaster, High Grandmaster, I could overwhelm them just with the sheer number of people. Feng was already picturing his future. Every time he stepped out, he'd have dozens of bodyguards trailing behind him. With that kind of presence, not even an entire martial arts school could stand up to him. Species, black ant. Owner, Feng. Loyalty, 100%. Intelligence, 100. Normal human, 100. Combat power, 99,999. Normal human, 100. Ability, summon kindred currently capable of commanding up to 99,999 kindred. An intelligence stat has been added. It seems he gained wisdom after becoming human. Wang Kai, how strong are you now? Master, I've reached the peak of the master tier, just one step away from the grandmaster realm. Wow, I'm still only an intermediate warrior, and I already have a peak master level underling. Once I reach the master tier myself, shouldn't I be able to upgrade to a peak grandmaster? Originally, if things had followed the standard storyline, this would have been a tale of a novice facing challenges and building a better life through hard work and perseverance. But now, here I am, a max level powerhouse, just enjoying life. At this rate, launching a counterattack against the Blood Moon world wouldn't be a problem at all. Fong still couldn't quite wrap his head around the system's surprise, but this wasn't the time for small talk, so he gave the order. Wankai, see that beast out there? Take it down for me. Remember, don't hurt anyone else. Go. Yes, master. Watching Wankai disappear down the hallway, Fong finally came to his senses. He realized he'd rejoiced too soon. This mimicry opportunity was a reward from the system, and who knew when the next one would come. He was still only an intermediate warrior, he had a long way to go. Near the spatial rift, that terrifying level 2 beast had already reached Shinjue. Behind it lay 4 pools of blood-soaked mud that no longer resembled human forms. It had tortured the 4 warriors bit by bit until they were reduced to blood-soaked mud, saving Shinjue for last to make him witness the agonizing deaths of his companions right before his eyes, helpless to do anything about it. To be honest, it had succeeded. Blood tears streamed from Shinjue's eyes, and his voice was hoarse. He had expected to face retaliation immediately, but he never imagined that the intelligence of this level 2 beast before him would surpass his wildest expectations. He could only watch as his comrades were tortured bit by bit, their screams cut through his soul like knives, and he could do nothing, absolutely nothing. Even now, he couldn't even bring himself to take his own life. As he watched the beast slowly approach him, his heart finally found relief. Since no one was coming to save him, let him die quickly and painlessly. Shinjue closed his eyes in despair once more. The beast standing before him seemed to sense the desperation of the worm before it, but there was no way it would let him off that easily. You dared to kill my woman, I'll make you wish you were dead. It swung its claw, intending to crush the human's leg to powder, but suddenly, it sensed a powerful aura approaching from nearby, an aura so vague it was impossible to tell whether it belonged to a human or another beast. Oomph, you're getting off easy. The beast's claw, which had been heading for the human's calf, swerved mid-air and lunged toward Shinjue, poised to strike in an instant. Die! A sudden, furious roar rang out, grabbing the attention of everyone including Shinjue. The crowd watched as a black shadow streaked through the air, striking the terrifying level 2 beast with the precision of a meteor. An enormous crash echoed through the air. The impact robbed the level 2 beast of its chance to crush Shinjue. It was sent flying 40 or 50 meters away, coming to a halt only after slamming into a wall. The people hiding in the room, along with Shinjue, finally saw what that black shadow was, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. A burly giant standing 2 meters tall. Forearms as thick as thighs. A single thought suddenly sprang to everyone's mind. Master! Thank you, Master! Shinjue looked at the burly giant who had suddenly saved his life, and his voice immediately began to tremble. This was a master, a high-level master capable of sending beasts flying 40 to 50 meters with a single punch. He even suspected that the master before him was not far from the realm of a grandmaster. However, this master looked completely unfamiliar to him. He'd never seen him before. Could he be a master from another martial arts school? A warrior of this caliber must hold a high position within a martial arts school. Even if not a deputy headmaster, he'd certainly be at the level of a department head. It must be a rare occurrence for such a powerful figure to step in and save someone. I came here on my master's orders to slay the beasts. You should thank my master. Wankai replied calmly, fixing his gaze on the beasts in the distance, unaware that his words had struck Shinjue like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. Master. Shinjue's mind had gone blank. The physical pain paled in comparison to the shock he felt inside. This was a half-step grandmaster level warrior. A half-step grandmaster. There are only a handful of such figures in an entire martial arts school. And today, he'd actually heard this powerhouse say he was acting on his master's orders. A warrior must not be disgraced, and a grandmaster even less so. What kind of being could this powerhouse willingly refer to as master? A grandmaster? Impossible. A high grandmaster? Impossible as well. Could it be that legendary Four Directions commander? Sure, Shinjue dared not think any further. Such a terrifying being represents the true elite of the human race's military might, someone capable of determining the fate of the entire Jianghai city. Holy shit! This guy in black is way too badass. Even a warrior couldn't break through that beast's defenses, yet he sent it flying 40 or 50 meters with a single punch. Is this what master-level strength looks like? Ha, our master has arrived. We don't have to die after all. Bro in black, no, you're my black dad. Go kill him. Let those idiots from the Blood Moon world see the true power of our master. Roar! The level 2 beast snapped back to its senses. That single punch had punched a huge hole right through its body, causing unbearable pain, and rage had completely consumed it. It was going to tear that man to shreds. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Facing the terrifying beast's ferocious attack, Wankai showed not a shred of fear. He charged forward fiercely and, in the blink of an eye, unleashed a punch that slammed hard into its head, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Wankai didn't stop there punch after punch, he pounded away relentlessly. Ants possess the greatest strength, and now that Wankai had transformed into a human, strength had become his greatest asset. Ugh! The beasts, now sent flying, were barely recognizable as such, their heads drenched in blood, each bearing a massive, conspicuous fist mark. It was scared. Watching Wankai continue his onslaught, it let out a mournful wail, and a hint of supplication actually appeared on its face. Ah, it's scared. Can a beast actually be afraid? Weren't you so cocky? Looks like you're not so cocky now that you've seen our master. Wankai didn't care whether this beast was afraid or begging for mercy. His orders were to kill the beast standing before him. He stepped up to the beast once more, unleashed a punch, and completely shattered its skull. A level 2 beast fell. Ah, we won. We finally don't have to die. Master is mighty. Honey, we can get married again. This is great. My black dad is the greatest. The residents of the neighborhood, seeing the beasts vanquished, immediately let out excited shouts. Some rushed out to check on Warrior's injuries, while others uploaded videos of the big man's battle with the beasts to the internet. The spatial rift vanished after the second level 2 beast appeared, so some electronic devices were once again usable. The incident immediately began to go viral online. Ha, I clearly remember there was a beast's corpse right here. Where did it go? A man who had rushed out pointed to an empty spot nearby. He remembered that the beasts killed by the power pole hero had been right there, but now the corpse was gone, leaving only a long trail of blood. Did someone drag it away? The man followed the blood trail. Not far ahead, he reached its end, a sewer manhole. However, just as he peered inside, a creature with blood-red eyes suddenly attacked him. He lost his balance and fell in. Countless blood-red eyes lit up inside, followed by the screeching of rats and the man's agonized screams. Chapter 10, You Can't Trust What Your Brother Says. A figure darted swiftly through the night, weaving between high rises, a 2-meter-long spear gleaming coldly behind him. This man was Yang, a leader of the Windfire Guild, whose strength had reached the high-level master realm. He had originally been handling business at the martial arts hall due to certain matters, but upon receiving news that a residential complex had been it was clear that the man in black was even more powerful than he was. Why would a powerful master suddenly show up and strike within the territory under the Windfire Guild's jurisdiction? Master, a human high-level master has arrived. He has already noticed me. Should I take him out? 1 minute is more than enough. Upon seeing Yang arrive, Wankai sent a mental message to Fawn. Thanks to the system, the two could communicate telepathically. Holy shit! Don't do anything. He is a good guy. Fawn had been comforting his frightened family when he heard Wankai's message. He nearly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly stopped him. This man must be the master of the Windfire Guild, who rushed over after receiving the news. He is here to save people, not to die. You're so cocky, are you trying to make sure I know it? Looking out the window, illuminated by the light, he saw a powerful human wielding a long spear. Yes, master. Upon receiving Fang's order, Wang Kai abandoned his plan to deal with this man. Meanwhile, Yang, standing nearby, had no idea he just had a brush with death and that the very person who decided his fate was an intermediate warrior he never even given a second glance before. Bro, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean, don't attack or he's a good guy? You haven't been scared out of your mind, have you? Inside the room, Fei watched as his older brother suddenly blurted out a few baffling remarks, worrying that something might be wrong with his head. His older brother had never been particularly gifted at martial arts to begin with. Becoming a novice warrior was already a long shot. If he really did lose his mind, how would he ever find a wife, or find a sister-in-law for her? Do you really think your brother was raised to be scared? It's just a bunch of beasts invading. Your brother's strength is far beyond what you can imagine. See that big guy in black? That's my underling. He almost took out the master who came to the rescue just now. But I didn't let him. Little sis, from now on, life with your big brother will be full of spicy food and fine drinks. In a little while, I'll assign you a bodyguard to a master. 1T cut it'll have to be at least a grandmaster. Fei was stunned. When she finally snapped out of it, she hurriedly covered her older brother's mouth. Bro, have you lost your mind? If you keep talking like that, if that master hears you, you 1T even know how you'll die. A warrior must not be disgraced. I know you're trying to prove you're not crazy, but you can't joke like that. You're playing with fire. Fei covered Fang's mouth and looked out the window. Seeing that the revered master in black, not far away, hadn't made a single move, she finally let out a sigh of relief, only then realizing her palms were drenched in cold sweat. Bro, can you please stop bragging so much from now on? Fang found his little sister's reaction somewhat amusing. The only reason he dared say it out loud was because no one would believe something like that. If it hadn't happened to him, he wouldn't have believed it either. Bro, you're still laughing. Don't you realize how serious this is? Just for saying that one thing, the master in black could have thrown you out into the wilderness. Fei watched her big brother still laughing and was so furious she could have burst. He never dumped me out there. Although Fang muttered a sarcastic remark under his breath, he said aloud. Alright. I 1T say another word. I know I was wrong. I'll never brag again. I'll be down to earth from now on. That's more like it, big bro. You can say things like that at home, but you absolutely must never say them out in the world. You have to remember that. Okay, I'll remember that. Only after getting Fang's assurance did Fei feel at ease. Her older brother might not be much of a fighter, but when it came to bragging, he never held back. Hey, sis. Fang suddenly called out to Fei, his expression serious. Fei instinctively averted her gaze. Why was her older brother suddenly so serious? Had he figured it out? The only thing you need to remember is that your big brother is awesome. If anything ever comes up, come find me. Hearing her brother's words, Fei let out a sigh of relief, but immediately rolled her eyes, dismissing it as just another one of his wild boasts and not taking it to heart. What has gotten into him? Why is he so full of himself all of a sudden? As his little sister, I don't care how awesome you are, I just want you to stay alive and well. But when she saw the sincerity in Fang's eyes, Fei actually found herself believing him just a little. Bro, you said it yourself. As your little sister, I really do have one favor to ask. Just say it. You've got to trust your big brother's capabilities. It's just this one thing. I'm going out with my classmates in a few days, but I'm a little short on cash. Could you give me some support? Not much, just 500. How about 200? Bro, you don't happen to have even 200, do you? Fei said this with a look of anticipation, but when she saw her brother's utterly embarrassed expression, she knew she wasted her breath. What kind of brother was this, who said she could come to him if she needed anything? It seemed she just been overthinking it. You just can't trust a brother's word. Forget it. Your big brother really doesn't have any money. Fong was genuinely embarrassed. He really didn't have any money. Lately, he'd been so focused on improving his skills that he hadn't had a moment to make any cash. Put. Fei snorted contemptuously. Fong froze, wishing he could sink into a crack in the ground. He'd actually been looked down on by his own little sister. How could he possibly put up with this? Bro, don't say your little sister looks down on you. But wait, if you can get that revered master in black to personally give me 500 yuan, I'll believe a word you say, and from now on, whatever you say goes. You're so heartless. I don't have a sister like you. Fong put on a pained expression, but inside he was secretly delighted. He'd been looking for a chance to save face, and here it was. Does that mean when the tiger doesn't roar, his little brother thinks he is a sickly kitten? Looks like he needs to firmly establish his authority as the older brother. It's okay if you can't do it, big bro. Fine, I agree. You agreed? Now it was Fei's turn to be baffled. Didn't her big brother know this was impossible? She only said it as a joke just to tease him. She had absolutely no intention of actually taking those 500. Who would dare accept money given personally by master? Was she trying to get herself killed? Besides, even if the sky fell, there is no way master would ever send her money, right? At that moment, Fei had already thought of the word she'd use to comfort her brother later. It's okay to have dreams, but daydreaming is another story. Chapter 11, Wang Kai invited to join the Windfire Guild? Who are you? Yang stepped forward and confronted the black-clad master standing before him. Although his own strength didn't match this man's, he had to confirm the man's identity before deciding how to proceed. Especially after what had happened, he had to be extremely cautious. Master, he is asking who I am? Wang Kai had long since lost any desire to fight, but faced with this interrogation, he had no choice but to turn to Fong for help. In his mind, his master was an all-powerful, all-knowing creator. Everything must be done according to his master's will. He is asking who you are. Fong stood by the window, watching everything unfold. His parents and younger sister had just gone downstairs to join the rescue efforts. After a moment's thought, the answer came to him. His identity must never be revealed, or it would surely invite divine retribution. Wang Kai, however, had already shown himself and was exposed to everyone. If he stayed by Fong's side, he would definitely be discovered. Fong had no choice but to seize this opportunity to find an excuse for Wang Kai to leave, and then have him return quietly later. As for how to fabricate that excuse, that would test his skills. You don't need to know who I am. My family and friends were all killed by the beasts. I've spent my entire life walking in the darkness, fighting the beasts. I'm leaving now. Please take care of the aftermath here. Wang Kai finished speaking as Fong had instructed and was about to leave, but he didn't expect Yang, standing across from him, to react so strongly. That's great. Wang Kai feigned anger as he glared at Yang, a powerful aura enveloping him. Yang immediately broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly cursing himself. How could he have let his true feelings slip in the heat of the moment? No, I meant that as terrible. I'm sorry if that brought back bad memories. May I ask what level of mastery you've reached? Yang quickly corrected himself and asked cautiously. Peak Master, just one step away from Grandmaster. Wang Kai replied truthfully. It's him. It's definitely him. Although Yang's expression remained unchanged, he was overjoyed inside. The moment he first laid eyes on this massive man in black, he felt a sense of familiarity, and after confirming it, he realized he hadn't been wrong. This man was the beast's hunter who roamed the darkness. He was the one who'd become quite famous in warrior circles recently. No one knew his identity, no one knew his name. Everyone who had seen him knew only that he wore all black, had a massive build, and moved through the darkness, battling beasts. Most importantly, he was alone. His family and friends had all perished on the battlefield. Some speculated that his strength had even reached the peak of Master, just one step away from Grandmaster. All this information aligns perfectly with what the black-clad master before him had said. Yang was now absolutely certain this was the beast's hunter. Esteemed beast's hunter, I, Yang, on behalf of the Windfire Guild, thank you for your assistance. What? What is going on here? On the other end, Fawn was a bit bewildered. He just made up a random excuse. How did that suddenly turn him into the beast's hunter? This guy named Yang must be overthinking things. But words, once spoken, are like water poured out, you can't take them back. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep going. Better safe than sorry. Fong figured a simple would do just fine. He'd let Yang figure out the rest on his own. After all, wasn't he the one with the vivid imagination? The beast's hunter responded. He didn't deny it, he really was the real deal. Yang got even more excited. Wait, no. The beast's hunter has always been a nomad, yet when I just asked if he was staying in Shanghai City, he didn't deny it. That leaves only one conclusion. He came to Shanghai City this time specifically for the beasts, and he plans to stay here long term. Esteemed beasts hunter, it seems you already know about that matter. Holy shit. What did I just say? I just went how could I possibly know anything? What the hell just happened in that split second? Yang, oh Yang, you're one hell of a thinker. I'd really love to see what's going on inside that little brain of yours. Fong once again steeled himself and had Wonkai speak. He was getting a little scared. If he said a few more words, would the world end? Esteemed beasts hunter, that level 4 spatial rift out in the wilderness isn't something you, or I, or even a single martial arts school can handle on our own. We must pool everyone's strength. Therefore, on behalf of the Windfire Guild, I invite you to join us and become one of us. Let us work together to combat that level 4 rift. Yang shuddered at the mere thought of the spatial rift that had appeared not long ago. During the last joint assault by the martial arts schools, the Windfire Guild dispatched a Grandmaster and several Masters. However, they hadn't anticipated that the beasts had grown increasingly cunning. By the time the assault force arrived, 2 beasts at the High Grandmaster realm suddenly appeared, and the entire force was wiped out. The level 3 spatial rift had instantly escalated to level 4, standing like a ticking time bomb right next to Shanghai City, ready to explode at the slightest misstep. As a result of this battle, the Windfire Guild's combat strength was severely depleted, and it nearly plummeted from a level 3 martial arts school to a subpar one. Now, the Windfire Guild desperately needs an infusion of fresh blood, because the danger comes not only from the outside but also from within. The surrounding martial arts schools are already eyeing the Windfire Guild like a delicious piece of cake, all eager to come and claim their share of the spoils. The sudden arrival of the Beast Hunter is a godsend. His strength is on the verge of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. If he can join the Windfire Guild, it will alleviate a great deal of pressure and buy them more time. A level 4 spatial rift doesn't that mean there are beasts at the High Grandmaster realm? You've got to be kidding. As for inviting Wonkai to join the Windfire Guild? Fawn was taken aback. He hadn't expected things to develop this way, but upon closer consideration, it was actually a pretty good option. After all, now that Wonkai had revealed himself, he couldn't openly stay by Fong's side. Joining the Windfire Guild would give him a legitimate identity, making it much easier to carry out certain tasks. It's settled. Alright, I agree to join the Windfire Guild. Great! Yang was overjoyed. The fact that such a powerful fighter could join so easily was undoubtedly due to his determination to slay beasts for the sake of humanity. The Windfire Guild has gained another combatant. Oh, by the way, do you have 500 on you? Just as Yang was about to lead the Beast Hunter before him away to the martial arts hall, the Beast Hunter suddenly asked. For a moment, Yang was taken aback. You're a peak master level warrior, and you don't even have any money on you? 500? I'll give you 100,000 first. Let me know if that's not enough. Yang waved his hand dismissively. 100,000 was truly pocket change for the two of them. But after rummaging through his pockets for a while and finding nothing, he said awkwardly, I don't think I brought any with me. What about 200? You don't even have 200? Now it was Yang's turn to be speechless. What could he say? How could he have foreseen that a peak-level master would ask to borrow 500 from him? Who would believe such a thing if he told anyone? In the end, he managed to scrape the money together from a warrior in the Windfire Guild. Yang couldn't figure out what the beast's hunter was up to, so he could only stare blankly as the hunter took the money and walked off to the side. Chapter 12, Is the Great Master going to pay back my older brother? Faye, what kind of nonsense are you thinking? How could that powerful great master possibly come to give you money? Do you really believe your older brother's nonsense? Work hard, a bright and happy future awaits you. Faye moved a rock aside. As everyone pitched in, the battlefield was gradually cleared. As for what happened afterward, that was handled by specialists. It wasn't something an ordinary person like her could manage. With this beast's invasion, the fact that no one in her family had been harmed was cause for celebration. Linger, that master in black is heading your way. He is too powerful, I can't speak anymore. Whatever you do, don't give yourself away. Suddenly, a voice reached Faye's ears, then vanished as if it had never been there. Faye instinctively looked up and saw the imposing master in black striding toward her step by step. Her eyes widened in shock. No matter how she tried to dodge, there was no escaping him. It's over, it's over. Did the master overhear my earlier conversation with my older brother? Is he coming to take revenge now? I'm doomed. Faye felt like crying but had no tears left. Aside from that, what other reason could the master possibly have for coming after her? As for giving money? Even if the sky were to fall, something like that would never happen. Respected master, sir. Faye didn't dare look up, terrified of provoking the powerful figure before her. But if she had looked up, she would have seen the black-clad master she feared so much gazing at her with profound respect. As her master's younger sister, her status was also extremely noble. If not for her master's orders, he would never have allowed himself to act this way. Venerable master, has this girl done something wrong? I'll have her apologize to you right away. Hurry up and apologize to the venerable master. A warrior standing nearby, seeing this, rushed over and barked at Faye. Are you looking to die? Wang Kai flew into a rage, and his aura erupted. In an instant, the warrior who had just spoken was knocked unconscious by this terrifying presence. He wouldn't even know how he fainted when he came to. Faye was also startled, but she dared not speak, and could only wait for her fate to unfold. Linger, this is an emergency. I can help you get out of here, but the price is that I'll have to sleep for a year. The decision is yours now, or go, it's up to you. If you leave, you can't come back. He is too powerful, we're no match for him right now. The voice inside her body spoke up again. It seemed even it felt the situation had reached a point of no return, otherwise, it would never have taken this step. Just as Faye was sinking into despair, Wang Kai spoke up. Little sister, do you know Master Fong? A peak-level master, and yet he was stuttering slightly as he spoke. If anyone heard about this, they'd probably never believe it. Ha! Faye was stunned. She couldn't have heard wrong. She actually heard her brother's name come from the mouth of a master. And the voice inside, he is my brother. Before Faye could say anything, Wang Kai continued. Here is 500 yuan. Give it to your brother for me. I owe him this. After saying that, Wang Kai tossed the money down and walked away without looking back. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, he simply didn't dare to stay any longer. Just those few sentences had already drained him of all his energy. If he stayed any longer, he feared he'd give himself away. Going head to head with his master's little sister was just too hard. He'd rather go fight beasts. Am I dreaming? Is the sky about to fall? A master actually paying back money to his own older brother? Even after everyone had left, Faye had no idea how she made it home. As soon as she walked in, she saw her older brother Fong sitting on the couch, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. Brother! A deafening roar startled Fong so much he nearly fell off the couch. He never expected his little sister to have such explosive power. What on earth is going on? Looking at Faye, who was on the verge of tears, Fong gave a wry smile. It seemed his little sister really didn't have much of a thick skin after all. Don't you already know? Debts must be repaid, it's only natural. Not even a master is exempt. Oh, right. You don't have to give me that 500. You wanted it just now, didn't you? Here, take it. Watching her older brother, who seemed completely at ease and was just sitting there as if watching a show, Faye really couldn't understand how her own brother could actually laugh after she'd just been so terrified. Bro, please tell me what's going on. Do you realize you almost scared your little sister to death? That was His Majesty the Master, after all. Faye started acting all cute, and Fong had no choice but to come up with the excuse he'd prepared long ago. It's no big deal. It was just a coincidence. That master guy and I were eating at a restaurant a while back. When it came time to pay, he didn't have any money. He didn't look like a bad guy, so I paid his bill for him. As he was leaving, I even gave him 500 coins. He asked how he could find me to pay me back, so I showed the waitress your photo. I wasn't planning on making him pay me back, but I never expected such a coincidence. Turns out he really was master, and we actually ran into each other. That's it? It's that simple? Yeah, it's that simple. Do you really think your brother knows some master or something? If I really knew some master, would I still be here? Faye clearly didn't believe him, but no matter how she pressed him, her brother wouldn't say another word. Deep down, she, too, felt that the whole thing was just a coincidence. Everyone in the family knew exactly how strong her older brother was, and the voice inside her had once told her that he had absolutely no talent for martial arts. The two of them were from completely different worlds. How could they possibly be connected? Fong looked at Faye, who had locked herself in her room, and his previously playful expression instantly turned cold. Just moments ago, Wang Kai had sent him a mental message, saying he'd discovered a mysterious entity within his sister Faye's body, that he couldn't probe something that seemed to possess intelligence, and had even communicated with Faye. However, no malicious intent had been detected. Fong snorted coldly. Everyone had their own destiny, and he had no intention of interfering with his sister. But if he ever discovered that this intelligent entity harbored even the slightest intent to harm anyone, he swore he would crush it to dust and scatter its ashes. No one was allowed to lay a finger on his family. Before Wang Kai left, Fong told him to handle everything on his own. He needed to focus on preparing for the warrior assessment in 3 days. Meanwhile, in a location unknown to Fong, a figure suddenly appeared in a grand office and handed a report to the imposing elderly man before him. The report detailed Wang Kai's previous encounter with Faye. Sir, could it be that members of another faction have approached the sinful Sun's family? Should we? How long have we been monitoring the sinful Sun? The dignified old man suddenly spoke up. 40 years. 40 years. I've watched him grow into adulthood, get married, have children, and raise a family just as if I were watching my own son. I'm sorry, sir. I deserve to die. The subordinate standing nearby suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The old man before him could decide the fate of tens of millions with a single word. Countless powerful warriors would die for him at his command. It would be a bit of a shame to kill him so suddenly. The old man paid no heed to the man and continued. 40 years. If those old fools hiding in the shadows truly wanted to make a comeback, they would have come out long ago. It seems they've truly given up on their young master. Well then, there's no point in keeping him around. The old man said casually, as if discarding an unwanted chess piece. What about the family of that guilty son? Not a single one should be spared. Yes, sir. The man was about to leave after receiving his orders when the old man suddenly added. Remember, wait until the dust settles before taking action. They must vanish without arousing the slightest suspicion. Just to be safe, send someone to warn that master it's best not to cause too much of a commotion. After all, Shanghai City ISNTR turf. Yes, sir. Chapter 13, Gizmo from the Future. The warrior trials begin. Gizmo, is there really no way to change my brother's aptitude? My brother really wants to become a warrior. As his sister, I can't just stand by and watch his dream shatter. Inside the room, Faye lay on her bed, muttering to herself, but a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. I'm missing too many memories right now. I simply can't find a way to improve your brother's aptitude. And even in the future, aptitude is unchangeable. However, after what just happened, some of my memories have returned, and I've discovered something that terrifies even me. What is it? Faye was a bit puzzled. The future has already changed. To be precise, in the timeline before I traveled here, your neighborhood was also attacked by the beasts, but the outcome was completely different. Everyone in the neighborhood died horribly. There was no powerful master in black at all. The only survivors were you and your good-for-nothing older brother. Same time, same place, same event, yet the outcome is different. I don't know why it turned out this way. The voice in her head left Faye speechless. Gizmo had suddenly appeared 2 days ago, claiming to come from the future, a future where humanity had already perished and needed her to save them. It also claimed she was the future Queen of the Apocalypse, one of the human race's high-ranking leaders. Could it be that your arrival changed certain things, preventing the original tragedy from happening? I hope so. But this is just a small divergence in the river of time. At 1T have much impact on your future. That other event is what will truly change the course of your life. What event? I can't say. The power of time is too complex. I can only guide you slowly to bring that event forward. But now that I've regained quite a bit of my memory, I need to train you to become a warrior as quickly as possible so you can carry out the next mission. Okay. Actually, becoming the Queen of the Apocalypse isn't that important. What I want most is for my family to be safe. Faye gave a playful smile. Compared to her past life, she preferred this ending. I believe in you, you can do it. Gizmo seemed to be infected by Faye's enthusiasm as well. But Gizmo didn't know that it wasn't him who would change the future, but rather Faye's so-called useless older brother, and that dangers unlike any they'd ever faced were slowly beginning to descend upon them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The warrior assessment officially began. Go for it, son. We believe you can do it. Feng Zhou and Chen Xian, filled with anticipation, saw their son Feng off as he boarded the car heading to the martial arts hall. Suddenly, Feng Zhou's phone vibrated. He glanced at the message that had just popped up, which said there was an emergency to handle, so he parted ways with his wife, Chen Xian, and headed to the factory. Young man, we've arrived at the martial arts hall. Feng, who had been resting his eyes in the car, suddenly opened them wide upon hearing the driver announce they had arrived at the martial arts hall. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he slowly stood up. After paying the fare, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to step into the martial arts hall. This martial arts hall belonged to the Windfire Guild, and today's warrior assessment would take place here. Young men and women from all corners of the land had gathered here, all with the sole aim of becoming warriors. It remained to be seen, however, how many would realize their dreams today, and how many would return home in despair. Host, Feng. Fusion talent. Centurion strength, current progress, 40%, next stage, 1000-fold strength. Taming points, 20. In 3 days, Feng had developed the fusion level of the Centurion strength talent to 40%, and his strength had reached a staggering 5600 gene, making him a full-fledged advanced warrior. However, in the actual warrior assessment, strength isn't the only criterion. Candidates must also pass a combat test. Only those who meet both standards are deemed qualified. Speaking of this combat test brings us to the martial arts hall. While most schools have a few standard strength testers making it possible to measure strength right on campus, the combat test can only be conducted in the martial arts hall. This is because every martial arts hall contains a sealed level 1 spatial rift. Through this rift, one can travel to the Blood Moon world to complete the combat test. Of course, this spatial rift is entirely different from the wild ones found outside. The strength and safety of the beasts are guaranteed, and a master even monitors the entire process from within. Feng stepped into the martial arts hall, a space brimming with a high-tech atmosphere. The first thing that caught his eye were the 2 imposing characters displayed at the very top. Martial arts. The moment he saw those 2 characters, Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as an overwhelming aura of majesty washed over him. He saw an endless wasteland, countless beasts roaring, and a terrifying beast capable of devouring the entire world towering above them all, bellowing furiously toward the heavens. Fong struggled to break free from this overwhelming aura. In that brief instant, cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. He expended a great deal of energy, and his breathing had become rapid. What on earth is this? Just one glance, and I nearly succumbed to it. Fong was still shaken and dared not look any further, but by now, his terrified expression had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Ha ha ha, what kind of country bumpkin are you? 2 words were enough to scare you like this. With a nerve like that, you're taking the warrior exam? You'd better go home right now. Wait, if you actually saw the beasts, would you wet yourself? I'd say so. With a nerve like that, you're dreaming if you think you can pass the warrior trial. Kid, head home now. Today's the warrior trial, it's not for someone like you. If you want to see a real spectacle, go somewhere else. Remember, a warrior must never be disgraced. A middle-aged man offered this well-meaning warning before walking into the hall, and the crowd began to disperse. Not a single person was about to waste their time on an ordinary person. Didn't they see it? Fong ignored the mockery. A thought suddenly popped into his head. The people around him were of average strength. Under that overwhelming aura, it was impossible for them not to be affected. Was he the only one who saw those terrifying beasts? But why was that? Why only him? Could it be because of the insect talent he diffused with, allowing him to sense things humans couldn't perceive? After pondering for a long time, Fong still couldn't reach a conclusion, so he had to let it go. But as he turned around, he noticed a kindly-looking old man beside him, sizing him up with a blatant gaze that actually held a hint of admiration. Admire my ass. I'm a guy, you know. Old man, we're not hitting it up. Fong turned and walked away, but to his surprise, the old man's lecherous voice came from behind him. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad my ass, I think you've got the wrong stuff in your head. Fong hurriedly blended into the crowd and ran off, disappearing into the crowd. With nothing better to do, I've actually come across a youth with such powerful innate perception. Those 2 characters Martial Wei were written with the heart's blood of Grandmaster-level beasts. It's a Grandmaster-level warrior. Mom, I actually got to see a Grandmaster warrior in my lifetime. I'm a warrior myself, and I've actually seen a Grandmaster in my lifetime. No way, I've got to go check our ancestral graves to see if they're smoking. Never mind you're just an intermediate warrior. Even I, an advanced warrior, am seeing a Grandmaster-level warrior for the first time. No way, I've got to go back and check, too. Who knows, maybe our ancestral graves are even in the same place. Ah! I'm so turned on. A Grandmaster-level warrior, I want to bury your children. As the last, gruff male voice rang out, the crowd fell into a deathly silence, and in countless hearts, 10,000 wild horses began to gallop across the grasslands. There was just too much to process. They hadn't recovered yet. Meanwhile, Fong had already entered the martial arts hall. Chapter 14, Jack Fong, the man who forgets his principles for a woman. Brother Fong, you're finally here. I thought you'd given up. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Fong heard Jack's distinctive voice. By the way, Brother Fong, have you heard? The Windfire Guild has a super powerful master now. That 10-second video is going viral online. He took down a level 2 beast with just a few punches. He is seriously that strong. I'm practically worshipping him. I'd be more than happy to serve him tea and water. Bro Fong, do you know what people outside are saying about that master? No idea. Fong wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Could the master Jack was talking about be Wonkai? These past few days, he'd been focused on improving his talents and hadn't had the time to pay attention to what was happening outside. The second best under the Grandmaster. That's what everyone is saying. Apparently, after that reputation spread, quite a few masters came to challenge him, but they all went home empty-handed. Really? What, Brother Fong, you don't believe me? If you don't believe it, you can look it up online. Whoever's lying, may their kids be born without buttholes. As soon as he heard Fong's skepticism, Jack grew a bit anxious. This was his idol, after all. How could anyone compare to him? I believe you, I believe you. By now, Fong was certain it was Wang Kai. It seemed a lot had happened over the past 3 days. Fong mused. Over the past 3 days, Fong Henti had much interaction with Wang Kai. His 100% loyalty allowed him to trust Wang Kai unconditionally. By the way, I've also heard some rumors. The rules for this warrior assessment might be different from before, and those who perform exceptionally well during the assessment have a very good chance of catching the eye of the Windfire Guild's master and being taken on as a disciple. That's the master's disciple, after all. If I were to be taken on as a disciple by my idol, the #1 Grandmaster, I'd be grinning like a pig in my sleep. Of course, that's impossible. God willing, I'll just pass the assessment. Hey, Brother Fong, what are you laughing at? Can't I just talk? Amid the commotion, the two had already arrived at the assessment area, where a staff member was beginning to address the crowd. Since everyone's here, let me go over the criteria for this warrior assessment. For novice warriors, the first round is a strength test, and the second round is a combat test. The rules for the first stage are a bit different this time. As long as you achieve 450 gene or more in the strength test, you'll be eligible to proceed to the second stage. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for all of you. I know many of you have already reached 450 gene or even more in strength, but don't get cocky. Whether you can seize this chance depends on your results in the combat test. The rules for the second stage, the combat test, will be explained by Master once you enter the assessment area. As you should know, becoming a warrior isn't the end, it's just the beginning. After becoming a warrior, you can join a martial arts school to continue your training, or you can use your warrior status to find your ideal job. If you're thinking of joining a martial arts school, you might want to consider our Windfire Guild first. We offer excellent benefits and won't let you down. Most importantly, our esteemed master will select the top performers to take on as disciples after the assessments are complete. Here's a little secret: the first master, second only to our grandmaster, will also be making an appearance. The staff member's words completely electrified the crowd. Not only had the standards for the first round assessment been lowered, but there was also the possibility of being taken on as a disciple by the master himself, and that legendary powerhouse was set to appear. Being accepted as his disciple would be like rising to the top in one fell swoop. Ha, I wasn't wrong. Xiao Fengzi, remember to call me Fat Brother when we meet from now on. A Fat Brother's strength is exactly 450 gene, not a bit more, not a bit less. All that last-minute training really paid off. Jack, standing nearby, was so excited he was nearly in tears. He never expected his luck to turn so dramatically. Becoming a warrior this time really was within reach. Little Fonzie, don't be upset. From now on, whenever Fat Brother has something to drink, you'll get a bite to eat. I'll never shortchange you. Seeing that Fong didn't react much, Jack assumed he hadn't met the standard and tried to comfort him. The reason Fong didn't react was twofold. First, his strength had long since surpassed the advanced warrior level, so this test was a piece of cake for him. Second, he had spotted Iris not far away. Hey, Brother Fong, don't walk away. I was just joking, don't be mad. Jack watched Fong walk off to the side and ran after him. It wasn't until he saw Iris up ahead that he finally understood everything. Fong had spotted the girl he had a crush on. No wonder he hadn't paid him any attention, Jack muttered to himself. Fong, you're the kind of guy who forgets his friends when he sees a pretty face. Hello, Iris. Fong suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't figure out why his usual thick skin wasn't working for him right now. It's Fong, and Liang Ping too. What a coincidence. I thought I was the only one taking the assessment in Zone C. Iris looked pleased to see the two of them and gave a playful smile. Yeah, it really is a coincidence. Fong was suddenly at a loss for words, not knowing what to say, but Jack Liang Ping behind him came to Fong's rescue. Iris, weren't you already accepted into the Windfire Guild? Why are you here taking the exam again? Hearing Jack's confusion, Iris brushed a strand of loose hair from her face and said with a smile. Actually, I'm here to help Master find an apprentice too. After all, this is a rare opportunity. If I can become Master S apprentice, I'll be able to avoid a lot of detours on my path as a warrior. Plus, for some personal reasons, I have to give this a try. Fong noticed the look of distress on Iris's face, presumably due to something she couldn't discuss, so he stopped Jack before he could pry further. By the way, how are you guys preparing? Are you confident about this warrior assessment? Especially you, Fong. I remember your results from the last test weren't very good. You've got to do your best. Iris changed the subject. Looking at the somewhat shy boy in front of her, she recalled how cute he used to be back in class. Sometimes, when she spoke to him, he wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye. This had bothered her for a long time back then. She even thought Fong might dislike her. She actually knew how Fong felt, and she herself had been somewhat interested in this boy who had a nice personality and was kind of cute, but Fong was as thick as a log and had absolutely no idea how to make a move. So it was a bit of a shame that she hadn't had a romance of her own during her school days. Her visit to Zone C for the assessment wasn't a coincidence. She'd seen that Fong was there too. She wasn't doing this to get involved in anything, she just wanted to put a period at the end of this interesting chapter of her life. Her family had already arranged a fiancé for her, an intermediate warrior whose father was a master. Such excellent prospects were something many people could only dream of, but she didn't want to marry someone she didn't love. So she wanted to resist. If she could become the Master S apprentice, there was a chance the marriage could be called off. As long as there was even a sliver of hope, she would strive for it. Me. Hey, isn't that Liang Ping? What are you doing here for the assessment? Can just anyone come now? Upon hearing Iris's words, Fong was just about to say something when he was interrupted by someone behind him. The two turned to look and saw Jack glaring angrily at a person walking toward them. Chapter 15, Angry Jack, the Demon Brother-in-Law. Humph. What business is my assessment any of your concern? Liang Ping snorted coldly. Whoa, you've gotten even more hot-tempered in just a few days. That's not right. How is this not my business? As long as your sister is my wife, I'm your brother-in-law. Do you think I should mind? Take a piece of advice from your brother-in-law. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. What's the point? Just go home. So you don't go out there and make a fool of yourself. A flicker of despair crossed Jack's eyes. It was this very man before him who had dragged his sister into the abyss. He had once presented himself to the world as a man of integrity, but ever since marrying his sister, he had stopped hiding his true nature, constantly committing domestic violence, bullying and humiliating her, and committing every conceivable evil. His sister, Liang Si, had cried countless times when she returned to her parents' home, saying she never wanted to go back to that house, that she felt like she was dying. But every time he watched in despair as his kind-hearted sister was slowly torn away from him by this man right before his eyes, her feeble cries cut into his heart like a knife. Yet there was nothing he could do. It was all because of this man standing before him, warrior. And he wasn't one. That was why he was so desperate to become a warrior, to free his sister from this man once and for all. As long as he passed this warrior trial, none of it would be a pipe dream. Don't get mad, little brother. If you get mad, I'll be unhappy, and if I'm unhappy, Seer will suffer. I'm sure you, as her younger brother, wouldn't want it cause your sister any pain, right? Intermediate warrior. God, are you trying to wipe us siblings off the face of the earth? Save us. Is there anyone who can save us? Anyone at all. As long as they can rescue us from the clutches of this demon, I'm willing to be their slave for the rest of my life. Jack screamed helplessly in his heart. Upon hearing Yu Zhengqing announce that he was about to be certified as an intermediate warrior, some of those around him who had been considering intervening quickly abandoned the idea. After all, an intermediate warrior was not someone they could afford to mess with. Hey, so you're Yu Zhengqing, huh? Jack told me you weren't fit to be called human, but now I think he was wrong. You're not just unfit to be human, you're not even fit to be a fucking dog. From now on, don't go by Yu Zhengqing either, it's embarrassing to even say that name. Just call yourself Dog Bastard. Fong suddenly spoke up from the side, causing the crowd to burst into laughter, though most were more confused. How dare someone who hadn't even passed the warrior exam provoke a warrior on the verge of being certified as an intermediate warrior? Iris, standing nearby, looked at Fong with concern. Brother Fong. Jack, standing nearby, was so moved that he was on the verge of tears seeing Fong speak up for him, but he instinctively tried to stop him. That dog bastard was about to be certified as an intermediate warrior. Someone Fong, who hadn't even passed the warrior exam yet, couldn't afford to offend. He didn't want his best friend to get dragged into this because of him. But Fong blocked Jack with just one hand, staring straight at Yu Zhengcheng. Jack looked at Fong in shock. He'd just given it his all, yet his best friend Fong had stopped him with just one hand. I think you're asking for trouble. Yu Zhengqing was instantly enraged. He had actually been provoked by a weakling. He swung a punch, channeling all his strength into it. Who gave you, a weakling, the courage to dare provoke me? Just then, the administrator's voice rang out from within the hall. No loud noise or fighting is permitted in the martial arts hall. Serious violations will result in disqualification from the assessment and expulsion from the hall. These words hit Yu Zhengqing like a bucket of cold water, snapping him back to his senses. He shot Fong a fierce glare, then, after hurling a threat, strode toward the intermediate warrior assessment area. You'd better never leave the martial arts hall. Yu Zhengqing had already harbored a deep grudge against Fong, but what he didn't know was that the administrator's warning had saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been lying there right now. Brother Fong, are you okay? You didn't suffer any internal injuries, did you? Jack didn't snap out of it until Yu Zhengqing had left. He'd forgotten that Fong had just blocked him with one hand, so he hurriedly felt all over Fong's body, afraid there might be some injury. That demon was capable of anything. Iris also stepped forward, her face full of concern. I'm fine. Fong thought to himself with a sigh of regret that he hadn't let that guy strike first. After all, in the martial arts hall, self-defense wasn't against the rules. Just one punch, and he could have left that guy completely incapacitated. He'd originally planned to settle this trouble for Jack right here, but it seemed he'd have to wait until after the assessment was over. I'm just glad you're okay. That nearly scared the life out of me. I really thought you were done for this time. Jack was still shaken. Fong, don't be so reckless next time. If there's a problem, we can handle it together. Acting like this really worries us. Iris said earnestly, though she also felt a tinge of relief for Liang Ping. She was glad to have a good friend who dared to stand up for him in a situation like this. She hadn't misjudged him. Fong was indeed someone others could trust. But the two of them wouldn't be in the same world in the future. Su-wan, don't worry. I won't be so reckless next time. Fong felt a little excited inside. Jack, standing nearby, relaxed once he knew everything was okay. He vowed to pass the warrior assessment not for anyone else, but so his sister could escape that scumbag. Sis, don't worry. I'll definitely become a warrior. Even if he is a certified intermediate warrior, I'll get you away from him. Just then, a commanding voice rang out in the hall. The warrior assessment officially begins. Chapter 16, Did Fong blow up the testing machine? And that's not all. Charge. Boom. The muscles on Jack's face tensed as he struggled, his gaze intense beyond measure. His aura reached its peak as he swung a punch, slamming it into the strength tester. 470 gene. Passed. The bright red number and eye-catching large text appeared on the screen. I passed. I passed. Jack walked out of the testing room elated, telling Fong and Iris his score, and the two couldn't help but cheer as well. The strength test went quickly, and soon it was Iris' turn. When Jack saw her result, he was completely stunned. 600 gene of strength. That was 130 gene higher than his own, a massive gap. Fong was also taken aback when he heard the result. He'd expected just over 500 gene, but never imagined she'd break through the 600 gene mark. He couldn't fathom how such a petite body could possess such immense strength. Finally, amid the two men's anticipation, it was Fong's turn. Brother Fong, even if you fail, Jack, will still consider you my brother. I also have a younger sister. Fong cut Jack off just in time and walked into the testing room without looking back. Jack was a bit worried. Brother Fong's result on the last strength test was only 300 gene. Was it even possible for him to reach 450 gene in such a short time? Becoming a warrior was Brother Fong's dream. It must feel awful to have that dream shattered. Jack had already secretly decided, since Brother Fong and Iris were never going to work out, he might as well introduce his own sister to Brother Fong. After all, he trusted Brother Fong's character. If he couldn't become a warrior, getting a wife wouldn't be so bad either. But just as the two of them were worrying about Fong, the testing room exploded. It literally blew up. Fong stared at the scene in utter bewilderment. He never expected that with just one punch, the strength tester in front of him would start smoking, then burst into sparks and lightning and explode. The testing staff standing nearby were just as baffled. He'd been conducting these tests for years and had never seen anything like this. How could a perfectly good strength tester just blow up out of the blue? Was it a shoddy machine? He reported the incident immediately, and soon another person arrived in the testing room. After examining the blown-up machine from every angle, he said a few words and left. "We're very sorry, candidate. This was our oversight. The wiring in this machine had deteriorated, causing an internal malfunction that led to an accident during the test. We sincerely apologize for this, but it won't delay your test. Please follow me." The staff member spoke sincerely to Fong, then led him to a new testing room. This machine was manufactured in recent years. The probability of a malfunction is less than 1 in a million. I'm confident it won't have any further issues. Please continue with the test. If you have any questions, I'll answer them one by one. This time, the staff member was brimming with confidence under his supervision. There was absolutely no chance of any further errors occurring. "If this thing breaks again, will I have to pay for it?" Fong's first reaction upon seeing the new machine was that even if he sold everything he owned, he still wouldn't be able to afford it. "Please rest assured, candidate. The Windfire Guild will cover all costs, and I am confident that this machine will not experience any further issues during this assessment." "All right, that puts my mind at ease." After receiving the staff member's assurance, Fong's concerns vanished. Standing before the machine, he took a deep breath and swung a punch that crashed into the ground like a meteor. He put 100% of his strength into that punch. Today's warrior assessment was his chance to rise to the occasion, a moment he waited 18 years for, and no one could stop him. Boom! Bang! For a moment, Fong was full of vigor, like a conqueror descending from the heavens, and then he was stunned. This so-called brand new machine, just like the one before it, began to smoke after taking Fong's punch, followed by a shower of sparks and lightning, and then with a loud bang it exploded again. Fong was the first person ever to witness fireworks twice during the warrior assessment. "Hey, your machines are way too shoddy, it blew up again." Fong struck first. After all, he couldn't afford to pay for it. "That's impossible. That absolutely can't be. But why did it blow up again? Even if I blew it up, there's no way it would have exploded." The staff were completely dumbfounded, then stared at the wreckage and burst into tears. Outside, Jack and Iris waited anxiously. Why had it taken so long for him to come out? What on earth had happened? Everyone else had already completed the first stage of the assessment. Jack even wanted to rush inside to check, but was stopped by a staff member standing nearby. "The first stage, the strength test, is over. The second stage, the combat test, is about to begin. Candidates who have passed the assessment, please follow me." A warrior from the martial arts school suddenly spoke up. "Sir, my friend is still inside the first stage, he hasn't come out yet. Can we wait a little longer?" "Just a little while." Jack spoke anxiously. He didn't want Fong to miss this opportunity. "Ha, he still hasn't come out by now. What other outcome could there be? He definitely failed. Too embarrassed to face you, so he snuck away on the sly." "Who says he slipped away? Maybe he's just inside having some tea and snacks." "Ha, I suppose that's a possibility. Not just anyone can pass the test. Your friend still hasn't shown up, he must have left." With an assessment this massive, there are plenty of cases like this. After Jack finished speaking, waves of mocking laughter rippled through the crowd. Silence. Candidate, my orders are to lead you all to the second stage, the practical test. Please don't waste everyone's time. Everyone, please follow me. Warrior didn't he agree to Jack's request? His orders were to lead everyone away. No way. Brother Fong wouldn't he leave on his own? He must still be in there. Jack stared intently at the exit, but even when only he and Iris were left, he still didn't see Fong appear. If you two don't leave now, you'll be disqualified from the assessment. A staff member standing nearby urged them on, and Jack and Iris had no choice but to leave and move on to the next assessment. Brother Fong, where did you go? Chapter 17, Grandmaster's Shock, The Struggle for Fong. Sir, we've already issued the order. The warrior assessment will proceed as scheduled. Inside a room, a staff member from the martial arts academy stood trembling as he reported to a kindly-looking elderly man before him, his face betraying not the slightest hint of complacency. These were all bigwigs, after all, and the slightest misstep could cost him his life. Tell him that due to a machine malfunction, the strength test must be repeated. This time, replace the standard strength measuring device with the one specifically designed for the warrior assessment. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the staff member hurriedly turned and left. It wasn't until he was a good distance from the room that he let out a deep sigh of relief. He never expected that a minor incident during the assessment would actually alert the Grandmaster himself. The standard strength measuring device was designed to prioritize precision over load-bearing capacity, whereas the warrior-specific model was different. It could withstand a force of 10,000 Jin, and the master-level version was even more powerful. But he felt that switching to the warrior-grade machine was overkill. The boy was only 18 years old. Even if he were exceptionally strong, he was still merely a novice warrior. The Hall Master was a Grandmaster. Why would he bother with such trivial matters? Master Kong, the four of us didn't come here to watch you deal with these petty trifles. What kind of drama could a mere warrior assessment possibly stir up? Let us discuss the ownership of this martial arts hall instead. A middle-aged man, exuding the aura of someone long accustomed to high office, suddenly spoke up, and the atmosphere around them instantly turned icy. What's this? I, Yuan, am not dead yet. Are you already unable to resist snatching it away? Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, but his gaze never strayed from the large electronic screen in the room, as if the person sitting beside him weren't a Grandmaster at all. And the image on that screen was none other than the live feed of Fong's test. Ha, Elder Kong, we're not competing with you, we're simply redistributing resources. The martial arts hall has always been governed by merit. Before that incident, we had no objection to your Windfire Guild controlling it. But can the Windfire Guild of today even compare to what it used to be? Another man spoke up, his smile hiding a sharp edge. The four Grandmasters had already united as one front. There was no way they were going to return empty-handed this time. Let us not let this ruin our harmony. Since we're here, let us say this matter is open for discussion. Didn't Elder Kong want to see just how strong that kid really is? Then the four of us will accompany Elder Kong to watch, but I hope he'll set aside some time for us afterward. Another Grandmaster spoke up. The other three Grandmasters, finding it difficult to object, gave a cold snort and turned their gaze toward Fong on the screen. Unbeknownst to Fong, his actions had already caught the attention of the five Grandmasters. At that moment, he was led by a staff member into a room where a machine slightly different from the ones before stood in the center. Candidate, please continue the assessment. The staff member's voice rang out. Fong didn't give it much thought. He had already figured out why the machines in his previous two tests had exploded. His strength had long since surpassed 5,000 Jin, placing him well beyond the realm of a novice warrior. The testing machines simply couldn't withstand his immense power. Come on, don't let me down this time. Fong muttered under his breath, pushing his aura to its absolute limit. Vitality surged through him, strength coalesced, and his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. With a thunderous boom, his fist tore through the air and slammed violently into the machine. Impressive aura, your strength should break through 3,000 Jin. It looks like you guys at the Windfire Guild have struck gold this time. Inside the office, a Grandmaster watching Fong's performance from the monitoring room couldn't help but praise him. Reaching the intermediate warrior rank at 18 was a rare talent in any level 3 martial arts academy. If nurtured properly, he would become another peak level master in the future. Old Kong, how about you let us at the Dingtian Guild have this kid? I can authorize giving your Windfire Guild 5 level 2 beast core. Based on his years of experience, another grandmaster realized that the teenager on the video wasn't just at 3000 gene, he was very likely to break through 3500 gene. Therefore, trading 5 level 2 beast cores for him was a fair deal. This was already a substantial price after all, not every level 2 beast possesses a beast core. Haha, I knew I hadn't misjudged this kid. Let me make this clear, this kid belongs to my Windfire Guild. Don't even think about trying anything funny. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this scene. He sensed right at the entrance to the hall that this kid was no ordinary youth possessing superhuman perception, and now his strength had reached 3000 gene. With such talent, he was certainly worthy of a grandmaster. Seeing how resolute Yuan was, the other four said no more. Although the youth's talent was impressive, it wasn't worth the four grandmasters arguing over him. Boom! Inside the testing room, a deafening roar echoed. This time, the machine didn't explode, but the bright red numbers on the display were fluctuating wildly, leaving the staff standing nearby staring in disbelief at the scene before them. They had originally thought the hall master was making a mountain out of a molehill, but it seemed this youth was truly no ordinary talent. At that moment, his emotions were fluctuating just as wildly as the numbers on the machine. 5600 gene. The moment the reading appeared, the staff members standing nearby were so shocked their jaws dropped. 5600 gene, how was that possible? That was a level of strength only an advanced warrior could generate. How could this be? Not bad. Falm was unaware of what others were thinking upon seeing the reading, he simply nodded with satisfaction. Advanced warrior. Inside the office, when everyone saw the reading on the machine, the four grandmasters couldn't help but shout it out. The shock on each of their faces was completely unhidden, and they could all sense the excitement in one another. As grandmaster-level warriors, they understood all too well what this truly meant. A strength of 5600 gene in an 18-year-old boy, this was far beyond what could be described as mere talent. As long as he didn't die young, he was certain to become a grandmaster-level powerhouse. He might even reach the realm of High Grandmaster, becoming a figure who could dominate the martial arts hall. How could they not be thrilled? They never expected this trip would lead them to discover such a prodigy. Elder Kong, I, Zui Yulong, swear by my Grandmaster's honor, as long as you hand this youth over to the Dingtian Guild, we will never interfere in the affairs of the martial arts hall, and we will even give the Windfire Guild 20 level 2 beast core. The Grandmaster who had spoken moments ago could no longer sit still. A genius like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had been willing to let him go earlier because the boy's talent had merely been pretty good, but now, under no circumstances could he let him slip away. You people from the Dingtian Guild are truly despicable. As long as the elder agrees to hand this youth over to our Shanghai Martial Arts Hall, I, Yang Yan, swear by my name as Grandmaster that not only will I refrain from interfering in the affairs of the martial arts hall, I'll add 30 beast core crystals on top of that, but I'll also stand alongside the Windfire Guild. Yang Yan, you're despicable. You're tearing up our pact. Humph, so what if I tear up the pact? Compared to this boy, what's a martial arts hall worth? Yang Yan showed not the slightest sign of fear. He was determined to claim this youth for the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall. The two grandmasters were clearly preparing for a major showdown. Previously, they had been able to unite against Yuan because they shared a common interest, but now, in the face of conflicting interests, they were once again on the verge of a split. As the old saying goes, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. This is the territory of my Windfire Guild at South, not your place to run wild here. Let me make this clear, he belongs to my Windfire Guild. Anyone who dares lay a finger on him, I, Yuan, will stake my entire martial arts hall on it. Yuan truly lived up to his reputation as a veteran grandmaster. The aura of a true powerhouse radiated from him, deeply shocking the four men. They hadn't expected his strength to have risen yet again. Old Khan, is there really no room for further discussion? If you offend all 4 of our martial arts schools at once, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. One of the grandmasters spoke up again, his tone hostile.
What's that supposed to mean?
If you don't believe me, I'll fight you right now. It's been a while since I've stretched my limbs.
Ha, Elder Yuan, you're joking.
It's not worth fighting over a mere youth, let us just drop it. The 4th grandmaster stepped in to smooth things over, but it was precisely those words that solidified the 4 grandmasters' resolve. If we can't have him, the Windfire Guild won't get him either. This youth must die.
The moment his trial ends will be the moment he meets his end.
You, Yuan, won't be able to stop the 4 of us grandmasters from acting together. The 4 grandmasters watched Fawn on the screen. Though they felt some reluctance, killing him was better than letting him fall into the hands of the Windfire Guild. If he were to become a high grandmaster one day, their own martial arts school would be the first to face trouble. Even if there was only the slightest chance, they had to nip that risk in the bud. Seeing the 4 of them fall silent, Yuan did not relax. Instead, he sensed that this was the calm before the storm. He never expected this youth to give him such a huge surprise. It seemed that once this was over, whether because of the martial arts hall or this youth, he wouldn't be able to avoid a major battle.
Young man, don't let me down.
Yuan, of course, knew what they were thinking. He muttered to himself, his gaze drifting into the distance as his thoughts wandered. Chapter 18, with the staff in hand, the world is mine, a real-world test.
Boom! Boom!
Near a level 2 spatial rift in the wilderness of Jianhai City, a burly man in black was slaughtering every beast in sight like a tyrant. Wherever his gaze fell, not a blade of grass remained, and no beasts survived. The spatial rift had suddenly become a graveyard for beasts. If I slay just 3 more level 2 beasts, I'll break through to Grandmaster. I'm sure my master will be very pleased to hear this news, and I'll be able to protect him even better. The man in black speaking was none other than Wang Kai in his human form. Since transforming into a human, he had quickly adapted to human society and discovered a way to level up rapidly. Beings like them, raised by their masters, could all advance by slaying beasts. 3 days ago, he had joined the Windfire Guild. After staying there for 2 days, he bid farewell to the guild master and came here in search of an opportunity to break through to the Grandmaster rank. He had already wiped out every beast in this spatial rift, and no new ones would appear for some time. Suddenly, Wang Kai sensed the presence of a beast and, without a moment's hesitation, charged forward to strike again. Your Excellency, the results of your strength test have been officially recorded. Next is the practical test. Please follow me. Ever since the staff member learned of Fang's true strength, his speech had become halting. He didn't dare look up at him directly and didn't even realize he'd added the honorific Sir to his title. After all, he himself was only a novice warrior, while the candidate before him had already reached the level of an advanced warrior. It seems strength really is everything, Fang mused. No wonder everyone is striving to climb the ranks. If it weren't for the system's arrival, he might still be just an inconspicuous passerby on the street. Esteemed candidate, this is the armory. Please select a suitable weapon. There's one thing I must explain to you. Since the strength test took a bit longer than expected, the combat test began half an hour ago. As a result, the weapons here are whatever others have left behind. If you'd like to choose again, I can request a new selection from the higher-ups. No need. These will do. Fawn looked at the considerable number of weapons remaining before him and found himself momentarily at a loss, but when he spotted a certain item, he made up his mind. Can everything here be used as a weapon? Yes, candidate. All right, then. I'll take that one. Fong pointed to a corner nearby, a spot that seemed to have been rarely visited. Very well. That knife is the finest weapon here. Though it may not be the most attractive, it will serve you well. No sooner had the staff member finished speaking than he suddenly realized that the candidate before him was an advanced warrior and that knife was only suitable for beginners and intermediate level users. No, I think you've misunderstood. I'm referring to the pillar next to that knife. Ha? A pillar? The staff member was baffled. He looked at the pillar next to him. It was indeed a 4-meter-long alloy pillar with a base diameter of 20 centimeters, serving as a support column for the armory. It was forged from a powerful alloy specifically to ensure the armory's security. "Give it to him." A voice suddenly rang in the staff member's ears, causing his body to jerk violently. He knew it was the voice of the martial arts hall. "Yes, sir. I'll fetch that pillar for you right away." And so, under the staff member's stunned gaze, Fong hoisted the alloy pillar onto his shoulder and headed toward the combat testing area. "Wait a moment, candidate. A high-ranking official has asked me to convey a message to you. He says, a warrior stands tall and firm, he should fear nothing. Fight to your heart's content, and let me see if you are worthy of the Windfire Guild's full support." "All right, then please convey a message from me as well." "Fong, as you wish." After saying this, Fong turned and walked away. He had already guessed who the speaker was. Who else could command the entire Windfire Guild? The Guild Master Yuan Grandmaster. It seemed his performance had caught the Grandmaster's attention, which was exactly what Fong had intended. After all, in today's warrior-dominated society, going it alone would never amount to much. Even though he possessed the tamer system, allowing him to raise creatures indefinitely, it would all be for naught without time to grow. Was he really going to rely solely on Wonkai, who was only at the peak of the Master Realm, to protect him? Taming points could only be earned by slaying insects. It had taken him 7 days to gather enough taming points to raise Wonkai to the Master level, and Fong had a premonition that the taming points required for the 6th training session would no longer increase fivefold but even more. And that's just for one creature. If he were to raise a 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, the number of taming points required would be astronomical. So, for better development, joining the martial arts academy is the best choice. As long as he demonstrates enough talent, he'll receive more attention, which will give him more time and resources to help himself grow. Actually, sometimes Fong felt he was being too impatient. Becoming powerful doesn't happen overnight. He wanted to slow down, but ever since fusing the ant talent, he felt a sense of impending danger looming over himself and his family, especially in recent days, when that sense of danger had grown even stronger. He dared not let his guard down. He had to keep getting stronger so that when the day came when his family needed him, he could step up. After passing through the thick concrete and stone walls and walking for what felt like several minutes, Fong finally spotted the spatial rift, which was heavily guarded. This location was far removed from the martial arts hall, so the rift's effects did not interfere with the hall's normal operations. By now, an hour had passed since the start of the practical test, and candidates were already emerging one after another. However, these were all candidates who had failed the test and been ejected by the masters stationed inside. But none of them left after emerging. They wanted to see just how many people would actually pass the test. Just as they were waiting, they suddenly saw a figure slowly appearing behind them. How come there's still someone coming now? Could it be an examiner? No, he's not wearing a uniform. He's a candidate. Wait, damn it, why is he carrying an iron bar? One of them spoke in astonishment, wondering if he'd seen things wrong. I remember a guy named Jack saying his friend Hen T made it out of the first stage yet. Could it be him? Now that you mention it, I think I remember too. There really was someone like that. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but when they saw Fong's imposing presence, they immediately fell silent. Who could possibly withstand a swing from that iron rod? Humph, what is he even doing here now? Bringing a rod? I bet he's just here to show off. He'll be sneaking out in a minute. Someone who had failed the assessment was already in a bad mood. Seeing Fong like this, he couldn't help but vent his frustration. Fong ignored him and stepped into the spatial rift. Chapter 19, Dynamic Vision Talent Fusion. Part 1. So this is the Blood Moon world. Fong stepped inside, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a brand new world. Everything was so strange as far as the eye could see. It was as if he had arrived in a primordial world. Even the most ordinary tree here could rival a 100-year-old ancient tree from the outside world. The practical assessment lasts 1 day. The rules are simple: return here alive once the time is up, or come see me early with a beast's head. Either way, you'll pass the assessment. A level 1 low tier beast is worth 1 point, a medium tier 1, 2 points, and a high tier 1, 3 points. The higher your score, the greater the reward you'll receive. The spatial rift will close in 1 day and 1T reopen for another year. I'm sure you wouldn't want people to have to carry your corpse back a year from now.
Here's a distress talisman. Crush it, and we'll sense it. But crushing it means you've failed the assessment. Choose carefully. Remember, don't try to pull any tricks. I have the right to invalidate your results. In front of the spatial rift sat a master with his eyes closed, his duty to guard this rift. Upon seeing Fong arrive, though he didn't know why a candidate was still entering at this hour, he briefed him on the situation as usual. Holy shit! Now they've even learned to ambush people. Fong narrowly avoided the attack.
Snapping out of his daze, he quickly counterattacked, swinging his iron staff through the air toward the charging demon tiger. But the demon tiger was even faster, somersaulting mid-air to dodge the blow. Fong hadn't expected the very first beasts he encountered to be so tough, and now he could clearly see the demon tiger's form.
A level 1, mid-tier beasts. Blood tiger. Roar.
Seeing its attack had failed, the blood tiger let out a furious roar and charged once more.
Fong's iron rod was no pushover either. He gripped it tightly with both hands and unleashed a sweeping strike. Bang! A sickening sound of cracking bones echoed through the air.
The blood tiger let out an agonized scream, slammed into a nearby tree, and then lay lifeless. My strength has reached the advanced warrior level. For a level 1, medium-tier beast like you, if you're hit by my iron staff and don't end up as mincemeat, you're getting off easy.
Fong stepped forward and cut off the blood tiger's left ear as proof of the kill. This place is too vast, it's simply unrealistic to go looking for Jack and Iris.
Besides, they've probably found their own group by now. After all, traveling in a group is the best chance of survival here.
My goal isn't to complete the assessment. I have to slay enough beasts to gain the attention I deserve.
Soon, Fong encountered another beast, though he couldn't identify it. During the fight, the scent of blood attracted 2 more blood tigers, and the pressure mounted instantly. Fortunately, the 3 beasts weren't particularly strong. One was a level 1 mid-tier, and the other 2 were level 1 low-tier. Facing all 3 at once, and lacking much combat experience, Fong managed to slay them only after paying a heavy price.
Exhausted, Fong sat down on the ground.
The 3 blood-soaked beast corpses lay motionless beside him, and he was covered in blood, though most of it wasn't his own. That battle had drained most of his stamina, and under these circumstances, Fong realized his own weaknesses. He had enough strength, but his reflexes and physical constitution were lacking. When facing fast beasts, his iron staff simply couldn't land a hit, and doing so only wasted his stamina. If this continued, let alone slaying more beasts, he'd struggle just to stay alive. If not for this assessment, Fong wouldn't have known when he would have realized this. While a warrior might be fine in the early stages under these conditions, such hidden risks would only grow as the battle progressed.
He might even collapse physically due to the vast disparity in attributes before he even had a chance to fight. I must fuse another talent right now.
This talent must drastically enhance my reaction speed or physical constitution, otherwise, with my current combat power, I'm simply too far behind.
I've got it, I'll choose this one. The Mantis.
A physically superior build, a natural-born hunter, and a master of camouflage. The mantis is one of the few carnivorous insects in nature, a natural swordsman, nature's finest assassin, and a common yet formidable predator. Moreover, in his previous life, there was even a martial art named after the mantis. Its power is easy to imagine. Before the assessment, Fong had spent some time collecting several types of insects and raising them separately, and among them happened to be a mantis. Although he had raised quite a few, Fong didn't fuse talents haphazardly. After all, he could only fuse 2 at a time.
Ding!
Praying mantis talents detected combat instinct, dynamic vision, powerful mimicry.
Extract?
System, extract the praying mantis talents.
Ding! Extraction successful. Combat instinct, dynamic vision, powerful mimicry.
Seeing this, Fong was torn.
He wanted the first one, combat instinct, and the second, dynamic vision, as well.
As for the third, powerful mimicry, it wasn't very useful to him right now, so he could set it aside for the time being. The combat instinct talent transforms combat awareness into a talent integrated into the body, turning combat into an instinct just as one knows to drink water when thirsty or eat when hungry. Even an ordinary human, once endowed with the combat instinct talent, would become a top-tier soldier on the battlefield. As for dynamic vision, this is an even more formidable talent. It grants the ability to capture, break down, and perceive the imagery of moving targets while observing them, a capacity to discern the details of moving objects. Simply put, it's as if a bullet fired from a gun moves as slowly as a snail in your eyes. In the fierce battle against the beasts, life and death often hinge on a split second, and the dynamic vision talent seems tailor-made for this very purpose. One is the combat instinct, the other is dynamic vision. Both talents can greatly enhance his combat prowess. Fong didn't hesitate for long and quickly made his decision. System, I choose to fuse with dynamic vision. Chapter 20, Dynamic Vision Talent Fusion, 2. This feeling, it's truly incredible. Fong completely fused the mantis's dynamic vision into himself. When he opened his eyes again to look at the world, it seemed to have completely transformed. The tree branch swayed in the gentle breeze, but to Fong's eyes, the process had slowed down dozens of times over. He could even predict the direction of the branch's next sway in the wind. At this moment, Fong's eyes were not only a super high-speed camera but also a super-powered processor. He could rapidly capture, analyze, and perceive images of anything he saw. The true terror of this dynamic vision lies not merely in its ability to slow everything down tenfold, it also enhances Fong's reaction time tenfold. If an ordinary person needs 0.5 seconds to react to an event, a warrior needs 0.05 seconds. For Fong, it takes a mere 0.005 seconds. This is a terrifying capability. Fong can respond almost the instant an event occurs. Any sneak attack is completely meaningless to Fong. Moreover, it's not just his reaction time, his physical capabilities and agility have also seen massive improvements. Right now, I can take on 10 versions of my former self and do it effortlessly. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Fong exclaimed excitedly. Dynamic vision had given him such a huge surprise. Host, Fong. Fusion talents. Centurion strength, current progress, 50%, next stage, 1000-fold strength. Basic dynamic vision, next stage, intermediate. Taming points, 20. The Centurion strength talent has also seen a slight increase thanks to dynamic vision. My strength has now reached 7000 gene. I'm one step closer to becoming a master. With the boost from dynamic vision, just how far am I from a master now? Without giving it another thought, Fong began dissecting the 3 beast carcasses. The scene was as gory as it could possibly be, and once he was done, he climbed up a tree to wait quietly. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he attracted quite a few beasts. Ha ha ha, for more. Fong's voice rang out from the tree, instantly startling the beasts feeding below. They roared furiously at him, but Fong wasn't about to go easy on them. With his iron rod in hand, the feeding ground instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. A bloody rampage ensued, and when it was over, Fong repeated his routine. He cut off the beasts' left ears, gutted them, and then hid off to the side, waiting for more prey to come to him. The blood-soaked area grew larger and larger, attracting more and more beasts, and Fong's pockets grew fuller and fuller. Eventually, Fong was no longer recognizable as a human. He resembled a terrifying blood-soaked figure, his body covered layer upon layer with the beast's blood. The atmosphere of murderous intent in this place grew ever heavier. Fong waited a while longer but saw no beasts appear. He realized the beasts had come to regard this place as off-limits. He then flayed the beasts, fashioned a simple backpack from their hides, stuffed all the beasts' left ears inside, and left without looking back. Fong had no idea that, after he left, a 5-person squad passed by and was so terrified they were speechless. One of the girls was so frightened she wet her pants and immediately crushed her distress talisman, convinced that a terrifying beast had appeared there. When the master, who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, witnessed this, he was deeply shaken. However, he quickly noticed traces left behind by someone, and that the left ear of every beast was missing. He immediately realized this was the work of a candidate. It seems there's a remarkable figure among this year's candidates. Perhaps he'll be able to participate in the upcoming battle of the celestial geniuses. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. The master marveled, but he didn't forget the purpose of his visit. He took the person who had crushed the distress talisman back with him, instantly reducing the 5-person squad to a 1-person squad. The sole remaining member looked at the terrifying landscape before him, then at the master who was about to leave. Though he was utterly reluctant, he too crushed the distress talisman in his hand. If he stayed any longer, forget about the assessment, he wouldn't even survive. As for Fawn, the one responsible for all this, he had no idea where he'd ended up. It was already late in the day, and there wasn't a single sign of human presence anywhere around him. Fawn began to suspect he might have reached the boundary of the trial. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out, and Fawn's senses snapped to attention. Then he heard the sounds of a fierce battle and the roars of beasts. What's that? Fawn didn't act rashly, he slowly approached to take a closer look. Quick, you guys run. I'll hold it off. I never expected this beast to evade Master's ambush, hide at the edge of the assessment area, and successfully advance to a level 2 beast. Its power has already reached the Master realm, it's not something you candidates can handle. We have distress talismans, we can call for help from the Master. No, we're too far from the Master. There's no way he'd make it in time. The voices coming from the distance startled Fawn. Among them was Jack's voice. How could he be here? Could that mean Iris was here too? Upon hearing the reply, Iris felt a sense of despair. After she and Jack entered the Blood Moon world, they had formed a temporary squad with 4 others. 3 of the squad members were candidates with strength levels similar to hers. After half a day of hunting, they had finally managed to slay 3 lower-tier level 1 beasts, 2 mid-tier level 1 beasts, and 1 severely wounded high-tier level 1 beast. As for the last one, it turned out to be unexpectedly cunning. Even after being severely wounded, it managed to flee this far. Not wanting to let such a golden opportunity slip away, the group gave chase, only to find themselves at the boundary of the assessment area. Although they ultimately succeeded in slaying that severely wounded beast, they had unwittingly disturbed an even more terrifying presence. A master-level beast that had been lurking at the boundary all along. The group was instantly overwhelmed. 3 of them were wounded, and even Jack sustained significant injuries. If it hadn't been for the timely intervention of the advanced warrior in charge of guarding the border, they would have become the beast's prey. Why the hell aren't you running yet? Seeing that the 6 of them hadn't moved a muscle, the warrior glared at them furiously. Huh? That voice sounds so familiar, I swear I've heard it somewhere before. Upon hearing those words, an image of a person flashed through Fang's mind. We're not leaving. The 6 of us, plus you, sir, can definitely drive back this level 2 beast. Seeing this, Sun Lichuan was utterly speechless. This was a level 2 beast and you, a novice warrior, thought you could handle it. If it hadn't just leveled up and been a bit weak, that single swipe would been the end of you. Sun Lichuan was about to say something, but the beast's attack had already arrived. He raised his long sword and fought back with all his might, only to be knocked flying as well. Damn it, is my luck really this bad? Sun Lichuan looked at his group of 7, then at the level 2 beast closing in. The last time he'd come this close to death was probably 3 days ago. Back then, he'd still been an intermediate warrior. He never imagined that after that beast's invasion, having found an opportunity in the face of life and death, he'd break through to advanced warrior in such a short time. He'd been lucky back then. He'd run into the electric pole hero and narrowly survived, but this time, no one could save him. Meanwhile, Jack stood nearby, clutching his injured arm, his eyes filled with hatred. He hated himself for his incompetence, for letting his sister down, and for no longer being able to set Brother Fang up with a date. Iris also closed her eyes in despair. Perhaps this outcome was for the best after all. She was about to marry someone she didn't love. At that moment, the beasts were just a hair's breadth away. Chapter 21, Grandmaster's Ambush, Fang in Crisis Part 1. Whoosh! A whistling sound pierced the air, startling several people. A black speck could be seen streaking through the air from a distance, gaining speed rapidly. Its target was none other than the level 2 beasts right before their eyes. What is that? Someone cried out in shock at the sight. So big, so long. Sun Lichuan, whose strength far surpassed that of the other six, had already recognized what the black speck was and blurted it out instinctively. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized how familiar that phrase felt. It was as if he'd said it somewhere before. "Run for your lives." Immediately, a furious roar echoed from behind them. A humanoid blood monster instantly darted past the group. Moreover, none of the level 2 beasts' attacks could land a hit on that master. What were once terrifying beasts had now become mere targets in the master's hands. Who exactly was he? When had a master so skilled with the staff emerged from the martial arts school? Just as Sun Lichuan had said, Fong was relishing the battle. He never imagined that after fusing with the dynamic talent, his strength would become so terrifying in his eyes. This beast was completely transparent. He knew exactly when to strike and where to hit as if watching a slow-motion replay. He was using these level 2 beasts to hone his skills, gain combat experience, and make his talent even more powerful. With the final blow of his staff, Fong finished off the thoroughly exhausted level 2 beast. He then skillfully cut off its left ear before heading deeper into the forest without looking back. Sun Lichuan was so stunned he didn't know what to make of it. It wasn't until Fong had vanished from sight that he came to his senses, then turned to report the incident to his superior. "We're out of danger now. I plan to turn in the mission. Given our current condition, it'll be hard to make it through the night. What do you all think?" Meanwhile, the group, now out of danger, began discussing their next steps. Half of the assessment period had already passed, and after this incident, everyone's combat effectiveness had taken a significant hit. Returning to submit their mission report was the sensible thing to do. "I agree. I have no objections either. Alright, so our squad has slain a total of 6 beasts. Let us divide them according to combat prowess." In the end, Iris was assigned a level 1 intermediate beast, and Jack was assigned a level 1 lower tier beast. The 6 of them set off toward the spatial rift, unaware that after they left, Fong emerged from behind them. I thought something melodramatic would happen again, but I didn't expect the distribution to go so smoothly. It seems I was judging them by my own petty standards. But it's better this way. Now I can go for a stroll outside the assessment area with peace of mind. After saying that, Fong hoisted his iron rod and headed deeper into the area. Beasts below level 2 could no longer satisfy Fong's thirst for combat. He now needed stronger beasts to hone his skills. "You mean a master wielding an iron rod slayed a level 2 beast within the assessment zone?" At the spatial rift, Sun Lichuan recounted the earlier events to the master guarding the rift. But judging by the look on his face, the guardian seemed even more surprised than he was. Could it be that the master wasn't a member of the Windfire Guild? "Very well, I understand the situation you've described. Thank you for your efforts. Just make sure you know about this, don't tell anyone." The guardian recalled the young man who had entered during the assessment earlier. He, too, had been carrying an iron staff. Could it be that the one who slew the beasts was that very young man? If that were truly the case, this matter would become a major scandal. That young man didn't look very old at all, yet he was capable of fighting a level 2 beast single-handedly. Was Zhanghai City about to see the rise of another great figure? He dared not dwell on the thought any further. After all, the implications were too far-reaching. What if it wasn't him? The day passed quickly. The Guardian warriors had all gathered, and most of the candidates participating in the combat assessment had emerged, while a few were still on their way back. The area around the spatial rift in the martial arts hall was already packed with people, including Jack and Iris. They had finished their assessments earlier, but since those who hadn't completed the test yet weren't allowed to leave, they had no choice but to wait there. But as they watched candidate after candidate emerge, they didn't see Fong anywhere, and the two of them immediately began to grow anxious. Where on earth had Fong gone? So far, the highest score was 10 points, achieved by someone who had slain 3 level 1 mid-tier beasts and 4 level 1 low-tier beasts, while Iris ranked 16th with 2 points. 2 points was actually quite decent after all. Most people had only 1 point, or didn't emerge until near the end. Do you think that boy named Fong will score very high? Not far from the spatial rift, 4 grandmasters stood beside Yuan, staring intently at everyone emerging from the rift. They had been waiting here all this time for that boy. After all, stifling a genius was a disgraceful act. As if on the same wavelength, the four had chosen not to relay the news back to the martial arts academy but to wait here in person for his appearance. The grandmaster named Zhuo Yulong suddenly spoke up.
"I'd say at least 20 points.
With his advanced warrior level strength, it shouldn't be too difficult."
Sure, Yan Yan replied indifferently, though only he knew what he was truly thinking.
He still hasn't come out.
He might have already perished in there.
Another grandmaster remarked with hidden meaning. If he could die in actual combat, that would be even better. It would spare them from having to fight Yuan. After all, Yuan was a veteran grandmaster who had emerged from the Cataclysm era, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Just as the four were each lost in their own thoughts, a figure suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. He carried a massive leather bag on his back, was covered in blood, and exuded such a fierce aura that it engulfed the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Many who saw him recoiled, unable to withstand that presence.
Upon closer inspection, the newcomer bore numerous injuries.
He is here.
Wait, he is emitting the aura of level 2 beasts. And there are quite a few of them. The moment Fong appeared, the grandmasters had already sensed his aura, but the very next second, they discovered an even more terrifying fact. The backpack on this Fong's back was actually emitting the aura of level 2 beasts. They were instantly horrified. Could this youth named Fong possibly be capable of slaying level 2 beasts across power tiers? This isn't a genius, it's a monstrous prodigy. Attack! Almost simultaneously, all four grandmasters realized this and roared, charging toward Fong with sonic booms.
One of them had been slain. He would then have time to get Fong to safety. However, the four attackers were also grandmaster-level warriors with sharp wits. They knew exactly what Yuan was thinking and weren't about to let such an opportunity slip away. The moment the fight began, they reached a consensus. Three of them simultaneously closed in on Yuan to block his path. They didn't need to engage in a life-or-death battle with him. Holding him off for just a second or two would be enough.
Meanwhile, the fourth man continued his assault on Fong.
"Yuan, we're taking the martial arts hall and this boy must die. The three of us will join forces. Don't even think about getting past us." Zhuo Yulong roared furiously as the three swung their fists simultaneously.
"Today, I, Yuan, will wage a grandmaster-level battle against you all here until one of us dies." Yuan roared.
Faced with the three-man blockade, he could only watch helplessly as Gong Jiancheng charged toward Fong. The scene instantly descended into chaos, and the candidates below had no idea what was happening.
A master tasked with maintaining order watched the scene in horror. With four grandmasters attacking simultaneously, could it be that the other four major martial arts schools were declaring war on their Windfire Guild?
But when they saw that their target was merely a candidate, they were so stunned they could barely speak.
"Boy, run!" He then unleashed his full master-level power and charged toward the oncoming Gong Jiancheng.
Since that boy was someone even their guild master was determined to protect, as a member of the Windfire Guild, he naturally had to give it his all.
Even though he knew he was facing a grandmaster. "Get out of the way!"
Gong Jiancheng looked at the overconfident master, casually sent him flying with a single strike, and then turned his attention to Fong. A mere advanced warrior, even one with master-level combat prowess, was nothing more than a slightly larger ant to a grandmaster. A single strike was all it would take to wipe him from this world entirely.
"You want me dead? Go ahead and try." Fong was furious.
"Attacked for no reason at all. If you want me dead, you won't succeed, even if you're a grandmaster." He hadn't had time to react, but the master who had just attacked managed to delay Gong Jiancheng for an instant. It was that split second that allowed Fong's fighting spirit to surge to its peak. At that moment, under the pressure, his dynamic vision talent kicked into full gear. The Grandmaster's movements, which had been impossible to discern, now left a faint trail.
Though still blurry, it was enough. Fong crouched slightly, spun violently, and somehow dodged the Grandmaster's strike.
Although he avoided the direct hit, he was knocked back by the shockwave and slammed heavily into the wall. Even from just the aftereffects, Fong felt excruciating pain throughout his body. His body began to shatter, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground, gravely wounded.
He actually dodged it?
Gong Jiancheng stared at his palm in shock. He hadn't held back on that strike at all. Though he was only an intermediate grandmaster, he was still far beyond what a mere teenager could match.
What a terrifying talent that makes it all the more necessary to eliminate you. He had to eliminate the threat at its root. If this youth, given a few more years, he would surely grow into a force even more terrifying than himself, and by then, Zhanghai City would give rise to yet another formidable figure. By then, he would be capable of annihilating a grandmaster with a single hand. But unfortunately, this youth wouldn't get the chance. He was destined to perish right here. Everyone present had witnessed the scene that had just unfolded, including Yuan, who was engaged in battle with the three of them. Seeing this, his anger reached its peak. You all saw it. He isn't just a genius, he is a prodigy of the human race. Once he matures, he'll be a top-tier combatant for the human race. By slaying this prodigy, what makes you any different from those beasts? My Windfire Guild can give him up, but I beg you don't harm this boy. Yuan roared. Previously, he had merely thought this boy's potential might reach the level of a high grandmaster, but he was wrong, horribly wrong. This wasn't the kind of talent a high grandmaster possessed. It belonged to a being far beyond the realm of a high grandmaster. This was no longer something a single martial arts school could control, nor was it a talent that a few schools could vie for. This was a treasure for the entire human race. This youth's future belonged on the top-tier battlefields, not here, where he would die. For the youth's safety, and to add another powerful force to the human race, Yuan was even willing to give up this opportunity. Damn it! Yuan, do you think we didn't see that? This youth's talent is so extraordinary he can dodge a grandmaster's strike while still at the advanced warrior realm. A prodigy like this isn't someone your Windfire Guild, or any of our few martial arts schools, could possibly hold on to. If we'd known this earlier, would we have competed with you? But it's too late now. We've already made our move, there's no turning back. Otherwise, we'd be the ones who die. A genius cut down in his is no longer a genius. The three grandmasters were deeply shaken. This youth had repeatedly shattered their preconceptions, leaving them nothing but shock in the end. If they could turn back time, they would never have made such a decision. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The three engaged Yuan in battle once more, while Gong Jiancheng walked up to Fang again. Fang's face was deathly pale, and his breath was weak and feeble. An ant remains an ant. The gap between a warrior and a grandmaster cannot be bridged by talent alone. This time, you won't be able to dodge it. Gong Jiancheng said in a deep voice. Before I die, I want to know who are you? Why are you killing me? Fang spoke with great difficulty. Every word seemed to cost him immense effort. Me? What difference does it make if I tell you? I am Gong Jiancheng, Grandmaster and Deputy Head of the Qinglei Martial Arts Hall. If you want revenge, remember to come find me in your next life. As for why I'm killing you, all I can say is that your talent is simply too great. Ha 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 ha, has having talent become a crime in this world? Gong Jiancheng, Qinglei Martial Arts Hall, I, Fang, have taken note. If I survive this, I'll make sure to repay you properly. Fang said through gritted teeth, as if trying to etch Gong Jiancheng's face into his memory. Do you really think you have a chance of surviving? Gong Jiancheng let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Why don't you admit I do? Fang's final expression made Gong Jiancheng sense that something was terribly wrong. He was about to strike and kill Fang, but suddenly, a thunderous, furious shout rang out, and immediately afterward, he sensed extreme danger closing in. Dare to lay a finger on him, and I'll kill you. Every muscle in his body tensed abruptly at this sudden threat. He had a premonition that if he didn't dodge immediately, he would die. He retreated 50 meters in an instant, and right where he had been standing just a moment ago, a burly man in black appeared, radiating a terrifying aura from head to toe. Another Grandmaster warrior. Wang Kai, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to get some sleep. Seeing Wang Kai arrive, Fang finally lost consciousness. Chapter 23, How dare you destroy the pride of the human race? Master, Wang Kai is late. Get some rest first. I'll be back shortly with their heads.
Wang Kai was furious, and a black aura instantly surged from his body. He had already advanced to Grandmaster and was on his way back when he suddenly received his Master's summons, so he rushed here at full speed. But he never expected to be a step too late, allowing his master to sustain such severe injuries.
I'll kill you. Wang Kai turned his gaze toward Gong Jiancheng.
In the next second, he closed the 50-meter distance in a single bound, sending Gong Jiancheng crashing into the ground with a single punch that shattered the earth. Grabbing his right leg, Wang Kai began slamming him violently into the ground. Wang Kai's sudden arrival also startled the four people battling above. It's that new master from the Windfire Guild, the second-ranked Grandmaster.
No, he has been promoted to Grandmaster.
The three were stunned. Just 3 days ago, he was still a master. They never expected him to have already been promoted to Grandmaster, another prodigy-level figure.
So the Windfire Guild now has 2 Grandmasters? You dare to lose focus while fighting this old man? You're asking for death.
Seeing Wang Kai arrive and realizing his cultivation had already surpassed the Grandmaster level, Yuan was overjoyed. It seemed there was a chance to avert this crisis. Unleashing his full power, he sends Wei Yulong flying with a single punch, then charged toward the other 2 Grandmasters. Earlier, he'd been worried about Fong, so he couldn't afford to waste time. He had to find a way to break through the encirclement. But now that the beast's hunter had broken through to Grandmaster and arrived, he had no more concerns about his rear and could fight them to his heart's content. On the battlefield, a clash between Grandmasters was about to erupt. Wang Kai had already entered a state of rage at this moment, his combat power soared once more. Originally bred by the system, he possessed extraordinary natural talent. After advancing to Grandmaster, his strength had been maximally enhanced. Even as a novice Grandmaster, he could hold his own against an intermediate Grandmaster. Moreover, upon advancing to novice Grandmaster, he awakened his own Grandmaster talent, the Body of Rage.
Activating this talent doubled his strength yet again, allowing him to even go toe-to-toe with an intermediate Grandmaster.
To begin with, very few people are capable of awakening a Grandmaster talent, let alone one as powerful as this.
Meanwhile, novice Grandmaster Gong Jiancheng was trembling in Wang Kai's grasp, utterly powerless to resist.
Punch after punch pounded into his body, already carving a crater dozens of meters wide into the ground.
I am a Grandmaster. You can't kill me.
Dong Jian's head was bleeding profusely, his face was bruised and swollen, and not a single part of his body remained unscathed. He had lost all trace of his former Grandmaster's dignity, having endured countless blows and punches in such a short time. If this continued, he would surely meet his end.
You were already dead the moment you laid a hand on me. Go down there and admit your mistake.
Wang Kai's black aura surged once more as he delivered a powerful blow, landing a punch squarely on Gong Jiancheng's lower abdomen. The skin split open instantly, and the crisp sound of shattering bones rang out.
Another punch followed, ending Gong Jiancheng's life once and for all.
A legendary Grandmaster had met his end at Wang Kai's hands.
The first one. 3 more to go. Wang Kai twisted off Gong Jiancheng's head.
His terrifying form radiated black flames. With a slight exertion of force, he charged once more toward the 4 figures
battling in the distance. Gong Jiancheng is dead. The Grandmaster fighting Yuan sensed Gong Jiancheng's life force vanish and immediately sensed something was wrong.
He feared that if he stayed any longer, he too would die here. He couldn't understand why something that was guaranteed to succeed 1 in 100 had now failed. Seeing Shi Yangyan flee, the other 2 Grandmasters could no longer keep their composure. The 3 of them, as intermediate Grandmasters, could barely hold their own against Yuan, an aging advanced Grandmaster, but now, with 1 man down and another lurking below, ready to pounce. Forget about holding their own, they simply couldn't hold out for long. Of the 36 stratagems, flight is the best strategy. The remaining 2 immediately fled the scene in a sonic boom, but Wang Kai and Yuan weren't about to let them get away. They immediately gave chase. The battle between Grandmasters had begun. It would be a fight to the death. How could the candidates who had just finished their exams have ever witnessed such a scene, a Grandmaster battle, with 1 Grandmaster even dying right before their eyes? They dared not make a move in a situation like this. Even if they died, there would be no one to turn to for justice. Just as everyone thought it was over, a sudden, dramatic turn of events occurred. A blood-curdling scream rang out as a figure plummeted from the sky, blood spurting everywhere, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness.
It was Shi Yang.
The man who had fallen was none other than Shi Yang, who Yuan spoke respectfully to the young man before him. Earlier, the two of them had chased after the fugitives, only to unexpectedly encounter High Grandmaster Lu Jingde, who had just arrived.
With a single move, the High Grandmaster instantly subdued the three.
Wan Kai, who was about to strike again, was forcefully restrained by him.
Oh? I owed you a favor.
When I received your distress call, I happened to be away from Jianhai and it took me a whole day to rush back.
Didn't you summon me here to protect your disciple?
But I distinctly remember you saying your disciple had the potential to become a High Grandmaster.
How did he suddenly become one of our human race's prodigies? Do you know that the title Human Race Prodigy is reserved exclusively for geniuses with the potential to become commanders of the four directions?
The young High Grandmaster standing before Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but upon hearing the explanation that Feng, at the Advanced Warrior realm, had slain a level 2 beast and evaded a Grandmaster's attack, his expression immediately changed. If what Yuan said was true, then this youth named Feng truly deserved the title of prodigy. That meant the matter had escalated to a level concerning the very safety of the human race.
Where is that youth named Feng? Without waiting for Yuan to answer, Lu Jingde's powerful perception instantly pinpointed Feng's location. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the spot where Feng had collapsed and slowly reached out to assess the extent of his injuries. At the same time, a stream of pure life energy slowly flowed into Feng's body. However, as time passed, Lu Jingde's expression grew increasingly grim. When he withdrew his hand, everyone could sense his rage, even the air seemed to slow its flow. Lu Jingde rose slowly to his feet, and within a radius of hundreds of meters, the silence was so profound one could hear a breath. You, how dare you?
How dare you destroy the pride of the human race?
Damn it!
Lu Jingde was furious, his heart filled with hatred. He struck out instantly, and a palm as vast as the sky appeared, instantly blasting the three unconscious figures into a bloody pulp.
Chapter 24, Feng on the brink of death beyond salvation.
Dingtian Guild, Shanghai Martial Arts Hall, Jiyu Martial Arts Hall, Qianshan Martial Arts Hall. I, Lu Jingde, will spill blood for 1,000 li today if it takes, just to seek justice for this youth. The aura of High Grandmaster Lu Jingde poured out without restraint. His roar echoed across a 10-li radius, causing the entire sky to grow noticeably darker.
Your Excellency, Feng He.
Yuan, standing nearby, suddenly sensed that something was terribly wrong. A panic beyond words gripped him.
Why did High Grandmaster Lu Jingde have that expression? Could it be that Feng's injuries were too severe?
All his meridians are severed.
His path as a warrior is completely cut off.
His life essence is steadily ebbing away. There is no hope of saving him.
Lu Jingde said through gritted teeth.
He, too, refused to believe this outcome. This was a prodigy of the human race, each one an invaluable treasure. He had examined Feng's body more than 10 times, yet the result remained the same each time. The shattered meridians and the ceaselessly draining life essence felt like heavy blows to his heart. This was a prodigy of the human race, not fallen on the battlefield, but killed by his own people.
How could he not be furious? How could he not feel hatred? No, this can't be.
Sir, you must have misread the signs.
This is one of our human race's prodigies endowed with extraordinary talent. How could he possibly fall here?
Sir, please look again. He is just a child. He has a bright future ahead of him.
He can't die. Sir, you must save him.
Upon hearing High Grandmaster Lu Jingde's words, Yuan's mind went blank, and his body trembled. He couldn't believe what he heard. He immediately stepped forward and channeled all of his already meager life essence into Feng's body, visibly aging as strands of white hair began to appear one by one. Yet even so, Feng still showed no signs of waking up.
No! Yuan roared in fury.
The boy in his arms was just an 18-year-old. He knew nothing of the world. His future should have been as vast as the stars and the ocean, not lying here amidst these shattered ruins.
Why would heaven treat him this way? This cannot end like this. Lu Jingde seethed with rage.
If only he had arrived sooner, this would never have happened. But now that it had come to this, he was determined to seek justice for the boy. He soared into the sky, heading toward the 4 martial arts halls. There's still hope. I have a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, it's sure to save him. Yuan watched as High Grandmaster Lu Zhengde departed. Suddenly realizing something, he scooped up Fong and left the battlefield. Wang Kai watched as his master was carried away by Yuan. He, too, sensed how dire his master's condition was. But instead of following Yuan, he headed in the opposite direction. Master, Yuan Ti Dai. With all the High Grandmasters and Grandmasters gone, the great battle came to a close. As some masters began restoring order at the scene they hadn't forgotten, today marked the end of the warrior assessment, when warrior certificates and warrior medals were to be awarded to those who passed. Those receiving their certificates and medals didn't seem as happy as one might expect. In the wake of what had just happened, they realized just how insignificant they truly were. Why do I feel so uneasy? Jack looked at the warrior medal in his hand and said to Iris standing beside him. I feel uneasy too, but I don't know why, especially since we've already become warriors. Iris shared his concern. Don't you think that prodigy who was just attacked by the Grandmaster and then carried away by the dojo master looks a lot like Brother Fong? Huh? Wait, you feel that too? Iris froze, staring blankly at Jack. She thought she was the only one who felt that the fallen prodigy resembled Fong, but she hadn't expected Jack to think so as well. The fact that they both had this feeling at the same time made them sense something was wrong. Could that prodigy have been Brother Fong? Impossible, impossible, how could that be? That's certainly not very realistic. Then where did Fong go? Iris also dismissed the thought in her mind. Where on earth had Fong gone? Could he really have gone back? Just as the two were puzzling over this, the severely injured and unconscious Fong had already been taken by Yuan to a secret chamber, where the bloodstains on his body were being cleaned off. He hurriedly retrieved the elixir he treasured for years, one obtained from the Blood Moon realm, and, using his immense power, transformed it into a liquid, which he administered into Fong's body through his parched lips. Fong's complexion then visibly began to improve. But before Yuan could even feel elated at the sight, his face turned pale once more. Is he really beyond saving? Yuan muttered to himself, now hoping only that High Grandmaster Lu Zhengde could seek justice for this young man. Just then, High Grandmaster Lu Zhengde returned to the secret chamber, his anger undiminished, and his body even bearing the marks of battle. Sir, how did it go? Yuan asked anxiously. Damn it, that old fossil from the Dingtian Guild has actually advanced to High Grandmaster. I went to demand justice, but not only did he show no sign of admitting fault, he demanded that I explain why I killed his martial arts school's Grandmaster. I confronted him with the charge of murdering a celestial prodigy, and he actually asked me, who can confirm that the boy possessed the potential of a celestial prodigy? If he didn't pass the Celestial Genius Tournament, then he isn't one of our human race's celestial geniuses. He is just a warrior with above-average talent. He said I was making a mountain out of a molehill. He also said that Zui Yulong's actions this time had nothing to do with the Dingtian Guild, they were purely his own. Having 4 Grandmasters die alongside him is already a tremendous honor. I couldn't stand it, so I fought him fiercely. Now I have no idea where he is hiding to recover. Since the Dingtian Guild says that, Ding! Salamander talents detected toxic body fluids, keen sense of smell, rapid regeneration. Do you wish to extract them? Chapter 25, Fong awakens after fusing the rapid regeneration talent. Where am I? Fong's consciousness was drifting into a state of confusion when, suddenly, a majestic voice rang out, jolting him awake. White mist swirled all around him, and at the edge of the mist lay what seemed to be endless darkness. He was alone in this vast space. Ding! Salamander detected. Do you want to keep it? Ding! Salamander talents detected toxic body fluids, keen sense of smell, rapid regeneration. Do you want to extract them? Ha! Salamander talents? Fong froze for a moment, then his mind jolted as all his memories from before he lost consciousness flooded back. Just then, the mist-filled space began to churn, and before Fang's disbelieving eyes, a gigantic ant formed from the white mist suddenly appeared. It seemed to be roaring, raging against the injustice of the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, a massive, terrifying mantis appeared, its boundless fighting spirit sweeping toward him and soaring straight into the heavens. If the giant ant was a regional overlord, then this terrifying mantis was a peerless war god. This is the Centurion Strength talent. And the Dynamic Vision talent. This is deep within my consciousness space. Fang recalled it all. After testing it in combat, he had been attacked by the Grandmaster. The gap in their strength was too great. Though he had dodged the direct strike, the aftereffects were more than he, an advanced warrior, could withstand. Instantly, his body shattered, and he fell into a coma from severe injuries. What's happening? Why is the system suddenly prompting me to fuse my talents? Master, you're too severely injured. Your life force is constantly draining away. An ordinary human physique is powerless to save you. Only by fusing your talents once more can you survive. Suddenly, the giant ant formed from white mist spoke, and its voice was indistinguishable from Wang Kai's. Meanwhile, Wang Kai outside, seeing his master's consciousness return, let out a faint smile. As long as he was there, his master wouldn't die. Alright, I really owe it to you this time. Fang felt a surge of emotion. He shared a telepathic bond with Wang Kai and naturally knew what had happened afterward. There was no time to waste, so he spoke up. Extract. Ding, extraction successful. Toxic body fluids, keen sense of smell, rapid regeneration. System, I choose to fuse with rapid regeneration. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the consciousness space underwent another massive transformation. A gigantic salamander, formed from a mass of white mist, appeared, its life force so vigorous it seemed as vast and boundless as the ocean. And just as Fang's words faded, an anomaly occurred in the outside world as well. Black Ant Grandmaster, I know you wouldn't want to see such a prodigy perish either. But we've done everything we could. Black Ant was the name everyone called Wang Kai by when he registered earlier. He hadn't used that name but had chosen another at random. Yuan watched Black Ant approach and said with a heavy heart. He had taken note of Black Ant Grandmaster's performance during the previous battle. He had dared to confront an intermediate Grandmaster head-on for the sake of this young man's safety. What he hadn't expected was that Black Ant Grandmaster would actually awaken his Grandmaster talent, defeating Gong Jiancheng, an intermediate Grandmaster, while still at the novice Grandmaster level. Such a talent was rare even in a level 2 martial arts hall. If Fang, after the strength test, had the potential to become a high Grandmaster, then Black Ant Grandmaster, having awakened his Grandmaster talent, was already a sure bet to become a high Grandmaster. You've actually awakened the Grandmaster talent? Not bad. I never expected such a small Windfire guild to produce two geniuses. Lu Jingde had also noticed Wang Kai, but the thought of Fang's untimely death caused a pang of pain in his heart. But I just saw this young man's finger twitch. Wang Kai said innocently, as if he had truly noticed the change in Fang. What? That's impossible. Both were stunned. With his meridians severed and his life force draining away, how could he possibly still be showing any signs of life? Just as Yuan and Lu Jingde were reeling from shock, a faint sound suddenly emerged from within Fang's body, followed by a continuous series of sounds as if his broken bones were healing and his meridians were regenerating. What is this? Lu Jingde instantly teleported in front of Fang. As he watched the transformed Fang, an impossible thought crossed his mind. He didn't even dare to reach out and touch him, for fear of interrupting the process. His body is healing, his life force is recovering. Such an impossible reversal is actually happening. This is the awakening of his innate talent. Yuan could no longer contain his shock and cried out in disbelief. Such miraculous physical recovery could only be explained by the awakening of a natural talent. My lord! Yuan looked at Lu Jingde standing nearby and exclaimed in a trembling voice. What is this? A Grandmaster's natural talent. Yes, a Grandmaster's natural talent has awakened in an advanced warrior. This was a fairy tale. Lu Jingde wondered if he had fallen into an illusion, but his senses, every moment of it, told him this was real. Today, he had witnessed the impossible unfold before his eyes, the birth of the most powerful talent humanity had ever seen. At the mere advanced warrior realm, he had awakened a talent reserved only for grandmasters. Regardless of what that talent was, it signified one thing: this young man's talent was unprecedentedly powerful. What talent has he awakened? Watching Fang's body and vital energy gradually recover, the wounds that had once been torn open were healing at an astonishing speed. Could it be an immortal body? No, that's impossible. That kind of talent exists only in legend. Could it be a talent that allows for rapid recovery from injuries? But where is the energy for this recovery coming from? It can't just appear out of thin air. Lu Jingde was overcome with self-doubt, but when Yuan, standing beside him, told him they had previously used a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, it all suddenly clicked. Perhaps it was precisely because of this 1,000-year-old spiritual herb that his already powerful innate talent was stimulated, leading to the awakening of a talent capable of rapidly healing injuries. And coincidentally, the potency of this spiritual herb was also absorbed to restore his body. This gradually recovering vitality is proof enough. Lu Jingde explained from the side, though he was only half right. While the herb's potency had indeed been absorbed to heal his body, the talent itself was a fusion of the salamander's rapid regeneration. "Sir, does that mean he can be saved?" Yuan asked excitedly. "If the talent he has awakened is powerful enough, we will witness a miracle with our own eyes, the emergence of the most gifted human in history." Lu Jingde said with emotion. The events unfolding day after day had truly kept him on edge. "That's wonderful!" Yuan exclaimed excitedly. "As for whether that's the case, I'll need to investigate it myself." Seeing that Fang was showing signs of gradually waking up, Lu Jingde examined his physical condition once more, slowly channeling his powerful perception into Fang's body. However, it seemed the outcome he had anticipated did not materialize. Finally, Lu Jingde withdrew his perception and said with a grave expression, "His life can be saved, but his strength will be capped at the advanced warrior realm. His innate talent has been lost." The fact that he was able to awaken his self-healing talent earlier was perhaps his body's final act of resistance. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. A youth with the potential to be a prodigy of the human race, one who could have awakened a grandmaster-level talent at the advanced warrior realm, has been cut down by his own kind. Lu Jingde burst into bitter laughter, then shot off into the sky. No one knew where he was going, perhaps because he felt he could do nothing and had no face to stay any longer. Just then, Fang opened his eyes. Chapter 26, The Misunderstood Talent. "Fang, it is my Windfire Guild that has wronged you. From now on, you are my disciple, Yuan. I will do everything in my power to restore your talent. One day, your master will avenge this wrong with his own hands." Yuan looked at the newly awakened Fang, his heart filled with profound sorrow. Fang had clearly been destined for a bright future, yet now he was forced to stop at the advanced warrior realm, a blow no one could bear. Fang never imagined that the sleazy old man from earlier was actually the Grandmaster of the Windfire Guild, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. At the same time, he was deeply moved. Wankai had told him everything that had happened, how the Grandmaster had risked his life to save Fang from a group attack, and now, even knowing Fang had lost his talent, he was taking him on as a disciple and doing everything in his power to restore it. Looking at the grief-stricken old man before him, Fang desperately wanted to tell him the truth. His talent wasn't something that had been lost, it had never existed in the first place. Thinking of this, Fang found himself, for some reason, wanting to laugh. Both the High Grandmaster from earlier and the old man before him had misunderstood one crucial thing. How could one lose something they never had? Earlier, when he had displayed immense strength, everyone had naturally assumed he possessed extraordinary talent. Then, after the attack, High Grandmaster Lu Jingde had detected that his talent was gone to the point where they all believed he could never make any further progress in the martial arts. But was that really the case? Only Fang himself knew the truth. His innate talent had always been abysmal. Even if he hadn't been injured at all, whether High Grandmaster Lu Jingde or the old man Yuan in front of him had examined him, the result would have been the same: no innate talent. So why did he possess such formidable strength? It wasn't due to his innate talent, but rather because he had utilized the Centurion's strength and dynamic. He'd originally been wondering how to gain the Windfire Guild's favor without bringing trouble upon himself, but now everything had been resolved. Not only had he earned the Windfire Guild's favor, but he'd also become the Guild Master's sole disciple. Truly, life is full of surprises.
Fong chatted with his new master, Yuan, for a while longer.
Glancing at the Advanced Warrior certificate and medal in his hand, then at his master standing nearby, he suddenly realized that this master wasn't so bad after all. Suddenly, a call came and it was his master's cell phone.
What's wrong? What? Okay, I'm on my way. Yuan hung up the phone, his expression urgent.
Sensing that something was wrong, Fong hurriedly asked.
What is going on, master? There's been an uprising at that level 4 rift in the wilderness. A lot of level 3 beasts have invaded, and we've even spotted level 4 beasts.
The higher-ups have summoned the grandmasters of our Windfire Guild to prepare for battle.
Damn it, someone is definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Last time, our Windfire Guild suffered heavy losses. 1 grandmaster and numerous masters were killed.
This time, they've specifically called on me and Grandmaster Black Ant to go.
They're trying to wipe out our entire Windfire Guild.
Yuan seethed with rage, but the higher-ups had already issued the order, and he couldn't defy it otherwise. He'd be framed for a crime and likely wouldn't be able to stay in Zhanghai City anymore. Going wasn't the issue, but it would be a hardship for the apprentice he'd just taken on. He'd been planning to help him build connections and teach him a few things, but now he wouldn't have the time. Fong, standing nearby, sensed his master's concerns and spoke up. Master, you should go. Don't worry about me. Flowers in a greenhouse never grow up. Even if I can't improve my strength, I'm still an advanced warrior in some people's eyes. I'm a big shot too. Our Windfire Guild can't do without you. Master, you must be careful when you go.
I think Grandmaster Black Ant seems like a decent guy. If anything comes up, be sure to discuss it with him.
Hearing Fong's words, Yuan was deeply moved.
He was growing increasingly pleased with his apprentice, who was so thoughtful in every way, yet whenever he thought of Fong's lack of natural talent, his heart ached.
Why must heaven treat his disciples so cruelly? All right, then I'll be on my way.
Fong waited until Master Yuan had left, gave Wang Kai a few words of advice in his heart, and then left the office as well. As he walked out, Fong heard everyone discussing the massive battle that had taken place earlier. Most people didn't know what had happened. They'd only seen Grandmaster in combat. Little did they know that Fong, the central figure in the whole affair, gave a faint smile and prepared to hail a cab home. But just then, a phone call came in, and Fong's expression instantly turned cold. Jack had been injured and was in the hospital.
Chapter 27, Jack severely injured. Yu Jingqing's skull smashed. You monster! That's my own younger brother. How could you bring yourself to do that?
Inside the hospital room, Liang Si roared at the cold-faced man before her, her face streaked with tears as she clutched at Yu Jingqing's clothes, tugging at them feebly. On the hospital bed lay a man, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Although the doctor had said he was out of danger, he still hadn't regained consciousness. This man was none other than Jack Liangping. 2 elderly people nearby wiped away their tears without a word. They were Jack's parents.
Faced with Yu Zhengqing's intimidating presence, what could they do?
They could only endure it in silence, even though deep down they desperately wanted to skin Yu Zhengqing alive.
Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Yu Zhengqing shoved the sobbing Liang Si aside with one hand, slamming her hard onto the ground and exposing the bruises on her body. Her elderly father helped Liang Si to her feet. He, too, saw the bruises that had already been on his daughter's body. He wanted to rush forward and fight this beast to the death, but he held himself back. It wasn't that he was afraid his own death didn't matter, but after he was gone, this beast would torment his daughter and son with even less restraint. How was I? Sis, I came here specifically to find him. This matter needs to be settled once and for all. She then stepped into the hospital room and, amid the astonished stares of everyone present, walked over to the unconscious Jack and said softly, Jack, is it okay if I teach your brother-in-law a lesson? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent.
Fang then turned to Yu Zhengqing, who hadn't yet processed what was happening. "Oh, I heard you were looking for me? I'm here. I'm also curious to know what exactly is this price you mentioned?" "Ha, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to show up so soon." "That's not my fault, you came right to me."
Yu Zhengqing staggered to his feet, having already forgotten the scene that had just unfolded due to his excitement. He never would have imagined that the person who had just sent him flying could be weaker than him.
"You just said you wanted to teach me a lesson. Who do you think you are? An intermediate warrior? Or an advanced warrior? I don't think you're even a warrior. You wanted to know the price, didn't you?"
"I'll tell you, I'm going to take turns with every woman in your family right in front of you, then cripple you and toss you in the trash heap so you'll know what true despair feels like." Yu Zhengqing raved wildly.
Who could possibly understand the humiliation he suffered earlier in front of everyone? "Jack, I've changed my mind. Now I want to beat you, my brother-in-law, to death."
A glint of murderous intent flashed in Fang's eyes. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his family, no matter who they were, had to die.
"Ha, I think you're the one who is going to get beaten to death first."
Yu Zhengqing burst forward, and before anyone could react, he was already in front of Fang, throwing a punch straight at his face.
He could already picture Fang's brains splattering from the impact. Be afraid. Tremble.
The power of an intermediate warrior is beyond your comprehension.
Boom. Ha!
Yu Zhengqing froze. The sensation he imagined didn't materialize. To his astonishment, he saw this guy named Fang effortlessly block his punch.
That is impossible. You can't be an intermediate warrior. I'm the intermediate warrior.
It wasn't just Yu Zhengqing who couldn't believe it. Everyone in the hospital room was stunned. Jack's sister and parents, in particular, stared at the scene before them in disbelief.
A glimmer of hope reappeared in the two elderly parents' clouded eyes. "You're right, I'm not an intermediate warrior, but I never said I was a novice warrior either." "You've had your turn, now it's my turn." Fang let out a cold laugh, as if mocking Yu Zhengqing's weakness and helplessness.
Before Yu Zhengqing could even get angry, a tremendous force swept through his body, followed by a sharp pain in his head. He seemed to see his own blood spilling out. Suddenly, everything went black, and he lost consciousness. The hospital room fell deathly silent. The three of them stared at Yu Zhengqing lying on the floor. His blood had already soaked the floor, and white brain matter was oozing out.
He is dead. He is dead. He is finally dead.
Liang Si wept tears of joy as she crouched on the floor. She never imagined this day would come like this. She had finally rid herself of this demon.
Chapter 28, Iris's Mysterious Father. He is dead, he is dead. My seer, you're finally free of him. Jack's parents wept as well. But problems arose immediately.
A death had occurred here, and that of an intermediate warrior, no less, so the matter could never be swept under the rug. Just then, a nurse walked in and, upon seeing the scene, screamed in shock.
"Someone is dead. Someone is dead."
She then ran off without looking back, and the patrol warriors, drawn by the shouts, surrounded Fang as he stepped out of the ward. Liang Si and her parents watched the scene with bated breath. They were ordinary people who had never experienced anything like this before, but in the next second, Liang Si stood up and addressed the arriving patrol warriors.
"Sir, I killed Yu Zhengqing. He had nothing to do with it. If you're going to arrest anyone, arrest me."
But the patrol warrior paid her no mind.
How could an ordinary person possibly harm a powerful intermediate warrior? Did they think he was blind?
Just as the patrol warrior was about to speak, Fang pulled something out of his pocket and handed it over. At first, the patrol warrior was baffled, but the moment he took the token, his attitude changed abruptly, and he said respectfully, "Sir, we'll take the perpetrator away immediately." Immediately, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the patrol warrior cleaned up the crime scene and left without looking back.
Who would have thought the token my master gave me would be this effective? Fang felt a bit moved.
Earlier, when her master had given her this token, he said she could use it whenever she encountered trouble. It seemed that it wasn't just useful, it was incredibly effective.
Cess, now that everything is settled, I should be going. Don't worry about anyone bothering you guys again.
Once Jack wakes up, make sure he takes good care of his injuries.
I'll come visit him in a few days. Call me if anything comes up. After saying that, Fong glanced at Jack one last time and left the hospital. Little brother, you've made one hell of a friend.
Liang Si didn't come to her senses until long after Fong had left. Even now, it still felt like a dream to her. She was finally free of that demon, Yu Zhengqing. Meanwhile, once everything had settled down, Iris emerged from another room, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Warner, it looks like Dad won't have to step in this time. I never imagined there'd be someone like that among your classmates, someone who can actually command the Watchers. It seems his background is no simple matter either. Now that this matter has been resolved, how about that promise you made to Dad? Have you thought it over? Come back to Ning'an City with me. The conditions there are more than 10 times better than here. You'll have access to better resources, and you'll be able to go much further on your martial arts path. It took Dad a long time to find you, so let me make it up to you properly. As for that fiancé your uncle arranged for you, I've already had a word with him. The son of a mere master thinking he can marry my daughter? He doesn't know his place. The middle-aged man standing beside Iris was actually her father. Who exactly was this man? Ning'an City was one of the human race's most important cities. He could just up and go there on a whim, and he didn't hold a master in the slightest regard. Fong. Iris's eyes widened in shock. Her astonishment hadn't diminished in the slightest. She couldn't imagine that the young man who could punch an intermediate warrior to pieces and command the patrollers was Fong himself. What on earth had happened during the time he'd been gone? Earlier, when she and Jack had walked out of the martial arts hall, they'd been ambushed by Yu Zhengqing. To protect her, Jack had lured him away, but on her way, she'd run into her uncle, who'd been searching for her. And standing right beside her uncle was a man claiming to be her father. At first, she didn't believe it, but after seeing all the evidence, she realized this man really was her father. Noticing her distress, he asked her what was wrong. With no time to think about anything else, she had no choice but to tell him about Jack. To her surprise, her father said he could help, but only if she agreed to go back to Ning'an City with him. For Jack's safety, Iris had no choice but to agree. But when they arrived at the hospital, she witnessed the moment Fong struck, and was instantly shocked. Since he now had his own goals, it was time for her to start a new life as well. Dad, let us go. Really? Just kidding. I was wrong. Be a good girl, and let us go right now. Su Xiaoming was overjoyed that his daughter had finally agreed to go with him, but he also realized the reason behind her decision. It was because of that teenage killer she'd just seen. My daughter, that boy isn't good enough for you. You're the daughter of the King of Ming. Your future husband should be no less than a celestial pride. Don't blame Dad for being harsh, but if you two were together, you'd only be harming that boy. Suddenly, the two of them vanished without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Fong had no idea that, at that very moment, two people were silently watching her. As Fong walked out of the hospital, she pulled out her phone and dialed Iris. But no one answered. What is going on? She called me to say something had happened to Jack, but when I got to the hospital, there was no sign of her. Did she go home? Never mind. She is a grown woman. She is not going to just disappear. I'll look for her tomorrow. Fong put away his phone and headed home. After all, a day and a night had passed, and he had no idea how things were at home. He hailed a cab on the street and headed home. Captain, what just happened? What exactly is that token that scared you so much? That kid killed someone, a warrior, no less. Are we just going to let him get away with it? Aren't you afraid people will talk behind our backs? One of the patrolmen who had just finished disposing of the body was baffled by what had just happened. He'd been a patrolman for so long, yet he'd never encountered a situation where even the captain dared not voice any objections. If we don't let him go, what else do you want to do? Arrest him, then. Do you even know who he is? Let me tell you this, I don't know who that person is either, but I've seen that token once before. It's the Cataclysm medal.
Do you even know what the Cataclysm Medal is? It's awarded to warriors who distinguished themselves during the Cataclysm era.
Each one has slain countless beasts. It's safe to say that our lives today exist because of them.
And it's not just that.
As far as I know, once a holder of the Cataclysm Medal passes away, it's retrieved. Since it's in that boy's possession, it must have been bestowed upon him by an elder in his family.
Every Cataclysm Medal recipient still alive today is at least a Grandmaster. Tell me, can we really afford to mess with him?
Also, when that boy pulled out the token, I saw the Advanced Warrior badge in his pocket.
An Advanced Warrior at such a young age, stronger than even me. Just how extraordinary is his talent?
And after my investigation, that Yu Zhengqing guy turned out to be nothing but scum.
He deserved to die. So why should I even bother arresting that boy? Just for the hell of it? Fine, you 1T understand even if I explain all this to you. You still have a lot to learn. By the way, there have been quite a few missing persons lately. I suspect beasts are invading.
As it happens, I've uncovered a lead on this matter.
Come on, let us go see what's really going on. Yes, Captain.
After exchanging these words, the two set off in pursuit of the clues. Little did they know, however, that what they thought would be just another routine mission would turn out to be a one-way trip.
Chapter 29. Could it be that my little sister Faye is the real protagonist? Sir, where are you going? The driver looked at the teenager getting into the car. At first, he hadn't paid much attention. What could he possibly earn from giving a ride to a kid?
But when he suddenly noticed the medal pinned to the boy's chest, he instantly perked up, sitting much more upright.
An Advanced Warrior Medal. A teenager who didn't look very old was actually a powerful Advanced Warrior. Was this still the Jianhai city he knew? Take me to the Chengkai residential complex. Chengkai housing complex? What? Is there a problem? No problem, no problem. Sir, please take your seat. I'll be on my way right away. The driver was trembling with fear. He had just dared to question an Advanced Warrior, but as far as he knew, Chengkai residential complex was a slum in Jianhai city. Why on earth would such a powerful warrior go there? He drove cautiously, afraid of any bumps in the road. If he disturbed the warrior, he wouldn't be able to take the blame. But what he feared most happened. Just as he was driving normally down the road, a dark shadow suddenly darted out in front of him. Before the driver could react, he crashed right into it. Squeak! The car left a long skid mark, and the impact jolted Fong awake. It's over, it's over. Seeing that Fong had woken up, the driver's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly grew angry. What on earth was that dark shadow? He'd been driving normally when it suddenly darted out. Was it trying to get itself killed? What is that thing? The driver angrily got out of the car, but when he saw the true form of the dark shadow, his blood ran cold. Fong also noticed the driver's unease. He got out of the car and saw a dent in the front of the vehicle he'd been riding in, stained with blood. Not far away, a black creature lay on the ground. Did we hit something? Ha! Thanks to his keen eyesight, Fong could see that the creature had shiny black fur and a long tail, though at that moment, it was also covered in blood. Is that a rat? Fong walked up to the creature and found it looked almost exactly like a rat, except this one was considerably larger than an ordinary rat. Have you ever seen a rat as big as a dog? Today, Fong saw one. Are rats eating so well these days that they can grow this big? How many years must it have lived? But to his surprise, the rat was still able to move after the impact. It seemed to sense a human nearby and staggered forward, and Fong got a full view of it. Blood-red eyes, and there was even a bit of flesh and blood hanging from the corner of its mouth. This rat seemed to possess some kind of intelligence. It was heading in a specific direction, and even such severe injuries couldn't stop it. Fong immediately sensed that this rat wasn't as simple as it seemed. He watched as the rat struggled to its feet and fled, only to crawl into the middle of the road where it was struck by an oncoming car. This time, it rolled right to his feet, completely lifeless. Well, it's your time to go. Fong suddenly felt sorry for the rat's bad luck. Then, a man stepped out of the damaged car, his face bulging with muscle,
clearly not someone to mess with. Seeing the huge dent in his prized car, he started cursing at Fong the moment he spotted him.
Don't you have eyes? Walking your dog on the road, don't you even know how to spell death? Spit it out, how are you going to pay for this? Dahan was furious.
This was his brand new car. It had barely hit the road before getting smashed with a huge dent.
Who was he supposed to complain to?
No sooner had he finished speaking than he spotted the advanced warrior medal on Fong's chest. His speech immediately stumbled. He just cursed at an advanced warrior. A warrior must not be disrespected. He seen the news. A man who injured a warrior's family member in a fight had been beaten to death on the spot. This time, it seemed losing just one leg wound be enough to settle the matter.
Sir, just tell me which leg you want.
No need for you to do it yourself, I'll take care of it. As he spoke, a faint whimper escaped from the burly, sweaty man's face.
I don't want your leg, I've got my own. And that's not my dog, it's a rat. See that car parked back there? It looks just like yours. By the way, don't start cursing the moment we meet next time. You might end up getting yourself into trouble.
After Fong finished speaking, he got back into his car, started the engine, and drove away.
This was just a minor incident, hardly worth Fong's attention.
Compared to this, the rat as big as a dog was what really concerned him.
You're right, sir. Your advice is sound, sir. I'll take your words to heart. Have a safe trip, sir.
The burly man was truly drenched in sweat. In just a moment, he felt as if he'd been working out for an hour. Watching Fong drive away, he finally let out a sigh of relief, then cautiously examined the dead creature. He stood on tiptoe to flip it over, and upon closer inspection, it really was a huge rat.
Damn it, what kind of rat grows this big? That's just my bad luck running into a creature like you.
The burly man got into the car, cursing under his breath. Inside sat a disheveled woman who, moments earlier, had been performing unspeakable acts on him from beneath him. Caught off guard, she hadn't noticed and had bumped into something.
Her pleasure had been brutally interrupted. How could he not be furious?
That was why he started cursing the moment he got out of the car.
What is going on? Nothing. I just ran into a huge rat. Aha, glad to hear it's nothing. Let us get back to it.
Hearing that it was nothing, the woman began crawling from her seat back under the man.
Get back to what?
Let us get out of here fast. We almost offended Lord Warrior this time.
I'll deal with you when we get home.
He shoved the woman aside, slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and drove off in a panic. As for Fong, he got back in the car and tucked away that advanced warrior medal from his chest. No one would believe something like that if they saw it, and he'd have to spend time explaining it. Too much trouble. When he got home, he saw his younger sister sitting on the couch with her eyes closed, resting in a strange posture. It looked exactly like the cultivation poses described in the online novels from his past life.
Was that thing inside his sister playing tricks? Could it be that his own sister was actually the protagonist? Fong thought back to some of the online novels from his past life. Wasn't this exactly how a protagonist behaved?
With the old man by his side, the world was his for the taking. And if it weren't for his tamer system, their neighborhood wouldn't have stood a chance during that previous beast's invasion. With both parents dead, a good-for-nothing older brother, and an old man by his side, this was the textbook definition of a protagonist. Instantly, the look in his eyes toward his sister Faye changed. With a protagonist-level little sister like this, why should he even bother trying so hard himself?
Wow, big brother, you're back.
Bro, how did the assessment go?
Did you pass? Seeming to sense someone watching her, Faye opened her eyes from her reverie.
Seeing her brother staring at her, she showed a hint of panic, but quickly covered it up. She hurried over to Fong, her face full of delight as she asked, just like when she was a kid and would ask if he brought her any treats after going out to run errands. Seeing this, Fong realized he still had to work hard. Given his sister's somewhat airhead nature, he, as her older brother, would have to die several times before she'd fully awaken and set out on her path of revenge. For his own safety, he'd better keep working hard.
Chapter 30, Linger, are you sure your brother is just an ordinary guy? You really underestimate your brother. It's just a warrior assessment, shouldn't that be a piece of cake? By the way, where are mom and dad?
As Fong spoke, he casually tossed his things onto the table.
Ah, I knew you had what it takes, big bro. From now on, I'll have someone to rely on too.
When I go out in the future, let us see who dares to bully me. I'll have my brother smash their head in. Faye grew more and more excited as she spoke, as if she were the one who had become a warrior. After all these years, her brother had finally fulfilled his dream and become a great warrior.
Brother, now it's time for you to find me a sister-in-law.
Oh, right, mom and dad aren't back from work yet.
They yell. I'll be so happy when they find out.
As Faye spoke, she spotted a medal on
the table.
Curious, she picked it up casually, but the more she looked at it, the more startled she became. It looked exactly like one she remembered from her childhood.
Finally, she couldn't help but ask. Bro, this isn't the Advanced Warrior Medal, is it?
At that moment, Faye was 100% certain that the medal in her hand was the Advanced Warrior Medal. She almost dropped it in her surprise.
Bro, where did you buy this? It's so lifelike I almost fell for it myself. Faye held the medal up to her mouth and gave it a little bite. You know what?
This gold looks just like the real thing, the material, the feel, and the texture.
It's worth at least 50 yuan. Fong watched the scene, his eye twitching slightly.
This wasn't a fake, and he figured his little sister was probably the only person who would actually put a warrior medal in her mouth and bite down on it.
Actually, you're wrong. This little thing costs 100 yuan. If you like it, it's yours. Fong said offhandedly.
After fusing his dynamic talent, his strength had long since surpassed the master level. With just a few more days to boost his power, he'd be a true master level warrior, so why would he care about this tiny advanced warrior medal?
Alright, I'll take it then.
By the way, bro, let me see your novice warrior medal.
I've never actually seen the real thing before.
Looking at Faye, who was brimming with anticipation, Fong was glad he'd been prepared. He fished a medal out of another pocket. It was indeed the novice warrior medal, the extra one he'd asked his master for back then. It was perfect for a situation like this. After all, his strength had grown so rapidly that there was no need to reveal his true power to his family. It was enough for them to know that he, Fong, could protect them.
Bro, I can't help but feel that your fake one looks even more real than this real one.
Faye held an advanced warrior medal in one hand and a novice warrior medal in the other, examining them closely.
If a fake were obvious at a glance, who would buy it? It's precisely because my real one isn't as good as this fake one that it's the real one.
Fong said with a straight face. That makes sense.
You're right. Alright, you go ahead and play by yourself. I'm going to take a nap.
Fong said, then lay down on the couch and drifted off to sleep. So much had happened over the past couple of days that he was mentally and physically exhausted.
Bro? Big bro?
Faye hadn't expected her older brother to fall asleep so quickly. Resigned, she fetched a light blanket and draped it over him.
Just then, Gizmo suddenly spoke up in her mind.
Linger, are you sure your brother is just an ordinary person?
What's wrong, Gizmo? Is there something off about my brother?
Hearing Gizmo mention her brother made her feel a little nervous.
I get the feeling your brother isn't ordinary. Whenever I'm face to face with your brother, I always feel like he can see right through me.
That feeling is just like when I faced that powerful master in black last time. It's even stronger. Plus, I don't think your brother is just a novice warrior. It's very likely he is hiding his true strength.
Hearing Gizmo's words, Faye laughed.
She thought something was wrong with her brother, but it turned out she was just being paranoid.
Come on, Gizmo, stop being so suspicious, okay?
I think it's just a hangover from last time. You see something suspicious in everyone.
Don't you know my brother isn't an ordinary person?
The results of your scan back then showed that my brother has almost no talent for martial arts, and you said that kind of talent can't be changed in the future.
Then how did my brother change his aptitude? Is he even more powerful than you will be in the future? If that is the case, why would he hide his strength?
It was already a huge accomplishment for him to become a novice warrior, and here you are thinking he is an intermediate warrior or an advanced warrior.
Faye said ruthlessly. Maybe it was just my imagination. Let us put your brother aside for now. The most important thing right now is to improve your own strength.
Your strength has already reached 400 gene, which puts you at the level of a quasi-novice warrior, but your combat effectiveness still falls far short.
Over the next few days, I'm going to put you through special training in real combat. Okay, bring it on. As long as it gives me the strength to protect my family, I'm willing to endure any hardship. Based on my memories, something is going to happen tonight.
It may seem minor, but it could affect the future safety of Jianghai City.
Get ready, it's time to accelerate your training. After hearing Gizmo's words, Faye fell silent. His current strength was still far too weak. He was utterly unprepared to face the terrifying future ahead. No! Fong, who was standing nearby, suddenly jolted awake.
He just had a nightmare in which his family was brutally murdered, and he himself was tortured to death at the hands of the enemy.
What's wrong, big brother?
Faye looked at Fong with some concern.
It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. Fong wiped the sweat from his forehead.
A sense of foreboding swept over him. He couldn't have had such a dream for no reason, especially after fusing his talents.
Perhaps this dream was hinting at something. Before Fong could dwell on it, Fong Zhou and Chen Xian returned home from work.
When the couple learned that their son had become a warrior, they excitedly shouted throughout the house. Chen Xian, his mother, even shed tears of joy, while Fong Zhou couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Their son had become a warrior. What a source of pride for the Fong family.
Fong smiled as well. Wasn't that exactly why he'd become a warrior in the first place?
Once his family was fast asleep, Fong suddenly opened his eyes, stepped out of his room, and sat alone on the sofa, still thinking about the nightmare he had earlier. That nightmare weighed on his heart like a massive boulder. He slipped out silently. Boosting his strength was now a matter of urgency. That nightmare might very well be more than just a nightmare. And there was only one way to boost his strength in such a short time: the system.
Taming points, here I come.
Just as Fong set out to collect taming points, Wang Kai, who had been recuperating at the Windfire Guild in preparation for the raid on the Wild Rifts, also encountered someone.
Chapter 31, The True Beast Hunter.
Inside the pitch-black martial arts hall, Wang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of sharp light shot from them, and the invisible black aura behind him vanished.
Who are you? Wang Kai demanded.
A figure had suddenly appeared in the previously empty room, deeply concealed within the darkness. Anyone capable of sneaking into the Windfire Guild without a sound was clearly no ordinary person. I didn't expect an imposter like you to spot me. It seems you're quite skilled. I'm curious, you clearly possess the cultivation level of a master, so why are you impersonating me?
What exactly are your intentions?
The visitor stepped out of the darkness and sized Wang Kai up.
Are you the beast's hunter? Looks like you're not too dumb after all.
Wang Kai hadn't expected the real deal to show up so soon.
So, did you come here to prove I'm an imposter? No, the title Beast's Hunter doesn't matter to me.
I came here for other reasons. I just happened to overhear you impersonating me and found it amusing.
Oh, so what exactly brings you here? Wang Kai's curiosity was piqued.
He'd only been in this world for a few days. What could possibly have prompted the real Beast's Hunter to track him down?
I've investigated thoroughly.
Before that beast's invasion,
there was no record of you whatsoever.
It's as if you appeared out of thin air.
Tell me, who are you? Why are you contacting the Sin Child's family? If you don't give me a perfect explanation, don't even think about walking out of here today. The visitor had no intention of wasting time and cut straight to the point.
The overwhelming aura of a peak master completely enveloped Wang Kai, yet not a trace of it leaked out of the room. My strength has now reached the quasi-grandmaster level, while you're merely a peak master.
Rest assured, I can keep you here. Don't even think about calling for help.
Since I dared to come here, I've made every possible preparation. Your only hope Yuan, the Windfire Guild's sole grandmaster, has already gone out into the wilderness.
No one can come to your rescue now. All you can do now is answer my questions honestly.
The true beast's hunter demanded in a stern, sharp tone, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. After learning of this news, it had taken him some time to reach Jianghai City, and he waited until Yuan had left before making his move. Today, he heard through the grapevine that a Grandmaster-level battle had broken out during the Windfire Guild's warrior trials, apparently over a teenager with exceptional talent, but no matter how hard he tried to find out more, that was all he managed to uncover. But none of that mattered. He couldn't wait any longer as long as it didn't interfere with his mission to find that master. As the saying goes, the most dangerous moment is actually the safest. No one would expect him to strike today.
Sin child?
Wang Kai felt a flash of murderous intent when he realized the man before him had been investigating him, but then he heard an unfamiliar term.
Sin child? Who is Sin child? Wang Kai replied. You really don't know?
If you don't know, how could you, as a master, go out of your way to approach a little girl with no cultivation for no reason? The beast's hunter's fighting spirit was about to erupt if Wang Kai didn't speak up. He was going to resort to force.
Ha!
Wang Kai suddenly perked up, his mind racing. There was only one little girl he'd ever come into contact with, his master's younger sister. Wang Kai suddenly realized that this matter wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. Not only was it far from simple, but it was also unimaginably huge. Since it involved his master, he had to be extremely cautious, so he spoke tentatively.
Are you talking about Fei? Wang Kai asked tentatively. You're quite something, aren't you?
I don't care if you're part of that faction or not. You'd better keep your claws to yourselves and hide away in some corner for the rest of your lives, otherwise, the only thing waiting for you is a dead end.
We wiped you out once decades ago, and we can do it again today, decades later. The beast's hunter spoke with arrogance.
His master's power was unimaginably terrifying, and the faction he belonged to was beyond comprehension in its vastness.
Did a remnant group that had been in hiding for decades really think they could overthrow them?
Having said that, he prepared to turn and leave.
Did I say you could leave? Wang Kai's eyes had darkened.
The prodigal son this man spoke of was indeed connected to his master, which meant he absolutely could not let him leave.
What? You think you can keep me here? You're asking for trouble. If it weren't for the higher-ups telling me to come warn you, do you think you'd still be alive to talk to me? Beast's hunter said contemptuously. Tell me everything you know about the sinful son. Wang Kai leaped to his feet from the bed. What if I don't?
The beast's hunter had no idea he was already teetering on the brink of death.
I'll make you talk.
Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, the beast's hunter suddenly felt a twinge of foreboding, which grew heavier by the second. He hurriedly turned to flee, but it was already too late. To his horror, he saw a cloud of black flames suddenly rise behind Wang Kai.
Grandmaster's talent.
No, you're not a peak master.
You're a grandmaster.
The beast's hunter's whole body trembled, and his soul quaked. That impostor wasn't a master, but a grandmaster. Immediately, the cries of terror in the room faded away. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Kai pushed open the door. The room was already completely empty. Sensing his master's location, he instantly transformed into a sonic boom and sped away. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fong, who had been collecting taming points, felt a sudden stir in his mind and saw Wang Kai descend from midair, appearing right before him. Their minds were in sync, and in an instant, both knew exactly what had just happened.
The sinful son? According to what that man said, doesn't that mean my dad is the sinful son? What else did he say?
Master, that man was just a low-level minion. I couldn't get any other useful information out of him.
All I know is that their faction is planning to wipe out your entire family. Fong was furious. Did they really think his family was easy to bully, that they could be kept alive at will and killed on a whim?
If anyone dared to come after him, he'd make sure they never returned. If he could raise one Wang Kai, he could raise a second, and a third.
If a grandmaster wasn't enough, then a high grandmaster. If a high grandmaster wasn't enough, then a commander.
If one isn't enough, then two. If two aren't enough, then a whole swarm. I'll show them I can overwhelm them. Anyone who dares mess with him, Fong, is truly courting death. Master, why don't I stay by your side to protect you? I'm here, so you can rest easy. No, you should go out into the wild. But before that, come with me to take care of something. I want to give them a huge surprise before they arrive. Yes, Master. Chapter 32, Raising a 6th Tier Mosquito King. The first female Grandmaster emerges. That'll do. Wankai, start the summoning. Yes, Master. Wankai stood beside Fong, surrounded by dense grass and trees. It was dark and windy, the perfect time for a scheme. Suddenly, a sound at a peculiar frequency rang out. That sound came from Wankai himself. Before long, a faint rustling filled the air, and a vast swarm of ants appeared. Seeing Wankai, they excitedly waved their antennae, as if celebrating the sight of their king. Species, Black Ant. Owner, Fong. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, Novice Grandmaster. Ability, Summon Kindred. Currently capable of commanding 100,000 ants. A full 100,000 ants began swarming around Fong and Wankai. What a spectacular sight! The surroundings were pitch black. Anyone with trypophobia who witnessed this scene would likely faint on the spot. 100,000 ants must have emptied out several ant nests. Seeing that the summoning was complete, Fong began a large-scale slaughter of the ant swarm before him. This was a shortcut Fong had suddenly come up with. Killing insects isn't actually difficult, but the process is they're too small, and searching for them takes too much time. The ability Wankai had summoned could significantly reduce that time. One ant yields 0.1 taming points. So 100,000 ants equal 10,000 taming points. 10,000 taming points. If he had to do this himself, who knows how long it would have taken to collect them. The massive ant colony was ruthlessly wiped out by Fong, and the system flashed notifications non-stop. In no time at all, he had already collected 10,000 taming points. Fong was ecstatic. This was enough for a Grandmaster. He amassed the taming points required for a Grandmaster in such a short time. If he had enough ants, couldn't he create an entire Grandmaster army in a single night? Observed that the host has collected 10,000 taming points. Reward, 1 mimicry use. What? Mimicry? Fong was stunned. He hadn't expected that simply collecting taming points could trigger a system reward. This was absolutely amazing. Summon Wankai again. Yes, Master. Fong planned to go all out, but this time it clearly took a long time to gather a group of ants, and judging by the numbers, there weren't even 100,000 of them. What's going on? Master, most of the ants in the area have already disappeared, and this time my little brothers showed obvious resistance. It must be that their previous master's behavior made them unable to accept this. Well, I thought I'd found a loophole in the system, but turns out the system is still the system after all. Since this method couldn't be used regularly, he'd have to try something else. Fong didn't kill the ants he'd summoned this time. Instead, he selected 50 of the larger ones to raise. Wankai is now a 6th tier ant king. The 5th tier is master, the 4th is warrior, the 3rd is common, the 2nd is very powerful ant, and the 1st is powerful ant. System, train all 50 of these ants to the 3rd tier. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 50 3rd tier ant kings. The first time cost 1 taming point, the second 5, and the third 25. With 50 ants in total, this training session cost 1,256 taming points. Although it cost a lot, the reward was well worth it, a full 50 ants with combat power comparable to that of an average human. Now, these ants are as big as soccer balls and look incredibly imposing and majestic. With all 50 of them together, an intangible aura of authority radiated outward. Listen up, all of you, stay out of human society. Lead your minions and go collect taming points for me. This back mountain will be your domain. That's exactly what Fong had in mind. Having his trained minions collect taming points for him, while this approach wouldn't yield a large amount immediately, it would ensure a steady, long-term supply. Upon hearing Fong's words, the 50 mighty blackguards surged forward like a ferocious black tide, sweeping through the back mountain. Now, it's time to start truly training high-level combatants. Only high-level combatants could stand up to future crises. Let us see just how many taming points it takes to tame another Grandmaster. Fong didn't plan to tame ants this time. Wankai was enough for that for now. Instead, he set his sights on another species as numerous as ants, mosquitoes. He casually caught a mosquito and said, "You're in luck, such an opportunity is about to be bestowed upon you. System, start training. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 1 Mosquito King. Ding. Mosquito talents detected: rapid flight, blood-sucking, diamond spear. Do you wish to extract them? No, don't extract them. Continue training." His strength was still too low, his body couldn't handle new talents just yet. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 2 Mosquito King. Ding. Level 2 Mosquito King detected. Do you wish to raise it? Raise it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 3 Mosquito King. At Fong's command, the mosquito in his hand underwent another dramatic transformation. Ding. Level 3 Mosquito King detected. Do you wish to raise it? Raise. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 4 Mosquito King. Ding. A level 4 Mosquito King has been detected. Do you wish to raise it? Raise. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 5 Mosquito King. Ding. A level 5 Ant King has been detected. Do you wish to raise it? Raise. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 6 Mosquito King. Level 6. This was the first level 6 creature Fong had raised using the system. While raising it, Fong kept a close eye on the taming points displayed on the stats panel. Sure enough, the 5th raise required only 625 points, but the 6th raise consumed a whopping 6,250 taming points. That's a tenfold increase. Starting from the 5th attempt, the increase was no longer 5-fold but 10-fold. Other words, to tame insects the size of ants or mosquitoes to the Grandmaster level, 7,031 taming points are required. This time, it wiped out more than half of his 10,000 taming points, leaving him with just over 1,000. Fong had chosen to tame mosquitoes precisely because of their ability to fly. This way, the area around his home would be filled with his own spies, allowing him to quickly receive updates on any developments. Alright, apply mimicry to this mosquito. Fong looked at the giant mosquito, now as big as a calf. If it were to take even a single bite, it could cripple a person. But just as Fong finished speaking, he suddenly wondered, was this mosquito actually a female or a male? If it were a female, what would the mimicry look like? Congratulations, host. Mimicry complete. Before Fong had time to think further, the system had already completed the mimicry. Master. I love you so much. In the pitch-black night, a seductive voice suddenly rang out. Fong jolted, then felt his eyes begin to bloodshot as a completely naked woman appeared before him. Her figure was incredibly voluptuous, and most importantly, a pair of long, white legs were slowly wrapping themselves around his body, while something warm and moist brushed against his neck. It was the woman's tongue. You filthy mosquito! How dare you even touch my master? Wankai, standing nearby, flew into a rage, unleashing his Grandmaster aura, and the woman, in turn, erupted with a Grandmaster presence every bit as powerful as Wankai's. You stupid ant, what business is it of yours if I touch my master? For a moment, the two Grandmaster level powerhouses stood locked in a standoff. Chapter 33, Master, please don't take pity on your servant. Cough. We're all family here. Don't be rash. Fong spoke up. If he didn't stop them now, the two of them really might come to blows. However, his own situation was quite awkward at the moment. He was a hot-blooded young man, struggling to find an outlet for the pent-up energy he'd been building up for over a decade, and the moment he was teased, his body reacted immediately. She's a mosquito, she's just a mosquito. Fong had no choice but to convince himself of this, but the moment he opened his eyes and saw her snow-white, unmistakably revealing curves, he nearly got a nosebleed. Why did Wonkai have clothes on when he was in his mimic form, but not this time? Was the system doing this on purpose? Your servant will obey you, master. I'll let this stupid ant off the hook for now. Master, my body belongs to you now, you know. Don't take pity on me. Fang's vitality, which had just calmed down, surged once more upon hearing that seductive voice. With her goddess-like features and perfect body, it was hard for Fang, a boy who never experienced anything of that nature, to keep his composure. She's a mosquito. Fang, you can't just go for anything. If you keep teasing your master like this, I'll turn you back into a mosquito. Fang feigned anger, then gave her waist a firm squeeze. Sure enough, so tender, so smooth, so pleasant. No, Fang, what were you doing just now? He almost lost control just now, how embarrassing. Okay, master, I get it. When Fang opened her eyes again, the stunningly beautiful woman before her had finally returned to normal. Seeing that she wasn't wearing any clothes, Fang took off her own jacket and used it to barely cover the woman's body. I really don't get what the system is thinking, giving a mosquito a body like a goddess. Master, I don't want to wear clothes. No, you must. Fang said sternly, then glanced at her stats panel. Type, mosquito. Master, Fang. Loyalty, 100%. Combat power, novice grandmaster. Ability, summon kindred currently capable of commanding 100,000 of her own kind. Since you're a mosquito, I'll name you one. Wen was overjoyed to hear her master bestow a name upon her, just as if an ordinary girl had received something she truly loved. Hey, you stupid ant, my master gave me a name. What's yours? Wen glanced at Wonkai, who stood nearby with a stern expression. Why did he have to wear that deadpan face all the time? Compared to her master, he was definitely not as handsome. Flirty mosquito, I have a name, it's Wonkai. Oomph, stupid ant, your name isn't as nice as mine. True, and I'm not as flirty as you either. Another disagreement sparked a flare-up between the two. Fang felt like crying, but couldn't. Were ants and mosquitoes natural enemies? Why did every sentence have to be so barbed? If you two keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Fang said angrily. Master, Wonkai knows he was wrong. Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Fang. He raised both of them. Why were their personalities so different? Alright, we still have business to attend to. Wen, what level have you reached now? Seeing that her master had brought up serious business, Wen dropped her previous coquettish demeanor and replied solemnly. Master, my cultivation level is novice grandmaster, and my strength has reached intermediate grandmaster. Good. In that case, Wonkai can stay safely at the Windfire Guild from now on, and you will follow me to ensure my safety. Yes, master. Yes, master. Master, I just received a message. The Grandmaster's summons has reached its deadline. I must leave now, but I can rest easy knowing one is by your side. Alright, in that case, go ahead. Remember, you must ensure the safety of my master, Yuan. Yes, master. With that, Wonkai leaped into the air and vanished into the night. Oomph, you stupid ant, by the time you come back, I'll be your mistress. When watched Wonkai leave this time, finally, no one could stop her. Thinking of how her master would roughly grab her wrists, caress her body tenderly, and kiss her lips with such passion, she instantly felt her cheeks flush and her heart flutter. Her master was the most perfect man in the world. Master! Look at this dark and windy night with the earth as our bed and the sky as our blanket. Shouldn't we do something meaningful? Come on. Wen's seductive voice rang out once more. If anyone else had been there, they would surely have had a nosebleed. Sure, that's exactly what I had in mind. Fang smiled faintly and slowly walked toward Wen. Master, come on. Don't spare me, don't feel sorry for me, just ravage me to your heart's content. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Seeing that Fang had agreed, Wen's heart raced and her body grew hot. How does it feel? Have you received any more messages? Fang asked Wen with an expectant look on her face, while Wen hung his head, looking thoroughly displeased. So this was what his master had actually intended to do. It was nothing like what he'd imagined at all. The worst part was that he'd been so excited earlier he'd almost taken off his clothes, only to have his master's single question, "What are you doing?" douse him with a bucket of cold water. But even so, he managed to say, "Master, there is. That's good enough. Looks like I'll be counting on you for intelligence gathering missions from now on. In my past life, there was the Imperial Guard, now I have the Mosquito Guard." Earlier, Fang had instructed Wen to summon a swarm of mosquitoes and send them out to see if they could clearly observe what was happening around them, and sure enough, they could. Mosquitoes move faster than ants, so they were the perfect choice. From now on, spread them out across a 5-li radius around the neighborhood. As soon as you spot any unusual humans, notify me immediately. Yes, Master. Wen immediately summoned the maximum number of mosquitoes he could hold and sent them out to spread. This ensures the safety of my family, but it's still not enough. Fang checked his taming points again and noticed that ever since they surpassed 10,000, the amount of taming points he received from these small insects had dropped significantly. For example, an ant used to yield 0.1, but now it only yields 0.01. Fortunately, the 50 black ants he sent out earlier were quite effective, and within a short time, his taming points had once again reached over 2,000. System, raise these 3 mosquitoes to level 5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 level 5 mosquito kings. Level 5 mosquito kings already possess the strength of a junior master. These 3 were specifically prepared for his parents and younger sister, so they could protect them. Unfortunately, so far, his taming points had only been enough to raise 1 grandmaster level creature. Looking at the 3 mosquitoes before him, each as big as a fist, he realized that while their size hadn't changed as dramatically as the ants, their tiny bodies harbored genuine master-level combat power. Listen up. From now on, you're Mosquito 1, you're Mosquito 2, and you're Mosquito 3. You'll each be responsible for the safety of my father, mother, and younger sister. Don't let them spot you. Since you're so small, you can hide easily. Stay right by their sides at all times. Remember, you must protect their safety even at the cost of your own lives. Report any developments to me immediately. Go now. As soon as Fang finished speaking, the 3 fist-sized mosquitoes vanished into the night, quickly reaching their home in the residential complex and hiding in the darkness. Alright, let us head back too. Only then did Fang feel a glimmer of security. He quickly returned home, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Wen, who had been sleeping on the floor, smiled slightly and slowly climbed onto the bed. Don't get up here. Get down. Yes, master. Wen had no choice but to climb back down, resigned. Chapter 34, The Beginning of Jiang Heiking's Downfall. Good morning, sister-in-law. Fei watched as a woman emerged from his older brother's room and instantly began to stammer. Who else could it be, coming out of his older brother's room first thing in the morning? Did he even need to wonder what had happened last night? Who would VE thought? Who would VE thought? Her older brother was actually that impressive, able to land a beauty of this caliber, with such a gorgeous face and great figure. She'd be more than happy to have her as her sister-in-law. Good morning, pretty lady. Wen was instantly delighted to hear her master's younger sister call her sister-in-law. Now that even the little princess had acknowledged her status, who could possibly stand in her way? You little brat, what are you yapping about? She's not your sister-in-law. She was sent by the Windfire Guild to assist me on a mission. Fang then walked out and shot Wen a look, clearly displeased that she'd snuck out of the room on her own. Wen, however, acted as if she hadn't noticed and proceeded to strike up a conversation with Fei. It really was a case of 2 women, one show Fang found he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Breaking news, last night, an entire family was brutally slaughtered. Their bodies were torn apart by an unknown creature, and 2 investigators who had gone to the scene were also killed. The TV was airing the latest news report, and the blood-soaked image on the screen completely ruined Fei's appetite. Just as I thought it's happened.
That's the event. It marks the beginning of Shanghai City's destruction. What? Faye suddenly cried out upon hearing Gizmo's voice in her head. Shanghai City is going to be wiped out? And this news report on TV is the beginning of Shanghai City's destruction? What on earth is going on? Faye was completely baffled. This was the first time she'd ever heard Gizmo speak. What's wrong? Fong looked at his younger sister as sudden outburst and asked with concern. It's nothing, big bro. I'll finish eating and head out.
Faye hurriedly took a few bites, then slung her backpack over her shoulder and set off for school.
That news report? Fong also turned his attention to the news. What exactly was behind this story that had caused his sister to lose her composure like that? Could it be that the thing inside her body knew some unspeakable secret? An attack by an unknown creature? Or even a warrior? Fong sensed that this matter might be far more complicated than he realized. Watching his sister walk away, he closed the door and headed toward the martial arts hall. Gizmo, what's really going on? How could Shanghai City just be wiped out of the blue? Are you sure you're not mistaken? As Faye walked down the street, she couldn't understand how this could possibly be the beginning of the destruction of a major human city. I'm not mistaken.
Although my memories are quite hazy, this is definitely the beginning of Jianghaking's destruction, and the speed of this devastation is beyond anything you or I could ever imagine. In the future, after this incident began, a series of clan massacres occurred one after another, eventually leading to an entire martial arts school being wiped out in a single night. Within half a year, Shanghai City turned into a lifeless, desolate wasteland. That terrifying scene was simply beyond human capacity to withstand. Every living creature would face death. How is that possible? Faye suddenly felt a suffocating sense of dread wash over her. With so many masters, grandmasters, and even high grandmasters in Shanghai City, could they really not escape this fate? So what exactly happened in the future? What can I do? Can I prevent the city's destruction? Faye couldn't bear the thought of so many lives being lost so tragically. Since she already knew the future, she was certain she could change it. It's impossible. Linger, do you know what Shanghai City is about to face in the future? In my hazy memories, I saw an endless black tide. No single person could possibly stop that. Even an invincible powerhouse like the commander would have no choice but to flee in the face of such terror. All you can do now is improve your strength as quickly as possible and then reach out to that group of people. Only then will you have the power to protect yourself, the chance to grow, and the opportunity to leave Shanghai before the crisis erupts. Gizmo's words left Faye momentarily speechless. Though brief, they contained information she couldn't process. A sense of panic welled up inside her. Could she really survive in the future? Could she protect her family? Those people? Yes. I used to think there was still plenty of time, and I originally planned to just have you wait for that event to unfold. But as my memories returned, I realized the situation was growing increasingly urgent, so I had no choice but to take the initiative. But before that, we must first raise your combat level to warrior. Only then will they take you seriously. Okay. Faye now had only one thought: to improve her combat skills, and as quickly as possible. By the way, Linger, your brother's girlfriend. What about her? Nothing. I just think she's pretty. Gizmo didn't voice his true concerns. He was beginning to wonder if his systems were malfunctioning. He actually sensed an unfathomable aura emanating from that woman. It was as if he were facing a powerful grandmaster. Yeah, of course. Does my brother have bad taste? Faye chatted with Gizmo as they walked toward school, while not far behind them, hidden in the shadows, a mosquito the size of a fist followed closely in their wake, unnoticed by anyone. I need to know everything about last night's massacre. Fong arrived at the Fenghu Martial Hall, pulled out his advanced warrior certificate, and retrieved the relevant materials, which detailed the crime scene. Master, those bite marks look familiar to me. Fong was looking at the documents. The crime scene photos were enough to turn anyone's stomach when one, standing nearby, spoke up. They look familiar to you? Although the incident had been reported,
it hadn't attracted much attention.
After all, beast invasions were a common occurrence, and there had even been a previous incident where beasts had invaded Fong's neighborhood through a spatial rift.
Master, these marks look a lot like those left by rats.
As you know, Master, mosquitoes like us generally prefer dark, damp places, and rats love those kinds of spots too, so I'm quite familiar with them.
I'm certain these marks were left by rats, but why do they suddenly look magnified? Oh, right, Master, I just remembered something.
Among the reports I received yesterday from the mosquito army I sent out, there was one regarding rats. They didn't spot a single rat within a 5-li radius of the residential complex.
After hearing one's words, Fong fell deep in thought. Rats, it's rats again.
Earlier, a large rat had been run over by a car, and now there has been another incident of a rat attacking a person, yet there wasn't a single rat to be found within a 5-li radius of his residential complex.
So where did they go? Is this really just a coincidence?
Fong stood up and put the materials away. They were of no use at all, so he decided to head to the mission hall first to see if there was any other news.
Chapter 35. I'm really starting to like my master more and more. As soon as he entered the mission hall, Fong attracted quite a bit of attention. To be precise, it was when behind Fong who caught the eye of many lecherous old men, who eyed her from head to toe before their gazes lingered on a certain spot for a long time. One had the face of an angel and the figure of a devil. Although she was wearing some of Fong's loose-fitting clothes, they couldn't hide her alluring charm. Master, your servant is so scared. Look at all these old men staring at your servant. They love to skin me alive. With them acting like this, how can a young girl like me possibly feel comfortable staying here? When clutched the hem of Fong's shirt, adopting the air of a delicate young woman, and spoke in a voice so sweet it was almost cloying, prompting many of the men who witnessed the scene to exclaim that it was like a flower planted in cow dung. Fong let out a wry smile. It was truly a shame one didn't pursue acting. With acting skills and expressions like that, any jury that didn't award her a Best Actress prize would be blind. You're a grandmaster, for heaven's sake. If you're unhappy, you could slap someone to death, and no one would dare stop you. And you're actually scared? And you're actually embarrassed? Not a soul would believe that. Fong didn't say anything. If he gave one the time of day, she'd just get even more carried away. Who knows what kind of trouble she'd stir up next. But before Fong could speak, a busybody had already stepped forward. Beautiful lady, I'm Ba Quan, deputy captain of the True Fire Squad. Would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Ba Quan flashed a sincere smile at the woman before him. He bedded countless women, but he never met one of such high caliber, one who made his heart flutter after just a single encounter. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he knew he'd fallen in love and was determined to win her over. After all, with his noble status, no woman could possibly resist him. As for the man standing beside her, a little manipulation on his part would be enough to make him back off quietly. Ugh, it's that Ba Quan guy. Looks like that woman isn't getting away tonight. He is the deputy captain of the True Fire Squad. Who dare mess with him? He is an intermediate warrior himself, and his captain is an advanced warrior who is rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to master. With a woman of such high caliber, all we can do is watch. I think the man by her side is the most pitiful of all. I mean, if he is coming to the mission hall, why bring a woman alone? Well, that is just great. His woman has been snatched away. If he knows his place, it'll be fine, but if he doesn't it won't just be a beating he'll get. Warriors in the distance watched the scene and began whispering among themselves. Some lamented that such a perfect woman had fallen into the hands of scum, while others pitied the man's plight. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Last time, a woman was spotted by Ba Quan, who snatched her away. Rumor had it he held her captive for 3 days and 3 nights. By the time she was released, she had gone mad. Moreover, the man's body was found in the river a few days later. Everyone knew who was responsible, but no one dared speak up. After all, no one wanted to provoke the True Fire Squad. Every member of that squad was like a madman. Anyone who crossed them would either die or be maimed. Are you asking me? When asked with wide eyes and a touch of curiosity, then cast an innocent glance at Fong.
This reaction stirred something in Bakwan's heart. He hadn't misjudged her at all. This woman was a true earthly beauty. Her every move was mesmerizing. He couldn't wait to savor the essence of such a perfect woman.
Yes, beautiful lady. I, Bakwan, would like to sincerely invite you to dinner.
Bakwan replied once more. This perfect main course couldn't be rushed. He had to take his time.
But I'll have to ask my husband if he agrees. Darling, what should I do? Someone wants to invite me to dinner.
Wen gave a half smile, seemingly finding the whole situation quite amusing, and deliberately acted coy toward Fong right in front of Bakwan also heard how the woman in front of him addressed the man. A chill ran down his spine. It seemed someone had beaten him to this dish. Afterward, he would definitely toss that guy into the river, just like he done to the last one.
Kid, I advise you to know your place. I'm an intermediate warrior, and my brother is the captain of the True Fire Squad. Think it over before you answer. Bakwan threatened Fong. 1. Stop messing around. We got serious business to attend to.
I don't like it when people threaten me to my face.
Fong replied nonchalantly, not taking Bakwan's threat seriously in the slightest.
You little. Bakwan hadn't expected this kid to show him absolutely no respect, but for the sake of this woman, he held his tongue. He had to maintain his gentlemanly composure. As for this guy, he'd make sure his body was dumped in the river.
Okay.
Wen pouted slightly, looking a bit wronged, then turned to Bakwan, who was staring at her expectantly, and slapped him across the face. The blow left Bakwan completely dazed. His face swelled up like a pig's head, and he was sent flying 2 or 3 meters away by the sheer force of the blow.
Get the hell out of here.
To dare threaten her master, he really didn't know when to quit. If she hadn't been afraid of getting her master into trouble, she would slapped him to death long ago.
Holy shit. That woman is a real badass. They're done for. They have no idea who they messed with. The onlookers watching from the sidelines were also stunned. This scene was completely unexpected. They imagined the man's resentment and anguish over the situation, but never expected the woman to strike without a second thought. Intermediate warrior Bakwan, deputy captain of the True Fire Squad and younger brother of Bain, had been sent flying by a slap and by a woman, no less. Master, your servant is very obedient, you know.
Fong looked at one, who was acting all coy in front of him, and shook his head in exasperation. She was his own creation. He had to take her back no matter what. You just wait. If you've got the guts, don't run.
Bakwan knew he'd hit a brick wall. He left a parting shot and fled the scene like a madman.
Anyone capable of sending him flying with a single slap must be either an intermediate warrior or an advanced warrior. But with his older brother on the verge of breaking through to master, he swore he wouldn't rest until this grudge was avenged.
Look what you've done. You've gotten us into trouble.
That's what happens when you mess with the young ones. The elders come after you.
Be more careful in the future. Fong watched Bakwan flee and said earnestly to when he didn't even need to see the plot to know how it would unfold.
I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have acted on my own. Please punish me. Wen bowed her head. She really shouldn't have struck out without her master's permission. It was a challenge to his authority. Besides, she'd been so caught up in playing around that she hadn't even considered the trouble she'd cause her master. After all, she'd only been anthropomorphized for one night. She was curious about everything and hadn't thought things through. No, what I mean is, since you've already struck, you should have just killed him outright. Don't give others a chance to seek revenge.
If you don't uproot the weed, the spring breeze will make it grow again. Even minor figures you overlook can cause you enormous trouble. Fong said calmly.
He knew from his past life that in some novels, protagonists had been betrayed by minor characters precisely because they were too merciful and lenient. He spoke this way, and he acted accordingly. Yu Jingqing had met such a fate earlier. He possessed such immense power not to be charitable, but to better protect what he wanted to protect. Master, your servant understands. I'm really starting to like you more and more, master. When S eyes lit up, she knew her master wouldn't blame her, and immediately reached out to pull Fong into her arms.
Stop, hold on.
Behave yourself. If you keep this up,
I'll replace you and have Wang Kai protect me instead. Fong hurriedly stepped aside. This subordinate of his truly left him at a loss.
Upon hearing her master's words, Wen indeed became much more well-behaved, trailing behind Fong with her head hanging low. Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought she'd been deeply wronged. Wen's appearance once again drew the stares of a large crowd. They were practically drooling, silently cursing Fong in their hearts.
Kid, you're no human being.
It really is true that those who are well-fed don't understand the suffering of the hungry.
Chapter 36, A Father's Revenge Part 1. After checking the latest updates in the mission hall, one thing caught Fong's attention.
Recently, quite a few people had gone missing for no apparent reason. These missing persons shared one very obvious characteristic: they were alone at night.
Man, it's no wonder they're disappearing.
If it were me, I'd go after people who are out alone at night, too. Fong muttered under his breath, then continued scrolling down, but found no useful clues.
Instead of leaving right away, he sat back leisurely in a corner.
Wen, remember, when we're out, just call me young master.
Don't call me master anymore. It'll only cause unnecessary trouble.
Come on, give this young master a shoulder massage. Let me experience this lavish lifestyle for a bit.
Yes, young master.
Wen covered her face with a smile, seemingly having come to understand her master's twisted sense of humor. She then stepped forward affectionately, placing her delicate, supple hands on Fong's shoulders before, whether intentionally or not, trailing them down his neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Fong finally understood why some people were so obsessed with this kind of life. It really was a pleasure. Just as Fong was savoring the moment, quite a few people witnessed the scene, sparking a wave of envy. They began speculating about Fong's identity. Who was he, exactly?
Could he be the young master of some martial arts school? The women around him were all warriors whom Bakwan couldn't match.
Young man, you'd better leave. Once Bakwan arrives, you won't be able to walk out of here. A middle-aged man looked at Fong, who was clearly reveling in the moment, and felt a pang of sympathy. Earlier, he'd seen this woman send Bakwan flying with a single slap. Someone like Bakwan, who never forgives a slight, would surely return to exact revenge. I've heard that his older brother broke through to the master rank just yesterday. I know you're confident in your own abilities and aren't afraid, but this is the Windfire Guild, his brother's turf. As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake.
Do you and the woman by your side really think you can take on a master? Take my advice, leave now.
Better safe than sorry. The middle-aged man looked at Fong, seemingly thinking of his own son. Sir, we'll leave as soon as we're done here, but right now I'm curious, why exactly are you here? It doesn't look like you're here to accept a quest, does it?
Fong opened his eyes and looked at the weathered middle-aged man standing before him.
The man's eyes were lifeless, shrouded in a deathly aura, yet a sense of resolve could still be felt within them. This man had already made up his mind to die. He didn't seem to be here to accept a mission. It was as if he had come to seek death.
I'm certainly not here to accept a mission. It no longer holds any meaning for me. Right now, I just want to do what a father should do.
Fong's words seemed to stir up painful memories in the middle-aged man. His eyes instantly welled up with tears.
Master, shall I intervene and drive him away?
When silently transmitted her thoughts to Fong, she, too, had noticed that something was off about this middle-aged man.
No need. I've already figured out why he is here. Fong's heart sank.
He wasn't completely in the dark. He'd already learned of a tragic incident that had occurred recently from a warrior earlier. 7 days ago, a young man named Song Fong brought his fiancée to the mission hall to turn in a mission. At 25, he was already a novice warrior with a bright future ahead of him. Everyone in his family had high hopes for him, and even his fiancée believed that marrying Song Fong was the best decision she'd ever made. After turning in this quest, Song Fong planned to start preparing for their upcoming wedding. Fong said this in a flat tone. Wen, standing beside him, was puzzled as to why her master was bringing this up out of the blue, but she noticed that the middle-aged man across from them was breathing more and more heavily. Moreover, his fists were clenched tightly, his vitality was at its peak, his eyes were bloodshot, and a wave of hatred was radiating from him. He was True to her status as a grandmaster, Wen quickly pieced everything together, and her gaze toward the middle-aged man now held a hint of sympathy. They could have lived happily ever after, but then they encountered that devil, Ba Quan.
They. Don't say another word. Don't say another word. I beg you, don't say another word. Song Fong, my son. It's Dad who has let you both down. Song Song completely broke down, collapsing onto the ground.
His son and daughter-in-law, their young lives had been cut short because of that demon. That day, after the demon had snatched his daughter-in-law away, his son, Song Fong, had gone searching for her like a madman, but he was never heard from again. He begged everyone he could for help, but he was just a novice warrior who would dare to cross that demon for his sake? Those 4 days were a hellish ordeal for him. 4 days later, his daughter-in-law returned, but the sight that met his eyes was too horrifying to bear. His heart ached as if being torn apart 1,000 times. The innocent, lovely girl he once knew was gone. Her eyes were vacant, and her body was covered in filth.
She had gone mad.
Then, he discovered his son's body. It had been fished out of the river. Unable to bear it, he fainted on the spot. But when he came to, his daughter-in-law was already lying lifeless beside his son, having followed him in death.
Son, daughter-in-law, Dad is coming to avenge you right now. Dad will make sure that demon goes down with you. Wait for me on the other side. Song Song stood up in agony, his eyes bloodshot. Go now. Don't let my son's tragedy happen to you. With that, he turned and walked away.
Meanwhile, Ba Quan had already called his older brother over, vowing to avenge himself.
Just wait until I get back, I'll teach you a lesson. How many times have I told you not to get too cocky? If you offend the wrong people, no one will be able to protect you. Haven T, you've forgotten what happened last time. I had to pull a lot of strings to cover that up. If you keep this up, you'll get me killed sooner or later. Ba In was frustrated with his brother's waywardness. He'd truly grown used to acting without any regard for the law. Still, he was his own flesh and blood, and whenever trouble arose, he was the one left to clean up the mess. From what he'd heard this time, it seemed his brother had been beaten up for no reason while walking down the street, but he knew his brother's temperament all too well. It was a miracle he hadn't been the one to start the fight. Bro, it was just an accident. Who knew that woman would be so stubborn?
I was just trying to have some fun with her, but she refused to give in no matter what.
In the end, I had to drug her. She got so horny she finally let me do whatever I wanted.
And that guy, I told him I'd hand her over after I was done with her, but he still dared to lay a hand on me.
Throwing him in the river was actually too lenient.
Ba Quan spoke with a touch of anger. That woman had a nice figure and was pretty enough, but after a few days, she lost her appeal. It was the woman he'd just run into who was really exciting. He could play with her for a year and never get bored.
Bro, it's those two.
Ba Quan spotted Fong and his companion from a distance and excitedly called out to his older brother, Ba In. He could barely contain his urge to take that woman back with him and have his way with her.
Chapter 37, A Father's Revenge Part 2.
He is here.
He is here. Kids, it won't be long now. Daddy is about to avenge you.
Seeing Ba Quan arrive, Song Song forced himself to suppress the rage burning inside him and hid off to the side. He had only one chance. Even if it meant dying, he would drag the devil down with him.
Is it them? I don't think anyone is hitting you. You've just got your eye on that woman, Haven to you.
Thanks to his keen eyesight, Ba In spotted Fong strolling leisurely in the distance, accompanied by that breathtakingly beautiful woman. To be honest, this woman had taken him by surprise as well. He simply couldn't fathom how such a perfect woman could exist in this world. Truly the face of an angel, the figure of a devil. If he weren't averse to women, he would have certainly savored her to the fullest.
Bro, I promise this is the last time.
As long as you give me that woman, I'll train diligently at the martial arts school and never cause trouble again. Ba Quan pleaded. As long as his older brother agreed, that woman would surely be his. Don't let this woman end up like the last one played with for a few days and then discarded.
I think she is pretty good. She'd make a fine sister-in-law. Alright, it's settled. It's about time the Ba family produced an heir.
Once I break through to the master level, I'll have to go serve in Shanghai City. I don't know if I'll make it back alive. I'm satisfied with this one.
Ba Quan, watch out! Ba Yin's furious shout rang out from behind him.
Though Ba Quan wasn't as strong as Ba Yin, he was still an intermediate warrior. Facing a life or death crisis, his formidable physical prowess kicked in. At the last possible moment, he twisted his body to the side, dodging the vital areas. The dagger only grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody gash.
Fuck you!
Ba Quan snapped out of it and kicked out, sending the attacker flying. The dagger fell to the ground.
Cough, cough, cough.
Song Tsung coughed up a mouthful of blood. That kick had injured him, but he smiled, because he de-avenged his child.
He de-avenged his child. Die, die. You devil belongs in hell. Oh no, this knife is poisoned. Ba Quan realized something was terribly wrong and was horrified. He looked at the wound. It had already turned black and a wave of weakness washed over him. He turned to his older brother, Ba Yin, behind him, pleading for help. Surely his brother wouldn't let him die. It's you! So you're avenging your son and daughter-in-law, but thinking you could kill my younger brother? You're dreaming. Ba Yin's face turned grim.
His powerful master aura firmly suppressed the attacker. He couldn't believe someone had dared to attack his younger brother right under his nose.
Don't worry.
As long as I'm here, you won't die.
It's just a petty poison. Swallow this. It's something only a master-level warrior can consume.
He pulled a pill from his robe and handed it to Ba Quan to swallow. Immediately, the weakness vanished, and the wound once again turned a normal crimson red.
Ha ha ha, I won't die. If you want to kill me, you'll have to wait until your next life.
Ba Quan laughed maniacally in front of his older brother. No one could kill him.
No, no. Why? Why? Has heaven gone blind? Can't it see this demon walking among mortals?
Song Tsung collapsed onto the ground in despair, his eyes vacant with hatred.
My children, I'm so sorry. Daddy's coming to be with you right now.
With that, he reached for his dagger to take his own life. Falling into the hands of that demon would be worse than death.
Why the rush to die? Don't you want to take revenge with your own hands? Just then, Fang's voice rang out. You! Song Tsung couldn't believe it. Could the teenager standing before him really be?
Ha ha ha, kid, have you been scared out of your wits?
Do you even know who you're talking to?
My brother, Ba Yin, captain of the True Fire Squad, a master-level warrior.
Just hand over the woman behind you without a fight. Ba Quan laughed.
He thought this youth was normal, but it turned out he was a fool.
Oof. I'll see just what tricks you can pull off in front of me.
Although Ba Yin didn't speak, his overwhelming aura had already radiated out. He looked at the young man before him and let out a cold laugh.
The power of a master was beyond their imagination. Did they really think one or two warriors could stand up to him? When, it's your turn to act. Your young master is very angry. The consequences will be severe. Yes, young master.
One had been itching to strike for a long time. She never imagined there could be such a terrifying person in this world. In an instant, she appeared right in front of Ba Yin.
What?
Ba Yin stared at the scene in disbelief. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. He'd been keeping a close eye on this woman, yet he hadn't noticed when she approached. She couldn't possibly be a warrior. She must be a master. But he was a master too. There was no way she could kill him.
Put. Ba Yin's eyes went blank.
The right side of his face swelled up like a pig's head as he traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of old blood. It couldn't have happened that fast.
When exactly did she strike? I didn't even see a thing. I'm a master, after all. No. My master-level cultivation? How could my master-level cultivation be gone?
Ba Yin roared in anger inside his mind. The master-level cultivation he'd always taken pride in was gone. He'd been crippled. After being sent flying by one's single slap, Ba Yin crashed lifelessly to the ground, unable to get back up. Wen was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Her control over her strength was beyond that of ordinary people. She could choose not to kill someone if she wanted to. The reason she shattered his cultivation was so he could watch with his own eyes as his younger brother was tortured to death. What goes around comes around. They should have realized this the day they committed their evil deeds.
No, no. Don't come over here.
Ba Quan watched as his older brother was sent flying by a single slap, just as he himself had been earlier. But he was only an intermediate warrior, while his brother was a master. Why did the same slap yield the same result for both of them?
My brother is a master. You can't touch me.
Ba Quan seemed to have forgotten that he was an intermediate warrior. Facing Wen as he approached, he was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground and scrambled backward frantically. His mind was no longer occupied with thoughts of that beautiful body. All he wanted was to survive.
Kid, enjoy this.
Wen struck instantly, shattering Ba Quan's cultivation and reducing him to an ordinary person lying on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably.
Go ahead, old man. Settle your scores. Revenge for every wrong. I'm right here. No one will dare stop you.
Fong said to Song Song, who stood frozen nearby. Upon hearing Fong's words, Song Song rose with a savage grin, his inner hatred erupting as he frantically lunged at Ba Quan, who was still lying on the ground, tearing into him with his teeth.
No! Chapter 38, A Father's Revenge 3.
An extremely bloody scene unfolded in the vast mission hall. Two mangled corpses, long since unrecognizable as human, reeked of the pungent stench of blood. No one dared step forward to stop it, for a young man stood there watching.
Ha 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 ha, my children, Daddy has avenged you.
Daddy ate their flesh and drank their blood, leaving them unable to live or die. Song Song laughed maniacally. His entire body was already covered in blood and flesh, and as he spoke, strands of unchewed meat still hung from his mouth. Yet, upon witnessing such a grotesque scene, the crowd felt not the slightest bit of revulsion. Instead, they felt a sense of deep satisfaction. The Ba Quan and Ba Yin brothers had committed unspeakable evils. They deserved this fate. Song Song knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. He cut to Fong once, then twice until his head was bloodied and he stopped. Get up. Even without you, I wouldn't have let those two off so easily.
Now that your great vengeance has been avenged, where do you plan to go from here? Fong asked calmly.
My benefactor, I am now all alone, with no one to rely on.
Avenge my children's deaths was my sole reason for living.
Now that vengeance has been served, after giving my children a dignified send-off, I plan to enlist on the front lines. It would be fitting for me to die on that battlefield.
Song Song stood up.
After going through all this, he had come to terms with his situation and was determined to kill as many beasts as possible before he died. That is for the best.
Go now. If you wait, you won't be able to leave. Fong looked around as a crowd had already begun to gather. Benefactor, what about you?
I'll naturally have to clean up this mess.
Don't worry, they can't touch me.
Upon hearing Fong's reply, Song Song bowed his head once more and left the area, with the crowd parting to make way for him. Master, he won't live much longer. His mind is exhausted, his vitality and spirit are severely depleted, and on top of that, he was gravely wounded by Ba Quan earlier. His life force has already drained away for the most part.
Even if he returns, he'll undoubtedly die within a month.
Fong withdrew his gaze. This was all he could do, and it was, in a way, ridding the world of a menace.
Master, a master is heading our way. Should I take him out? One move will be enough.
Wen sensed a master at the peak of his realm rushing toward them, so he silently transmitted the message to his master, Fong, in his mind. That phrase sounds so familiar. It sounded like something Wang Kai would say.
Fong suddenly had a mischievous thought, could the person coming be that Master Yan?
If so, that would be quite a coincidence after all. Both of his grandmasters had been boasting about taking him out. Sir! Sir! A middle-aged man with an imposing presence rushed over, and the Windfire Guild staff members nearby, upon seeing him, all called out respectfully.
Do you know the consequences of fighting inside the martial arts hall?
How dare you kill a member of the Windfire Guild?
Did you really think you could break the Windfire Guild's rules just because you have this master by your side?
Yang roared, and the overwhelming aura of a peak-level master suddenly descended, causing everyone to stumble back 3 steps.
It's over. That kid is finished.
Lord Yuan, the current head of the Windfire Guild, has gone out into the wilderness to seal that spatial rift. Right now, Lord Yang is the person with the most authority in the Windfire Guild. This is Windfire Guild territory. Killing someone here is a slap in the face to the Windfire Guild. This matter will absolutely not be swept under the rug. And since this is happening during Lord Yang's special period as acting head, the punishment will certainly be severe. Among the onlookers nearby, the gaze directed at the young man turns sympathetic. Although the Ba and Een brothers were despicable, they were, after all, members of the Windfire Guild. It really wasn't worth it for this young man to be dragged down by 2 scumbags.
So what if I destroyed it? Fong looked up and met Yang's gaze head-on.
He hadn't expected it to actually be this master. It really was fate bringing them together.
You dare break the rules of my martial arts hall? Then die.
Yang had now stepped in front of Fong. Hearing the boy's defiant tone, he was about to strike to subdue him, but when he saw Fong's true face, he was startled and quickly withdrew his aura. He then turned to face the surrounding onlookers, and the aura he'd just withdrawn erupted once more, this time, however, sparing Fong and Wen.
Guards, I suspect these onlookers are complicit in assault. Arrest them all. Don't let a single one get away. A small squad of warriors behind Yang, though thoroughly puzzled, began rounding up the surrounding onlookers. This truly proves that curiosity killed the cat. Sir, we're innocent. We didn't do anything. We're just passers-by.
Humph, that is exactly why we're arresting you. You're bystanders who watched something you shouldn't have.
Yang gave a few more orders to clear the area of onlookers before turning to face Fong.
Though his expression remained calm, he was so shaken inside he could barely stand.
Who had he just seen?
He had actually seen that prodigious youth who had sparked a fierce rivalry among several grandmasters.
But wasn't he dead?
Yang recalled the brutal battle the day after the young man had been carried away by the Hall Master. All trace of him had vanished. Yet now it seemed the Hall Master had brought him back to life.
Young man, do you know our Hall Master, Yuan Grandmaster? Yang asked cautiously.
He is my master.
Fong replied.
That makes things easier.
Ha? What? Am master. Yang was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped.
What had he just heard? The boy standing before him had actually claimed to be the headmaster's disciple.
How could that be possible?
Everyone at the martial arts school knew the headmaster had no disciples.
That is right. My master is Grandmaster Yuan. Then may I ask, young man, do you have any proof?
Although Yang didn't believe it, he couldn't help but ask. After all, the boy's talent was undeniable and couldn't be taken lightly.
You mean this, right? Fong hadn't hidden the fact that he'd become Yuan's disciple. There was no need to keep it a secret anyway.
Only by being open and honest could he better leverage the martial arts school's resources. He immediately handed Yang the token that Master Yuan had given him.
This.
The moment Yang laid eyes on the token, the hairs on the young master, you did well to kill those 2 Ba Een brothers. You've truly rid our Windfire Guild of a menace.
Should I arrest their associates as well?
After all, anyone who befriends scum like that can't be much better themselves.
Yang glared at the 2 corpses on the ground, his teeth clenched in fury. Fong remained silent, staring intently at Yang. Hadn't he previously threatened to deal with her? Now he was praising her for the kill. Was her status really that valuable?
As if feeling embarrassed under Fong's gaze, Yang hurriedly said, Young master, to be honest, we've actually been keeping an eye on the Ba Een brothers' activities for quite some time. Their deeds are utterly despicable. Even if you hadn't intervened, we would have dealt with this matter ourselves. The reason I spoke that way earlier is that, after all, the Ba and Een brothers are members of our Windfire Guild. If they were killed on our own turf by someone else, it would bring shame upon the Windfire Guild. But since you took action, young master, it's simply a matter of handling our own affairs.
Of course I had to say you did well. Alright, since that's the case, let us handle the rest of this as we see fit.
By the way, regarding those 2 men killed by Bakwan earlier, one of them had a father. To be honest, this was also due to the Windfire Guild's poor management of its members.
We should provide compensation where appropriate. I've got nothing else to do here, so I'd better be going. Since my master didn't tell you about my situation, just pretend I never came. Fong said to Yang.
After speaking, he prepared to leave, but suddenly remembered something and addressed him again.
Young master, are you sure you want to do this? Yang was full of questions.
The matter the young master had just mentioned to him was baffling. Although it wasn't difficult in fact, it was quite simple. It was also rather bizarre.
I'm sure. Handle this as you see fit. Just let me know when it's done.
Fong left his contact information and, accompanied by one, walked out of the mission hall, leaving Yang standing there, completely baffled.
Do people with stronger talents tend to have such eccentric personalities?
Yang didn't dwell on it any further and turned to leave. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Earlier that day, Fong had taken some time to visit Jack in the hospital to see if he'd woken up yet. However, Jack's injuries were quite severe, and he was still in a coma, so Fong stayed in the ward for a short while before leaving. Mainly because Jack's older sister, Liang Si, and his parents were being so overly friendly he'd barely managed to sneak out. When couldn't help but laugh at the sight, she never would have imagined her master could be so endearing.
Master, who is this Iris?
I noticed today that you called her several times, but no one answered.
Why don't we just drag her over here?
When teased her master, who was working out nearby. If you don't speak up, no one will think you're mute. Fong swung a punch, the force of which snapped a small tree the size of a fist in half. He had indeed called Su-Wan several times today, but no one had answered. This place was remote, with no one living nearby, an ideal spot for cultivation. Although his power hadn't yet reached the master level, his combat prowess had surpassed that level thanks to the overlay of 3 talents. The most critical task now was to develop the fusion level of the Centurion Strength talent to 100%. Only then would his combat power achieve another major breakthrough. Especially after surviving that ambush by the Grandmasters, he felt more strongly than ever that his own strength was the key. After all, no matter how loyal a subordinate might be, there would always be times when they were absent or negligent. Finally, after a full day, Fong suddenly sensed a surge of heat emerging within his body. This heat coursed through his entire body, then converged on his heart.
Thump! Thump!
His powerful heartbeat stirred deeper reserves of strength within his body. With every beat, a new surge of power was born.
Awesome! Fong let out a roar, as if trying to expel all impurities from his body. He knew that the fusion level of his powers had reached another breakthrough. Host, Fong. Fusion talents. Centurion Strength current progress, 60%, next stage, 1000-fold strength. Beginner Dynamic Vision next stage, intermediate. Beginner Rapid Regeneration next stage, intermediate. Taming points, 876. The fusion level of Centurion Strength had reached 60%, and the power within his body had already reached 8,400 gene, not far from the massive strength of 10,000 gene. Moreover, thanks to the Ant Legion's collection efforts, his taming points were about to surpass 1,000 once again. Fong leapt into the air, unleashing the immense power within his body as he slammed down hard onto the ground. He wanted to see just how powerful this punch of his really was. Boom! It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth splitting apart. A massive tremor rippled through the air. Under the force of Fong's punch, dirt flew everywhere, and a bottomless crater instantly formed. What just happened? Fong stared at the massive crater he'd just punched into the ground, somewhat incredulous. Could his strength really be that great? He knew his own capabilities better than anyone. There was no way he'd created that on his own. There was already a deep pit here, it just happened to be exposed by your punch, Master. When explained from the side, and Grandmaster's keen eyes quickly figured out what had happened. There was already a deep pit here? In such a remote place, who on earth would dig a pit this deep?
Fong stared at the pitch-black opening, and was suddenly startled to hear the sound of wind coming from within. There was actually something inside.
Let us go down.
I'm curious to see what the guy who dug this hole is up to.
Fong looked at the opening before him and leaped down.
With one by his side, he wasn't too worried for the moment that anything could harm him.
Yes, master. Wen followed suit and leaped down as well. Chapter 40, Master, you're touching me there.
All they could see was darkness, but thanks to Fong's exceptional physical conditioning, he quickly adapted. The place resembled a subterranean cavern. The opening was about 10 meters high and a little over a meter wide. It was a bit cramped for the two of them.
What is this place?
It feels so soft.
After landing, Fong felt his hand brush against something and couldn't help but remark. Master. You're touching me there.
Wen said somewhat coyly, and Fong's face flushed red as he hurriedly pulled his hand away.
It's okay, master. You don't have to pull away. Your servant loves it when you do that. We can do some other interesting things, too. Wen's seductive voice rang out again. Fong rolled his eyes and immediately looked to the side. There are actually so many passages down here. Fong marveled.
He never would have imagined that 10 meters below the surface, the underground caverns would be so intricately interconnected.
Who on earth had built such an underground structure?
This place was so remote. If he hadn't stumbled upon it by pure chance, who knows when it would ever have been discovered. Moreover, looking at these passages, each as tall as an adult, this one something a single person could have accomplished. It must have been the work of a sizable organization. It seemed he had uncovered something major. Where do these passages lead?
Master, look quickly.
When crouched in a corner, even the darkness couldn't hinder her grandmaster's vision. She pointed to a tuft of gray fur on the ground.
Fong crouched down and saw the tuft of fur as well.
Some kind of creature passed through here earlier. No, there is something wrong with the surrounding walls too.
These aren't marks left by tools, they look like claw marks.
A wild thought suddenly struck Fong. Perhaps these sprawling passages weren't built by humans at all, but were instead carved out bit by bit by some creature using its claws.
Let us go check out what's ahead. Fong picked a passage at random, stepped inside, and disappeared into the darkness.
As he ventured deeper, Fong grew increasingly convinced that this was no ordinary situation. He'd been walking through these underground passages for over 10 minutes, covering several thousand meters in total, yet the passage showed no signs of narrowing or even reaching an end. Another particularly noteworthy detail was that Fong had discovered numerous branches in this passage, some large, some small, with no idea where they led. The larger ones were about the same size as the main passage, while the smaller ones were barely big enough for a dog to squeeze through.
What on earth is this?
Fong had initially thought it was dug by people or some organization. Later, he suspected it might be a creature's burrow.
But now he wasn't so sure what kind of creature would have a burrow this massive. Besides, the size of the larger and smaller passages just didn't add up.
The mist ahead grew thicker and thicker, and Fong couldn't help but quicken his pace until he finally reached the end of the passage.
To his surprise, it was a sewer.
A foul stench hit him in the face not far away. Foul-smelling water flowed, and the rotting carcasses of some unidentifiable creatures lay scattered about. This sewer system branched out in all directions, connecting nearly 60% of Jianhai City.
If he wanted to find any clues, he'd have to turn the entire city upside down.
Moreover, Fong thought that since this passage led to some part of the sewer system, there were bound to be other passages connecting to it as well.
Was the person or organization that dug this tunnel trying to create an underground city linking Jianhai and the sea? Thud. Fong endured the foul stench and stepped into the sewer. As he made his way through, he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
If there were any clues left, they were most likely hidden right here in this sewer.
These are human bones.
Fong was feeling his way through the sewer when he suddenly spotted a bone buried in thick sludge, with a small portion still exposed.
At a glance, Fong recognized it as a human leg bone. This too. And this.
Immediately afterward, near the leg bone, he discovered quite a few more human bones.
At that moment, Fong was certain someone had died here.
Moreover, these bones hadn't simply been exposed due to decay, they'd been gnawed on by some kind of creature, as there were still tooth marks left on them.
Let us go up and take a look. Fong looked up and saw a sewer manhole cover. He immediately stepped out.
He was on a street somewhere in Shanghai City. The pitch-black night was dotted with moonlight, casting a glow on the nearby buildings.
Where is this?
Fong looked at a prominent landmark nearby and immediately thought of the missing persons he'd seen earlier in the mission hall. One of them had gone missing right here.
Could it be that the skeletal remains in the sewer just now belonged to that missing person?
Fong seemed to realize the significance of this, so he hurriedly decided to head to the locations where the other missing persons had disappeared. If his hunch was correct, it was highly likely that the entire city of Shanghai would face a threat from an unknown creature.
What exactly was this creature? Could it be? Fong knew far too little at this point. He didn't dare to confirm whether it was indeed the creature he suspected.
But just as Fong was about to set off, when, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up.
Master, I've just received word that 2 warriors have suddenly appeared in the neighborhood. They're acting furtively and are extremely suspicious. 2 warriors? Is this that mysterious faction, or just a coincidence? Fong was taken aback for a moment.
He wasn't sure what these 2 warriors were up to, but showing up in a low-income housing complex in the middle of the night surely meant they had no good intentions. 1. Gather half of the mosquitoes and keep a close watch on these 2 for me.
Report any intelligence to me immediately. Yes, Master.
After receiving her master's orders, Wen began controlling the mosquitoes within the housing complex, while Fong didn't sit idly by either. Even though the intruders were merely warriors, he couldn't afford to be complacent. In his mind, he summoned the 3 master-level mosquitoes, concentrating all the available power at his disposal. At the same time, the mosquitoes within the residential complex began gathering on a massive scale, forming terrifying swarms. Meanwhile, 50 formidable ants, each as large as a soccer ball, emerged from the hill behind the complex. Taking advantage of the cover of night, they crawled toward the complex, followed by swarms of disciplined ant legions. In a room somewhere within the residential complex, 3 motionless forms seemed to have been summoned. They suddenly stirred, their wings began to flutter, and in the next second, they were outside the window, surveying the surroundings as if checking for any unusual activity. Their speed was breathtaking. Not even Warrior could detect the flight paths of these 3 mosquitoes. To the average person, it looked just like teleportation. No one would have imagined that these 3 terrifying mosquitoes, each as big as a fist, possessed combat prowess on par with a master. Their seemingly frail bodies were actually incredibly hard. Their fluttering wings already gleamed with a metallic sheen. These were no ordinary wings, but wings of steel. Their sharp mouthparts glinted coldly in the darkness. Even a piece of steel would be pierced with the utmost ease. Every part of their bodies had become a lethal weapon. This was the very foundation of their ability to withstand a master. Speed, formidable defense, and mandibles capable of piercing anything. And there were 3 of these terrifying monsters, all there solely to protect the safety of this family. Chapter 41, Who among you has ever seen an ant the size of a soccer ball? Hey, do you feel like something's off around here? I don't know what it is, but I suddenly got goosebumps, as if there were a lot of eyes watching us. One of them cautiously scanned the surroundings. Aside from the sudden surge in mosquitoes, he didn't notice anything unusual. He had this strange feeling ever since stepping into this residential complex.
What are you thinking about? There's no one here. We're warriors. If someone were spying on us, wouldn't we know? Let us get out of here. The mission comes first.
The other man said urgently. Although this housing complex didn't seem any different from others, there were an unusually large number of mosquitoes here, and these mosquitoes had one distinctive trait: they liked to swarm. He had spotted several large swarms.
Something's not right.
I really do feel it. It really does feel like there are lots of pairs of eyes watching us. The man who had spoken earlier trusted his instincts and explained again.
A lot of people? Look around. There's not a single person in sight. How could there be a lot of people? Remember, this is just a poor neighborhood, not a battlefield. Are you saying these mosquitoes all around us are here to spy on us? If that's the case, I'll go eat shit.
The speaker retorted immediately, but he didn't know that he was actually right. These mosquitoes really were there to keep an eye on them.
All right then, let us get out of here.
The man had no choice but to accept the fact. It seemed he'd just been overthinking things.
I wonder what these ordinary people did to warrant the organization stepping in. But once we finish this mission, we can go back. That's pretty great.
One of them asked, somewhat puzzled. They'd been lying low in Shanghai City for quite some time, usually just doing missions to kill time, but they never expected their superior, whom they hadn't heard from in ages, to suddenly issue an order. The order was to take out a few people. Once they completed this mission, they could leave this place and return to the organization as fold.
Who cares? How are we lowly foot soldiers supposed to know what our superiors are thinking? Let us just finish this mission and get back. I really don't want to stay here any longer.
No sooner had he finished speaking than he sensed something was off.
Aren't there more mosquitoes again?
Originally, there had been scattered gaps around the two of them, but even as they spoke, the gaps grew smaller and smaller, and the mosquitoes had nearly completely engulfed them.
Damn it, have these mosquitoes turned into demons or something?
The man casually swatted at his body, killing more than a dozen in one go. His whole hand was now a dark, sticky mess. The two instantly felt a chill run down their spines.
Was this even a place for humans to be?
Even if they didn't get sucked dry, the sheer annoyance alone, the scene before them completely defied their understanding.
Bro, I'm not seeing things, am I? Little bro, what do you see? I see ants. Are they ants the size of soccer balls? Yes. And there are a ton of these soccer ball-sized ants, right? Yes.
And these ants are crawling right toward us.
Yes.
After saying this, the two looked at each other, seemingly seeing the confusion and fear in each other's eyes, and then screamed in terror.
Run!
They wished they could grow 2 more legs on the spot.
Are these really ants? Have you ever seen ants this big anywhere?
Every single one of them here could be considered a miniature beast. Each one was hideous and terrifying, their sharp weapons gleaming coldly, and there wasn't just one, but a whole swarm of them. Although they were advanced warriors, they had never seen anything like this before. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure emanating from this swarm of terrifying, gigantic ants was no less than that of 2 level 1 high-tier beasts. In fact,
it was arguably even more terrifying.
Late at night, in a residential complex, 2 advanced warriors were fleeing in panic, with a horde of ferocious, terrifying ants hot on their heels.
No one could believe what they were seeing.
After an unknown amount of time, 2 people in tattered clothes emerged from a patch of grass. These 2 were none other than the warriors who had arrived at the residential complex earlier.
Holy crap, those things were way too terrifying.
Their exoskeletons were harder than ordinary wood, and worst of all, they were biting right at me.
If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd be dead. One of them said, still shaken by the ordeal.
It had taken them immense effort, sacrificing most of their clothes and sustaining several injuries, to finally shake off the ants' pursuit and make their way back to the residential complex.
Stop fucking around.
If you don't want to run into that swarm of ants again, just finish the mission and get back here. There's definitely more to this than meets the eye, and those mosquitoes and ants have definitely mutated. Plus, I suspect someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes, otherwise, there's no way they'd be targeting just the 2 of us like this.
Yeah.
Let us just kill the guy, then get the hell out of this godforsaken place. One of them agreed repeatedly. He never wanted to see that terrifying swarm of ants again. Immediately, the 2 ran back toward the residential complex. Only this time, seen from behind, one figure split into 2 halves and the other into 4 beneath their tattered clothes. They were completely exposed, with nothing left to cover them. Exposed like that to the biting wind, who knows if their butts were freezing.
Remember, there are 4 of them in total: Feng Zhou, Chen Xian, their son named Feng, and their daughter named Fei.
Make sure you've got them in your sights before you kill them.
With a mission this simple, we absolutely can't afford to make any mistakes.
The man instructed his partner, watching as the room before them gradually matched the location of their target. In his mind he knew he'd found the right place. Once we're inside, don't make a sound. After we take care of them, take everything of value.
Aren't we here to kill them? Then why take their valuables? Are you stupid? If we do that, everyone will think this was a burglary gone wrong. After explaining, the two prepared to slip inside, but suddenly heard a faint sound right by their ears. Buzz. Instantly, they both had a bad feeling. Their bodies froze on the spot, and they slowly turned their heads to look. Chapter 42, The Two Who Pissed Themselves Over a Fifth-Tier Mosquito King. Gulp. The two stared uneasily at the mosquito before them as big as a fist, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They swallowed involuntarily, and their hands froze in mid-motion. To their astonishment, they sensed the aura of a level 2 beast emanating from this mosquito. Level 2 beasts are master class. But this is just a mosquito. Since when have mosquitoes become this powerful? No, this isn't a mosquito anymore, it's a new type of beast that humans haven't discovered yet. The two were so terrified they felt like they were about to suffocate. What kind of heinous crime had they committed to encounter nothing but these terrifying creatures all in one night? What kind of human neighborhood is this? It must be a monster neighborhood. They came here on a mission, not to die. Big Mosquito Brother, I'm just passing through, do you believe me? One of them said shakily, and then he saw the terrifying mosquito in front of him begin to size him up from head to toe. The wind whipped up by its steel-like wings sliced across his body, and he actually felt a sharp pain. But he dared not say a word, for that long proboscis was even more terrifying. He was certain that even a steel plate would be pierced with the utmost ease by such a proboscis. If heaven gave him another chance, he would absolutely never set foot in this neighborhood again. It was too terrifying. But reality is always cruel. How could Fawn possibly let these two off the hook? He had already overheard their earlier conversation, those who kill will be killed. Buzz. Two fist-sized mosquitoes appeared again, one on the left and one on the right. The second one. The two men were already in despair. They couldn't even handle one of these things, let alone two of these terrifying creatures. Buzz. In the silent stairwell, another one appeared. The third one. Suddenly, a strong, pungent smell of urine hit them. The two had already wet themselves from fear of the three master-level beasts. Neither of them could have imagined that one day they'd be so terrified by mosquitoes that they'd wet themselves. They exchanged a glance and immediately knew their fate. As they caught their last glimpse of the world, the three mosquitoes vanished. Immediately afterward came excruciating pain throughout their bodies. Darkness engulfed them, and they lost consciousness. What happened here went unnoticed by anyone. The two corpses, already sucked dry into mummified husks, lay quietly in the stairwell, while inside the apartment, Fang's parents and younger sister Fei were sleeping soundly, completely unaware that the warriors sent to kill them had already been dealt with. Shortly afterward, 50 ants the size of soccer balls slowly appeared in the stairwell, nearly filling it to capacity, and then carried the bodies away. As for any traces left behind, they were thoroughly eradicated by the swarming mosquitoes and ants that followed. Not a single trace remained. Even a Grandmaster-level expert would never suspect that two people had met a gruesome end here. They went through with it after all. Fang and Wen arrived at the residential complex and, seeing the two men who had been disposed of as trash, felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. If only a warrior had come this time, then once that faction learned their men had been killed, the next ones they sent would be masters or even grandmasters. From their earlier conversation, they knew the two men had been in Shanghai City for quite some time, yet they hadn't managed to obtain any other useful information. We have absolutely no idea who our opponent is. We can only defend passively. Fang felt a sense of helplessness. He was facing a powerful and mysterious faction. Only by continuing to strengthen himself could he cope with the impending crisis. Speaking of crises, Fang remembered something else. Earlier, he believed that raising 3 fifth-tier mosquito kings would be enough to handle those two warriors, so he investigated the mysterious pit. Sure enough, beneath the site of the missing persons case, he discovered human skeletal remains. A danger was also looming within Shanghai City. Just thinking about those mysterious and intricate underground passages gave Fang a headache. These were certainly not something that could be completed in a mere 10 days or half a month. Now, outside Shanghai City, there was the threat of spatial rifts, while inside, unknown creatures were causing trouble.
On top of that, his family had become a thorn in the side of a certain faction, one that wanted them eliminated as soon as possible.
1. What do you think I should do?
Master, I cannot interfere with your will, but no matter what you decide to do, we will trust and follow you unconditionally.
You are the one we are bound to protect until our dying breath. We will never allow anyone to harm you.
As for your question just now, Master, I can only say that as long as you wish it, we will clear away every obstacle standing in your way, no matter who it is. When spoke respectfully from the side, she naturally knew when to joke with her master and when to be serious.
We've got a tough battle ahead of us. Fong sighed and turned to leave the residential complex.
With his family protected by the 5th-tier Mosquito King they kept, he could put his mind at ease for the time being.
It's been 3 days, and still no reply. The mission must have failed.
Inside Shanghai City, in a modestly furnished room, Che Jingtong awoke from his cultivation. For a powerhouse like him, a period of seclusion was typically measured in months. 3 days was actually considered a relatively short stretch.
Could there be other forces backing the sinful son?
Che Jingtong muttered to himself. The Lord had previously ordered him to eliminate the sinful son's family. 3 days ago, seeing that the time was right, he had sent the order out, but with no reply yet, the person dispatched on the mission must have perished there. Speaking of which, contact had also been lost with the person sent earlier to warn that Master. It seemed he had met the same fate. If it weren't for the need to track down those old guys who escaped all those years ago, we would have eliminated them long ago.
Why would they still be around now?
But it seems those old guys weren't the ones behind this. I doubt they even know the Sin Sun is in Shanghai City right now.
Then it must be some local faction in Shanghai City.
That makes sense after all. The Sin Sun's family does inherit the bloodline of the Martial King. Even if the Sin Sun's foundations have been crippled, his descendants are bound to possess extraordinary talent, so it's only natural they'd be taken seriously.
Since Warrior failed, we'll just send someone else. A petty local faction, as if they could cause any real trouble? Che Jingtong didn't give the matter a second thought. How could a celestial being care about the petty squabbles of earthly ants? He issued the necessary orders and immediately returned to his cultivation.
The next wave of beasts was about to arrive, and even a powerhouse like him needed to improve his cultivation as much as possible.
Fong was unaware of what had happened in Shanghai City, but even if he had known, what difference would it have made? He would simply deal with whatever came his way.
3 days had passed since the attack on the residential complex, and Fong was now preparing to head to the Windfire Guild. The task he'd previously entrusted to Master Yang should be nearly complete by now.
Chapter 43, Black Ant Grandmaster's Defection? Yuan's Death in Battle?
Inside the Windfire Guild, everyone was busy with their own affairs, yet their eyes couldn't help but drift in one direction.
It was an ordinary room.
Yet right now, 4 people were seated inside. For the first time ever, the 4 most powerful members of the Windfire Guild had gathered together. Master Yang, Master Luo Kaiji, Master Chiu Shueishui, and Master Ji Liangong. These 4 possessed enough power to overturn the entire Windfire Guild peak master-level powerhouses whose every call was answered by thousands. Yet at this moment, they sat silently in the room, their faces clouded with worry. No one dared breathe a word, unsure of what had actually happened. Even the staff member who came in to refill the tea moved with the utmost caution, replacing the untouched, now cold tea with hot tea, repeating this action countless times.
Everyone, let us share your thoughts. Just sitting here doing nothing isn't going to solve anything. Yang spoke up first, breaking the silence among the group. What is there to say?
It's precisely because of this incident that those ruthless creatures out there are keeping a close eye on our Windfire Guild.
If we make even the slightest mistake, we'll be doomed beyond redemption.
That is why, when it comes to those outside rumors, I, Ji Liangong, am the first to refuse to believe them. Not only do I not believe them, but if anyone dares to spread them further, I'll beat them to a pulp.
I believe the guild master will definitely return.
When that happens, the rumors will naturally be debunked. Ji Liangong spoke up as soon as Yang finished, his voice rough and booming, his entire being exuding a fierce, formidable aura. Since Grandmaster Wang has spoken, I'll share my own thoughts as well. A few days ago, The Grandmaster's summons called upon the only two Grandmasters in our Windfire Guild, Guildmaster Yuan and the newly promoted Grandmaster Black Ant, to attack the level 4 rift outside the city. Previously, during our last offensive, our Windfire Guild lost one Grandmaster and numerous Master-level comrades. Logically, both in reason and compassion, we should have been given time to recover and regroup this time.
But that didn't happen.
This clearly shows that the situation outside the city has spiraled out of control. News has now reached us from the outside world that Grandmaster Black Ant of the Windfire Guild has betrayed the human race. Guildmaster Yuan was unfortunately killed in action while attempting to stop Grandmaster Black Ant, who fled Zhanghai City and remains missing to this day. Although we don't know if this news is true or false, since it's come from the outside world, we must treat it with caution. It would be fine if it were false, but what if it's true? Master Luo Kaiji didn't finish his sentence, but the other three knew exactly what he meant, and their expressions grew even more somber.
Luo Kaiji, cut the crap. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. With your petty schemes, aren't you just itching to take that seat? Do you even deserve it?
The Hall Master was an advanced Grandmaster, a powerhouse who fought his way up from the Cataclysm era, one battle at a time.
It was just an ordinary offensive battle. If he couldn't win, wouldn't he have fled? And he supposedly died tragically while trying to stop the Black Ant Grandmaster. Who's going to believe that?
You've all seen the Black Ant Grandmaster's true character.
During that Grandmaster battle, he dared to fight 3 High Grandmasters single-handedly to protect a single examinee and even managed to kill one of them. How could he possibly rebel? If Black Ant Grandmaster really wanted to rebel, why would he join my Windfire Guild? Why didn't he step in during the Grandmaster battle a few days ago? That story is full of holes. Not even a 3-year-old would believe it.
Luo Kaiji, if you keep spreading alarmist rumors here, I, Jin Liangong, will be the first to hold you accountable. Jin Liangong cursed under his breath upon hearing Luo Kaiji's words. He couldn't help but lash out. Back when the Hall Master was still around, Luo Kaiji was always pulling strings behind the scenes.
Just because the Hall Master didn't care didn't mean they didn't.
Previously, with the Hall Master present, he hadn't dared to say anything. Now that Luo Kaiji was taking advantage of the Hall Master's absence from the martial arts hall to spread alarmist rumors, how could he not be furious?
Jin Liangong, do you think I'm afraid of you? Bring it on, then.
With a brain as thick as paste, you'd still be counting the money for the person who sold you out.
Luo Kaiji wouldn't take this lying down.
As a peak master, being insulted in front of so many people was something he simply couldn't tolerate. He was determined to settle this right then and there.
Alright, everyone, calm down. We're all on the same side here. We can't let things get out of hand first.
If they come knocking on our door later, I'd like to see how you'll handle it, Yang said in a deep voice. Although all 4 were peak masters, there were still ranks among them, and he was the strongest of the 4.
With Yang speaking up, the other 2, though reluctant, abandoned any intention of fighting.
After all, no matter what, they were all members of the Windfire Guild.
Master Chiu, what is your take on this? Do you believe the rumors circulating outside? Xiao Xinxue, seeing Yang ask, thought for a moment before replying. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out soon enough. If it's true, then I'm sure a Grandmaster will come to inform us before long. Xiao Xinxue's soft voice rang out.
As the only woman among the 4 and the one with the lowest combat prowess, she didn't want to get involved, nor did she want to offend the 2 Grandmasters, Luo Kaiji and Jin Liangong. She could only offer a compromise. That may be so, but we can't just sit idly by. Although Jin Liangong and I have had some disagreements, there is one thing he said I wholeheartedly agree with: those ruthless creatures out there are keeping a close eye on our Windfire Guild. If we make even the slightest mistake, we'll be doomed beyond redemption. Since this has already happened, we must choose a leader from among us to handle whatever comes next. Luo Kaiji seemed to have been prepared for this, speaking immediately after Xiao Xinxue. After he finished, the other 2 turned their gaze to Luo Kaiji in unison, their eyes fixed intently on him as if trying to read his true intentions. Choosing a leader at a time like this, aren't you afraid the Guildmaster will come back and settle the score later? While he is fighting a bloody battle on the front lines, You're back here carving up the family fortune.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm only thinking of the best interests of our Windfire Guild.
Think about it, the four of us are here, and none of us listens to the others.
If something really happens, you'll say one thing and he'll do another. We'll never be able to pull together.
How can that possibly work? Electing a temporary leader is the right thing to do. Otherwise, do you have a better idea?
Luo Kaiji said this with a somewhat innocent air. He naturally had the confidence to speak this way and certainly wasn't he afraid of Guildmaster Yuan settling scores later.
I agree. That's for the best.
Whoever is elected leader is fine, as long as it's not Luo Kaiji.
I agree too.
Jin Lianggong didn't give it much thought and also agreed to the proposal. However, Xiao Shueishue's expression was off. His face betrayed a complex mix of emotions. It was unclear what he was thinking or what he wanted to say, but in the end, he went along with Luo Kaiji's proposal.
Of the four, only Yang remained silent. Master Wang, what is your opinion?
Seeing that Yang hadn't spoken, Luo Kaiji said. Since he dared to put forward this suggestion, he naturally had a plan for who should serve as the temporary leader.
Since all three of you have agreed, what else can I say?
Then let us choose a temporary leader from among the four of us.
What exactly are you up to? Why suddenly choose a leader? Are you really acting in the best interests of the Windfire Guild? Yang had a bad feeling about this.
Chapter 44, The Guildmaster Could Never Have a Disciple. Yang hadn't expected the situation to develop in this direction, but it was too late to stop it now. He could see that Luo Kaiji's motives were far from simple. He absolutely couldn't let him become the leader. Otherwise, he would surely regret it. If only the Guildmaster were here right now. Yang sighed, but things didn't go as he hoped. Among the four, he cast one vote and Jin Lianggong cast another. Both votes were cast for themselves, after all, as they were both peak master level powerhouses, and neither wanted to be under anyone's thumb. But no one could have anticipated that Xiao Xinxue, who had remained neutral all along, would cast that crucial vote for Luo Kaiji. He became the candidate with the most votes. Barring any surprises, Luo Kaiji would assume the role of leader.
As soon as the result was announced, Yang and Jin Lianggong's expressions darkened.
The former was worried that Luo Kaiji might harbor ulterior motives that could lead to negative consequences for the Windfire Guild, while the latter simply found Luo Kaiji infuriating and didn't want him to become the leader. Luo Kaiji, however, smiled happily. He was very satisfied with this outcome indeed. His previous efforts had not been in vain. Getting Xiao Xinxue to cast that vote for him had been no easy feat.
Luo Kaiji knew that after this incident, he would make quite a few enemies, but as long as he became the leader, what did it matter?
Before long, he would break through to the Grandmaster realm and become the true master of the Windfire Guild.
As for Guildmaster Yuan, that was all in the past.
Just 2 days ago, while he was in the midst of cultivation, someone suddenly entered his room. This person possessed immense cultivation, and the moment he saw the visitor's face, he knew exactly who it was. It was Wang Hongyun, another deputy guild master of the Dingtian Guild. A veteran grandmaster rumored to have reached the advanced grandmaster level, though the truth of that remained unknown. He was a formidable presence that I could not possibly match. The moment I laid eyes on Wang Hongyun, I grew wary. After all, during the grandmaster battle that had taken place earlier in the martial arts hall, a grandmaster from the Dingtian Guild had met a gruesome end. Although High Grandmaster Lu Zhengde had stepped in to resolve the situation afterward, the grudge had been planted. Now that a grandmaster from the Dingtian Guild had arrived, he certainly didn't mean well. Yet the words Grandmaster Wang Hongyun spoke to him afterward left him reeling for a long time.
Guildmaster Yuan had fallen in battle. Black Ant Grandmaster has defected. This news would soon spread throughout Zhanghai City.
As long as he could take control of the Windfire Guild without worrying about the consequences and later hand over the martial arts hall to the Dingtian Guild through legitimate means, the Dingtian Guild would ensure he became a grandmaster. It would guarantee him true ownership of the Windfire Guild and remove every obstacle standing in his way. These words left a peak-level master stunned for quite some time before he could process them. He wasn't stupid, he knew exactly what Grandmaster Wang Hongyun meant. While the hall master was still outside the city battling a level 4 rift, his fate had already been decided right here. It was self-evident who was targeting Hall Master Yuan and who was targeting the Windfire Guild. Since he dared to say such things to him, it meant he was absolutely certain of the outcome, and he wasn't worried that he would reveal this, because he wouldn't have the chance. If he dared to show even the slightest hesitation, he was certain that Grandmaster Wang Hongyun would kill him on the spot without a second thought, then go find someone else. In truth, this was the tragedy of the week. They had no right to choose. Since Grandmaster Wang Hongyun had come for him, he had only two options: agree or die. To sacrifice two grandmasters for a single martial arts hall, the most poisonous thing in the world is indeed the human heart. Yet, even knowing all this, he still agreed. He did it to become the true master of the Windfire Guild and attain the Grandmaster realm, a status he had never dared to dream of in his entire life. Even if he and the Windfire Guild were to become puppets of the Dingtian Guild, so what? The position he had longed for in his dreams was now being handed to him on a silver platter. How could he possibly refuse? Later, regarding the selection of the new leader, he sought out another peak master, Xiao Xinshui, though, of course, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal the truth to her. At that time, Xiao Xinshui's mother had reached the end of her lifespan and would soon pass away. News of her search for an elixir to extend her mother's life had spread throughout the martial arts academy. However, elixirs capable of extending one's lifespan are incredibly rare. Many masters have never even laid eyes on one in their entire lives. Coincidentally, though, he happened to possess just such an elixir. Although it was only the lowest grade, it was still something Xiao Xinshui had longed for. In the end, Xiao Xinshui agreed to his proposal, and because of this, he gained absolute confidence in the upcoming election for the position of controller. Afterward, as long as he became the controller, he could openly hand over the martial arts hall, and then he would naturally become the head of the Windfire Guild and attain the status of a grandmaster. Yang and Ji Liangong had no idea that he had already sold out the Windfire Guild. So it seems I received the most votes. In that case, until the guild master returns, I shall serve as the Windfire Guild's temporary leader. Although Luo Kaiji said this aloud, he knew deep down that Guild Master Yuan would never return. He would remain in the wilderness forever, in the company of those beasts. I know you're not happy about this, you're all peak masters, after all, but this is the only option we have. Only this way can we unite as one and better face the wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards all around us. Do you think I want this? If the guild master had a disciple, that would be great. The four of us wouldn't have to fight over who takes charge. I, Luo Kaiji, would be the first to support him as leader, but the guild master has none. All right, that settles it. Now let us discuss how to handle this rumor. Before long, it will spread throughout the martial arts school, and we certainly don't want to see panic breaking out. Luo Kaiji felt a secret sense of glee. He said that, but everyone knew the master didn't have any disciples. Using this to shut everyone up couldn't be better. Wait a minute. Did you just say, the master's disciple? If the master had a disciple, would you be the first to support him? Suddenly, Yang spoke up, a half-smile playing on his lips. Luo Kaiji was a bit puzzled, but he steeled himself and replied. Yes. If the master had a disciple, I'd be the first to support him. How could the guild master possibly have a disciple? Was he going to pop out of a crack in the rocks or something? Chapter 45, Fong appears the guild master's disciple. In this world, there are always some coincidences that defy explanation. Just as Luo Kaiji had steeled himself to speak, Fong stepped through the gates of the Windfire Guild with his right foot. Do you mean what you said? Yang asked in return. I, Luo Kaiji, keep my word as sure as I breathe. Yang, let me tell you this, I know you're not convinced, but I'm the one chosen to lead among the four of us. If you show this kind of frivolous attitude again, don't blame me for enforcing the dojo's rules. Luo Kaiji was a bit angry, thinking Yang's earlier words were meant to stir up trouble on purpose. Everyone knew the guild master didn't have a disciple. How could one suddenly appear out of nowhere? He himself was a peak-level master to lose face in front of the other two. Didn't Yang fear that he would settle the score later? No, I think you've misunderstood. Hearing Yang's words, Luo Kaiji finally calmed down a bit, thinking Yang had acknowledged his authority. But when he heard what followed, even greater anger welled up within him.
You're not the leader yet. What? If I'm not the ruler, then who is? I was just elected as the ruler. Surely you, Yang, aren't going to go back on your word now? There are so many people watching us right now. Luo Kaiji laughed derisively. Could a mighty peak master really go back on his word?
No, I'm not going back on my word.
But even if you were elected, you can't possibly be the ruler.
Yang said calmly, while the other two watched him with curiosity. What on earth had happened to make him disregard a master's dignity and say such a thing?
Was he really going to go back on his word? Haha, I'm not? Yang, oh Yang, and to think I once called you the strategist of the Wingfire Guild.
I never imagined you'd make such a huge blunder.
Since I was chosen, why shouldn't I be the ruler? Could it be that the ruler is that so-called disciple of the guild master you keep talking about?
Instead of getting angry, Luo Kaiji laughed, laughing at Yang's shamelessness, and also at Yang's helplessness in the face of his own ascension to power.
The matter was already settled. What good would one person's opposition do?
Unless the Hall Master returned, or perhaps the Hall Master's disciple appeared.
But how could that be possible? Oh? Who said there isn't one? I did.
Suddenly, a young voice rang out from behind the crowd. The 4 peak level masters all froze in their tracks, then turned their heads in unison to look at the newcomer. There, standing before them, was a young man in his early 20s, accompanied by a peerless beauty.
These were Fang and Wen, who had rushed to the scene.
During the warrior assessment earlier, the Grandmaster had been chasing Fang, and Yang was the only master who had seen Fang's true face, so the other 3 had no idea who the young man before them was. The 3 were startled to see Fang.
When had he arrived?
They were all peak-level masters. If the young man hadn't spoken, they wouldn't have even realized someone had approached them. If this were a battlefield, they wouldn't even have known how they died. However, that wasn't what surprised the 3 of them the most. What was even more shocking was what they heard the young man say. The young man was actually speaking without restraint, admitting that he was the guild master's disciple. This young man had actually responded to Luo Kaiji's words.
Who are you?
Daring to impersonate the disciple of the Windfire Guild Master, you're asking for death. Of the 3, Luo Kaiji was the most shocked.
That young man had actually admitted to being the guild master's disciple? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
He couldn't possibly be the guild master's disciple. No sooner had Luo Kaiji dismissed this thought than he noticed Yang standing nearby. Didn't seem at all surprised by the young man's words, and a sense of foreboding immediately washed over him. Recalling the things Yang had said earlier for no apparent reason, his sense of foreboding grew even stronger. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck out, unleashing the formidable power of a peak master as he lunged toward the young man. Whether he was the disciple or not, as long as he was dead, the position of leader would still be his.
How dare you! Although Yang was also surprised by Fang's arrival, the moment Fang appeared, he fixed his gaze intently on Luo Kaiji.
The instant Luo Kaiji struck, Yang had already moved.
Bang!
The 2 clashed instantly, and the sound of their battle echoed throughout the entire martial arts hall.
Yang, why are you stopping me? Luo Kaiji was furious. Luo Kaiji, I'm the one who should be asking you what exactly are you trying to do?
He is impersonating the master's disciple and tarnishing the reputation of our Windfire Guild.
Why can't I kill him?
Realizing he missed his best chance to strike, Luo Kaiji shifted the blame for his attack onto the situation. With the master absent, even if he were telling the truth, no one would be there to verify it.
Who says he is an imposter?
I can prove he is the guild master's disciple. Yang stood beside Fang to shield him, then said in a deep voice.
What? He is the guild master's disciple?
Yang's words stunned everyone. Could the guild master actually have a disciple? What proof do you have that he is the guild master's disciple?
Luo Kaiji, unwilling to accept this reality, glared intently at Yang as he spoke. Evidence, is that what you're asking for?
Fang's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected to run into something like this right off the bat. Although he didn't know why these people were fighting over the title of leader or what had happened at the martial arts school, the fact that the man named Luo Kaiji had previously tried to kill him was something Fong simply couldn't tolerate. Ever since fusing his talents, Fong's perception had grown significantly sharper. The killing intent he sensed earlier was so thick it seemed it could almost drip. It certainly wasn't because of the so-called honor of the martial arts school they kept mentioning. In that case, don't blame me for showing you no mercy. Amid the incredulous stares of the crowd, Fong slowly pulled the calamity medal from his pocket.
That's the calamity medal? That's the Hall Master's calamity medal?
The calamity medal, pulled right out of his pocket. The three masters' eyes twitched violently. The calamity medal, the ultimate symbol of honor, reserved only for grandmasters, had just been pulled out of a young man's pocket as casually as a steel coin.
That's the calamity medal, not some steel coin.
The three stood frozen in shock, at a loss for words. What a bunch of narrow-minded fools.
Look at me, I'm completely unfazed by this sort of thing.
Standing nearby, Yang was smug. His current composure stood in stark contrast to the other three. This was the true poise befitting a peak-level master. Chapter 46, we pay our respects to the young master. This is the Hall Master's calamity medal. I've had the honor of seeing it once before. It still carries the Hall Master's aura.
Jin Lianggong murmured.
The fact that he spoke implied the other two also agreed this was the Hall Master's calamity medal. And since this young man could produce the calamity medal, there was no doubt he was the Hall Master's disciple. This filled Luo Kaiji with rage. If any other evidence had been presented, he might have been able to argue his way out of it, but the calamity medal was something that simply couldn't be forged, and this one was indeed genuine. He had been so close to becoming the ruler of the Windfire Guild. He was already not far from the realm of Grandmaster. Yet, an uninvited intruder had suddenly appeared, throwing all his plans into disarray. How could he not be filled with hatred? Cutting off someone's destiny was like a grudge as deep as a father's murder. If looks could kill, Fong had no idea how many times he'd have died under Luo Kaiji's vengeful gaze. Now that the young master has appeared, I needn't tell you who should take the position of leader, do I? Who was it just now who said they'd be the first to support him? There are so many people watching us right now. Yang looked at Luo Kaiji and said calmly these words were meant specifically for him, and upon hearing them, the hatred in Luo Kaiji's heart flared up once more. But no matter how much he hated him, in the presence of the three great masters, he could do nothing to this young man. Yet Luo Kaiji was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. He had already paid a tremendous price for this. No. Even if he produces the calamity medal to prove he is the guild master's disciple, so what? Are we really going to let someone who isn't even a master become the leader of my Windfire Guild? If word gets out, 1T people laugh their heads off, saying my Windfire Guild has no one left? What Luo Kaiji said seemed to make sense. As the head of a martial arts school, not even being a master was somewhat unacceptable. Yang was at a loss for words. He had thought of everything except this. Without sufficient strength, even if he became the leader by virtue of being the guild master's disciple, the people under him would never accept him. In the world of warriors, the strong reign supreme. Just as Luo Kaiji was gloating, convinced he'd found the fatal flaw, Fong, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Oh? Who said I'm not a master? For a moment, the four peak-level masters froze in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. No sooner had Fong finished speaking than a powerful master's aura erupted around the four of them. A powerful gust of wind ruffled their hair, yet the four showed no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, they were completely baffled. This master aura was fierce and sustained. It was clearly not that of a junior master, but of an intermediate master. What was happening? What were they seeing? A young man barely 20 years old, and his cultivation level was already that of an intermediate master. Were they dreaming? Or had the world changed? Had becoming a master become this easy now? Why, when they were the same age as this young man, were they still struggling in the warrior stage? Is my strength good enough? Fong snorted coldly. Over the past 3 days, he had raised his centurion strength integration rate to 90%, his strength had surpassed 10,000 Jin, and his cultivation level had reached the entry-level master stage. With the combination of his 3 talents, his strength had already surpassed the intermediate master level.
Gulp. Yang couldn't help but swallow hard.
He thought his ability to handle setbacks was already quite strong, but he had still overestimated himself and underestimated Fang's ability to show off. He admitted that Fang had once again pulled a fast one on him, and it wasn't just him. The other 3 were also staring at Fang in shock.
Intermediate master.
Luo Kaiji managed to force out those 4 words with great difficulty, then was at a loss for words. This young man had shocked him beyond measure.
With such overwhelming talent, who exactly was he? Given a little more time, might he grow into a legendary high grandmaster? Why even compete with someone like this?
You might win the spot, but you won't live to enjoy it.
Luo Kaiji couldn't accept it. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away.
Why did this guy have to come and snatch the spot from him? Given this young man's talent, he clearly had better options.
Enough. He has qualified. Yang also spoke with great difficulty.
If the situation had been different, he would have even wanted to test him physically to see if the young master standing before him was an imposter. He remembered that the young master's cultivation level had previously been only advanced warrior, but in such a short time, he had now become an intermediate master.
In just a few more days, would he surpass him?
Even on steroids, it couldn't happen this fast.
Yang pays his respects to the young master.
While the guild master has not yet returned, you are the one in charge of the Windfire Guild, with full authority over both the Windfire Guild and the Martial Arts Hall. If Yang had previously respected Fang because of his status, he was now genuinely awed by his terrifying talent and strength. Jin Lianggong pays his respects to the young master. Xiao Shueishui pays his respects to the young master. Luo Kaiji pays his respects to the young master. Having witnessed Fang's terrifying power, Luo Kaiji, however reluctant he might be, had no choice but to bow his head.
By the way, what exactly happened that has you all fighting over this position of authority? Aren't you afraid your master will come back to settle the score with you?
The 4 peak level masters led Fang into the council chamber, but faced with his questions, they were once again at a loss for words.
So you really don't know anything, do you?
Hearing Fang's question, Luo Kaiji nearly spat blood on the spot from sheer rage.
If you don't know anything, then why are you fighting me for this position? Isn't this a total injustice? Isn't this just my bad luck?
I've worked so hard for so long, yet I'm not even as impressive as you've been in these past 10 minutes. Cutting to the bone, Fang's 2 simple sentences sliced through Luo Kaiji's heart like a knife, completely sapping his courage to stay any longer. He feared he might suffer another emotional blow if he lingered.
Young master, don't you know? Yang asked uncertainly. What am I supposed to know?
This time it was Fang's turn to be puzzled, but when Yang explained the situation, Fang's face turned pale, and he hurriedly stood up from his seat.
What on earth happened out there? Had his master fallen in battle? Had Wang Kai defected? Fang didn't have time to think about anything else. He hurriedly summoned Wang Kai in his mind.
But this time, no matter how long he waited, Wang Kai didn't respond. As time ticked by, Fang's heart grew heavier and heavier.
Wang Kai was out of contact.
In the past, Wang Kai would always answer the moment he was summoned, but not this time.
What on earth had happened?
Fang didn't believe Wang Kai would defect, nor did he believe he would harm his master. His 100% loyalty allowed him to trust Wang Kai unconditionally.
Could Wang Kai be dead?
But that connection deep within his heart was still there. If Wang Kai were dead, he would surely know.
Wang Kai wasn't dead. But what exactly was happening out there?
Just as Fang was feeling confused and uneasy about this, a furious shout suddenly rang out from outside. Windfire Guild, come out and face your punishment.
Chapter 47, The Grandmaster's Arrival, Luo Kaiji's Betrayal. It's the Grandmaster.
One, who had been silently protecting Fang from behind, let out a startled cry upon hearing the furious roar from outside and sensing a powerful and terrifying aura. Her angelic face no longer bore its previous serenity. Her expression had grown grave, causing others to worry. She immediately stepped in front of Fang, determined to lead her to safety the moment she sensed anything amiss.
The arrival's aura was terrifying and unfathomable, far more powerful than even her own. A Grandmaster-level fighter? The other four sensed this terrifying aura and immediately felt a sense of foreboding.
With no Grandmaster present in the martial arts hall, they were merely masters as helpless as fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of their attacker. But amidst their shock, the three of them except for Yang couldn't help but glance at one. They had assumed this woman was merely a servant at the young master's side, but she had reacted faster than even they, at the peak of their master-level abilities. It seemed this woman's strength was no joke. "Young master, what should we do?" Luo Kaiji recovered from his shock, and a hint of a meaningful expression suddenly flashed across his face. It seemed he had realized something. That voice sounded familiar. He then turned to Fong standing beside him and said, "Heaven itself must be on my side." This young man had just snatched the position of leader from him, and now a test had arrived. Let us see how he handles this. If he messes it up, he'll have to take on the role of ruler himself. Those who come mean harm, those who mean well do not come. We'll meet force with force. Isn't he telling us to go out and face our punishment? I'd like to see just what crime the Windfire Guild has committed. Let us go. Fong's expression turned cold, and he snorted derisively. News had just come in, and already a Grandmaster-level powerhouse was storming the gates. This couldn't help but make one suspect foul play. But now that he had become the leader of the Windfire Guild, he had to shoulder this responsibility. No matter who had their sights set on the guild, they'd have to ask him, Fong, for permission first. Young master. Yang was about to say something else, but seeing Fong's resolute expression, he replied in a subdued voice. Yes, young master. Windfire Guild, come out and face the consequences. If you don't come out now, I'll smash your dojo to pieces. The voices from outside rang out once more, and Fong immediately walked toward the door without the slightest hesitation or fear. Seeing this, the four behind him followed closely behind. 1. How confident are you in facing the Grandmasters out there? Master, I'm 1 part confident in a fierce battle, 3 parts confident in a fight to the death, but I'm half confident that I can fight to the death to get you out of here. Alright, I understand. Fong silently asked one in his mind, but the answer did not shake his resolve. Previously, his master Yuan had dared to intervene and save him in front of 4 high grandmasters, and now that his master was absent, Li Fong would dare to single-handedly protect his master's life's work. Go on, go on. What an ungrateful little brat. In a moment, you'll learn what true fear is and just how treacherous the world can be. Even with your extraordinary talent and impressive background, they're nothing in the face of a true powerhouse. Luo Kaiji gloated inwardly, secretly hoping Fong would die in this encounter. My God, what is happening to our Windfire Guild? Why must we suffer such a catastrophe? What crime has our Windfire Guild committed to deserve punishment from such a powerful figure? Where is our Grandmaster? Outside, chaos had already erupted. Upon hearing the cries of condemnation, the people inside the martial arts hall felt a powerful aura descend upon them. The air became suffocating, and their entire bodies felt as if they were carrying a massive mountain on their backs. An elderly man radiating a terrifying aura stood at the entrance to the Windfire Guild. Separating the Windfire Guild from the outside world as if they were 2 different realms. Suddenly, just as everyone was gripped by panic, they felt a sense of lightness wash over them. Huh? Why do I feel so much lighter? Someone voiced their confusion, and they weren't alone. Many others around them also felt a sudden lightness in their bodies. Before they could figure it out, they saw a young man step out, supported by the crowd. Who is this young man? The many warriors of the martial arts school were puzzled. Behind this young man were actually the school's 4 great masters. Fong had already stepped out. He, too, had sensed the Grandmaster's oppressive presence earlier, so he had ordered one to project her aura to protect the people of the martial arts school. Ha! The old man standing at the entrance of the martial arts hall was suddenly puzzled. The pressure he had released had actually been partially countered. Could there be another Grandmaster within this hall? However, his confusion was short-lived. His strength had now reached the advanced Grandmaster level. As long as his opponent wasn't Yuan, he could handle any grandmaster with ease. Young master, this is Luo Kaiji, the deputy head of the Dingtian Guild. He is also a grandmaster level powerhouse.
Upon seeing the old man, Yang, standing behind Fong, whispered a reminder from the side. Dingtian Guild?
It's one of the 4 martial arts schools that tried to ambush and kill me last time.
Fong's eyes turned cold upon hearing the name Dingtian Guild, but he quickly concealed it.
Now was not the time to turn hostile. His strength was still insufficient, and the prerequisite for revenge was staying alive.
May I ask, esteemed master, what crime has my Windfire Guild committed?
Fong now stood face to face with the old man. Although he was facing an unfathomably powerful opponent, he felt no fear.
Ha ha ha, is there no one else in your Windfire Guild? You actually sent a mere kid to speak with me? Aren't you afraid I might crush this little brat to death if I get annoyed?
Wang Hongyun laughed heartily as he looked at the young man before him. I am the young master of the Windfire Guild.
Am I not qualified enough? Fong retorted.
Upon hearing Fong's words, Wang Hongyun scrutinized the young man before him closely, then fixed his gaze on Luo Kaiji standing behind him, his expression immediately turning grim.
Luo Kaiji had dared to deceive him. He hadn't secured the position of leader of the Windfire Guild. Luo Kaiji, what exactly is going on here? Didn't you promise this old man that you would secure the position of leader at all costs? Hearing the question from the Grandmaster standing before them, everyone including Fong couldn't help but look furious. Luo Kaiji had actually betrayed the Windfire Guild and colluded with the Dingtian Guild, betraying his own people. Wasn't he afraid the guild master would return and enforce the guild's laws? Luo Kaiji, how dare you betray the martial arts hall?
Yang and the other 2 were furious, their eyes turned bloodshot, their fists clenched tight, and their hearts filled with hatred. If not for the Grandmaster's presence, they would have loved to strike Luo Kaiji down on the spot. No wonder they were in such a rush to select a leader. It turns out he'd already colluded with the Dingtian Guild. Betrayal is something no one can tolerate. If you can betray the martial arts hall here, then on the battlefield in the future, won't you betray the human race as well? Your Excellency, I didn't expect this. This kid is Yuan's disciple. I was so close, but this kid came out of nowhere and snatched the position that was practically within my grasp. Seeing that his scheme had been exposed, Luo Kaiji stopped beating around the bush. After all, any fool would know which choice to make when faced with a powerful grandmaster versus a martial arts hall on the brink of destruction. Chapter 48, Confronting the Grandmaster, Battling for the Martial Arts Hall. Oh. This kid is Yuan's disciple. In that case, the Windfire Guild must answer for its crimes. Wang Hongyun's demeanor changed drastically. He suddenly let out a thunderous roar, sending a shiver through everyone's hearts as they instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. What crime has the Windfire Guild committed? Fong showed not the slightest sign of fear as he retorted sharply. This scene left Yang stunned once again. Didn't the young master realize who he was facing? This was a Grandmaster level powerhouse. A Grandmaster must not be disrespected. Although he knew full well that the other party meant no good, a powerful figure possesses the dignity of a powerful figure, and the weak, no matter how unwilling, must endure it. My lord. Yang had intended to explain things on Fong's behalf, but he heard Wang Hongyun continue. During the campaign against that level 4 rift in the wilderness, your Windfire Guild's Black Ant Grandmaster betrayed the human race, switching sides in the heat of battle, resulting in Grandmaster Yuan's death and 2 other Grandmasters being gravely wounded. The High Grandmaster has already ordered me to handle this matter. Tell me, is your Windfire Guild guilty or not? Wang Hongyun's voice echoed throughout the entire martial arts hall, instantly causing a commotion as everyone fell into panic and began whispering among themselves. Their Black Ant Grandmaster actually betrayed humanity. Wait, when did the martial arts hall get a Black Ant Grandmaster? Isn't it supposed to be a Black Ant Master? The Guild Master has actually fallen in battle? No. If the Guild Master is dead, is there any point in the Windfire Guild continuing to exist? Does this mean our Windfire Guild will soon be carved up by other martial arts halls? The crowd went wild upon hearing this news, but Fong knew it was false, yet he couldn't reveal the truth, for no one would believe him anyway. Upon hearing Grandmaster Wang Hongyun admit the truth with his own mouth, Yang and the other two felt a sharp pang of pain in their hearts. Their vision darkened as boundless sorrow welled up within them, and their entire bodies seemed to lose all vitality. Their guild master, the Grandmaster level powerhouse Lord Yuan, had fallen in battle. Meanwhile, Black Ant, the Grandmaster, had betrayed the human race and vanished without a trace. They were utterly unwilling to believe this reality, but since it came from the mouth of a Grandmaster and was backed by a decree from a High Grandmaster, they had no choice but to accept it. Then may I ask, where is the body of my master, Grandmaster Yuan? Grandmaster Yuan's body was lost during the Great Battle and has not been found. Wang Hongyun said in a subdued voice, his tone tinged with sadness. Thank goodness, my master isn't dead. Hearing Wang Hongyun's words, Fong felt a sense of relief. Although he didn't know where his master was now, he could be certain his master wasn't dead. Otherwise, how could the body of a Grandmaster simply go missing? Were all the other Grandmasters just sitting around doing nothing? There was definitely something fishy going on here, and this matter was very likely connected to the Dingtian Guild right in front of him. The Dingtian Guild again. Earlier, the 4 Grandmasters leading the Dingtian Guild had come for the same reason, but something had gone wrong, and they met a gruesome end at the Windfire Guild. Now, the deputy head of the Dingtian Guild had come to demand accountability. Were they determined to wipe out the Windfire Guild completely? One day, he would reduce the Dingtian Guild to dust. How do they intend to hold us accountable? Fong's expression was grave as he spoke cautiously. With his master's fate unknown and Wang Kai out of contact, the martial arts school simply couldn't withstand another blow. The Windfire Guild will be completely dissolved in 10 days. The Windfire Guild will no longer exist in Jianhai City. Wang Hongyun said calmly, and upon hearing the verdict, the crowd completely lost control. A wave of despair swept through the room. The Windfire Guild was to be disbanded, their home was about to be lost. However, there is still a glimmer of hope. The crowd immediately listened as Wang Hongyun continued speaking. A glimmer of hope flickered in their desperate eyes. There was still a chance, all was not yet lost. What glimmer of hope? Fong grew increasingly convinced that this was a conspiracy targeting the Windfire Guild. It's quite simple. Since you're the young master of the Windfire Guild, you hold the control over this martial arts hall. As long as you hand over control of this hall to my Dingtian Guild, we'll take the blame for the Windfire Guild, and we guarantee that other martial arts schools won't bother you lot. The Dingtian Guild has experts at the High Grandmaster realm. Naturally, we can help you weather this storm with ease. All you need to do is hand over the martial arts hall as the price. How does that sound? So that the Dingtian Guild's true objective was the martial arts hall. Fong finally understood what the Dingtian Guild was up to. Their previous collusion with Luo Kaiji must have been for this very reason. It was just that his arrival had disrupted their plans, forcing them to negotiate with him instead. Wang Hongyun looked at the young man before him, who hadn't been intimidated, and sighed, thinking that Yuan had found a fine disciple, though, sadly, he would never see him again. He, of course, knew what had happened out in the wilderness, but the truth was known only to them. Their actions were all for the sake of the Windfire Guild's martial arts hall. Now, the Dingtian Guild was powerful and had almost met the requirements to be promoted to a level 2 martial arts hall, but the most crucial requirement remained unfulfilled. A level 2 martial arts hall must have 3 martial arts halls. The Dingtian Guild already possessed 2, they were missing just 1. For this final one, they had set their sights on the Windfire Guild, but they never expected that Yuan turned out to be so stubborn he refused to hand it over, no matter how they tried to persuade him, whether with force or diplomacy. Furthermore, when handing over a martial arts hall, one must go through official channels. Otherwise, if the martial arts hall were to disband, the martial arts hall would be confiscated by the city lord and redistributed. In that case, the Dingtian Guild would miss out on it. Your Excellency, didn't you come looking for me? Standing nearby, Luo Kaiji panicked upon hearing Wang Hongyun's words. He had already betrayed the Windfire Guild. If the young master handed over the martial arts hall, he would be completely useless. Returning to the Windfire Guild was out of the question. No one outside would accept a traitor like him. Moreover, knowing certain inside details, would he even survive once this matter was over? Wang Hongyun was displeased he didn't like being interrupted. The Grandmaster's aura instantly descended upon Luo Kaiji, causing him such agony that he couldn't speak.
How about it?
Wang Hongyun was confident he didn't believe anyone would refuse such terms.
What if I say no? Fong looked up and met Wang Hongyun's gaze. His eyes seemed to say, I refuse.
Upon seeing this, Wang Hongyun's expression instantly stiffened and turned cold, and he said without a trace of emotion,
Then go to your death.
Chapter 49. Today, I'll make you, the young master, die right before your eyes.
Young master, run for your life.
No sooner had Wang Hongyun's words fallen than Yang, Xiao Xingxue, and Ji Liangong behind him realized the situation was dire. With a roar, the three instantly unleashed their peak master-level cultivation and charged at Wang Hongyun. Although they were facing a grandmaster-level powerhouse, they still resolutely struck out, all to secure a sliver of hope for the young master.
Trying to escape now? Isn't it a little too late? Wang Hongyun let out a cold laugh. Since he'd come this far, he had no intention of returning empty-handed.
Offering a chance to negotiate was a gesture of courtesy. If they refused to take it, he wouldn't blame himself for taking action.
A mere young master of a third-tier Windfire Guild dared to defy him? He'd kill him and find a replacement. That turncoat Luo Kaiji wasn't half bad. To dare attack a grandmaster, you truly don't know when to quit. The grandmaster's even more formidable might erupted. With a casual strike, he unleashed a terrifying spatial shockwave that blasted Yang and his two companions who had been closing in to attack back. The three clutched their chests in agony as a mouthful of blood gushed forth. They crashed heavily to the ground, temporarily unable to move. The gap between a grandmaster and a master simply couldn't be bridged by sheer numbers. Kid, no one is coming to save you now. Go down there and repent.
Wang Hongyun sent the three flying and turned his attention back to Fong, unleashing a punch that left traces of shattered space in its wake, a strike as divine as it was demonic, carrying a thick aura of death.
No! Young master!
Yang struggled to lift his head, straining to reach out with both hands as he let out a feeble wail. He wanted to stop it, but could only watch helplessly as this desperate scene unfolded. If the young master dies, the Windfire Guild is finished.
Whoa! It all happened too fast. Wang Hongyun had already struck.
Fong roared, dynamic vision erupted at full power, and everything in the world began to slow down as if in tenfold slow motion.
Here I come.
The next second, when S voice rang out in the martial arts hall, and another terrifying, powerful High Grandmaster aura appeared.
A figure shimmering with blue flames materialized before Fong as if by teleportation. Grandmaster talent. Rapid. The figure shimmering with blue flames was none other than one.
She had unleashed her full power, revealing her formidable intermediate Grandmaster combat prowess without a doubt.
Moreover, she had activated her unique Grandmaster talent in an instant. Rapid.
Her speed received a massive boost for a brief moment. Earlier, Fong had instructed one to hide nearby precisely to prevent Wang Hongyun from attacking and to protect him from the shadows.
I've been watching out for you all along.
A stranger grandmaster from the Windfire Guild.
Wang Hongyun roared.
He seemed not the least bit surprised by Wen's arrival, instantly shifting his focus from Fong to Wen, and the two clashed in an instant.
I never expected that the tiny Windfire Guild would actually have two grandmasters who awakened their grandmaster talent.
That Black Ant grandmaster from earlier, plus you such good fortune.
Why shouldn't my Dingtian Guild get a share of it?
Wang Hongyun had long suspected that the Windfire Guild was hiding a grandmaster earlier. Part of the pressure he'd unleashed had been partially neutralized. But he never expected that the hidden grandmaster would actually be someone who had awakened to grandmaster level talent. Although he didn't know what that awakened talent was, it no longer mattered. Such a genius is 1 in 100. Once the grandmaster talent is awakened, it means one can step into the realm of High Grandmaster. He had once taken pity on such a genius in the wilderness, unable to bear the thought of the Black Ant grandmaster following Yuan only to die in vain, so he had extended an olive branch only to be rejected on the spot. Afterward, he had no choice but to act with a heavy heart and eliminate him. But who would have thought that now, at the Windfire Guild, he would encounter yet another Grandmaster who had awakened the Grandmaster talent.
Why is it that his Ding Tian guild never comes across a single genius like this? How infuriating, how infuriating.
Now, Wang Hongyun once again felt a pang of regret at the waste of such talent. Even if you unleash your Grandmaster talent, you're still no match for this old man.
Are you really going to fight to the death for a mere master, wasting such tremendous talent for nothing?
If you agree, I can personally arrange for you to join the Ding Tian Guild. Our guild is about to be promoted to a level 2 martial arts academy. The resources and support we can offer you far exceed what a level 3 academy could ever provide. The sounds of their battle echoed throughout the Windfire Guild. Wang Hongyun, driven by his desire to preserve talent, did not unleash his full power, while when Grandmaster's rapid talent erupted, greatly enhancing her combat prowess. To everyone's surprise, the two found themselves locked in a deadlock.
What? My Windfire Guild has another Grandmaster?
Upon hearing Wang Hongyun's voice, the members of the Windfire Guild were all taken aback, staring in disbelief at the figure shrouded in blue flames who continued to battle him.
She is actually a Grandmaster.
It wasn't just the crowd. Even Yang and his two companions, who lay gravely wounded on the ground, stared in disbelief at the ongoing battle. The shock had completely overwhelmed them, causing them to forget their current predicament. The woman by the young master's side was actually a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. And not just any Grandmaster, one who had awakened the Grandmaster's innate talent.
A Grandmaster must not be disgraced. This powerful Grandmaster was actually willing to follow their young master around as a bodyguard. Then who exactly was their young master? Was he the one who had outmatched the Windfire Guild, or was the Windfire Guild the one that had outmatched him? The three dared not think any further. It was all simply too unbelievable. But there was one crucial point: they could see that this Grandmaster-level warrior named Wen was no match for Wang Hongyun.
If she were persuaded by Wang Hongyun or even defeated by him, what would become of their young master?
Would he even be able to escape his inevitable doom?
Just as the three were sinking into despair, Wen's voice rang out once more. If you want to kill the young master, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Her voice was filled with resolve and unbearable rage.
This old geezer in front of her actually dared to try to kill her master and even threatened to make her betray him? Like hell, I'll do that.
If I don't smash your old head to pieces today, I'm not a mosquito. In an instant, Wen's combat power surged once more as she clashed fiercely with Wang Hongyun.
Fine, you're really ungrateful. Then let this old man teach you little girl a lesson. Aren't you supposed to be protecting your young master?
Today, I'll make sure your young master dies right before your very eyes.
Wang Hongyun was furious.
He'd been so kind, yet she was so ungrateful. He unleashed his full power.
Luo Kaiji, haven't you always wanted to take that seat at the Windfire Guild?
Today, I, Wang Hongyun, in my capacity as a Grandmaster, tell you this: as long as you kill this young man, I'll guarantee you that position.
Wang Hongyun's voice thundered into Luo Kaiji's ears like a bolt of lightning.
Instantly, he was fired up, staring intently at Fong standing nearby,
channeling all his humiliation and resentment toward him. Ah, kid, your day has finally come. Today, you're going to die too.
Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Kaiji unleashed the full might of his peak master-level power and charged straight at Fong.
Young master.
Wen was furious and tried to stop him, but she was firmly held in a grapple by Wang Hongyun. Moreover, she was constantly at a disadvantage in the fray and could only watch as Luo Kaiji closed in on her master.
You want to kill me? Then let us fight. Fong roared furiously and charged straight at him. Chapter 50, Talent Erupts, Defeating Luo Kaiji. In an instant, the battle erupted. Kid, I'm a peak-level master.
Don't even dream of surviving against me as a mid-level master.
Haha, as long as I kill you, that position is mine.
Luo Kaiji laughed maniacally, his face contorted with extreme cruelty. He had already written Fong off as a dead man, a stepping stone to help him climb even higher.
You want to kill me?
Well, let us see who dies first.
Fong roared in fury, his power erupting as he swung a punch.
The two fists collided, sending a powerful shockwave sweeping through the crowd. The blast stung everyone it struck. Fong felt a tremendous force wash over his entire body, as if he were being swarmed and bitten by millions of ants. The immense counter-gravity instantly carved a huge crater in the floor, then hurled him straight backward like a missile. Boom! He slammed into a stone wall, which collapsed, sending a cloud of dust and smoke billowing into the air. Kid, let us see if you're still so cocky now. I'm already a peak master, with strength reaching 90,000 gene. How much strength could a mid-level master like you possibly have? Let me tell you, the gap between us isn't something you can bridge with empty boasts. Luo Kaiji held nothing back. A single punch sent Fong flying. He was now laughing maniacally. He didn't even need to look to know that one punch had severely wounded him. It might even have killed him outright. Young master! Luo Kaiji, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yang struggled to his feet, his voice hoarse from shouting, his eyes bloodshot, and staggered toward Luo Kaiji. He hated himself for failing to protect the young master. Yang, I think you'd better save your old life and worry about yourself. Luo Kaiji watched as Yang, who had once bossed him around, now looked like a stray dog, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. His gaze turned cold as he stepped in front of Yang and kicked him to the ground. He stomped heavily on him, grabbed Yang by the head, and dragged it across the floor. You never saw this coming, did you, Yang? This day has finally come for you. If you get down on your knees and beg me, I might be magnanimous enough to let you off. Luo Kaiji said viciously to Yang. He was the true winner in life, as the saying goes. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The choice he made was the only correct one. But come to think of it, I've changed my mind. You might as well just die. Luo Kaiji's tone shifted, growing as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. In the next second, he was about to crush Yang's skull under his foot, but suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a movement. He forcibly pulled back and retreated rapidly. Boom! A massive boulder, laden with sand and gravel, tore through the air, passing right through the spot where Luo Kaiji had been standing just a moment ago, before slamming heavily into a wall, leaving a huge hole. Luo Kaiji was stunned and turned his head to look in the direction from which the boulder had come. Wasn't he dead yet? He can actually still move? Amid Luo Kaiji's stunned gaze, a dark figure gradually rose from the massive cloud of dust. As the dust cleared, a somewhat bedraggled Fong slowly emerged. What? Luo Kaiji was horrified. The punch he just landed was absolutely not something an intermediate-level master could withstand. How could he still be standing? But when Luo Kaiji's gaze shifted to Fong's arm, his eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to be witnessing the most incredible sight in the world. It can't be. As Luo Kaiji looked on, he saw that on Fong's blood-soaked arm, the eerie white bone was slowly melting back into his body, and the terrifying wound was gradually healing. Countless strands of flesh were emerging from the through-and-through wound at his waist, mending the horrific injury. His originally deathly pale complexion was gradually regaining its healthy flush. Injuries that should have been fatal were healing in a matter of moments. Luo Kaiji was so startled by the scene before him that he stumbled back 3 steps. It wasn't just him. Even Wang Hongyun, who was battling one in the distance, noticed what was happening. His concentration wavered for a moment, and one landed a punch right in his face. Instantly, his face was bruised and swollen. That's a Grandmaster level talent. The body of recovery. Wang Hongyun was horrified. He'd already been shocked enough today. First a Grandmaster who'd awakened a Grandmaster's talent, and now another master who'd awakened a Grandmaster's talent. Such extraordinary regenerative power could only be explained by the awakening of a Grandmaster's talent. Not yet a Grandmaster, yet having awakened a Grandmaster's talent. Just how extraordinary was this young man's talent? Why did such a prodigy fall to the Windfire Guild instead of their own Dingtian Guild? Were they, the Dingtian Guild, unworthy? But why the Windfire Guild? No. Wang Hongyun refused to accept it. This young man was no longer just a genius, he was a prodigy. This prodigy, capable of leading a martial arts school to invincibility, had now become an enemy of their Dingtian Guild.
Filled with endless frustration and resentment, he charged at Wen once more. Today, he, Wang Hongyun, would unleash a bloodbath, slay the Grandmaster and annihilate the prodigy. Rapid regeneration activated. Dynamic vision activated. Fang stretched his body, a flash of determination gleaming in his eyes. He had overestimated himself earlier, daring to take on a peak master relying solely on his physical strength. Fortunately, his rapid regeneration talent was powerful enough to heal such severe injuries in a short time. However, Fang knew full well that this basic form of rapid regeneration could only go so far. If his head were smashed or his heart shattered, it likely wouldn't work at all. Just a little more time. But it should be enough. Fang muttered, jerking his head up as he felt his body's peak strength. At that moment, all his talents were operating at 100% capacity, and he charged toward Luo Kaiji once more. Our battle isn't over yet. Luo Kaiji was already somewhat dazed. The legendary Grandmaster talent had actually appeared in an intermediate master. He was stunned for a moment, only snapping back to reality as Fang charged at him again. So what if you're a prodigy? If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Luo Kaiji roared, unleashing his full might as he engaged him in battle once more. You dare throw a punch at me again? You're asking for death. Luo Kaiji sneered as he watched Fang swing his fist again and met it head-on with a punch of his own. But this time, he realized his movement was slow. No, it wasn't that he was slow, it was that Fang's movements had become faster. It was as if he'd been sped up. His punch missed its mark, and immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. He didn't know when it had happened, but Fang had already moved to his side and struck him squarely in the waist. Instantly, all his strength drained away, and he was sent flying with a heavy thud. Impossible, this must be a coincidence. Luo Kaiji refused to believe what had just happened. He got back up and charged at Fang once more. The two immediately became locked in a stalemate, but facing Fang, who possessed a natural talent for self-healing and a dynamic power boost, Luo Kaiji began to gradually lose the upper hand. Luo Kaiji's strength shouldn't have been this weak, but he had been psychologically intimidated by Grandmaster Wang Hong's overwhelming aura earlier, and witnessing Fang's formidable talent had caused him to show weakness before the battle even began. As a result, he was pushed back step by Fang. Die! Fang sustained constant damage, but his self-healing talent kept working, continuously mending his wounds. As one's strength waned and the other's grew, Fang finally found a weakness in Luo Kaiji, unleashed a single devastating blow, and instantly left him gravely injured and completely unable to fight. And just then, the battle in another location also came to an end. Chapter 51, Recultivation, Advanced Grandmaster Realm. One was sent flying by a single punch. She no longer bore any resemblance to her previous goddess-like appearance. Her body was battered and bruised, with glimpses of her skin exposed here and there. She was covered in blood-soaked wounds, and her vital energy was waning. Whether by coincidence or not, one landed right next to Fang after being knocked away. Master, run! I'm no match for that old monster. Wait, I'll unleash all my Grandmaster power to buy you time to escape. Wen said to her master in her heart. Although she had only been in this world for a short time and hadn't yet had the chance to experience its wonders, meeting her master was already a blessing beyond measure. It was her master who had given her life and everything she had. And today, she was determined to sacrifice herself to buy her master time. Wen coughed up a mouthful of blood and tried to get back up, but the strain aggravated her injuries, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground. Don't even think about running away. Today is the day you'll meet your end. Wang Hongyun suppressed the surging combat energy within his body. To be honest, this woman named Wen had indeed put him under considerable pressure. Fortunately, he had advanced to the rank of Advanced Grandmaster, otherwise, it would be him lying on the ground right now. My lord! Save me! Luo Kaiji lay face down on the ground, gasping for breath. He had been severely wounded by Fang, and without prompt medical treatment, he was certain to suffer lasting complications. The only one who could save him now was Grandmaster Wang Hongyun. His blood-soaked hand slowly reached out toward Wang Hongyun, his eyes filled with the hope of survival.
He suffered such severe injuries while risking his life for him. Grandmaster Wang Hongyun surely Wen Ti refused to save him.
Moreover, the Ding Tian Guild still needed him.
As long as he made a full recovery, that position would still be his. In this battle, he, Luo Kaiji, was still the winner. However, just as he reached out, Wang Hongyun stomped his outstretched hand into the ground. You had your chance, but you couldn't seize it.
What use are you to me? You're a turncoat. The Ding Tian Guild has no use for you either.
Wang Hongyun's words, brimming with contempt, struck Luo Kaiji like the final straw, completely crushing his spirit.
He went mad. It was clearly the Ding Tian Guild that was in the wrong to begin with. Why am I the only one being blamed? Am I a turncoat? Is there anything wrong with being a turncoat?
I just wanted a better life for my family. I didn't want to die needlessly on some mission with no one to bury my body. I had no choice but to keep climbing higher and higher, and for that, I was willing to sacrifice my dignity, my very character.
To become a traitor despised by everyone. Did I even have a choice? By the time your Ding Tian Guild found me, you'd already chosen everything for me. If I'm at fault, it's only because I'm too weak. Weakness is the original sin. You all want to be the gods and Buddhas filling the heavens, but what about the ants and the lowly common folk down here?
Luo Kaiji may have realized his mistake in the final moment of his life. Perhaps he was still filled with regret, but no one will ever know. As the sound of a watermelon bursting echoed, his head had already been crushed by a single kick from Wang Hongyun. It was as if he were stepping on trash on the street. He felt no discomfort whatsoever and immediately walked toward one, who lay gravely wounded on the ground.
Perhaps if I had met you sooner, the outcome could have been different. But for now, please just die.
Wang Hongyun said to Fang and Wen with a hint of regret, his eyes utterly impassive, as he prepared to strike them down completely, erasing all traces of their existence from this world.
Young master.
Not far away, Yang and the other two tried to intervene, but could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded.
Wen, if you're an advanced grandmaster, can you take care of this old guy for me? At this most critical moment, Fang's composure was surprisingly calm as he suddenly asked Wen in his heart. Master?
Wen paused, seemingly realizing something, and hurriedly replied. Master, never mind an advanced grandmaster. As long as this Servan's foundational realm reaches the intermediate level, I can take out this old man.
All right then.
Fang slowly closed his eyes. Anyone unaware might have thought he was waiting for his fate to unfold, but only he knew the truth.
He was indeed waiting. But what he was waiting for were taming points.
Meanwhile, in an empty factory building not far from the martial arts hall, a place that had been taken over by the Windfire Guild a few days earlier, with entry strictly prohibited.
The once empty factory was now teeming with countless insects.
No, it should be said to be filled with countless insect carcasses. Empty crates were scattered about, presumably the ones that had held these insects. And most terrifying of all, inside this factory, a horrific monster swung its sharp scythe as countless wind blades whistled past, mowing down the insects in their wake. This terrifying monster stood half a person's height, its body a deep green, with a pair of protruding compound eyes large and translucent and powerful mandibles that seemed capable of crushing any enemy. With a superhuman physique, it was a natural-born hunter and a master of camouflage. When it moved, it left nothing but a green blur. Anyone who sees this terrifying creature would be struck with awe by its astonishing combat prowess. It is a natural swordsman, the finest assassin in the natural world.
A mantis.
However, this mantis is a mantis king raised by Fang to the 5th stage, possessing master-level combat power. Don't let its low-level master status fool you in a fight. Even high-level masters stand no chance against it. And Fang had specifically come here to collect and raise this mantis for him. 3 days ago, Fang had assigned this task to Yang. The mission was simple: find an empty house and collect as many insects as possible. The more, the better. 3 days had passed. Fang had originally come to the martial arts hall to harvest these insects, but some unexpected incidents had occurred along the way. However, it wasn't too late. Upon learning that a Grandmaster-level warrior was approaching, Fang dispatched this Mantis King. As the Mantis King continued to slay its enemies, the notification sounds rang out repeatedly in Fang's ears.
Taming points, 31,248. Taming points, 31,249. Taming points, 31,250.
The taming points finally reached 31,250.
Fong felt a slight sense of relief. It wasn't too late.
Raising one to High Grandmaster would require 62,500 points, a massive number, but raising her to Advanced Grandmaster would only require half that, 31,250 points. Just as Wang Hongyun was about to strike the two of them, Fong suddenly opened his eyes.
System, Level Up 1. Advanced Grandmaster Realm. Chapter 52, Who Told You My Strength Lies in Brute Force?
In an instant, a mysterious and profound aura descended upon Wen, and her cultivation, which had previously been at the novice Grandmaster realm, began to break through. Her previously listless aura vanished completely, and Wen felt boundless power surging within her. Beside her, Wang Hongyun, who had already charged in to attack, suddenly sensed a powerful presence emerge. To his shock, he realized the source of this terrifying aura was none other than Wen, whom he had just defeated.
Who are you, exactly? How is this possible? Why did your realm rise so instantly?
Wang Hongyun was utterly stunned by the scene before him. To his knowledge, no one had ever broken through multiple cultivation realms in succession, especially not at the Grandmaster level. Great opportunities arise between life and death. Perhaps a chosen one might encounter such a moment and break through a realm. But she'd just broken through one, and it was a minor realm at that.
This is just too much.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the mother of heaven as well.
Even if you are the chosen one, you're still going to die.
Wang Hongyun accelerated his attack, determined to finish one off. Her aura grew stronger and stronger, already matching his own in intensity. If she were given any more time, he dared not imagine just how terrifying she might become.
But while Wang Hongyun's intentions were good, reality was cruel. Suddenly, a dazzling blue flame flared up. Boom!
With just the palm of her hand, Wen blocked Wang Hongyun's punch. The wind howled, countless grains of sand swirled into the air, and time seemed to stand still throughout the entire martial arts hall.
Everyone watched the scene in shock. High level. Wang Hongyun felt that immense power and was utterly astonished. Old man, it's my turn now. Wen lunged forward instantly, sending Wang Hongyun flying with a single punch.
Seizing the moment to finish him off, the blue figure charged forward with relentless force.
Dare to lay a hand on my master? Old man, have you been living too long?
Mid-air, before Wang Hongyun could steady himself and with the excruciating pain still lingering, he felt another massive impact, causing him to hunch over like a red-hot shrimp. Then he crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the sky.
How can she be this powerful?
Wang Hongyun was stunned. Even a newly promoted Advanced Grandmaster couldn't possibly possess such overwhelming power.
His astonishment at Wen rose to an entirely new level. Amid the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, a sudden insight struck Wang Hongyun. He realized he'd been mistaken.
There was no way this woman had broken through to a higher realm in an instant. No one had ever done that before, and it was unlikely anyone ever would. The only explanation was that she had always been this powerful. Her power had simply been sealed away until now, and now the seal had been broken. Only this could explain all the previous inconsistencies.
So who exactly was she? Why had she hidden her true strength and gone into hiding within the Windfire Guild? Was it for that young man? No. Impossible. Wang Hongyun rose to his feet in fury, his boundless rage ready to erupt.
You're a high-level master, and I'm an advanced grandmaster. How could I ever tolerate such an insult?
The outcome of this battle is still anyone's guess.
With a roar, his energy surged throughout his body as he charged toward Wen, who was closing in.
The two clashed instantly. Boom! Thud! Impossible! You can't be this strong.
The moment they clashed, Wang Hongyun had already unleashed his full power, but he never expected his opponent's strength to be far greater than he'd imagined. He was immediately blasted away once more. He slammed into a guardrail 100 meters away, then snapped several large trees in half before finally coming to a halt. Wang Hongyun got to his feet, wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he'd been injured. No matter which faction this woman belonged to, anyone who dared to hurt him would die without a doubt.
Bring it on! With a furious roar, Wang Hongyun charged forward once more.
You old fart, I'm going to have some fun with you today and show you that you can't just go around offending anyone. Wen watched as Wang Hongyun lunged at her again. She glanced at her master, Fong, who stood nearby, and upon receiving his tacit approval, unleashed her full power once more. Thanks to her training, Wen had reached the advanced Grandmaster realm. And this advanced is not the same as the other kind previously. When Wen was at the novice Grandmaster realm, her strength had already reached that of an intermediate Grandmaster now. Who knows just how powerful she has become?
Bang! Thud! Boom! How can you be this strong? This defies all logic. I'm an advanced Grandmaster too.
Wang Hongyun was sent flying by another punch, this one blasting him hundreds of meters away and leaving a long trail on the ground, ending in a scene of rather gruesome ruins. Wang Hongyun shook his slightly dizzy head. That punch had struck him directly on the head.
This must be a coincidence. One more time. Wang Hongyun charged at Wen once more.
With a thunderous boom and a piercing scream, he returned the way he had come, leaving another patch of rubble on the ground.
Impossible. One more time. Boom. One more time. Boom.
In broad daylight, an elderly man was being relentlessly pounded by a young, beautiful woman. Time and again, he fell to the ground, only to get back up unyielding and never ready to admit defeat. Meanwhile, countless onlookers, initially stunned and incredulous, gradually shifted from admiration to simply taking it all in stride.
Is this really a Grandmaster? Why does this feel like a bunch of kids throwing a tantrum?
Wang Hongyun, meanwhile, looked rather pitiful. Not a single spot on his face remained intact, completely swollen beyond recognition.
It seemed as though every one of Wen's punches was aimed squarely at Wang Hongyun's face. Stop! Wang Hongyun couldn't take it anymore.
He wasn't stupid after so many exchanges. The fact that he'd been beaten into this state meant he was no match for this woman in terms of raw power. If they kept trading blows like this, sooner or later he'd be reduced to dust.
Huh?
Wen was a bit puzzled. She was enjoying getting beaten up. Why had he suddenly called for a stop?
She wasn't done yet.
If he didn't like getting hit in the face, she'd just aim for a different spot next time. You're an advanced Grandmaster, and so am I.
I'm no match for you in raw power, I admit it.
But since I've risen to become the deputy head of the Dingtian Guild and managed to subdue Yuan, my true strength,
far from as simple as it appears on the surface.
Strength is my weakness, but my strength lies in speed. Faced with my speed, no advanced Grandmaster can possibly escape my grasp.
I'm about to get serious. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Wang Hongyun said haughtily.
He had the strength to back it up among the many advanced Grandmasters. While his speed might not rank first, it certainly placed him in the top 5. Since this woman's strength was extraordinarily great, her speed must surely be her weakness. As long as he went all out, there was no way she could be his match.
Speed? Who told you that strength is my strong suit?
Wen suddenly found this old guy before her rather endearing. It was a shame he wasn't a stand-up comedian.
Wang Hongyun suddenly had a bad feeling.
If strength wasn't her strong suit, could it be speed? But before he could process it, he heard Wen let out a furious roar.
Grandmaster talent. Rapid speed.
Chapter 53, Young Master, is this what you mean by knowing one's limits? The blue flames, which had already dissipated, instantly flared up all around her, giving off an even more powerful aura.
Rapid speed?
Could it be your talent is speed?
Wang Hongyun's interest was piqued.
He might have lost in terms of strength, but there was no way he'd lose in terms of speed. Let this old man crush you with my speed. Wang Hongyun unleashed his full speed and charged it when he could almost feel her breath on his face. But the very next second, he was stunned to discover that Wen, who had been right before his eyes, had vanished in an instant.
What? Wang Hongyun was taken aback.
But before he could react, Wen appeared directly to his side and launched a punch that slammed into his body with brutal force. He tried to counterattack, but Wen was nowhere to be seen. "Why is your speed so terrifying?" Wang Hongyun cried out in shock. He hadn't even seen how vanished. Speed was supposed to be his strong suit. Immediately afterward, attacks came at him from all directions like raging waves, and Wang Hongyun's state of mind was as turbulent as the onslaught he was enduring. Why? Why was he outmatched in both strength and speed? No. Under Wen's relentless barrage, Wang Hongyun had grown utterly exhausted. Though he was an advanced grandmaster, he was still merely a mortal, and he was finally knocked to the ground, unable to get back up. He never imagined that he, a prestigious advanced grandmaster and deputy head of the Dingtian Guild, would meet his downfall within this humble Windfire Guild. The battlefield had long since moved far from the Windfire Guild, while Fong, surrounded by the crowd inside the martial arts hall, was deep in thought. What had Wang Hongyun said earlier? That his master, Yuan, had been subdued by him? What on earth happened? But just then, when radiating boundless might dragged Wang Hongyun back to the martial arts hall by the collar, then casually tossed him in front of Fong, his face smeared with grime. The crowd looked at Wen with awe. Though her graceful figure had once been the object of many men's gazes, not a single person dared to look her in the eye now. Instead, they stared at the subdued Wang Hongyun with expressions of lingering fear. This was a grandmaster, an advanced grandmaster, no less than the deputy head of the Dingtian Guild. There was no doubt that her strength was terrifying, yet even a figure of this caliber had been subdued like a condemned prisoner. Just how terrifying was the strength of this woman named Wen? For a moment, Yang, who had been trembling behind Fong, stepped forward and whispered to Fong. "Young master, Lady Wen is now an advanced grandmaster. Such powerhouses have their own sense of dignity, they can kill at will, and secular laws no longer hold any sway over them. To put it bluntly, Lady Wen is not someone the Windfire Guild can afford to offend right now. In Lady Wen's presence, you must speak politely and cautiously, you must be respectful at all times. I know you're feeling frustrated and upset right now, young master. Before, Lord Wen was your retainer, staying by your side to protect you, but now that Lord Wen's power has been unlocked, you can no longer treat him like a servant. Their statuses have undergone a complete reversal. Young master, you must remember this." Yang, standing behind him, spoke with a solemn expression. Although his body was temporarily unable to fight, his mind was still sharp, and he deeply understood what Wen, now an advanced grandmaster, represented at this moment. Offending her would be like offending a far more terrifying Wang Hongyun. Previously, he had assumed Wen was an attendant assigned to the young master by Master Yuan, with strength only at the master realm. Later, when Lady Wen demonstrated power at the grandmaster realm, he was deeply shocked but accepted it. After all, Master Yuan was an advanced grandmaster, so entrusting a novice grandmaster with the young master's safety made sense. He was merely curious about the young master's true status, what kind of person actually required a grandmaster to protect him. However, when Wen demonstrated the strength of an advanced grandmaster, everything he had previously assumed was overturned. Perhaps the hall master had no idea of Wen's true strength, and the young master was just an ordinary young master with no powerful connections whatsoever. Grandmaster Wen's strength surpasses that of Grandmaster Wang Hongyun, and Grandmaster Wang Hongyun's strength, in turn, surpasses that of the guildmaster. No matter how you look at it, there is no way the guildmaster could have recruited someone stronger than himself just to protect the young master. And the young master's status certainly couldn't be that formidable. If his bodyguards were all significantly stronger than the guildmaster, why would he even bother to take the guildmaster as his mentor? It can only mean that Lord Wen must be hiding within the Windfire Guild for some reason. Alright, I know what I'm doing. Fong knew Yang was looking out for him, so he didn't say much more. After all, the more he explained, the more trouble he'd get into. It was better to just keep things mysterious. After receiving Fong's reply, Yang felt slightly reassured. He trusted the young master's character at the very least. He wouldn't provoke Lord Wen over this. "One, slap him for me. Don't stop until I give the order." The sight of Wang Hongyun ignited a surge of rage within Fong. If he hadn't trained Wen to the rank of High Master, it would have been Wen who was dead right now. Hearing the young master's words, everyone around them was stunned. Even Yang looked on in disbelief, his mouth agape as he stared blankly at his young master.
Is this what you meant by "I know what I'm doing"? Is this what knowing one's limits looks like in your family? Are you trying to make sure everyone knows you're asking for trouble? Young master, I'll never trust you again.
Yang felt like crying but had no tears left.
How could his own young master be so unreliable?
He immediately wanted to step in and explain the situation to Grandmaster One on his young master's behalf.
Meanwhile, the subdued Wang Hongyun sneered inwardly upon hearing Fang's words.
Though you possess remarkable talent, without proper cultivation, you're still just a master.
How could you possibly command an advanced grandmaster? Is it simply because you're the young master of a third-tier martial arts hall?
I am, after all, a grandmaster, not someone you can insult at will.
Yes, I shall strictly obey the young master's orders.
One replied respectfully, then turned and, without another word, struck out at Wang Hongyun with a palm strike so powerful it sent a chill down everyone's spine. Hearing One's words, Yang was stunned, as were the people around him, and Wang Hongyun was stunned as well.
Wait. Young master? A grandmaster must not be disgraced.
You are a distinguished advanced grandmaster, second only to one and above all others. Why bring shame upon yourself by calling this mere master young master?
And why do you even take orders from him?
If you wish, I can hand over the position of deputy head of the Dingtian Guild to you at any time.
Upon hearing One's address of Fang, Wang Hongyun immediately protested, his sense of humiliation soaring.
The dignity of a grandmaster would not allow such a thing to happen.
Even if this grandmaster was his enemy.
When paid no heed, even if her master ordered her to die, she would not hesitate for a moment. She promptly raised her hand to slap him.
Wait a moment. But I am. Smack!
A crisp sound rang out as the slap landed heavily on Grandmaster Wang Hongyun's face, sending a shockwave through everyone's hearts like a bolt from the blue.
She really slapped him. Who exactly was the young master? Yang's shock at that moment was no less than anyone else's. Chapter 54, The Windfire Guild in the Eye of the Storm. Are you going to talk? Are you going to talk or not? Are you going to talk or not?
One's speed advantage was once again on full display. Grandmaster Wang Hongyun had become a human target, being slapped back and forth frantically. Wang Hongyun was on the verge of losing his mind. He was a grandmaster, after all. He never endured such torment before. He began to wonder if he'd come to the Windfire Guild just to get slapped.
What do you want this old man to say? I'll only say it if you ask me. If you don't ask, how am I supposed to say anything?
As soon as Wang Hongyun finished speaking, everyone fell silent, even when felt a bit awkward.
That's right, it seemed she hadn't actually asked anything. Smack! If I want to, is it any of your business?
One slapped him again, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The more beautiful a woman is, the more unreasonable she can be.
I am the grandmaster. You can't insult me like this. Smack! A grandmaster shouldn't do that. Smack!
I am the deputy head of the Dingtian Guild.
Smack! I am. Smack! I am. Smack! Dot. Smack! Wang Hongyun couldn't take it anymore.
She slapped him whether he spoke or remained silent. She had the heart of a murderous pig. Although each slap didn't cause him much physical harm, every single one cut into his heart like a knife.
You've all forced my hand, I'll kill you all. Wang Hongyun roared, his boundless rage on the verge of erupting. Smack! Another slap followed, completely knocking the fury out of Wang Hongyun. Go ahead. I won't resist anymore. Do as you please.
Wang Hongyun had accepted his fate. Falling into her hands was simply his bad luck.
All right, stop hitting him. If you keep going, he'll really die.
After an unknown number of blows, Fang looked down at Wang Hongyun, who lay limp on the ground, and only then did she begin her interrogation in earnest. To deal with a stubborn powerhouse like this, one must first break through his psychological defenses before prying open his mouth to get the information she wanted.
I beg you, just kill me.
Wang Hongyun stammered with great difficulty.
He had no idea what had just happened to him. Was she a demon? This was undoubtedly the most miserable moment of his entire life. All he wanted now was to die. Tell me the truth, and I might consider killing you. Did my master, Grandmaster Yuan, really die in battle? Did Grandmaster Black Ant from my martial arts school defect? Fong said coldly. It seems this matter has still made you suspicious. But even if you know, what can you do about it? Do you plan to use her to avenge yourselves? We in the Dingtian Guild have a high grandmaster, after all.
Upon hearing Wang Hongyun's words, the three masters nearby were stunned.
Could it be that the guild master Han Ti actually died at the hands of Black Ant Grandmaster, and that Black Ant Grandmaster Han Ti defected? Was all of this a lie? Just as I thought.
This whole thing was orchestrated by your Dingtian Guild.
Fong was instantly enraged. The Dingtian Guild actually dared to strike in the wilderness. Speak up. What exactly happened? Fong demanded immediately.
Having been brutally tortured, Wang Hongyun now wished only for death, so he recounted everything that had transpired in the wilderness.
I've told you everything I know.
But it doesn't matter anymore whether you know the truth. Everyone will assume this was the fault of your Windfire Guild, not my Dingtian Guild. In 10 days, my Dingtian Guild's High Grandmaster will return from the wilderness and settle this once and for all. By then, he'll kill every one of you to avenge me. And your Windfire Guild will inevitably fall apart.
No one can stop this, unless your Windfire Guild has a High Grandmaster of its own. But is that even possible? Go ahead, kill me. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. Wang Hongyun spoke as if resigned to his fate.
From the moment he resolved to kill, this battle had been a matter of life and death. The affairs of my Windfire Guild are none of your concern. But since you've brought it up, I'd like to let you see whether my Windfire Guild can actually survive this crisis.
Fong's heart was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. He believed in the principle, if others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them. But if they do, he would let them witness the true terror of his insects.
1. Shatter his cultivation, cripple his limbs, and toss him at the gates of the Dingtian Guild. We'll settle this grudge slowly.
No, you can't do this. You promised you'd kill me. Upon hearing Fong's words, Wang Hongyun felt a sense of despair.
He had once been an advanced grandmaster. If his cultivation were stripped away, it would be worse than death.
He couldn't accept such a drastic change in his circumstances. Yes, master.
When didn't he beat around the bush? He sprang into action, shattering Wang Hongyun's cultivation base and then crushing his limbs until he was reduced to a lifeless heap of flesh, slumped on the ground.
You're so ruthless.
Oof. No matter how ruthless I am, I'm still not as ruthless as you people in the Dingtian Guild. To casually lay hands on fellow human beings just for a martial arts hall, this Dingtian Guild is a disgrace to our human martial arts schools. Having said that, Fong turned and left, with Wen following closely behind. As for Wang Hongyun, now reduced to a cripple, arrangements would be made to have him transported to the martial arts school.
Master, Wang Kai, where are you? Upon entering a room, Fong fell deep in thought.
Earlier, Wang Hongyun had told him that during the assault on that level 4 spatial rift, a level 4 beast had suddenly appeared and fled. His master, Wang Kai, the Dingtian Guild's High Grandmaster, Wang Hongyun, and the other 2 Grandmasters had all given chase. However, while the Dingtian Guild's High Grandmaster was locked in fierce combat with that level 4 beast, Wang Hongyun and the other 2 Grandmasters unexpectedly turned their attention to Master Yuan and Wang Kai, immediately launching a devastating attack. The 2 were caught completely off guard. Master Yuan was severely wounded, but to the trio's surprise, Wang Kai unleashed all his Grandmaster power in a desperate attempt to protect him, preventing them from killing Yuan. As luck would have it, the level 4 beasts went on a rampage, giving the 2 a chance to escape, and they vanished without a trace. The Dingtian Guild had originally intended to take advantage of this opportunity to kill them, but they didn't expect the 2 to escape. To cover up the incident, they falsely claimed that the Black Ant Grandmaster had defected and that Grandmaster Yuan had died in battle. That is how the news that followed came about.
Dingtian Guild.
Even if you hadn't come to me about this, I would have come to you. Fong knew that after this incident, the Windfire Guild would become the epicenter of the entire storm, facing countless crises. As the young master of the Windfire Guild, he would be the first to bear the brunt of everyone's attention. Yet, even so, he felt not the slightest fear. It was time to let everyone witness just how truly terrifying he was. Chapter 55, Yuan's Trail Human Trafficking. A desolate wilderness teeming with danger, with who knows how many threats lurking in the surrounding area. In this desolate, uninhabited place, a beast foraging for food slowly passed by and then moved on. Once silence returned, an elderly man, struggling to walk, suddenly emerged from a nearby cave. His body was splattered with blood, and his aged face was etched with resentment. The left side of his torso was completely empty. He had lost an arm. With a complex look in his eyes, the old man gazed into the distance, as if about to speak, but in the end, he merely parted his parched lips before fixing his gaze on a certain direction and shuffling away. To everyone's surprise, the old man's body was wrapped in a rope coiled around a tree branch. At the other end of the rope was a makeshift stretcher fashioned from branches, on which lay a severely injured, unconscious middle-aged man. His breathing was faint. The rise and fall of his chest was so slight it was barely visible. At first glance, one might assume the middle-aged man had fallen into a coma due to his severe external injuries, but the elderly man staggering ahead knew the truth. The man's body was already in tatters, utterly shattered. The previous eruption of his full Grandmaster power had completely devastated his physique. Were it not for his formidable constitution and tenacious vitality, he would have perished long ago. But he was barely clinging to life. Waking up was impossible, and even if he did, he would be nothing more than a cripple. These two were none other than Grandmaster Yuan and Wang Kai, who had narrowly escaped death earlier. I never thought that I, Yuan, would ultimately fall not at the hands of the beasts, but at the hands of my own people. How tragic and lamentable. Yuan staggered along, each step seeming an immense struggle. Though he was still able to move, his body had suffered severe injuries, and his strength as a Grandmaster was now reduced to a mere fraction of what it once was. Now, all he could do was cling to life in this peril-ridden wilderness. Dingtian Guild, if I, Yuan, am lucky enough to survive this, one day, I will avenge this wrong. Yuan seemed to recall that great battle once more, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I feel so sorry for my disciple. I promised him I'd heal his wounds and keep him safe, but it seems this old man is going to break that promise. Fortunately, we never had a chance to tell anyone about our master-disciple relationship back then. No one knows that Fanner is my disciple. Fanner, if you ever find out about this, please don't try to pursue the matter, and above all, don't try to avenge your master. You're no match for them. If possible, please don't tell anyone that you're my disciple. The cleaner you can cut ties with me, the better. That's the only way you'll stay safe. At this thought, Yuan felt a mix of resentment, helplessness, and anguish. He had left his disciple with a mess to clean up. How was someone who hadn't even broken through to the master realm supposed to handle this? If this matter dragged him into it, how could he ever face him? Now that I'm gone, will Yang be able to take control of the Windfire Guild? The Dingtian Guild wants that martial arts hall. Don't try to fight them head-on. Just give it to them. Staying alive is the most important thing. Within the Windfire Guild, aside from him and Black Ant Grandmaster, Yang was the second strongest, but not by much. This time, the Dingtian Guild would certainly not let this opportunity slip by, and without the Grandmaster's protection, the martial arts hall was rife with danger. In this attack, he was gravely wounded, and Black Ant Grandmaster, having unleashed his Grandmaster power, was now on the brink of death. In their current condition, it was impossible for either of them to return. Who knew how many terrifying beasts lurked along that distant journey? Moreover, the Dingtian Guild was lying in wait in Zhanghai City, eagerly anticipating their return. Now, he had no choice but to press forward. Black Ant, I will definitely bring you back to consciousness. Yuan muttered to himself, lowering his head, then trudged forward with great difficulty, leaving long trails behind him. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a car engine rang out. Yuan was startled. This was the wilderness, teeming with beasts. How could the sound of a car appear out of nowhere? When Yuan looked in the direction of the sound, he suddenly realized that a convoy had appeared not far away. And this convoy was actually driving slowly toward him. I never expected to run into a piece of meat on the way back.
Grab him. We might even get a good price for him.
Inside one of the vehicles, a burly man laughed heartily as he watched the human figure appear in the distance. Anyone who dared to venture out into the wilderness alone must be quite powerful. Many powerful figures love to keep such people as slaves. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such a windfall on his way back, especially since it was just one person.
Even if he went missing, no one would ever notice.
But as the convoy drew closer, the burly man's expression grew increasingly grim.
Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck.
We ran into that one-armed old geezer, and he's dragging a dead weight along with him.
Boss, do you still want this piece of meat?
Of course I do.
Why wouldn't I?
In our line of work, we take whoever we can get. Grab him and throw him in the car. The burly man grumbled under his breath, but since they were already here, something was better than nothing. Any money was better than none.
Yes, boss.
Upon receiving the boss's order, the massive convoy came to a halt, and several men got out of the vehicles and walked toward Yuan.
Ha, don't go through all the trouble. Come on, old man, hop in our car.
Who are you?
Yuan immediately sensed trouble, took a step back, and asked cautiously.
Us?
Guys, this old guy's asking who we are.
Come on, guys, tell him who we are. The man in the lead laughed savagely, the vicious dragon tattoo on his body clearly visible.
We're human traders.
Human traders?
You're human traders.
Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression changed instantly, and memories from the depths of his mind began to surface. Ever since the Cataclysm era, humanity's social structure had undergone massive changes. Among humans, who had once been bound by morality and the law, a portion had begun to run rampant and commit evil deeds, and within this group was a particular kind of person whose crimes were utterly heinous.
Human traffickers. To put it simply, they trade in human beings.
These people typically acquire their merchandise, that is, human beings, from one city and sell them in another. The profits are enormous, and many who lack the resources to continue on the path of martial arts choose to join such organizations. Zhanghai City used to have them as well, but under the city lord's vigorous crackdown, human traffickers vanished from Zhanghai City. Although they've vanished, this trade can never be completely eradicated. As long as there are buyers, there will be sellers, and behind the scenes, many powerful figures are pulling the strings. I never expected to run into such an organization that provokes the wrath of both heaven and earth.
Ha, I didn't expect an old man like you to even know about us human traffickers. Don't even think about running.
No one who falls into our hands has ever managed to escape alive.
Be a good boy, and maybe I'll consider selling you to a good buyer.
As soon as the leader finished speaking, a group of henchmen behind him swarmed forward. Every one of them was a bloodthirsty thug who had seen countless battles and possessed formidable strength. Each was a master, otherwise they wouldn't dare venture into the wilderness. If Yuan had been uninjured, he could have easily handled a few of them, but now, any attempt to resist left him knocked unconscious in an instant, still lying on the truck.
Boss, I don't think this old man is as simple as he seems. He is still alive despite such severe injuries. Maybe we should.
A henchman standing nearby spoke cautiously, afraid of getting into serious trouble.
Don't be such a coward. We've been in this business for years. What haven't we seen? Even if he is a grandmaster, so what? It's a windfall for us. Just find any city to sell him off. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Besides, do you really think someone who can afford a grandmaster slave would consider a grandmaster a problem?
You're right, big brother.
You always think of everything. What about that unconscious guy? Are we supposed to take him with us too? Smack. Are you stupid? Just look at that big oaf. Didn't you see how badly he is hurt? Take him with us, and have him die in our car? If you don't think it's bad luck, I sure do.
Just leave it here. Who cares who it belongs to?
Yes, boss. Chapter 56, Storms are brewing at Shanman. Lafang returns home. Boom!
A deafening roar echoed through the wilderness as the train raced fiercely into the distance, like a ferocious tiger roaring.
On the ground, a massive, unresponsive body lay abandoned.
If not for the faint, barely perceptible rise and fall of its chest, one might have thought it a corpse.
The vast wilderness fell silent once more, broken only by the occasional roar of beasts. Some beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, quickly discovered the feast waiting for them here. This human body contained immense vitality. Devouring it would undoubtedly bring a massive boost to their strength. The beasts were exhilarated. Every one of them couldn't wait to get a taste. Roar! A level 2 beast even opened its blood-stained maw and bit down directly. Its sharp fangs glinted coldly, and a foul, fishy stench hit the air. "You're asking for death." A thunderous roar rang out from behind. A long spear pierced straight through the level 2 beast's skull, killing it instantly. A man then burst out from behind, pulled the spear free, and charged at the surrounding beasts. Only after the surrounding beasts had been slaughtered did the man sheath his spear. A woman appeared from the side and hurried over to the unconscious Wankai. "Bro, look, he's not dead yet." The woman looked at Wankai's battered chest and said with a mix of surprise and delight. Another innocent bystander caught in the crossfire of the human merchants. "Looks like his injuries are from that previous battle with the slave traders. But he is probably not going to make it anyway. That's why they didn't take him. Sis, let us get out of here. Those slave traders are unpredictable. Who knows if they'll suddenly come back for us. I can't protect you all by myself. Besides, if father finds out I brought you out into the wilderness behind his back, he'll beat me to death." The man urged her on, reasoning that since even the slave traders had abandoned him, he was likely beyond saving. Bringing him back would be pointless. He'd just be a burden. "Bro, we can't just stand by and watch him die. He still has a chance to survive. If we don't help him, what makes us any different from those slave traders? Besides, big bro, you're a master. Are you really afraid of this severely injured, unconscious man?" The woman pleaded with her older brother. Earlier, the two of them had hidden when they spotted the human merchant caravan, and when they later saw the caravan suddenly stop, they knew something was about to go down. Unfortunately, their own abilities were limited. They were no match for those men in a head-on confrontation, so they could only wait until the caravan left before coming over to see if there were any survivors. Sure enough, they found a severely injured, unconscious man. "You've got to be kidding. Do you really think your brother would be afraid of him?" "Never mind that he is seriously injured and unconscious right now. Even if he weren't, I could take on 10 of them by myself. He is just a big, clumsy oaf. How strong could he possibly be?" The man said with a hint of disdain, but he quickly realized his sister was trying to goad him, so he replied. "Little sister, it's not that I don't want to take him with us, but do you know that out here in the wilderness, no one is to be underestimated? Who knows what kind of karma this man is entangled in? If we just take him back on a whim and it brings trouble to our family, what are we going to do? Besides, you know what's been happening to our family lately, don't you? Our father is so worried about it he can't sleep." Hearing her brother's words, the woman hesitated. But as she looked at the man lying pitifully on the ground, her heart softened. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that this man wasn't the kind of bad person her brother described. "Brother, let us take him with us. He wouldn't turn on us after we've helped him, would he? Besides, I could use a bodyguard. He looks pretty sturdy. If we can revive him, he'd make a great bodyguard for me." Hearing his sister's words, the man had no choice but to nod in agreement. He felt a bit repulsed by the man's filthy appearance, but seeing the hopeful look in his sister's eyes, he resignedly hoisted him onto his back and set off toward 7 Stars City. "You big oaf, I'm the one who saved you. From now on, you'd better keep me safe." Behind him, the woman took out the spiritual medicine her father had left her and fed it to the unconscious man. This was a pill capable of saving a master. Saving a big oaf like him should be no problem. But the man showed no reaction whatsoever. She began to wonder if it had expired. With no other choice, she could only wait until they reached 7 Star City. As for Wankai, who had taken the elixir, the medicine was absorbed the moment it entered his body. His once extremely parched body received a hint of nourishment, and his vitality began to recover slightly. However, there was far too little of the elixir. It was nowhere near enough. If Wankai had previously been clinging to a single breath of life, he was now clinging to 2.
Still, it gave Wang Kai a chance to survive.
Have you found him yet?
Inside the Windfire Guild, Fang asked in a deep voice. Young master, we haven't found them yet. The warrior squad we dispatched has been searching for 2 days, but the wilderness is too vast, and since their combat prowess isn't high, there are some areas they can't penetrate.
Keep searching. Dispatch every available warrior squad.
We must find the guild master and the Black Ant Grandmaster at all costs. If anyone dares to interfere, kill them without mercy.
Yes, young master. By the way, have there been any major incidents recently? No major incidents, young master, but there have been some very strange occurrences. What happened?
Recently, within the jurisdiction of my Windfire Guild, there have been several consecutive cases of people going missing, and even some families have been wiped out. However, Lord Yang has already dispatched warrior squads to investigate.
Upon hearing the report, Fang fell deep in thought.
It had been 2 days since the Grandmaster's attack, and he himself had sent men out into the wilderness to search for 2 days as well, yet there was still no sign of his master or Wang Kai. His heart sank. Ever since the day he had remained at the Windfire Guild, dispatching the 3 top-tier warriors to guard the surrounding areas to prevent any unexpected incidents. Surprisingly, the Dingtian Guild had remained completely silent upon seeing the crippled Wang Honyun, a fact that only heightened Fang's sense that a storm was brewing.
Still, the outcome was far from certain. Tell Yan to pay extra attention to the surrounding sewers while investigating that incident. I suspect the culprit is entering and exiting through them. Fang Henti expected that, in just 2 days, so many similar cases would occur. Yes, young master.
Although he was a bit puzzled as to how his young master had thought of the sewers, he still replied and headed downstairs to inform Lord Yang.
By the way, has the squad responsible for protecting my family noticed anything out of the ordinary? Reporting to young master, the feedback indicates everything is normal. Good, you may go. Yes, young master.
Once he was alone, Fang slowly stood up and looked at his stats panel. The unease in his heart found a sliver of comfort.
It won't be long now. I'm almost ready to give you all a surprise.
After Fang had taken care of most of the Windfire Guild's affairs, he left Wen at the dojo to continue standing guard with his current strength. Ordinary master-level fighters posed no threat to him anymore. He walked out of the dojo alone and headed home. He hadn't been back in several days.
Chapter 57, Faye breaks through to warrior and someone is following her. Gizmo, do you think I should tell my family that I become a warrior? I wonder if my big brother would be really embarrassed if he found out about this.
As Faye walked down the street, she thought playfully to herself. With Gizmo's help, she had become a warrior in such a short time, a speed that even surpassed her own expectations. Faye was even a little worried that her big brother might get so angry he'd jump into the river once he found out.
If my big brother bullies me again in the future, I'll fight back. I'll show Big Bro just how powerful Lord Faye is. Faye clenched her little fists and said menacingly.
She'd been bullied by Big Bro for a long time, especially after he became a warrior. He wouldn't even acknowledge her anymore, wouldn't reply to her messages, and was always too busy. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was some big shot.
By the way, Gizmo, now that my strength has surpassed the warrior level, shouldn't we move up that thing you mentioned on the agenda? Faye hadn't forgotten what Gizmo had said earlier.
In her past life, it was precisely because of that matter that she began to make a name for herself. Now that the crisis in Jianghai City is gradually closing in, it's time for you to go out and experience the outside world.
The sooner you leave, the better.
It won't be safe here for much longer.
Gizmo's voice echoed in her mind. Though Faye felt a bit uneasy, for the safety of her family and to ensure her brother could stay safe at the Windfire Guild, there were certain things she had to do. But what? Faye asked, listening to Gizmo's voice. Could it be that the time wasn't right yet?
But before that, we need to shake off the guy who has been following you.
What? Someone else following me?
Faye was startled. Hearing Gizmo's words left her flustered. She was actually being followed.
Don't look around. Just act normal. If you tip them off, it'll be trouble. Okay. So what should I do now? Faye took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. She glanced back discreetly, then strolled leisurely down the street, though the sweat on her palms betrayed her nervousness. What is going on? How could someone be following me? When did this start? Could it be that my strength has improved too quickly, arousing someone else's suspicion? Faye asked herself anxiously. Why on earth would she be followed for no reason at all? Linger, don't let this unsettle you. This kind of thing is nothing to you. There will be plenty more like this in the future. Actually, I sensed it myself after you broke through to the warrior level, using your perception. Although I don't know why that person is following you, I don't think it's because your strength has improved too quickly. After all, you usually train in deserted places, and you've never revealed your true strength, so it's unlikely anyone would have discovered you. Then what is the reason? Faye couldn't think of any reason why she might have attracted someone else's attention. If you want to know the reason, you'll have to find out for yourself. Gizmo had some suspicions. He suspected the person tailing his master, Faye, might be connected to that organization, but suspicions were just that he'd have to find out for himself. Faye nodded silently, then pretended nothing was amiss as she quickened her pace and walked into a store. Behind her, a man dressed in plain clothes appeared to be intently looking at his phone, but his eyes were fixed on Faye not far away. When he saw her enter a store, he immediately put away his phone and followed her. But after waiting a moment and seeing no sign of Faye coming out, he grew anxious and walked inside. Sir, where is that girl who was just here? Oh, she has already left. What? She has gone? Where did she go? The man asked urgently. He couldn't fail the mission his superiors had assigned him. She went out the back door. The shopkeeper pointed to another door, and the man quickly dashed through the back door in pursuit. As soon as he stepped outside, he found himself in a maze of narrow alleys. He caught a glimpse of a pale blue figure darting past and immediately gave chase. But around the corner was a dead end, not a soul in sight, not even a ghost. Just as he was feeling frustrated and about to report the incident, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. He jerked his head up to his surprise. It was Faye. Who are you? Why are you following me? Faye asked sternly. Faced with this situation, the man didn't admit anything but retorted immediately. What are you talking about? What gives you the right to say I'm following you? Is this your house or something? You can walk here, but I can't? Can't I just be passing by? As the man spoke, he turned to leave, but given the situation, there was no way Faye was going to let him go. Since she'd shown herself, she was going to get to the bottom of this. If you don't explain yourself clearly, don't blame me for taking action. Faye threatened. Now that she was a warrior, ordinary people were no match for her. Haha, lay a hand on me? You, a little woman, dare to lay a hand on me? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Every minute costs me $1 million or $2. You're not worth the delay. The man finished speaking and was about to charge straight through, but to his surprise, Faye didn't waste any time. She kicked out at him without hesitation. The speed was far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. She was a warrior. The man was horrified. Why did the intelligence report differ so much from reality? Wasn't she supposed to be an ordinary person? The man wanted to fight back. That kick was no light blow, but he seemed to think of something. With a bitter laugh, he withdrew his counterattack, then let out a scream as he took the full brunt of the kick. Oomph, I'm not messing around with you. Faye was a little surprised herself. She hadn't expected her kick to pack such a punch. No, you're a warrior. Lady warrior. The man cried out in terror, then as if remembering something clutched his chest in agony and began rolling around on the ground. Does it really hurt that much? I didn't even hit him with full force. Faye watched the man writhing and screaming on the ground, wondering if she'd made a mistake. This scene also left Gizmo confused. Was this grown man really that unable to take a hit? Anyone who didn't know better would think the master was bullying someone. Speak up. Since you knew I was a warrior, why were you following me? Do you know what crime it is to dare follow a warrior? Faye demanded loudly.
The man let out another pitiful scream, then began sobbing uncontrollably as he spoke.
I just wanted to steal some money to spend.
I saw that you were just a student, so that's why I targeted you, sir. If I'd known you were a warrior, I'd never have done it, not even if it cost me my life.
Your Highness, please spare me. I'll never steal again. The man sobbed uncontrollably, and his appearance left Faye speechless. Did he confess that easily? If he really belonged to some major organization, would they recruit someone like this?
Linger, maybe he is telling the truth. Seeing that the man's expression showed no sign of pretense, Gizmo also felt that no organization would want someone like him. Humph, daring to set your sights on this lady, I'll have to teach you a lesson so you'll learn your place.
Faye immediately knocked him unconscious with a punch and walked away. My older brother just texted saying he is back home.
Not long after Faye left, the unconscious man slowly got to his feet once he was sure the area was quiet. He rubbed his head and chest. Though the injuries weren't serious, they still throbbed slightly. The young master's assignments are no easy task. The young master's sister has actually become a warrior. I'd better get this news to him right away. I blew my cover this time. Next time, I'll have to get someone else to protect her. Good thing I was an Oscar-winning actor before I became a warrior, otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to pull this off.
The man said thoughtfully, then took out his phone to report the incident. Chapter 58. I can't possibly be a warrior.
Back at the apartment complex, Fong was sitting leisurely on the sofa. It had been a long time since he'd felt this relaxed.
There are certain things you can only experience at home.
That's why he wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt this peace. Just as Fong was drifting off into a daze, his phone suddenly vibrated.
He opened it to find a message from the person below. Ha! My little sister is a warrior now? Fong's interest was instantly piqued.
He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. He himself had been stuck at the warrior realm for over a decade. If it weren't for suddenly obtaining the system, he'd still be an ordinary person today. And now, his little sister had actually become a warrior too. Was that thing inside her really that powerful? Still, at least he was already a master. If his little sister were to surpass him, that would be a real embarrassment. Just then, Faye pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Fong sitting on the couch, she exclaimed with delight.
Bro, you finally decided to come back. Anyone who didn't know would thought you'd gone missing. What, did you miss your big brother? No, you're overthinking it.
I was just afraid of going missing, then I'd have to go looking for you. Hearing Faye's words, Fong instantly felt like he couldn't stand his little sister anymore. Faye gave Fong a playful hug, only to be pushed away by him in disgust.
Bro, I'm your little sister. Can't I even give you a hug? Faye couldn't believe it, her own big brother was rejecting her. Was she even his real sister anymore? Oomph, I'm just afraid you'll hurt me.
Fong said dismissively, only to be hit in the face by a pillow, sending him crashing onto the couch with a thud.
Fong, I'll never forgive you. Faye roared angrily, then pounced on Fong.
In an instant, the two were embroiled in a pillow fight, with fluff flying everywhere.
Phew. I can't do this anymore. I'm getting old, I can't even beat you anymore. Fong removed the pillow from his head and said breathlessly.
It wasn't that he was lying, it was just that controlling his strength wasn't easy. If he used even a little more force, he was afraid he'd send his little sister flying across the room.
Humph, and you had the nerve to talk about me. I'm still little, it's not like I'm not growing.
Faye stuck out her chest on purpose, but when she realized it wasn't doing any good, she could only vent her frustration by pounding the pillow angrily.
By the way, big bro, what have you been up to lately? You haven't even replied to my texts? Faye asked offhandedly.
Nothing much, just taking care of some stuff at the martial arts school. Fong wasn't lying, he had indeed been handling matters at the martial arts school these past few days.
Big bro, don't try to fool me. You're just a novice warrior, the lowest rank at the school, and you're handling school business? Who would believe that? It'd be more surprising if you weren't handling it.
Fei didn't give a second thought to how his older brother might take it. He just blurted it out. After all, his older brother had mocked him earlier. That's what they call revenge, is a dish best served cold.
Believe it or not, your older brother here is actually the chosen one.
When the winds of change blow, I become a dragon. With a single move, I can stir up the heavens and earth. I have a host of powerful followers who regard me as their leader. I've got to head back in a bit. After all, the martial arts school can't do without me for now.
Fong lay back leisurely on the couch and remarked offhandedly.
Hearing her older brother Fong's words, Fei was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that after just a few days apart, while his actual strength hadn't increased much, his ability to brag had literally skyrocketed.
Linger, is there something wrong with your brother's head?
He is the biggest braggart I've ever seen.
Including my past life.
In his mind, Gizmo froze for a moment after hearing Fong's words.
His master's older brother was way too out of touch with reality. Chosen one, with countless powerhouses following him.
Why don't you just say you're the master of the martial arts hall? If you were the head of a martial arts school, I, Gizmo, would be taking a thief for a father.
Bro, how many times have I told you don't brag, don't brag? Why won't you listen?
You're going to get yourself killed with that big mouth of yours sooner or later.
Do you think becoming a warrior makes you so great? Let me tell you, I'm one now, too. Fei was a little annoyed.
Her older brother was completely off the mark, spouting nonsense that would get him into trouble sooner or later, but he almost let slip that she'd become a warrior.
Alright, enough joking around. I'm just doing some simple cleanup work. After all, that kind of big-time action isn't something a lowly novice warrior like me should even be involved in.
Fawn looked at his sister, who was getting a little annoyed, and had no choice but to explain that he had no plans to tell his family about the situation just yet. At the very least, he had to wait until the current crisis was resolved.
By the way, what were you about to say just now? You're what, too? Fong asked, feigning curiosity though he knew full well what his sister was about to say. Sure enough, after Fang asked, Fei immediately began to stammer. I. Could it be that you're a warrior too? Fong asked in genuine surprise, adding fuel to the fire.
He barely managed to hold back a burst of laughter. His sister was just too funny.
Did she really think she could hide such a trivial matter from her older brother? Bro, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly be a warrior? I was just saying that I'm a grown-up now. That's right, I'm a grown-up, so you'd better act like one.
Fei said with great conviction.
Really? Fong narrowed his eyes and asked skeptically. Really? Alright, I believe you. My little Linger is all grown up.
Fong didn't intend to tease his little sister anymore, but his words still left something to ponder.
By the way, big bro, has your Windfire Guild had any unusual cases lately?
Fei hurriedly looked away to avoid the topic.
Unusual cases?
Hearing this, Fong froze for a moment and perked up.
Why was his little sister suddenly asking about this? Could it be that she knew something?
Chapter 59, Terror from the Future, Overwhelming. Fei looked at her older brother with some surprise. She hadn't expected that her offhand question would elicit such a strange expression from him.
Was there something on her face? Could it be that her brother already knew about that incident? Had the situation in Jianhai City really become that serious? Brother?
Fei asked tentatively. Now that you mention it, there have indeed been some unusual occurrences lately.
What kind of things?
Fei felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing her older brother's words.
People have been disappearing one after another recently.
And there have been several cases of entire families being wiped out. The martial arts school suspects it's the work of beasts who snuck in illegally.
I've been busy with this case myself lately.
After hearing Fong's words, Fei fell deep in thought, unaware that her older brother was watching her closely from the side, his expression clearly visible to Fong.
Fong was now certain that his sister definitely knew something. No.
Or rather, that mysterious entity inside her knew something.
It's here after all. Faster than I expected? A rat infestation. No, not an infestation, a plague. A terrifying, sky-obscuring plague of rats. In her mind, Gizmo's voice rang out. Though mechanical, the fear in it was unmistakable. What on earth could possibly terrify a being from the future? What? Faye was stunned by Gizmo's words.
Her expression turned panicked, her eyes darted about in confusion, and before she could control herself, she blurted it out.
What's wrong? Is there a problem? Fong watched his sister's sudden panic and felt a twinge of foreboding. Perhaps this matter was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Nothing, I'm fine. Faye replied absent-mindedly, not noticing her older brother's expression. A rat plague? A rat plague so vast it obscured the sky? This was the first time Faye had heard this news from Gizmo. This was the cause of Jianhai City's destruction. What kind of terrifying reality could make even Gizmo feel terror? And yet, they were just ordinary, everyday rats. Right, a rat plague. In my past life, there were endless hordes of them. They nearly completely engulfed Jianhai City. Warriors, masters, grandmasters, and high grandmasters all stood no chance against such horror. No way. How could rats be that powerful? Gizmo, aren't you mistaken? Faye was skeptical. How could rats possibly be a match for a powerful warrior? Even in vast numbers, it just didn't make sense. No, they're no longer just rats, they're demon rats, a terrifying, mutated breed of beasts. Until I was reincarnated, I had no idea why those rats had mutated. How could you not know? Faye asked, puzzled. In my past life, Jianhai City was no longer a city of humans, it had become a realm of beasts. An incredibly powerful demon rat commanded all the beasts there, numbering in the hundreds of millions. No human dared to set foot there. In the past, even a commander-level powerhouse attempted to storm through, but was wounded by that king of beasts, sustaining injuries that could never heal, to the point that, during a subsequent great battle, those wounds flared up and led to his tragic death. Hearing Gizmo's words, Faye was deeply shaken. No one could have imagined that Jianhai City, where she lived, would soon become a realm of beasts. And that commander-level beasts would appear. Those were level 5 beasts, after all. Beings capable of wiping out an entire human city. Brother? Just as Fong was wondering what that creature had said to his sister, Faye suddenly spoke up. If Jianhai City were to fall, what would you do, big brother? Faye struggled to control her emotions so her brother wouldn't notice. But she didn't know that Fong had long since seen right through all her secrets. Jianhai City falling? Fong repeated the words. Though his expression remained unchanged, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock inside. Could Jianhai City really be doomed? Jianhai City won't fall. Little sister, don't worry needlessly. Fong didn't know exactly what was going on, but he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. His home was here, everything he had was here, and his family was here too. Brother, if. Of course I know Jianhai City can't possibly fall. If it did fall, what would you do? Faye let out a bitter laugh inside. Brother, I wish it were just if, but this is reality. If? Well, if I knew in advance that Jianghaking was going to be destroyed, I'd definitely stop it from happening. Fong thought for a moment before turning to Faye. But what if? What if I can't stop it? Faye knew the horror of the future. She knew this wasn't something one person could stop alone. Couldn't he stop it? Fong didn't answer Faye's question. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Little sister, do you know something? Fong's sudden questioning caught Faye off guard, but she quickly regained her composure. No way. How would I know? I was just asking. Faye dodged the question, trying to brush the matter aside. It seemed her older brother wasn't so naive. After all, he'd noticed something was off about her. If something's bothering you, remember to tell your brother. Don't keep it to yourself. Why should a young girl like you have to carry such a heavy burden? Fong said in a grave tone. Don't worry, big brother. I know you love me the most. What could possibly be wrong with me? I just thought of it out of the blue and wanted to ask. If there really were a problem, why wouldn't I tell you?
Just don't jump to conclusions, big brother. Faye looked at her older brother, who had suddenly become serious, and almost thought he knew.
Big brother, it's not that your little sister isn't telling you.
But the future is too terrifying, I can't stop it even with your help, and telling you would only cause you more worry. Faye didn't tell Fawn what was going on, these were things she had to bear on her own.
Don't worry, little sister. I'm a warrior now, too.
If I really can't stop it, I won't let any danger come near you.
You can count on your big brother's strength.
Remember, if something really happens, make sure to tell your big brother. Fawn voiced his true thoughts in a joking tone, though, of course, he now had the strength to back it up.
Ha ha ha, yeah, my big brother is the best. If something really happens, I'll let you know.
Faye laughed and said affectionately, my big brother still cares about me, but sometimes his words can really hurt. Faye was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly saw a news article and asked in surprise.
Huh?
Big brother, since when did your Windfire Guild have a young master? Faye looked at the news article in front of her and curiously tapped on it.
Chapter 60, Big Bro, so that's the young master of your Windfire Guild. What? Fong was taken aback. Had he made the news? Don't look.
He immediately tried to stop Faye from tapping on it, but it was too late. Faye's finger had already tapped the screen, and another screen popped up on her phone. Mysterious battle erupts in Windfire Guild, attackers suspected to be Ding Tian Guild Grandmaster.
A massive headline appeared.
In the text below, one eye-catching phrase caught Faye's attention: Windfire Guild's young master.
Bro, so that's why you didn't want me to see this?
Faye whipped her head around, staring at Fong in shock. She seemed to have a lot to say but couldn't get a single word out, her expression a mix of emotions.
Fong sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't keep it a secret any longer.
He hadn't expected his own sister to find out. He could only pretend nothing was wrong and say,
looks like you already know everything. Well, I won't keep it from you anymore. I am.
Just as Fong was about to reveal that he was the heir to the Windfire Guild, he suddenly heard Faye scream in surprise. Big bro, so the heir to your Windfire Guild is also named Fong?
Huh? What do you mean, also named? Fong was a bit baffled by his sister's line of thinking.
Ha, big bro, do you think this is embarrassing? He is named Fong, and you're named Fong, but he is the heir to the Windfire Guild, while you're just a lowly soldier.
Are you ashamed that your name, Fong, is being tarnished by him? Faye laughed heartily.
No wonder her brother didn't want her to see him. It turned out he shared the same name as the Windfire Guild's heir.
It was indeed a bit awkward.
They had the same name, but their status and standing were worlds apart. Faye looked at her older brother, who remained silent, and suddenly realized that what she just said might have been a bit harsh. It had hurt his pride. She immediately added with conviction,
it's okay, big bro. In my eyes, you're the greatest. What's the big deal about the heir to the Windfire Guild? Does he even deserve to go by the name Fong? Does he have a cute little sister like me? Big bro, you don't need to feel inferior.
You didn't choose your own name, it's just a coincidence that you share it with him. As she said this, Faye still couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. It was just too unbelievable. The young master of the mighty Windfire Guild actually shared the same name as her big brother.
What a stroke of luck for him to run into such a coincidence.
If you weren't my brother, I'd almost have suspected you were the young master himself.
Faye felt a mix of amazement and amusement.
But she didn't entertain the idea that her older brother could actually be the young master. Just compare the status and strength of a martial arts school's young master to her brother's. They were worlds apart. If her brother really were the young master, it would be too far-fetched even for a novel. Meanwhile, Fong heard Faye say he wasn't worthy of the name Fong. Although he knew his sister was speaking up for him, it still felt like she was insulting him. But he couldn't argue back just yet. Yeah, your brother shares the same name as the young master.
This whole thing is pretty ridiculous, actually. What else could Fong say? He had to bite the bullet and go along with it. Thank goodness his little sister was naive enough, otherwise, he would ve almost blown his cover. Ha, well then, from now on, if anyone dares to bully me, I'll spill your name to everyone. I'm the sister of the mighty Fong who would dare bully me. Anyway, your young master doesn't know about this, and since your name is also Fong, I'm just telling the truth. Fei came up with a brilliant idea. By the way, big bro, have you ever seen what your young master looks like? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Is he tall? Fei asked curiously. He is handsome. Not just handsome, he is mind-blowingly handsome.
There is really only one word to describe him: drop-dead gorgeous.
Is he really that handsome? Fei didn't believe it.
But she could only recall one other time she'd seen her big brother praise someone so highly, and that was when he was praising her.
Yes. Do you think your big brother would lie to you? Then let me catch a glimpse of him sometime. Fei said curiously.
Hearing her big brother's words, she developed a bit of interest in this young master named Fong.
If I get the chance, I'll let you see him. Fong sighed helplessly. What could he do? Was he really supposed to pull out a photo of himself and say to his little sister, "Look, this is what the young master looks like"?
Fortunately, he rarely showed his face, so no one really knew what he looked like. Besides, lately Master Yang had been handling matters at the martial arts hall, while he stayed hidden in the background.
By the way, big bro, why did the Dingtian Guild come after you guys? Did a Grandmaster really show up?
I haven't seen a Grandmaster yet.
Fei asked curiously. It's nothing.
Just some old gatekeeper from the Dingtian Guild trying to stage a scam, and he got beaten up by our martial arts school's people.
Fong wasn't wrong, it really was an old gatekeeper.
It's just that this gatekeeper wasn't the one on the front lines, he was the one guarding the entire martial arts school.
Oh, okay then.
Those clickbait headlines are really despicable.
If it's just a scam, why write about some epic battle or a grandmaster?
They're making up complete nonsense, these people are despicable.
Fei said angrily.
She thought it was real, but it turned out to be just a scam.
So even in the warrior-s world, scams exist?
This was a bit different from what she imagined. By the way, bro, I know you're a warrior now, but you've got to be extra careful when you're out on missions.
If you run into any danger, don't just charge in on a whim. Stay safe, okay? I'm still counting on you to find me a wife. Fei urged him.
After all, things only got more dangerous as time went on. Who knew what might happen?
All right. I got it. Fawn let out a wry smile. Find a wife?
His future wife was gone. Over the past few days, he called Iris many times.
At first, no one answered, then the number went dead.
He even mobilized the martial arts school's resources to search for her. After all, he was now strong enough to pursue love on his own. But the result was that she was gone.
Literally, she had vanished. No trace, no news whatsoever.
The budding romance had once again been ruthlessly shattered. After eating dinner with his family and spending the night, Fong left home early the next morning. Before he went, however, he gave his pet mosquitoes another reminder to keep his family safe. Strangely enough, ever since he had dealt with the last attack, things had been unusually quiet these past few days.
Fong didn't leave home or go to the martial arts hall. Instead, he went into a forest.
As Fong called out silently in his heart, a tremor came from the distance, and suddenly, a terrifying green monster appeared. It was none other than the Mantis King, which he had raised to the 5th stage.
Chapter 61, Raising a 6th Stage Mantis King Part 1.
Upon seeing Fong, the terrifying green Mantis King transformed into a green blur, moving so fast that no one could react in time.
Good to see you.
Little Mantis, let me see just how much your strength has improved.
Fong smiled faintly.
With a mere thought, the green monster the Mantis King sensed his master's intent. It let out an excited roar and, far from slowing down, only increased its speed. Seeing this, Fong unleashed his full power. He gathered strength in his feet, leaving several cracks in the ground as he charged toward the Mantis King, his energy surging through his body. The howling wind whipped against him, making a clanging sound. In an instant, man and mantis clashed. The green shadow and the human figure intertwined. Boom! A fist slammed into the Mantis King's body, producing a crisp sound. Fong felt as though he had struck an incredibly hard boulder, and a force recoiled back at him. Roar! The Mantis King let out a cry of pain, but then a flash of light filled his vision. An incredibly sharp blade, filling his entire field of vision, appeared. A chill instantly ran down Fong's spine, and he retreated violently. That blade was terrifying. Mantis blade. Watching from a distance, he could almost feel a faint stinging sensation on his skin. That terrifying blade seemed capable of slicing through space itself. Whoosh! Fong suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Why on earth had he gotten into a fight with such a monstrous creature for no reason? This was a predator of the natural world, a born god of death. However, the Mantis King wielding the mantis blade seemed quite excited. The fact that his master was willing to play with him meant one thing: his status in his master's heart was very important. Previously, nothing in the mountains and forests had dared to approach him. They all kept their distance. But the moment his master arrived, he had drawn close, so he was determined to put on a great show. With an excited roar, it swung its terrifying blade and instantly vanished into a green blur. Wow, are you trying to kill me? Seeing this, Fong let out a loud roar and unleashed his dynamic vision ability. Time seemed to slow down tenfold, allowing him to finally see the Mantis King charging toward him. He instantly assumed a counterattack stance. However, Fong seemed to have overlooked one thing. His dynamic vision talent had been obtained from the mantis itself. The very moment he saw it, the Mantis King's speed surged once more, and in the next instant, it appeared right before Fong's eyes. Roar! That terrifying blade transformed into a streak of light, determined to cleave through space and shatter everything in its path. Fong instantly sensed a wave of death washing over him. His adrenaline surged, his body was operating at 200% capacity, and his mind was clearer than ever before. Whoosh! In an instant, a clearly visible spatial ripple slashed at the small hill not far behind him at an incredible speed. Boom! Instantly, countless grains of sand and stones flew everywhere, and several large trees were severed at the waist. But that wasn't the end of it. The terrifying blade's glow slashed toward the hill itself once more. A clearly visible gully appeared, nearly a meter deep at its deepest point. Seeing this, Fong swallowed nervously, his mind reeling as he stared in disbelief at the Mantis King before him. Thank goodness I managed to dodge it. What on earth have I been raising? Is this even a mantis? This is a fucking war machine, a battlefield god of death. And this is only at the 5th stage, merely master level. With combat power like this, forget about master, there's simply no being below grandmaster that could possibly withstand it. This is way too terrifying. Roar! The Mantis King seemed very pleased with the result. Seeing that its master had dodged the blow, it excitedly swung again. It must be that its master was playing with it. Stop! Fong hurriedly shouted to stop at one more strike, and he wouldn't even know how he died. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept in, blowing so hard that Fong could barely keep his eyes open, and the sharp blade came to a halt right in front of him. Man, that was close. Fong let out a long breath. That split second had truly been a matter of life and death. If he hadn't been killed by someone else, but instead by one of his own raised insects, that would have been incredibly unlucky. Smack! Fong slapped the Mantis King right on the head. Still laughing? I almost died by your blade just now. Looking at the excited Mantis King, Fong suddenly felt a surge of frustration. He truly had a love-hate relationship with it. Woo! The Mantis King didn't know why its master was hitting it. It thought he was just playing with it, so it lunged at Fong again, leaving him at a loss for words. The Mantis King had only been raised to stage 5, though powerful, its intelligence was about that of a child. After shooing the Mantis King off to play elsewhere, Fong began to assess his current strength. Among his subordinates, only Wonkai and one had reached the Grandmaster level. But now that Wonkai was missing, one had to stay behind to guard the martial arts school. Below the Grandmaster level, the Mantis King was the strongest, followed by 3 Master level mosquitoes, though those 3 were tasked with protecting his family and couldn't be deployed elsewhere. As for those below the Master level, they were of little use. He sent them out to collect taming points, bringing in a few hundred points each day.
Fong had a premonition that once his taming points or strength reached a certain threshold, killing insects would no longer yield taming points.
He now possessed 3 talents in one: Centurion Strength, Dynamic Strength, and Rapid Regeneration. His strength could no longer be judged by raw power alone taken together. He had reached the peak of the Master tier.
But this is as far as he can go. To advance further, he would need to fuse another talent, yet his current strength can only accommodate 3.
To fuse a 4th, he must first increase his strength. To increase his strength, he must fuse a new talent, but to fuse a new talent, he must first increase his strength.
This is undoubtedly an endless vicious cycle. Since this approach is a dead end, there is one other option: to enhance these 3 talents.
After Centurion Strength comes Thousandfold Strength. After Basic Dynamic Vision comes the Intermediate Dynamic Vision talent. After Basic Rapid Regeneration comes Intermediate Rapid Regeneration.
As long as he enhances just one of them, there is a possibility his strength could advance further.
But his purpose for coming here this time wasn't to enhance his talents, it was for this 5th tier Mantis King. The High Grandmaster of the Dingtian Guild is about to arrive, and the danger lurking in Jianghai is gradually drawing nearer. Even if his sister hadn't mentioned it, he would have guessed what was going on. There is no way his sister would have spoken of the destruction of Jianghai City for no reason. The underground cavern they discovered earlier and the enormous rat they saw before, which defied all logic, must be connected to it. It seems that having just one Grandmaster from the Windfire Guild stationed here isn't enough.
Host, Fong. Fusion talents. Centurion Strength, current progress, 100%, next stage, Thousandfold Strength. Beginner Dynamic Vision, next stage, intermediate. Beginner Rapid Regeneration, next stage, intermediate. Taming points, 14,000. I had previously assigned the task of collecting taming points to one, and he certainly lived up to my expectations, amassing 14,000 taming points, though the pace has been slowing down. Now, all I need to do is raise the level 5 Mantis to level 6, and the Mantis King will instantly become the most powerful creature under my command, second only to Wen. My own trump card will also be strengthened once again. Chapter 62, Raising a Level 6 Mantis King Part 2. Species, Mantis. Owner, Fong. Loyalty, 100%. Rank, Junior Master. Ability, Summon Kindred, currently capable of commanding 1000 kindred. The level 5 Mantis King's ability to summon kindred isn't as strong as that of ants or mosquitoes of the same level. It's limited to 1000, which is 10 times fewer. However, this is understandable, as a mantis's combat power is incomparable to that of ants and mosquitoes. Fong had changed the combat power attribute on the stats panel a few days ago, replacing it with rank. Fong had discovered a few days earlier that the attributes on the stats panel could be altered, and he did this simply to make it look better. After all, the true strength of the insects he raises always exceeds their own rank. When Wen was at the Junior Master level, his strength had already reached the intermediate level, while the Mantis King had directly attained the unrivaled below Master tier. This time, he was eager to see just how powerful the Mantis King would become once he raised it to the Grandmaster level. Ding! A 5th tier Mantis King has been detected. Do you wish to raise it? Start raising it. As soon as Fong's voice faded, the Mantis King waiting nearby suddenly began to tremble, its body filled with a mysterious aura. The origin of this aura was unknown. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Even Fong began to wonder where exactly this enhanced power was coming from. Was it emanating from the system? Was the system actually residing within my body? Or was it lodged within this void? What exactly is this system? Just as Fong was pondering this, a powerful aura emanated from the Mantis King. The moment it appeared, every creature on the small mountain began to tremble uncontrollably. No matter what kind of creature it was, upon sensing this aura, they all cowered on the ground in fear. It was as if they had laid eyes on their king, a being whose life force far surpassed their own. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the 6th tier Mantis King.
As the system's voice rang out, Fong finally saw the Mantis King, now transformed beyond recognition. It seemed that only now was the Mantis King truly the Mantis King. A massive body, sharp twin blades, a terrifying aura, and a sense of being stared down by the Grim Reaper himself. Only those who have truly witnessed a Grandmaster-level mantis can comprehend its horror. With this, no level 3 beast can stand in my way. Fong marveled as he gazed at the enormous green figure before him. This was truly a battle machine. Those massive blades, radiating an endless chill, gleamed with a metallic luster and were adorned with mysterious patterns that seemed to symbolize death. It seemed the taming points hadn't been spent in vain. Just raising it to stage 6 had cost 10,000, by far the highest expenditure for any creature at that stage so far. Whoosh! Fong's mind flashed, and the 6th stage Mantis King's twin blades struck instantly. Even with his dynamic vision talent pushed to its limit, Fong could not discern their trajectory. Fong felt as though the entire world had been split in two by a celestial blade descending from the heavens, dividing it into realms of clarity and murk. It seemed as though the entire world had been reduced to just him and the Mantis King before him. He felt as insignificant as an ant, growing ever smaller, while the Mantis King loomed ever larger, so much so that even the heavens seemed unable to withstand such power. Fong's eyes widened in shock as he saw a streak of pitch-black darkness appear in the space sliced by that terrifying blade. Space had truly been cut apart. A fissure had been cleaved through space. This was not the kind of spatial fissure that appeared when merging with the Blood Moon world. Beyond this fissure lay the endless void. It was said that within the void lurked countless terrifying beings. Any one of them was powerful enough to annihilate an entire world. A deep, desolate aura of the void seeped out from the fissure, instantly sending a chill down Fong's spine. Fortunately, space possesses the ability to heal itself, and the fissure was quickly mended. But he remembered that only beings at the high Grandmaster level or higher had the power to create such a spatial fissure, so why had the Mantis King, who was only at the Grandmaster level, managed to do it? Could its combat power have already reached the high Grandmaster level? No, it was likely just its destructive power that had touched upon the high Grandmaster realm, while the rest remained at the Grandmaster level. Even so, it was more than enough to terrify anyone, and this was merely a novice Grandmaster. Fong once again felt the might of the God of War. But before Fong could react, the terrifying Mantis King vanished. When it reappeared, it loomed over him like a mountain, and Fong's breath caught in his throat. What is it doing? Is it going to devour its master? Just as that thought crossed Fong's mind, he felt himself enveloped by something soft. An utterly baffling scene unfolded in this desolate wasteland. A colossal, terrifying mantis was rolling around on the ground, affectionately cradling a man. And the man didn't seem the least bit surprised. That's right, the one being affectionately held was none other than Fong. At that moment, Fong's face was expressionless. He simply couldn't fathom why a monster that looked so terrifying would engage in such a ridiculous behavior. It had the nerve. He, on the other hand, didn't. Could it be that the one he'd chosen was just a bit of a prankster? Stop. If you keep shaking me like this, I'm going to get dizzy. Fong snapped, and only then did the Mantis King stop. It then crouched on the ground, lifting Fong onto its back. What are you doing? Fong was puzzled, but the next second he understood. He found himself sitting on the Mantis King's back as it shifted its body, then powered up with its strong hind legs, and its 2 pairs of wings began to flap slowly. With that sudden burst of power, Fong felt a powerful sensation of lift wash over him. In the next second, the two of them, man and mantis, soared into the air and hovered mid-air. "We're flying!" Fong exclaimed in wonder. He'd actually forgotten that mantises could fly. Flying is something humans have always dreamed of, but only beings at the high Grandmaster level or above are capable of it. This ability to overcome gravity isn't something anyone can just talk their way into. Previously, when he glided through the air for a short time, he merely used his immense strength to propel himself upward. Let us go. Fong was thrilled. The two of them, man and mantis, kept rising higher and higher, soon reaching a height of 100 meters. Looking down from there, everything below seemed much smaller. The Mantis King seemed to be enjoying it too, carrying his master as they continued flying until they became nothing more than a black speck before heading out of the city.
Fong couldn't believe he actually had a Grandmaster level mount and was leaving the city in this manner. To be honest, he never even left Jianghai City before. The view from high above was truly unique.
The Mantis King's speed was so great that if Fong Henti already reached the master rank, he would have been blown off by the surrounding gales long ago.
Soon, the scenery below shifted from Jianghai City to the wilderness teeming with beasts.
The man and the mantis flew on without a care in the world, with no idea where they were headed. Fong thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of towering above all things, as if everything in the world lay beneath him. One day, I, Fong, will surely bring glory to the 9 provinces. No sooner had Fong finished speaking than he controlled the Mantis King to dive downward in an instant. The objects on the ground began to come into focus again, and he even spotted traces of beasts. Suddenly, Fong seemed to catch sight of something and flew straight toward it. Chapter 63, Whoever saves me, I'll marry my sister to him. It's a level 3 beast. One of them shouted in terror as he fled frantically, with a terrifying beast slowly awakening behind him. They were a warrior squad from the Sun Moon Martial Arts Hall in Jianghai City, who had come to the wilderness to collect the heartless blood of a level 2 beast, the gold-devouring tiger. But they hadn't expected the gold-devouring tiger to be so tenacious its strength had reached the peak of level 2. The entire squad had been locked in a battle with it for half a day, with the chase and evasion shifting from one location to another. As the squad leader, he knew full well that this was an extremely dangerous endeavor. In the wilderness, powerful beasts have their own territories. Accidentally stepping into one can provoke an attack, so navigating the wilderness is an art in itself. But he refused to give up. They had the gold-devouring tiger practically in the bag after fighting for most of the day. They were on the verge of killing it. If they gave up now, all their previous efforts and injuries would be completely wasted. So he ordered the squad to continue the pursuit. After all, this wasn't the first time he encountered such a situation. Nothing had gone wrong before, and his luck surely wouldn't be that bad this time either. But when they chased the gold-devouring tiger to this spot, they never expected the commotion of the battle to awaken an even more terrifying beast. A level 3 beast. A Grandmaster level creature. This time, luck was not on their side. In an instant, the peak level 2 beasts were torn to pieces, and the squad members immediately fled in a panic. They knew that once the level 3 beasts had finished devouring the level 2 beasts, they would set their sights on them. Now, they could only put their lives in the hands of fate. If they were lucky, they'd survive. If not, they'd be killed on the spot. Everyone, run! Save yourselves, everyone who can run, run! The man shouted hoarsely, his voice strained. The rest of the team, their faces etched with terror, gave it their all and charged forward. They all had only one thought: to survive. Among those scattering in all directions was, surprisingly, a woman. She was sobbing uncontrollably, a far cry from her usual self. Seeing her run while crying made one feel both amused and a little sorry for her. She kept wailing as she ran. "Sis, I was wrong. I shouldn't have snuck out behind your back. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Now I realize you didn't let me come out because you cared about me. I don't think the wilderness is fun anymore. It's really dangerous out here. I'm so scared. I want to go home. Sister, I'm going to die." Lo Ruoling wailed uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a flood. She looked as miserable as could be. Yet even so, her pace didn't slow in the slightest. If anything, it quickened slightly, even passing a fellow male participant. "Sis, I'll never nag you to find me a husband again. From now on, I'll definitely train hard, speak politely, and never upset you again. I'm in this state, come save me." Lo Ruoling cried with increasing intensity, running faster and faster, leaving her fleeing teammates behind, completely baffled. Is this even possible? Has this girl who joined Midway ever been to the wilderness before? Come to think of it, why does she run faster the more she cries? Could this be some kind of mystical power boost? I was wrong, too. Dad, mom, brother, sister, come save me. Many others followed suit, bursting into loud wails, but all they could do was watch as Lo Ruoling ran faster and faster.
Damn it! What a load of crap about some mysterious power. Why does it work for her but not for the rest of us? Roar! Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The level 3 beasts had already devoured their prey and were now charging toward the crowd. Aya! Don't eat me! Lu Ruoling was terrified. The horror of the level 3 beasts was beyond what anyone could imagine. The distance they managed to put between themselves was closed in an instant. And the group finally got a true glimpse of the level 3 beast's true form. Blue cloud wolves. These colossal creatures, tens of meters long and 3 meters tall, had sharp fangs gleaming in their bloodthirsty maws. Their fur, as stiff as steel needles, exuded a terrifying aura at every moment. With a single howl, every movement of the blue cloud wolves sent shivers down everyone's spines. Ah! Help! One man was utterly terrified by the level 3 blue cloud wolf. He was a master, but only a beginner. He had never seen a level 3 beast up close before. Captain, what do we do? Damn it, what do you think we should do? If we're not going to run, why even bother talking? Do you fucking think this level 3 blue cloud wolf is playing freeze tag with us? Do you think it'll catch us, give us a little reward, and then let us go? The captain, upon seeing the terrifying blue cloud wolf, immediately took off running without a word. He was only a peak level master, not a grandmaster. Going up against this beast meant certain death. Right now, he wasn't even hoping to outrun this terrifying beast himself. He just wanted to outrun the others. In a moment of life and death like this, all that bullshit about team spirit and lifelong friendships meant nothing compared to staying alive himself. Only by staying alive could he keep all possibilities open. But in the very next second, he realized with horror that the terrifying beasts, which had been behind him just moments ago, were now right in front of him. The bloodthirsty stench of their breath was already washing over him, their terrifying fangs mere inches from his face, and the Grandmaster level aura pierced deep into his brain. He was instantly frozen in terror. Normally, with his peak master level cultivation, he wouldn't have been so helpless, but his mind had been completely shattered by fear, leaving him utterly incapable of putting up a fight. Save me! Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a massive beast's claw came crashing down. When the claw withdrew, he had been reduced to a pulp. He had paid the price for his own greed. Run! Everyone panicked, but in the face of a level 3 beast, escape was nothing more than a pipe dream. Boom! Another person was smashed into a pulp. This Qingyun wolf seemed to treat them all as toys, torturing them to death bit by bit. One of the women, wailing loudly, seemed to catch the Qingyun wolf's attention. This tiny human is so cute. I'd love to smash her to death with one swipe. What it would feel like to kill her. Would it feel different from crushing other ants? Sister, come quick. Facing this terrifying beast, Lu Ruoling no longer had the will to keep running because there was no escape. If her sister were here, she wouldn't have to die. Her sister was so powerful she could definitely defeat this monster right in front of her. Lu Ruoling was crying and crying, but suddenly stopped. She realized that the terrifying monster was staring intently at her. I'm still a good girl. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. I've never even held a boy's hand. Am I really just going to die like this? Sister, if you get the chance, please burn a boyfriend down to me. No, make it 2. I'm afraid 1 won't be enough. Lu Ruoling grew more and more heartbroken as she spoke. Sister, you'll never see me again. I'm going to die, but you have to live a good life. Better yet, find me a brother-in-law. Remember to send me the news via paper offerings. Lu Ruoling was completely overcome with despair, for the terrifying monster had already raised its massive paw high above her, ready to strike. I don't want to die yet. Whoever saves me, I'll marry my sister off to him. Chapter 64, Sister, you're finally here. Boom! The scent of death had already descended. Just as Lu Ruoling was about to close her eyes in despair, she saw the terrifying beast's claw, as if struck by a colossal force, suddenly veer off to the side. The claw crashed to the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Standing nearby, Lu Ruoling was so terrified she nearly fell to her knees. Run! Lu Ruoling swallowed nervously, then looked blankly in the direction of the voice. There, a dashing man descended from the sky, radiant as the sun. Was it him who saved me? Lu Ruoling quickly pieced together what had happened. It was this man who had intervened just now to save her. My Prince Charming. No. Brother-in-law, you're here. For a split second, Lu Ruoling felt her heart flutter, but she quickly snapped back to her senses. This man was her sister's husband. She couldn't go back on her word. Of course, now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. She hadn't yet escaped this life or death crisis. Having failed to land a single blow, the terrifying Qingyun wolf let out a roar, glaring at the ant-like figure who had descended from the sky. It was he who had just blocked its path. It immediately lunged at her. And the one who had fallen from the sky was none other than Fong. By now, Fong had landed on the ground. He grabbed Lu Ruoling and, facing the stunned crowd, bellowed. What are you all standing around for? Run! The crowd scattered once more. Brother-in-law, let us get out of here fast. If we don't run now, we're dead. Lu Ruoling, carried on his back, looked at the rapidly approaching Qingyun wolf and cried out in panic. Ha! Brother-in-law? Fong had no time to dwell on this sudden title. He could feel the terrifying aura of the Qingyun wolf closing in from behind. Die? Who said that? A thought flashed through his mind, and the crowd suddenly sensed a massive shadow looming overhead. It wasn't just the group. Even the terrifying Qingyun wolf behind them sensed a powerful presence. It raised its massive head, and a hint of unease flashed across its enormous pupils. This? What on earth is that? The group was instantly stunned into a complete standstill, their minds screaming in panic. What the hell is that thing? It felt like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. This thing seemed even more terrifying and unsettling than the giant wolf behind them. Now, they were completely doomed. Even the raging Qingyun wolf, faced with this sudden intruder, held back from attacking. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the creature and assumed a defensive stance. This creature was even more powerful than it was. Brother-in-law, what on earth is that? Lu Ruoling stammered, watching the scene before her, utterly shocked. She felt like crying. It's a mantis, right? It must be a mantis, right? But who the hell has ever seen a mantis this big? Big enough is one thing. But the terrifying aura it radiates seems even more frightening than that of the giant wolf. No wonder her sister Wen Ti let her come out. So this wilderness really isn't a place for humans to be. Brother-in-law, we're definitely going to die this time. I don't even know your name yet. I haven't even introduced you to my sister yet. If there's a chance, fine. If not, too bad. Let us just wait to die. Sigh, Lu Ruoling, never thought that one day I'd actually die alongside my brother-in-law. Does this count as cheating? No, if it's cheating, it should be you, brother-in-law, not me. This. Fong was at a loss for words. Was the girl he'd just saved out of her mind? No one was talking to her, yet she was rambling on by herself and calling him brother-in-law? Had she mistaken him for someone else? Little sister, did you get the wrong person? I'm not your brother-in-law. But Lu Ruoling was already speechless. Her eyes darted wildly as she stared intently at the scene unfolding before her. That terrifying mantis was actually closing in on the giant wolf. Roar! Under the mantis king's advance, the giant wolf kept retreating. It was beginning to feel terror. It was, after all, a mighty level 3 beast, a grandmaster-level creature, yet it actually saw its own death in this mantis. Glancing uneasily in all directions, it suddenly unleashed its power and fled toward the rear. If you can't beat them, run. That was its survival strategy in the wilderness. But how could the Mantis King possibly let it get away? Having received his master's command, he swung his blade without hesitation. In an instant, everyone felt as though time itself had begun to slow down. The entire world seemed to be cleaved in two by that single strike. A flash of green light streaked past, and the roaring giant wolf came to an abrupt halt. This. Amid the crowd's incredulous stares, they saw the giant wolf torn to pieces, completely lifeless.
A level 3 beast, it's dead, Lo Ruoling said, still in a daze. The group breathed a slight sigh of relief, but their tension quickly returned. Now that the giant wolf was dead, they had fallen into the hands of this mantis. This mantis was even more terrifying than the giant wolf, and they saw no hope of survival. But in the very next second, to everyone's astonishment, the terrifying green mantis, after casting a single glance their way, actually flew away. It flew away. Brother-in-law, it looks like we're saved, Lo Ruoling gasped once more. Phong was once again at a loss for words as he looked at the girl before him. Did he really look that much like her brother-in-law? Having commanded the Mantis King to leave, he didn't want to reveal his connection to it. When he first arrived in the wilderness, he encountered this situation. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so he had the Mantis King temporarily withdraw, planning to have it intervene once he made his appearance. Brother-in-law, let us go back. I'll introduce you to my sister, Lo Ruoling said happily. Not only would she not have to die this time, but she also gained a brother-in-law for free. Her sister was so outstanding, surely no guy could resist her. Phong was now certain, this troubled girl was not only mentally unstable, but she must have a problem with her eyes as well. He immediately looked at her with a somewhat pitying gaze. Who would thought that under such circumstances, she'd be forced to fight while sick? Her family must be in dire straits. And this girl's older sister was truly irresponsible, failing to properly look after such a seriously ill child and leaving her to fend for herself. If Phong hadn't shown up this time, they all would ended up as food for the Qingyun wolves. However, as Phong scrutinized the girl closely, he discovered that her warrior realm had actually reached the advanced level. Wow! Who exactly is this girl? To have reached the advanced warrior realm, her talent is truly unbelievable. Phong was about to leave, but the gravely ill girl in front of him clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go. Brother-in-law, you can't just leave me here. You have to get me back home safely, Lo Ruoling said pitifully. Phong instantly felt a headache coming on. Once you start saving someone, you have to see it through to the end. He had no choice but to take her home. Just then, a white figure and a green figure rushed toward them from the distance. They soon arrived before the group. When Lo Ruoling saw the white figure, she exclaimed with delight. Sister, you're finally here. I almost didn't get to see you. Chapter 65, Sister, marrying him as a match made in heaven. The arrivals were a man and a woman. The woman had a bold and spirited demeanor. Her exquisite features included a pair of large, jet black, clear eyes, soft, full red lips, and a delicate, dainty little nose. This was a woman whose beauty, figure, and poise were in no way inferior to one's. Behind her, a long mane of hair flowed ethereally, reminding Phong of a phrase from his past life. Prince Kong, for dandruff that one wash away, use Prince Kong. The man beside her was also strikingly handsome, with sharp, sword-like features. If his gaze fixed on you, it seemed impossible to hide any secrets. At first glance, both were drawn to the massive wolf carcass behind the group, which radiated a terrifying aura. A Qingyun wolf. They were horrified. The aura it emitted was that of a level 3 beast. Moreover, judging by the thick stench of blood in the air and the corpse's still twitching remains, it had apparently died only recently. What could have slain this terrifying Qingyun wolf? That terrifying wound had been inflicted by a single stroke of a blade. What kind of blade could be that fast? That level of destructive power is something only a high Grandmaster level expert could possess. Moreover, could this really be the work of a human expert? Just moments ago, they had sensed another, even more terrifying aura, one radiating intense ferocity and murderous intent, like a god of war on the battlefield. The two stared uneasily in all directions. That kind of presence was far beyond their ability to handle. But as they carefully scanned their surroundings, they detected nothing out of the ordinary. Of course, they couldn't sense the Mantis King's whereabouts. After all, mantises in the natural world are not only natural hunters but also masterful lurkers. Their combined strength was still insufficient to detect the Mantis King's presence. With nothing out of the ordinary happening, Lu Qingning finally turned her gaze to her younger sister, Lo Ruoling. Do you even remember that I'm your older sister?
Why did you sneak out on your own? How many times have I told you that the wilderness is too dangerous? When have you ever listened? Lu Qingning glared at her younger sister and scolded her immediately. Sneaking out while she was away, did she really think everything in this world was safe?
The moment she received the news, she had rushed here without delay, but thankfully, nothing serious had happened.
Qingning, don't be angry.
With the two of us here, ordinary level 3 beasts won't be able to cause any trouble. The man standing nearby spoke up to comfort her. Lu Qingning heard how the man addressed her, though she wasn't entirely pleased. She couldn't say anything now. After all, he'd been kind enough to accompany her to find her sister. She'd already put him out enough. Little sister, now that your sister and brother-in-law are here, you should go back with them.
You don't need to follow me. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Fong looked at the girl's older sister. The last sentence was directed at her.
Although she was pretty, he merely gave her a cursory glance.
Who hasn't seen a pretty woman before? Once he met one, he'd know what a real beauty was. However, the man across from him piqued Fong's curiosity. Don't read too much into it. Fong wasn't into men. This man doesn't look anything like me, does he? Why would this girl mistake him for me?
The man may be handsome, but he is still not as handsome as I am.
Xiaoling, let us go back.
Yin Zun spoke with satisfaction after hearing Fong's words.
You're not my brother-in-law. I'm not going with you.
Lu Ruoling was displeased. She had a strong feeling this man was approaching her with ulterior motives.
Yin Zun stood there, feeling somewhat awkward.
Although he didn't say anything on the surface, anger was already beginning to simmer inside him. What kind of person are you, a mere advanced warrior? If your sister weren't Lu Qingning, I'd have slapped you to death long ago for talking to me like that. At that moment, Lu Qingning also turned her gaze toward Fong.
Wow! She must not want this hand anymore.
Her younger sister's arm was intertwined with the man's. How dare he flirt with her sister?
Who are you? I'm just a passerby. He is my brother-in-law.
Fong and Lu Ruoling spoke at the same time, instantly stunning all four of them.
A passerby? A brother-in-law? Sis, this guy is the new husband I found for you.
He may not be as strong as you, but he looks pretty good. He just saved me, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to see you again. You two should get to know each other, get married, and have kids right away.
Brother-in-law, don't just stand there, make a move. My sister is a grandmaster, you know.
If you marry her, you'll be set for life. Lu Ruoling began urging Fong to make a move, and Fong finally got the picture.
So this girl isn't mentally ill, she is just brain dead.
But she is actually pretty cute, or rather, her silliness is kind of endearing. Just picking a random guy for her sister and telling her to get married and have kids, no normal person would ever do something like that.
But... Whoa! Upon hearing Lu Ruoling's words, Fong sucked in a sharp breath. This woman was actually a grandmaster. Damn it, how the hell did she train like that? Did she take steroids or something?
Even if she'd been raised on steroids, it shouldn't have happened this fast.
Is she even human?
No, wait, the woman standing before him must be an old hag, definitely older than his own father, though she has kept herself in even better shape. Lu Qingning had no idea that, in Fong's mind, she had already become an old woman with a baby face. Standing nearby, Lu Qingning listened to her younger sister's words and immediately realized that her sister was just messing with her again.
Brother-in-law?
What a joke! Still, she shot Fong a grateful glance. He had saved her sister. Although she was stronger than him, she owed him the courtesy he deserved. My little sister is a bit off sometimes, she doesn't even know what she is saying. As she spoke, Yu Qingning pointed to her head with her finger.
There is nothing wrong with my head, I'm perfectly healthy. Sis, cut the nonsense.
I've decided to call him my brother-in-law for the rest of my life. Don't look down on him just because he is weak right now. I have a feeling he'll definitely become invincible someday. You marrying him is a match made in heaven.
Lu Ruoling declared with absolute conviction, ready to fight anyone who dared to disagree. But she forgotten that she couldn't beat a single person here. Ha 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 ha, and he is supposed to be the invincible one? Then wouldn't I be a god in the heavens?
A mere master dares to be so arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that you saved Linger, no one here would care if you died right here.
Zun wore an expression of utter disdain.
He had originally assumed this guy would know his place, but he never expected Lo Ruoling to keep insisting that this kid was her brother-in-law.
You won't acknowledge me, a grandmaster, but you'll acknowledge a mere master? I'm not even there yet, and you, a master, think you can rise above me?
Zun had never suffered such an insult before.
A surge of nameless rage threatened to erupt on Fong. Chapter 66, Contempt from a Heavenly Prodigy.
He saved my sister.
If you dare to cause trouble, I'll make you my sworn enemy. Upon hearing Zun's words, Le Qingning immediately retorted sternly.
Ha ha ha, Qingning, you say he saved your sister, did he? He is just a master, and that was a level 3 beast. Don't even say it, he is the one who killed that beast.
Even if I were to take action against him, would you really dare to fight me over a mere master?
I know your strength has broken through, but I, Zun, am no slouch either. I, too, am a prodigy on the prodigy rankings. Zun said sharply, then turned to Fong and said coldly. Kid, I don't know what trick you used to charm Linger, but let me tell you this, if you're trying to use this connection to get close to Qingning, you're daydreaming.
She is a prodigy. Do you even know what that means? People like us are beyond your reach for the rest of your life. While I still have no desire to lay a hand on you, get out of here as far away as you possibly can.
In Zun's eyes, Fong, a mere master-level cultivator, was nothing more than an ant, one he could crush with a flick of his finger. If not for this incident, someone of his caliber wouldn't even have been allowed to see him, let alone speak to him. He was furious right now, but he couldn't vent his anger on the Lu Qingning sisters, so he had no choice but to take it out on the kid standing before him. Not only was this kid a perfect outlet for his rage, but even if he actually laid a hand on him, no one would say a word. Simply because he was a celestial prodigy.
Zun, you've gone too far. What happens to my sister is none of your business. And my name is Lu Qingning.
Please address me by my full name from now on. If you say another word, I'll report this to the city lord. I'm sure he won't ignore it.
Lu Qingning felt a twinge of regret. Why had she agreed to Zun's request?
It was just making things more complicated.
Of course, although she was repulsed by Zun's brazenness, some of what he said made sense.
As for what her younger sister had said, she'd take it as a joke.
Some invincible powerhouse.
He is just a master even with good talent. Becoming a grandmaster in this lifetime is already his limit. Judging by the situation, this man saving her younger sister was just a stroke of luck. But regardless of whether he had an ulterior motive, the fact remained that he saved her. I'm truly sorry my little sister has caused you trouble.
And you should let go of my hand. Why are you still holding on to me? You're acting so unladylike.
Le Qingning offered a slight apology to Fong, then scolded Lo Ruoling. Under her older sister Le Qingning's deathly glare, she slowly released Fong, thanked him a few times, and then walked over to her sister.
Brother-in-law.
Lo Ruoling wanted to say something else to Fong, but a chill of death hung in the air, so she wisely kept her mouth shut. If she said another word, she'd be asking for trouble. But what was she supposed to do? She didn't even know her brother-in-law's name or where he lived. She'd just have to find another opportunity to bring the two of them together.
Lu Qingning didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his younger sister.
Ever since she'd accidentally hit her head as a child, she'd sometimes say nonsensical things and do things that ordinary people couldn't understand.
You don't need to worry about him doing anything to you. Since you're my sister's savior, I, Lu Qingning, owe you a favor. If you ever need me, come find me. Here is a token of my gratitude.
Lu Qingning handed Fong a hairpin from her own hair.
Fong, however, was now quite upset. What had he done to deserve this?
He saved someone out of the goodness of his heart, only to end up with a whole mess of trouble.
Did they really think he had an ulterior motive for saving her?
Seeing that Fong was hesitating to take it, Lu Qingning assumed he was still dwelling on what her younger sister had said earlier, and her opinion of him immediately took a turn for the worse. In this world, one must recognize the vast differences between people. She is a grandmaster, a prodigy of the human race, while you're just a master. The gap between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. You'd better not take what my little sister said earlier seriously. To put it bluntly, the gap between us is far greater than you can imagine. Even just one of my suitors is someone you could never hope to measure up to. But if you still harbor such delusions, I hope you'll let them go as soon as possible. Sis. Lu Ruoling interjected from the side. Her older sister's words were a bit too harsh, weren't they? Say one more word, and I'll leave you behind. Go wherever you want. Lu Qingning showed Fong no mercy whatsoever. She had already agreed to owe him a favor, and that debt had been repaid. Perhaps he didn't yet understand the significance of that favor, but he would come to realize it later. When it came to delusions like this, they had to be dispelled as soon as possible. I know I'm being harsh, but that's the truth. I won't go back on my word. I'll leave this token here. If you ever need help, you can still come find me. But I still want to warn you, don't let a petty quarrel cost you this opportunity. You might not realize what a favor from a Tianjia truly means. I suppose once we part ways, we'll never have the chance to meet again. Lu Qingning looked at the silent Fong, assuming he was reeling from her words, so she placed the token at her feet, then turned and left with her younger sister. Yin Zun let out a cold laugh and left with one parting remark. An ant is just an ant. The three quickly vanished, while Fong, left behind, slowly raised his head. His silence moments earlier hadn't been caused by Lu Qingning's words, but by a message he'd just received from one. It was about his own sister. Damn it, looking down on people with those dog-ass eyes. If you didn't know better, you'd actually think I had my eye on you. Who cares about you anyway? Is she as pretty as my one? Is she as thoughtful as my one? You're just some so-called celestial prodigy. Do you really think you're invincible? This favor. I, Fong, wouldn't pass it up for nothing. Fong was about to say something harsh, but then he thought, if he really didn't accept this favor, wouldn't he have saved the person for nothing? He wasn't about to do anything that was all work and no reward. You said it yourself. If you don't pull your weight when the time comes, let us see if you still have the nerve to call yourself a celestial prodigy. If I, Fong, don't use this favor to the fullest, I'm not Fong. Fong smiled faintly and picked up the token. Then he thought of that man, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. To dare threaten him, did he really think he was just a master? Aren't you pretty cocky? I'd love to see just how cocky you'll be in a situation like this. As Fong's thoughts turned, a roar suddenly rang out from the distance. The sky darkened, and it seemed as though something was streaking rapidly overhead, heading in the direction the three had left. Remember, don't scare that girl. She's already not all there. If she gets scared again, she'll really turn into a complete idiot. Chapter 67, A Mantis Slaying a Qingyun Wolf? That's impossible. Yin Zun, is it really fun to show off in front of that master? If you really want to prove yourself, you can go slay beasts or fight on the front lines. I know you were upset by what you said to my sister earlier, which is why you took your anger out on that innocent person. But let me make this clear, I'm not interested in you. There's no way it could ever work between us. Besides, with a major enemy at our doorstep and my parents' revenge still unavenged, I have no time to think about romantic entanglements. I advise you to give up on this as soon as possible. The three of them raced across the wilderness as Lu Qingning spoke coldly to Yin Zun, her tone resolute and leaving no room for negotiation. She knew exactly what Yin Zun meant by his advances, but there was no way it could work between them. The man she was looking for was an invincible warrior who stood tall and proud, capable of crushing even the mightiest demons. As a prodigy, she was entitled to nothing less. Ha ha, Qingning, you must be joking. Linger is so adorable, how could I possibly be angry with her? Besides, I know she suffered a head injury as a child, so sometimes what she says or does makes no sense at all. I understand that. The main reason I lost my temper with that kid was because he was the first person to show me no respect after learning I was a celestial prodigy.
A warrior must not be disgraced, and a grandmaster even less so. Under normal circumstances, I'd have slapped that arrogant brat to death. But despite all that, I still don't want to give up on you. You're the first person who left me spellbound after just one meeting, the one I think about day and night.
It's as if you've stolen my heart. I'll marry no one but you for the rest of my life. Besides, we're both prodigies, people destined to walk that path.
The two of us together are the perfect match.
I know you're still resisting me because of some bad news about me, but I'll wait.
I'll let you see my true heart.
In-zoon said earnestly, his eyes brimming with emotion. Any ordinary girl would have fallen for him long ago, but he was facing Lu Qingning.
In-zoon, you're disgusting.
I told you, my name is Lu Qingning. Lu Qingning had long since lost her patience. She unleashed a punch that instantly shattered the air, while simultaneously launching a kick toward In-zoon, her terrifying aura revealing her formidable cultivation.
You're serious? In-zoon's expression changed drastically.
A strike from a prodigy was no joke, so he hurriedly dodged with all his might. If he were injured, not only would his strength be compromised, but it would also affect his cultivation time, and for a prodigy, every second was precious. But Lu Qingning's attack came too suddenly. In-zoon realized there was no way he could dodge it. He instantly regretted not watching his mouth.
Why had he provoked this crazy woman?
If he hadn't been drawn to her physique, he would never have put himself through this suffering. As long as he asked, there wasn't a woman he couldn't have.
Lu Qingning, I was wrong. I'll never shout again. We're out in the wilderness right now. If we start fighting and attract powerful beasts, what will happen to your sister? In-zoon blurted out in a panic.
A massive gust of wind from her fist swept toward him, but the fist itself stopped just a hair's breadth away, and the follow-up attack also missed him by a hair's breadth.
If I hear you do that again, it won't end like this. I'll unleash the battle of the celestial prodigies on you.
Lu Qingning's menacing glare sent a chill down In-zoon's spine. This madwoman meant what she said.
Fine, I get it.
In-zoon said he understood, but inside he cursed her viciously.
You crazy woman, just you wait. Aren't you just relying on the city lord's backing? How much longer does that old fart of a city lord have to live anyway? Just wait till I take you down, pin you beneath me, and ravage you to my heart's content, making you submit beneath my loins. I'll repay the humiliation you've brought me tenfold, 100-fold. And as for your little sister, don't even think about slipping through my fingers. When the time comes, it'll be two women explore the cave. I'll make you sisters come clean with each other. Once I've squeezed every last drop of value out of you and grown tired of you, I'll toss you to the homeless men down below. You think you're so high and mighty, don't you? Well, I'll turn you into a loose woman anyone can have their way with. Lu Qingning had no idea what In-zoon was thinking. She turned to look at her younger sister. Just as the two of them had struck, a sudden shift flashed across Lu Ruoling's eyes, and her expression changed instantly. However, no one noticed this moment. Lu Ruoling, if you run off like that again, I'll lock you up at home forever. You won't even be able to get out. We'll see if I can do it or not. I know, sister. Lu Ruoling knew she'd acted recklessly just now, nearly dragging her benefactor into the mess. But she couldn't control that other personality. It emerged without warning. She had never told her sister about her second personality, and her sister hadn't noticed either, simply assuming she was acting recklessly. It was that second personality that had caused her to disobey her sister's orders and venture into the wilderness alone. She could only watch helplessly from the shadows as all this unfolded. It was that alter ego that had told her this man named In-zoon had ulterior motives for approaching her sister. Although that alter ego acted recklessly and without regard for the law, it would never harm her. The alter ego was doing everything in its power to get close to the person who had saved her, even going so far as to give her sister away. Could he really be a future invincible warrior? No way. What do you mean, no way? And no, I was just saying I won't blurt out nonsense anymore. Lu Qingning didn't think much of it. There was one thing she didn't understand, so she asked further. Little sister, What exactly happened just now? Why was that level 3 Qingyun wolf found brutally killed there? Could it be that a big shot from our human race happened to pass by?
Lu Qingning's words also piqued In Zun's interest. He, too, was curious about whose terrifying aura that had been.
Oh, sister, you mean that incident?
At the time, I was almost killed by that Qingyun wolf's claw. My savior rescued me at the very last moment. Then the Qingyun wolf charged after us, but suddenly a mantis appeared.
Then, that Qingyun wolf was slashed to death by that terrifying mantis.
Lu Ruoling gave a brief account of the incident, but she saw her sister and In Zun staring at her in utter bewilderment.
Lu Qingning. In Zun. This kid is spouting nonsense again. I think locking you up was the right decision.
Lu Qingning had already decided to lock her younger sister up as soon as they returned.
In Zun, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Sis, I'm telling the truth. I know you don't believe me, but it really was a mantis.
It was the mantis that killed the Qingyun wolf.
Lu Qingning. In Zun. A mantis killed a Qingyun wolf? Is this some kind of joke? You don't joke around like that. A mantis that can be crushed with a single finger, and you're telling me it slew a level 3 beast, the Qingyun wolf? Does that mean I'm invincible?
In Zun couldn't help but scoff inwardly. His sister's talent was extraordinary, but his younger sister was clearly out of her mind, and not just a little. But the very next second, he could no longer bring himself to mock her. In an instant, a terrifying aura of death descended, and the three of them fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 68, The Mantis King Who Masters the Essence of the Blade. A Sense of Terror.
Is this the mantis you were talking about?
In Zun stammered to Lu Ruoling. Before him stood a massive mantis radiating an overwhelming aura of terror, descending like the Grim Reaper, with its menacing mantis blade serving as the Reaper's scythe. Its entirely green body seemed like a green passageway to heaven. He had never seen a creature with such terrifying malice and murderous intent.
It really is a mantis.
Lu Qingning was also deeply shaken.
Was this the mantis her sister had spoken of, one capable of slaying level 3 beasts with a single strike?
This scene seemed to overturn her entire worldview. As a prodigy, she had seen it all, but this time, she admitted she'd been narrow-minded.
Whose mantis could grow this big? Is this even a mantis?
It must be some terrifying beast that just happens to look like a mantis.
It's that one. Lu Ruoling stammered as well. Had she spoken too soon? Roar. The Mantis King let out a roar, and a blood-curdling wind swept toward them.
Lu Qingning and In Zun immediately sensed danger and unleashed their Grandmaster-level power without hesitation. Grandmaster Talent, Extreme Wind Armor.
Grandmaster Talent, Blazing Lotus Fire.
The two immediately unleashed their respective Grandmaster talents. Extreme Wind Armor was In Zun's Grandmaster talent, forming a powerful wind barrier around his body capable of blocking most Grandmaster-level damage. Lu Qingning's talent, on the other hand, was Blazing Lotus Fire, which granted a damage bonus from the flames of the Crimson Lotus with every attack. As she continued to develop her Grandmaster talent, she gained the ability to control the Crimson Lotus Fire at will. Both possessed the dignity of prodigies and were invincible within their own cultivation realm.
But they weren't foolish.
The presence of this mantis beast had already reached the high-level tier of level 3 beasts, perhaps even the peak, while both of them were still only at the initial level.
The gap was too great. They couldn't take it head-on.
They knew full well that when facing such a terrifying entity capable of slaying a Qingyun wolf with a single strike, the two of them had to work together.
Let us wait and strike together. That thing shouldn't be very fast.
In Zun said in a deep voice to Lu Qingning, but no sooner had he finished speaking than the mantis vanished instantly, and a sense of danger swept over them.
There.
True to his reputation as a prodigy-level grandmaster, In Zun sensed the Mantis King's disappearance the moment it happened and charged forward, while Lu Qingning, in no way outdone, rushed into battle as well.
As a prodigy, I fight against all odds. So what if you're at the peak of level 3? Even as a novice grandmaster, I've defeated level 3 high realm beasts. Facing two prodigies, your only fate is death. Great Sun Demon Fist.
Zun roared furiously, transforming into a terrifying storm as he charged forward. Countless fist shadows dazzled the eyes. Ordinary level 3 beasts had no defense whatsoever against such an onslaught. Boom! A man and a mantis clashed with a thunderous crash. This punch is my full power strike. Even if I can't kill you, it's enough to injure you. Zun unleashed all his power. However, what he had expected did not happen. To his horror, he discovered that his strike seemed to have little effect, as if it had sunk like a stone into the ocean. Impossible! Zun cried out in shock. At the same time, Lu Qingning's attack was already upon him. But in the very next second, she forced herself to withdraw her attack even at the cost of injury, then spun sharply in midair and retreated far away. This is. Suddenly, the terrifying mantis beasts drew their blades in an instant. The entire world seemed to be engulfed by a blade of light, and an overwhelmingly powerful sword intent filled the heavens and earth. Then, all things withered, and the world was destroyed. That's the intent of the blade. Lu Qingning snapped back to her senses during that strike and cried out in terror. She seemed to have witnessed the most improbable event in this world, the essence of all things merging with heaven and earth. Only those who had delved deeply enough into a particular path could attain such a realm. Even she was still a step away from that realm, yet today she had witnessed it in a single beast. How could this be possible? This is the realm countless sword masters strive to reach. And this is just a beast? Lu Qingning was completely stunned, seemingly having forgotten to counterattack. In her field of vision, she saw a spatial rift appear, cleaved open by the strike, emitting a pitch-black, desolate aura. An entity capable of cleaving a spatial rift, is it really just a level 3 beast? Put. That's the essence of the blade. It's the essence of the blade. Zun spat out a torrent of blood. Even his injuries couldn't dampen his shock. Just moments ago, after he de-attacked that mantis beast, he never expected it to unleash a strike that seemed capable of obliterating the world. Although he didn't know why, this mantis beast's strike hadn't targeted him but had instead slashed at an empty space elsewhere. Even so, the mere aftereffects were enough to injure him. If that strike had been aimed at him, he would have been obliterated from this world long ago. Who exactly is it? Why can it wield the Tao intent that only we humans are capable of using? Zun demanded in horror. If all beasts could use it, would humanity even have a chance of survival? Lu Qingning, let us get out of here. We're no match for it. We have to get this news back to our people immediately. Zun hurried over to Lu Qingning's side, but easier said than done. How could they possibly escape from this terrifying beast? A single strike was more than they could withstand. Damn it! If I were an advanced grandmaster, how dare it show off in front of me? Zun seethed with rage. He was merely a novice grandmaster fighting an advanced grandmaster at his level was already pushing the limits. With his extraordinary talent as a prodigy, he was unmatched among peers at his level. If he were an advanced grandmaster, he would definitely be able to kill the beasts before him. But what he didn't know was that the Mantis King's true cultivation level was also merely that of a novice grandmaster. The Mantis King let out a roar. Having received his master's orders, he expected to have some fun toying with them, but he never imagined these two would be all show and no substance. Especially that guy. He sounded pretty tough when he was bragging, but it turned out he was all bark and no bite. Even though the Mantis King had deflected that slash, he'd still been injured by the aftershock. His strength is really weak. If Zun knew what the Mantis King was thinking, he'd probably be so angry he'd cry. I'm already a celestial prodigy, how could I possibly be weak? Who dares say a celestial prodigy is weak? What else do you expect me to do? Is that slash of yours something a human could even block? Unfortunately, Zun had no idea what was going on in the Mantis King's mind. This isn't fun. I'd better go back and play with my master. After all, I've already completed the task my master assigned me. Under the two of their incredulous stares, the terrifying mantis beast actually slowly sheathed its blade, then, without so much as a glance at them, slowly walked away. I think I saw it looking down on us. Lu Qingning said blankly, but the very next second, she realized that the mantis was heading straight toward where her younger sister was hiding.
Oh no! Little sister, run! Big sister-S coming to save you!
Before Li Qingning could even finish her sentence, the terrifying mantis flew right past her younger sister, then soared into the sky and vanished over the horizon.
What on earth just happened? What on earth are those terrifying beasts? Why didn't it kill us? Why?
The three of them were completely stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long time, while Feng, the culprit behind this whole incident, had long since taken control of the Mantis King and was flying toward Jianghai City.
Just then, Wen sent another message about her younger sister, Fei.
Chapter 69, Arrival at the Windfire Guild.
Look, isn't that our Grandmaster won?
Rumor has it that Grandmaster 1 has already advanced to Advanced Grandmaster and awakened a powerful Grandmaster talent.
Reaching the High Grandmaster realm is just around the corner.
When that happens, our Windfire Guild will have a chance to be promoted to a Level 2 martial arts hall. Inside the Windfire Guild, a male warrior whispered to himself as he gazed at a slender woman standing in the distance, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable admiration. Especially lately, the entire martial arts hall had been intrigued by this unfamiliar Grandmaster. He had never seen a woman as perfect as Grandmaster when her figure and beauty were truly breathtaking. Those long legs, radiating ultimate allure, were enough to haunt one's dreams night after night with just a single glance. And that delicate face, both innocent and seductive, made one's heart flutter. He truly couldn't tear his eyes away for even a second. And on top of it all, her martial arts prowess was so formidable.
What kind of man could possibly win the heart of a woman like her? She is my dream girl. If I could just hug those legs and kiss them, I'd die happy.
Standing beside the man, another man gazed at one from afar with a burning intensity. If looks could kill, no one could stand in his way. But they could only sneak glances after all. She was Grandmaster 1 herself.
Who would dare act inappropriately in her presence? Wouldn't that be asking for death? Do you think Grandmaster 1's talent could reach the celestial genius level? The man asked curiously. I think it's a long shot.
Although she has reached the Grandmaster realm and awakened her Grandmaster talent, she is still a bit short of the celestial genius level. After all, I've heard that every celestial genius can fight across tiers, taking on higher level opponents as a lower level fighter. But even if she isn't a celestial genius, she is still a genius far beyond our reach. People like us aren't even masters yet. One of them sighed. Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. Still, now that our guild master is away, in my opinion, the position of Windfire Guild Master belongs to her and no one else. But that is a good thing, after all. With such a powerful figure in charge, we'll be much safer.
Shoo! What nonsense are you spouting? How could we possibly discuss something like that?
Don't forget, we still have the young master above us. The young master is the true heir to our Windfire Guild. If anyone hears you saying that, you're in for a world of trouble. The man hurriedly stopped him. Such talk was off limits.
What is there to be afraid of? I'm only telling you this. As long as you don't spread it around, who is going to know? I'm not joking.
Think about it, Grandmaster 1's strength has already reached the high realm. Once he awakens his Grandmaster talent, he'll reach the peak realm, while our young master is still only at the peak of the Master realm. There is a full major realm between these two.
Do you really think it's just a matter of realm? It's a world of difference. Also, have you ever seen our young master?
Logically speaking, Grandmaster 1 should be playing the role of the guardian, rarely appearing in public, while the young master should be handling the martial arts hall's affairs. But in our case, it's exactly the opposite. The young master stays hidden away. Hardly anyone has even seen what he looks like, while Grandmaster 1 is the one stepping forward to handle the martial arts hall's affairs.
What does that tell you?
It means Grandmaster 1 has sidelined the young master and is gradually consolidating power over the martial arts hall for himself. Just wait and see. I reckon it won't be long before the Windfire Guild has a new leader.
Damn, hearing you break it down like that, it actually makes a hell of a lot of sense.
I really don't know what the young master looks like either. Could he really be kept out of the public eye?
Never mind, never mind. This isn't something we should be discussing. We just need to do our jobs while staying alive is the right path. I've been worrying about this lately. My squad leader has already advanced to master and moved to the master squad. There are 2 of us vice leaders in my squad, me and another guy, and we both want to compete for the captain's position. But since our strength is evenly matched, we'll have to find another way to stand out. I heard recently that my teammate used his younger sister to get close to a master. Looks like he is determined to secure that captain position. I guess I don't stand a chance. The man sighed in despair. An opportunity like this comes once in a lifetime. Becoming the captain of a warrior squad would bring a complete transformation in every aspect of his life. The 2 were chatting in a corner of the martial arts hall when the man suddenly sensed something. Huh? Why would anyone be here at this hour? That kid looks really unfamiliar. Oh no, that kid is heading straight for our grandmaster. Is he trying to get himself killed? The man speaking saw an unfamiliar teenager suddenly walk in through the dojo entrance and immediately sensed trouble. Surely this kid hadn't spotted Grandmaster 1's beauty and decided to try striking up a conversation? This is the Grandmaster. After all, trying to strike up a conversation with him is a surefire way to get yourself killed. Not wanting to watch the boy needlessly offend a Grandmaster, the man hurried over to stop him. Hey, come here right now. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you even know who that Grandmaster is? The man reached Fong's side and whispered urgently. Then, turning to one behind him, he said in a fawning tone, Sir, this is my friend. It's his first time at our Windfire Guild. I apologize for the disturbance. I'll take him away right away. As soon as he finished speaking, the man couldn't wait to get Fong out of there. But he found he couldn't budge the young man standing right in front of him. What is going on? Just as he was about to try harder, he heard the goddess behind him suddenly speak up. Young master. Wow. Not only is Lord Wen handsome and has a perfect figure, but his voice is surprisingly melodious too. Ha? Young master? The man turned to look at Grandmaster 1, who was respectfully bowing and addressing the young man with deference. He was stunned, then turned his head in a daze to look at the young man. He responded. He was the young master. He actually made an advanced Grandmaster bow, setting aside his own status. Young master, I failed to recognize your true worth. Please punish me. The man hurriedly bowed to the young master, not daring to lift his head. It's fine. You were just looking out for me. Don't worry about it. Wen, let us go. Fong was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected to be mistaken for someone else upon his return. Without saying much more, he walked toward the depths of the martial arts hall. Yes, young master. Even after the 2 had left, the man remained in a daze. He couldn't believe he just managed to get the young master to follow him. At the same time, a wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness the young master hadn't taken it to heart, otherwise, he'd be finished. He came to his senses and prepared to leave, but just then, he saw his squad leader walking toward him. Squad leader. The man felt a pang of unease upon seeing the squad leader. Why had the squad leader returned? Hadn't he gone to Master Squad? Could it be because of what had just happened? As the man looked on anxiously, the squad leader spoke slowly. I don't know how you got so lucky to catch the higher-ups' attention. The order just came down. Once I'm gone, you'll take over as squad leader. Remember, from now on, you'll have to shoulder the responsibilities of a squad leader. The captain said solemnly, then changed his tone and punched the man squarely in the chest. Not bad, kid. You've got what it takes. To get the higher-ups to issue an order personally, you must have some connections. I'll have to start sucking up to you from now on. The captain said jokingly, while the man, with tears welling in his eyes, gazed in the direction the young master had departed. He knew the young master must have helped him. Did he really think he wouldn't know if he had any connections? Chapter 70, Faye Missing? Chaos Outpost. Fong paid no mind to what had happened earlier for him. Such matters were a piece of cake. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall,
Fong Henti even sat down when a subordinate rushed in to report the situation, looking rather urgent. "Young master, while our men were protecting Lord Fei, they suddenly lost track of him upon reaching a certain area. Our men have searched everywhere but still haven't found him. Please punish us as you see fit." The man reported nervously they never expected something like this to happen. Lady Fei had actually vanished right under their noses. "All right, I understand. You may go," Fong said in a deep voice. "Ha? It's fine, young master." The subordinate thought he must have heard wrong. The young master showed no reaction to his sister's disappearance, but he still replied and left. What exactly happened? How could my sister suddenly go to a place like that? Fong had already learned of what had happened to his sister while out in the wilderness, and that was precisely why he had returned. "Master, hear us what happened. After you left home, Fei followed closely behind, but she headed in the exact opposite direction. Under surveillance by the martial arts school's men, she went to Chaos Outpost. Chaos Outpost is a den of scum, full of outlaws and criminals. Once the martial arts school's men entered, they quickly lost track of Lady Fei. Fortunately, under your orders, that fifth-tier Mosquito King has been closely tailing Lady Fei. According to the latest reports, it seems she is currently making contact with people from Chaos Outpost." One dared not conceal a single detail and briefly explained the entire situation to her master. The fifth-tier Mosquito Queen lacked sufficient intelligence to describe the situation clearly to her master, so she could only relay the information through one's words. After all, one was a sixth-tier Mosquito Queen. Chaos Outpost? What is she doing there? Fong fell deep in thought after hearing one's words. He knew of Chaos Outpost. If everything has two sides, a positive and a negative, then Jianghai City represents the positive side to the world, while Chaos Outpost is the negative, a dark underworld unknown to ordinary people. Even warriors would not venture there lightly, for it is a place of violence and bloodshed. It was a gathering place for those who lived on the edge and those with nothing to lose. Why would she go to Chaos Outpost for no reason? She couldn't possibly have any connections with the people there. Could someone be pulling the strings behind the scenes? "Fei, have you seen any strange strangers lately?" "No, master," one replied with certainty. If there is no one pulling the strings behind the scenes, then what on earth could be the reason? Fong had to take this matter seriously. After all, he'd long heard of the terrors of Chaos Outpost, a place that devours people whole. For his younger sister, a novice warrior, going there would be like a lamb walking into the lion's den. Could it be that thing inside my sister's body? Fong had a hunch. He immediately stood up and walked toward the exit. "Let us go take a look. I'm curious to find out what my sister is up to." "Yes, master." One followed Fong out of the martial arts hall, though both had taken slight precautions to disguise themselves. Otherwise, such a public outing would surely cause quite a stir. Chaos Outpost wasn't particularly large, nor was it small. It resembled some impoverished neighborhoods, but the people there were all warriors whose strength could not be underestimated. In a corner where no one had noticed, a mosquito the size of a fist hid itself in the shadows, undetected by anyone. Even if someone had seen it, they would have taken it for a larger than usual mosquito at most. They'd have been surprised, but they would never have imagined that this mosquito was a master-level being. And yet, this peculiar creature was now closely following a woman. "Gizmo, are you sure this is the place? I'm suddenly starting to regret listening to your nonsense. Do you even know what kind of place this is? This is Chaos Outpost, a place that devours people whole." Fei Henti expected Gizmo to lead her to Chaos Outpost. Ordinary people wouldn't dare set foot here. You can't expect rich rewards without taking risks. If this were an ordinary place, I would have brought you here ages ago. I wouldn't have waited until now. Time is of the essence. That weapons shop up ahead is our target for this mission. Once we get past this hurdle, the rest will be a breeze. A breeze? It sure sounds easy coming from you. Fei grumbled, but she still headed toward the weapons shop. After all, Gizmo was the only one she could rely on right now. But as Fei walked away, a man with a menacing look on his face followed closely behind her from a distance. "Haha, I've spotted a cute little thing today.
Looks like she's here alone for the first time. Seems like I'm in for a treat today.
Fearing someone might snatch his prey away, the man hurried after her. As an advanced warrior, subduing a young woman would be a piece of cake. Besides, even if he didn't make a move, someone else surely would. Better to take her himself than let someone else have her. But just as he was about to make his next move, he suddenly felt a pang of shock. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him. He looked down to see a fist-sized hole in his chest, from which warm blood was gushing out.
What? It can't be.
The man seemed to want to say something else, but he could no longer speak. In his final glimpse of the world, he saw a blood-soaked mosquito hovering right in front of him. He had actually been killed by a mosquito. Filled with resentment and disbelief, the man collapsed to the ground with a thud. The blood-red mosquito dragged his body to the side and began to feed on his blood, not even sparing the blood on the ground. Eventually, the once living man was reduced to a desiccated corpse. It seemed this mosquito had done this many times before. Not far away, Faye seemed to hear a noise. She turned her head but saw nothing. Assuming she had misheard it, she paid it no mind and walked into the shop.
"Dear customer, is there anything you'd like?"
Our shop treats everyone fairly, with reasonable prices.
We're the perfect partner for your travels, whether you're setting out on a journey or going out to kill. The clerk asked Faye warmly as she walked in.
But Faye had come here for a different reason, of course, and had absolutely no interest in the dazzling array of weapons before her.
"I'm not here to buy a weapon."
"If you're not here to buy weapons, what are you here for?"
"To amuse yourself at my expense?"
The moment the shopkeeper heard Faye say she wasn't there to buy anything, his attitude immediately soured. He was probably about to tell her to get out. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The shopkeeper, who had been looking relaxed, froze the instant he heard those words. He stared at Faye in disbelief before slowly speaking. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. After saying this, he fixed Faye with a piercing stare, ready to strike at the slightest sign of trouble.
"Nirvana for all eternity.
I stand as the pinnacle of this world." As soon as Faye finished speaking, the shopkeeper hurried out the door and nervously scanned the area outside.
Finding no one there, he finally relaxed and addressed Faye respectfully. "May I ask, sir, which of the above are you?"
Chapter 71, The Mantis King, a ruler unparalleled among billions. At the city lord's mansion in Jianhai City, a man and a woman were racing toward the entrance.
It's Lu Qingning, ranked 50th on the Celestial Genius list, and Yin Zun, ranked 51st. They're in such a hurry. Could there be an emergency?
The guards stationed at the city lord's mansion recognized the man and woman before them, but duty-bound, they could not simply let anyone enter.
"This is the city lord's mansion. No one may enter without the city lord's permission.
Please stop right there." One of the guards stepped forward to block their path.
"I am a celestial genius. How dare you block my way?
If you delay this matter, even your heads won't be enough to make amends."
Yin Zun stepped forward and said, "This was a matter of great importance. How dare a mere gatekeeper block his path?"
"Well, it's not that we're refusing to let you in, but if the city lord finds out about this and holds us accountable, we simply cannot bear the consequences either." The guard looked somewhat embarrassed. "Please go inside and announce that the celestial genius, Lu Qingning, has urgent business to report a matter concerning the safety of Jianhai City." Standing nearby, Lu Qingning hurriedly spoke up. Upon hearing Lu Qingning's words, the guard realized the gravity of the situation. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go inside and report this immediately." The guard hurried off to report to the city lord.
"Two celestial prodigies, the city lord has granted you entry."
The guard returned quickly, bearing good news.
"Thank you all,"
Lu Qingning said, and the two entered the city lord's mansion. As soon as they stepped inside, they sensed that the atmosphere was quite different from outside. Was this what people meant when they said, "A mountain need not be high to be famous if an immortal dwells there, water need not be deep to be mystical if a dragon resides in it"? Why, thank those guards. If they delayed this matter, it wouldn't have been too much to have them beheaded. Yin Zun muttered to himself. As a prodigy, he'd never been treated this way before.
Qingning, what exactly do you want with me? Do you even know what the safety of Jianhai City truly means?
Suddenly, the two sensed a mysterious aura descend upon them. A white-haired elder appeared, an elder who seemed to exist in this world yet also seemed to exist beyond it. In the presence of such a powerful being, they felt as insignificant as ants. This was a true powerhouse. A being capable of single-handedly determining the fate of a battlefield. Sir! Sir! The two addressed him respectfully at once. Speak! The city lord appeared before them in the very next second. Your Excellency, we discovered a mantis out in the wilderness. Upon seeing such a figure, Inzun couldn't wait to report what they had found.
Nonsense! A mere mantis is somehow related to the safety of Jianhai City? Is this the conduct expected of you so-called celestial prodigies? You treat my safety and that of Jianhai City as a joke. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll have to consider stripping you of your title as a celestial prodigy. Not only that, but I'll also punish you. The city lord was slightly angered. He had originally thought this was truly a matter concerning the safety of Jianhai City, which is why he had come in person. Little did he expect that this so-called celestial prodigy named Inzun would be so ungrateful as to waste his time. No, city lord, that's not what I meant. I truly wish to report something to you. I'm not talking about a mantis. No, I said it was a mantis, but it's not really a mantis. Inzun panicked. He felt a suffocating aura enveloping him. Even someone as seasoned as he was couldn't help but stammer slightly, while Lu Qingning, standing nearby, had no intention of explaining anything. A person like this deserves to have his arrogance crushed by the city lord. Wasn't he the one jumping in to speak? Let him have his chance, then. Is it or isn't it? Inzun, you so-called heavenly prodigy, do you really think I wouldn't dare strip you of that title? The city lord was furious. With a wave of his hand, he sent Inzun flying across the room. At the same time, he cast a glance at Lu Qingning, who stood nearby gloating, his gaze filled with a mix of exasperation and affection. He could, of course, see exactly what Lu Qingning was up to. Lu Qingning intended to use the city lord's hand to teach this so-called heavenly prodigy named Inzun a lesson. His cultivation had long since reached an extremely profound realm, and he was, of course, fully aware of Inzun's previous actions. As a human prodigy, such conduct was unworthy of the title. But his anger stemmed from more than just that. Inzun's rambling nonsense had infuriated him. What mantis? I think you're the mantis. Lord City Master, I'm telling the truth. It really was a mantis. Inzun struggled to his feet and explained. Although the city master hadn't injured him, this incident had completely ruined the impression he'd made on the city master. What's wrong with my mouth? Why won't it listen to me? Humph, daring to mock this old man, this is merely a lesson. Qingning, tell us what exactly happened. And what exactly is this mantis? Yes, Your Excellency. Actually, the prodigy Inzun wasn't wrong. We did encounter a mantis in the wilderness. But this mantis was vastly different from the ones we usually see. The mantis we encountered had a massive body and terrifying strength. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, my younger sister told me it slew a level 3 Qingyun wolf with a single strike. Lu Qingning didn't glance at the disheveled Inzun. Instead, she respectfully reported to the city lord. A giant mantis? It killed a Qingyun wolf with a single strike? Upon hearing Lu Qingning's words, the city lord fell deep in thought, a hint of worry crossing his face. Such a thing has indeed happened. Long ago, I shared this concern with many powerful figures. Just as we humans are evolving, so too will those animals and insects face evolution. I never imagined this day would come so soon. It seems the giant mantis must have encountered some kind of opportunity or returned from the Blood Moon world, undergoing a massive evolution. But there's no need to worry. As the pinnacle of primates, humans evolve far faster than any other beings, and we began evolving much earlier. They won't be able to cause much of a stir. The city lord said earnestly.
They had all considered such possibilities, but since they posed no threat to humanity as survival, they hadn't made it a strategic priority.
Your Excellency, is it normal for that mantis to have mastered the sword intent?
Lu Qingning was somewhat puzzled. It seemed the city lord was already aware of this, but to be on the safe side, he still brought up the matter of the mantis's mastery of the sword intent.
What? Mastery of the sword's essence. Upon hearing Lu Qingning's words, the city lord was first struck by disbelief, then by shock. Even a powerhouse as formidable as he could sense the gravity of those words. Yes, it has mastered the sword's essence. I saw it with my own eyes. That mantis is merely a level 3 being, yet it splits space with a single stroke. Moreover, I suspect that mantis possesses intellect in no way inferior to that of an adult. At the time, Inzun and I, the celestial genius, thought we were doomed, but to our surprise, it spared us. I saw disdain in its eyes, the kind of disdain a powerful being feels toward the weak. Lu Qingning could never have imagined that one day, he would be mocked for his weakness by a mere mantis. This is bad. Could it be that 1 in a billion sovereign? Is it the king of the mantis race? Chapter 72, A Gatekeeper Not to be Underestimated, and a Stunned Inzun. If that's the case, then we're truly in deep trouble. Every species sovereign possesses extraordinary innate talent, and their strength and speed grow at an unimaginable rate. They embody the fortune and opportunities of their entire species, rising with unstoppable momentum to lead their entire race to glory. Back then, our human race had such deep-rooted foundations that we produced 3 sovereigns. That's how we achieved our current standing. If another alien race king were to appear now, the situation for us humans would become even more dire. And this alien race king has appeared right here in Jianhai City. Could it be that it has set its sights on Jianhai City? Is it treating Jianhai City as a stepping stone, destined to become the sacrificial offering for its emergence? Those who are not of our kind must be exterminated. Once we discover the alien race king's whereabouts, we will fight to the death. This is the great law of the human race, personally decreed by our human sovereign. Qingning, lead the way. Where exactly has it appeared? I will deal with it personally. It must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, by the time it reappears, its power will have undergone another earth-shattering transformation, and it will be even harder to slay then. Upon hearing the city lord's words, Lu Qingning never imagined that the mantis could be so terrifying. It was actually quite possible that it was a foreign race king. Yes, city lord. Lu Qingning didn't dare to delay for a moment. He watched as the city lord rose into the air, not by relying on external force, but by truly levitating, an ability possessed only by those whose strength had reached the high grandmaster level or higher. With a wave of the city lord's hand, Lu Qingning too began to rise slowly into the air. The two transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon in an instant. Ha! City lord, what about me? I know the location too. I was there when it happened. Why aren't you taking me with you? Why are you treating me like this? I haven't done anything wrong. Standing nearby, the prodigy Inzun felt an overwhelming sense of indignation and frustration welling up inside him. She, Lu Qingning, was a prodigy, but wasn't he, Inzun, one too? Why was the city lord treating them so differently? Suddenly, the injury he sustained from the mantis king's blade began to flare up again, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But even so, he could only roar in frustration, gritting his teeth to swallow his shame and anger. The city lord's power was too terrifying. He dared not act otherwise, lest he face more than mere disregard. However, we'll see how much longer you have to live, city lord of Jianhai City. Your time is nearly up. Lu Qingning, soaring through the air, suddenly spoke up. Grandfather Gu, by treating Inzun so coldly, aren't you afraid he'll hold a grudge and take revenge on those guards? He's the kind of person who never forgets a grudge. As a prodigy, he really needs to work on his temperament. Talent alone isn't enough to make someone a prodigy. Besides, do you really think your grandfather Gu's guards are ordinary people? Also, how did your sister, Lu Ruoling, end up out in the wilderness? When your parents entrusted the two of you to me, I promised them I'd protect you. If anything were to happen, how could I ever face your parents?
Thinking of Luqingning's parents, Gu Ming felt a pang of regret. Back then, they had both been prodigies, yet they had sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, leaving behind only Luqingning and Lu Ruoling. She snuck out when I wasn't looking. If she hadn't run into someone willing to help, my sister would have met with disaster too.
Luqingning replied.
Sigh, that little girl won't listen to a word I say. She won't learn her lesson until she gets a taste of pain.
Alright, let us put that aside for now. The matter at hand is more important. I hope my hunch is wrong.
Gu Ming accelerated once more, and the two sped off toward the wilderness. Zun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and strode out of the city lord's mansion with a look of resentment.
There was nothing left for him here. Why should he stay any longer? Wasn't the humiliation enough? Zun, the celestial prodigy, how did it go? What did the city lord say?
As he stepped out of the city lord's mansion, a guard stationed at the entrance spoke eagerly. He had earlier seen two streaks of light dart out of the mansion. It seemed the matter the prodigy Zun had mentioned was no trivial affair, given how seriously the city lord had taken it. It appeared that, from now on, the prodigy Zun would certainly be held in high regard by the city lord. By the way, where is the prodigy Luqingning? Why didn't she come out with you? His emotions, which had just begun to settle, flared up again. Zun felt as though the guard's words were mocking him. It was one thing for the city lord to ignore him, but for a lowly guard to dare mock him? That was asking for trouble. He struck out instantly, unleashing a punch with overwhelming force, determined to teach the mocking guard a painful lesson. The air was compressed to its limit before exploding.
Witnessing this, the surrounding guards were all taken aback. Why would Zun, a prodigy, suddenly attack them? Yet not a single one showed fear. Boom!
A thunderous crash echoed as the very guard who had just spoken steadily caught Zun's punch, which carried terrifying force. The guard snorted coldly, unleashed his power, and immediately sent Zun flying back several meters.
How is this possible? You're just a lowly gatekeeper. How could you block my punch? How? Zun couldn't believe it.
He suddenly felt as if the entire world was deceiving him.
Was he dreaming? But why did it feel so real? Zun, the prodigy. You dare to attack within the city lord's mansion. Are you planning to betray the human race?
The guard's furious roar snapped Zun out of his daze.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Zun hurriedly explained if he were branded a traitor to his race, he would be finished.
I doubt you'd dare.
For the sake of your status as a prodigy, I'll let this slide this time. But if it happens again, you'll be severely punished without mercy.
Get out of here now.
At the guard's sharp rebuke, Zun hurried away without even looking back, afraid of provoking anyone else. Just then, a strange voice rang out behind him once more.
Zun, the celestial prodigy, have a safe journey.
That was a blow to the heart. Zun fought back the urge to cough up blood and quickly vanished from the vicinity of the city lord's mansion.
Ha ha ha, I've long heard that the prodigy Zun is arrogant and lawless.
It seems those rumors are true after all.
He actually dared to lay a hand on me? Does he really think Zhanghai City is his own backyard? Doesn't he realize where he is?
The city lord's mansion, the most important and most heavily guarded place in Zhanghai City. We may just be gatekeepers, but anyone entrusted to guard the city lord's gates can't possibly be an ordinary person. I've had it with him for a long time. Look at that attitude earlier. No other prodigy dares to act so brazenly in front of us. If it weren't for his status as a prodigy, he wouldn't even have the right to stand before me.
Did he really think he'd make it back alive?
The guard who had intervened earlier sneered as he watched Zun walk away. His strength had already reached the high grandmaster realm outside these walls. He'd at least be the head of a martial arts school or something similar. But now, in the city lord's presence, he was nothing more than a gatekeeper. In my opinion, he must have been taking a beating inside and is trying to take it out on us.
But didn't anyone tell him that the city lord's mansion guards aren't to be messed with?
A mere novice grandmaster, we only show him such respect because of his prodigy title and the potential behind it. I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. A prodigy who hasn't matured is still just a prodigy, he is hardly an invincible powerhouse. Someone else chimed in, but soon no one discussed the matter further. Everyone focused intently on guarding the city lord's mansion. After all, the importance of what lay within warranted protection by a high grandmaster level guardian.
Chapter 73, Gizmo's Nonsense, The Fractured Nirvana. At Chaos Outpost, the clerk watched Faye nervously.
Only high-ranking figures within the organization knew this secret code phrase, but judging by her appearance, this woman was likely not the person in question. She must be the child of some high-ranking figure, sent here on their behalf. Even so, even as the child of a high-ranking figure, she was still a figure he could only look up to. What you're meant to know will be told to you. What you're not meant to know, you'd best not ask about.
Otherwise, you won't even know how you died.
Yes.
You're absolutely right, sir. I spoke out of turn.
Please don't hold it against me, sir. Faye said coldly, her face completely expressionless, giving off an aura of keep your distance. Yet inside, she was panicking, terrified of giving herself away. She'd never been through anything like this before. The code phrases mentioned earlier had been taught to her by Gizmo as for what they actually meant. She truly had no idea.
Gizmo, is this enough? Are you sure he won't get suspicious if I act like this?
Mistress, just rest assured. The colder and more aloof you are, the less he'll think of it. The harsher you are, the less he'll suspect you.
Gizmo's voice rang in her mind. With Gizmo's assurance, Faye finally plucked up the courage to continue.
What are you standing there for?
Hurry up and lead the way. I'm in a bad mood today, a really bad one. You'd better not make me rip your dog head off.
Faye's expression, combined with her completely flat tone, left no room for doubt.
Upon hearing this, the clerk hurriedly set down what he was holding. He couldn't tell if she was bluffing or not. I'll lead the way right away.
The clerk looked a bit flustered. Someone this ruthless must have a big shot backing them up.
Faye felt a secret sense of satisfaction. It seemed Gizmo was right, no one would suspect a thing.
The clerk led Faye through the chaotic streets, drawing quite a bit of attention.
Isn't that person from Nirvana?
Yeah, that person is from Nirvana, one of the three major factions of our Chaos Outpost.
I remember him.
Shoo, keep your voice down.
Don't you know that Nirvana's leader is on his deathbed?
The second in command and third in command are at each other's throats. No one wants to get involved in this mess right now. The farther away, the better.
Let them fight it out. Either way, no matter which side wins, Nirvana will eventually withdraw from the three major factions of Chaos Outpost. Check it out, there's actually a girl following right behind him.
She doesn't look very old, she must be a rookie.
What a shame.
A rookie like that's already been snatched up by Nirvana. My big guy's been dying to get his hands on her for ages. Many people were whispering among themselves, but most had their eyes fixed on the woman behind him. Some were even scheming about whether they could sneakily snatch her away. After all, no one would ever know.
Hurry up.
At this pace, when will we ever get there? Faye snapped, while the shop clerk leading the way felt helpless. He was already moving as fast as he could, but he replied anyway.
Yes, sir. We'll be there shortly.
Behind them, those who'd been hatching devious plans quickly turned their heads. They misjudged this woman.
She was a big shot.
Led by the clerk, they passed through layer upon layer of unexpected passages and finally arrived at what the clerk had called the hall.
Sir, we've reached the hall. I can't take you any further.
The person behind you must have already told you this is the second in command's territory, and I'm one of his men. If I may add one more thing, please don't take offense, but right now, the second in command and the third in command are at loggerheads. Regardless of the outcome of your negotiations, both you and the person behind you will be labeled as belonging to the second in command. Therefore, to avoid being targeted in the future, you should make a decision now and join one side as soon as possible. The clerk assumed Faye had been sent by a high-ranking figure within the organization to negotiate, since the situation within the Nirvana organization was common knowledge throughout Chaos Outpost. With the second in command and the third in command as the two major factions, Nirvana was on the verge of splitting in two. However, some influential figures remained neutral. Originally, these neutral figures intended to wait until a winner emerged before choosing a side, but the second in command and third in command had jointly declared that everyone must choose a side, otherwise, they would become the primary targets for both factions. And the day of reckoning was fast approaching. As soon as the first in command's time came to an end, it would be time for the second in command and third in command to face off in a decisive battle. This is the horror of Chaos Outpost and the horror of human nature, as no one wants to submit to another.
All right, you may go.
Yes, sir. The clerk had said all he needed to say.
After receiving Faye's permission, he left without looking back.
Faye, left behind, didn't take any further action but remained where she was. Though her face showed no emotion, inside she was cursing like crazy.
She regretted listening to Gizmo's bullshit. What was all this about the second in command and the third in command? How was this anything like what he described? Hey, Gizmo, get out here. What the hell is going on? This isn't what you told me at all.
In her mind, Faye's voice screamed in anger, but there was no response.
You want to come out, huh? Fine. Then don't ever talk to me again.
I'm heading back right now. Anyone else who wants to go can go on their own. Faye wanted nothing more than to stomp Gizmo underfoot and grind him into the ground, just to see what exactly was growing inside his head, all show and no substance.
Master, I'm here. Gizmo's voice echoed faintly in her mind. Hurry up and tell me what's going on.
It looks like you didn't send me here to seek an opportunity, you sent me here to die.
Did you hear what that person just said? Nirvana is about to split apart. Master, I heard that. I'm also puzzled as to why things are heading in this direction.
In your past life, it wasn't until much later that you encountered the Nirvana organization.
Could it be that the Nirvana organization had already gone through a civil war once before meeting you? Stop. I didn't summon you to listen to your complaints. What do you suggest we do about this? Faye cut Gizmo off. The most critical question right now was what she should do: advance or retreat.
Master, since it's come to this, we have no choice but to take a chance.
Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Don't worry, Master. Even though I usually seem unreliable, I'm still useful in critical moments.
Now that my strength has recovered somewhat, getting you out of here safely shouldn't be a problem.
Ha, like I believe you.
Faye muttered under her breath as she walked toward the headquarters. Things had come to this, she had no choice but to bite the bullet.
My lady, please follow me.
As Faye entered the headquarters, a man came to meet her and respectfully escorted her into a room. Presumably, the clerk from earlier had already relayed the message. The second in command will be here shortly.
Please wait a moment, Your Excellency.
While she waited, Faye pulled herself together.
After all, this situation was full of unknown possibilities and dangers. It was just different from her past life. What was the big deal?
Besides, she was very different from her past self now. But as she waited, Faye noticed the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy, and more people were gathering around her, each staring at her with ill intent. Seeing this, Faye knew she'd been found out. After all, this was a major power. It was already quite an achievement to have kept it hidden for even a short while. She felt a bit flustered. At the end of the day, she was just a girl who hadn't seen much of the world. She took a deep breath, trying her best to appear composed. After all, she had a family behind her that she needed to protect. Her purpose in coming here was to make contact with this organization called Nirvana. According to Gizmo, her background was no ordinary one. She was the descendant of an immensely powerful being, and this organization called Nirvana was intricately connected to her ancestor. In her past life, she had been discovered by the Nirvana organization, and it was through that connection that she gradually grew in power. Only now, she was taking the initiative in this process. Success or failure, it all hinged on this moment.
Chapter 74, I don't have much time left. Just as Faye stepped into the so-called headquarters, Fawn and Wen had already arrived at the Chaos Outpost. So this is the Chaos Outpost of legend. The atmosphere here really is different.
Stepping inside, the air here carried a sense of unease and chaos, completely different from the outside world. To be honest, this was Fang's first time here. According to the information relayed by the 5th-tier Mosquito King, his sister was not in immediate danger. However, after analyzing the intelligence and the reports, he had figured out the purpose of her trip. His sister was making contact with a faction called Nirvana. As for why, that remained unknown for now. The reason he came here in person wasn't just for his sister, he also had his own agenda. To avoid any mishaps, both he and Wen had taken on disguises. At that moment, Fang was disguised as an ordinary man, while Wen was disguised as an unremarkable woman. As night fell, the two walked down the street, but even such an ordinary pair still attracted the attention of some thrill-seekers looking for a fix. Whoa, what a hot chick! Look at that sexy ass, she'd be a blast to play with. The two men suddenly blocked Fang Wen's path, grinning lewdly as they spoke. Come with me, baby. I promise I won't treat you badly. If you're up for it, the three of us can have a great time tonight. The other chimed in, his predatory gaze openly intent on devouring the beauty before him. The two men's behavior drew the attention of those around them, who looked on as if waiting for a show. In truth, the crowd was no stranger to these two. This sort of thing had happened several times before. Once targeted by them, most people couldn't escape. If you refused to comply, they'd use force to make you obey. After all, both of them had already reached the master level. Strictly speaking, this sort of thing wasn't uncommon at Chaos Outpost, but the reason everyone remembered these two was that their tastes were rather peculiar. Just thinking about what was about to unfold made the onlookers cringe. It seemed another person was about to go down the wrong path today. Upon hearing their words, Fang looked at Wen standing nearby. Her appearance was utterly unremarkable. She was just an ordinary woman. Could someone like her really be targeted for sexual assault? Are there really no women here? Are all these men this indiscriminate? Fang looked at Wen, signaling that she should handle this herself. He didn't want to get involved. Chaos Outpost was indeed chaotic enough, and to make matters worse, the key figures were foolish. Acting so brazenly, weren't they afraid of provoking the wrong people? Oh my, I'm so scared. Don't bully me. Wen's voice, dripping with coquettish charm, made anyone who heard it feel an instinctive urge to protect her, but since it came from a middle-aged woman, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a twinge of nausea. It's such an eyesore. Who the hell would ever go for you? Hey, lady, you're disgusting. Please don't get any ideas, okay? Even if we were blind, we'd never go for you. Could you move aside, please? The person we're talking about is him. Their words stunned not only Wen but Fang as well. Wen froze for a moment, then pointed at Fang and asked the two with a puzzled look. Him? The two nodded in perfect unison, then spoke to Fang in a tone full of love and warmth. Beauty, let us really enjoy this night. Don't worry, we know every position there is. Fang's mind was reeling. It turned out he was the one playing the fool all along. Haha, young master, it's you they've set their sights on. They're into men. Wen, standing nearby, was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. She never expected the gossip to involve her own master. It was truly an unprecedented first. Stop laughing. I'll stop laughing. Upon hearing Fang's words, Wen let out another slight chuckle, while Fang, glaring at the two of them, suddenly felt a surge of rage. Get out. Fang's face was twisted with indignation. Ooh, the beauty is angry. I love it. Beauty, the more you resist, the more excited I get. The two laughed wildly, but the very next second, they could no longer laugh. Their eyes went blank, and their breaths grew faint to the extreme. Let us go. Yes, young master. Wen followed closely behind Fang as they left. Just as the crowd began to wonder what was happening, they discovered that the two who had been enjoying the pleasures of Long Yang had lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground with a thud. What is going on? The crowd was horrified, and one of the elders spoke with trembling fear. Though advanced in age, no one dared to underestimate him. For the elder's strength had already reached the peak of the master realm, and he was not far from breaking through to grandmaster. It was that man who struck. In an extremely short time, he unleashed 2 punches, knocking both of them unconscious instantly. At that speed, even I can't hold a candle to him. I wouldn't stand a chance against that punch. Whoa whoa. Hearing the elder's words, the crowd sucked in their breath in shock, then stared in disbelief at the 2 figures receding into the distance. That man was, after all, an extremely powerful master. They quickly averted their gaze and turned to look at the 2 unconscious men lying on the ground. They had provoked someone they shouldn't have. They truly had it coming. Soon, in a filthy corner somewhere, 2 completely naked figures appeared. Everything had been stripped from their bodies. If not for the fear of the powers behind them, their valuable organs would have been cut out long ago. Inside a heavily guarded room at Chaos Outpost, the crowd around the center nervously watched an elderly man dressed in black. The old man's snow-white hair stood in stark contrast to his clothing. He sat majestically on a wooden chair, his breath slow and steady, exuding a powerful aura. Below him stood 2 middle-aged men. "Father, the false rumor that your life is nearing its end has been leaked. It appears that nearly everyone in Chaos Outpost is now aware of it. My second younger brother and I also issued a statement yesterday, demanding that those within our Nirvana organization who have remained neutral must choose one of us. Preparations are nearly complete now. We just wait for those lurking in the shadows to make their move." Jing reported the situation to his father, none other than the true ruler of Nirvana, the Grand Leader. Over 30 years ago, his father had come to Chaos Outpost alone to make his fortune, single-handedly building this vast empire. Once he and his younger brother came of age, they naturally became Nirvana's second in command and third in command. Good. It seems those rats can't sit still much longer. The old man said in a deep voice, looking in no way like someone nearing the end of his life. "Father, I don't quite understand why we have to do this. As long as you continue to stand guard over Nirvana, we have plenty of time and energy to eliminate those rats bit by bit. Why the rush?" Jing Mingji, standing nearby, hesitated for a moment before asking. Because their father had built this empire through sheer strength, many harbored resentment and sought to destroy Nirvana. Some factions even aimed to take its place. The elderly man in black did not reply, but instead looked at the guards standing by his side. "You may all step down for now." "Yes, head of the clan." Only after everyone had left did the elderly man in black speak slowly. "I truly don't have much time left." Chapter 75, The Eavesdropper is Discovered. "Father, wasn't that false information you deliberately spread? You're now a high grandmaster. It's impossible for your lifespan to be coming to an end so soon." Jing was stunned. The 2 brothers couldn't believe what their father was saying. Why had the false rumor now become true? Their father was currently Nirvana's only High Grandmaster. If their father were to fall, Nirvana would face a catastrophic crisis. Is it impossible for the rumor that was spread to be true? The elderly man in black's counter-question left the 2 brothers speechless. "Although I am a High Grandmaster, I suffered a severe injury decades ago that left an indelible mark. At first, I was able to suppress it, but as I've grown older, my cultivation has steadily declined, and that injury is slowly resurfacing. I have a premonition that the day is drawing near. Therefore, I wish to use what little time I have left to quell the rebellion within Nirvana one last time, giving you both room to grow." The black-haired elder spoke slowly, a hint of despondency in his voice. "Father, you've worked so hard. It is we, your unfilial sons, who have caused you, in your old age, to still be worrying about us until the very end." Jing and Jing Ningji, the 2 brothers, knelt before their father, tears welling up in the corners of their eyes. Hearing their elderly father's words, their hearts ached. Their father had risen from humble beginnings to dominate the 4 quarters of the realm. He had toiled for most of his life to build the empire they now enjoyed. Now, as his time drew near, he was once again using himself as bait to rid Nirvana of this menace. They knew that the day their father fought this great battle would be the day he met his end. They only regretted that their own strength was insufficient to share this burden with him. Enough with the crying "I'm not dead yet." As the second and third in command of Nirvana, what kind of example is this setting? The old man in black feigned anger, but as he looked at his children, his heart softened, and he spoke slowly. "This is a last resort.
Among the three major factions of Chaos Outpost, Nirvana is the weakest.
As long as I'm here, those below 1T dare to act. Once I'm gone, they LL swarm in. Only this way can I lure out those who are itching for a fight and eliminate the threat once and for all.
There is something else I should tell you.
If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I 1T have the chance.
Father, what is it?
The two brothers looked up.
Do you remember the person with the surname Fong I asked you to find?
We do.
Do you know why?
No.
Whatever father says, we'll just do as we're told.
Upon hearing his father's words, Jing couldn't help but think of the person his father had been searching for decades ago.
Their father had suddenly returned from abroad decades ago. As soon as he arrived, he displayed immense power and secured a place for himself at Chaos Outpost.
By then, the two brothers were already adults and had developed considerable strength of their own. The two brothers felt quite estranged from this father who had suddenly appeared. Their mother was still alive at the time she personally confirmed that this man was their father, and tests had been conducted, confirming the father-son relationship. Once his position had stabilized somewhat, their father personally told the two of them to find a child with the surname Fong in Shanghai City with no address, no specific target, nothing at all.
He wasn't even certain whether the child was in Shanghai City.
Their father insisted that this task could only be entrusted to his closest relatives, but even so, the three of them searched for nearly 40 years from childhood through adulthood without any results. The person their father spoke of remained elusive. They had once complained to their father, asking why he was wasting their time searching for someone who was impossible to find, someone whose very survival was unknown. But their complaints were met with rage and harsh rebukes. They had asked why, but their father would say nothing, leading them to suspect that this child might even be their father's illegitimate son. I know you've complained to me before, and I know this is like looking for a needle in a haystack, but this is something I simply must do.
Today, I'm going to tell you the truth. The person I'm looking for is none other than a descendant of our family as patriarch.
What?
Father, the master?
The old man in black's words stunned the two once again. Neither of them knew anything about their father's past, and hearing such an unfamiliar term suddenly come from his mouth made them doubt their own ears. But at the same time, they were deeply terrified. Just how powerful could this master their father spoke of possibly be?
Yes, this story begins when I first met the master.
Back then, my strength was about the same as yours is now when you were young. I went out to hunt beasts, full of pride and arrogance, but I ended up severely wounded. It was on the brink of death that I encountered the master.
He saved me. When I woke up, I realized I was no longer in Shanghai City.
Returning on my own was impossible, and I wouldn't have survived anyway. He kindly took me in, so I served by his side as a retainer. It was then that I truly came to understand just how terrifying the master was. After fighting alongside the master for over a decade, my strength began to advance from master to grandmaster and even high grandmaster. However, an incident later occurred in which the master was brutally murdered, and some of his subordinates were even wiped out. I happened to be out on a mission at the time and wasn't there. I narrowly escaped that first time.
But during the subsequent manhunt, I was gravely wounded yet managed to survive. After that, I returned here under a false identity.
I've thought about revenge, but I was just a servant at his lordship's side. My strength was negligible. It was then that I learned his lordship's child wasn't dead, and not all of his lordship's men had perished in battle, some had survived. Upon returning to Shanghai City, I established a foothold here. My very life was a gift from my lord, so the only thing I could do was find his child for him. But decades have passed, and the search has been like looking for a needle in a haystack. I am filled with hatred. I hate my own helplessness, and I also hate those of my lord's men who survived.
Even I, a mere servant, have gone this far, but what about those people?
My lord treated them generously. Why, after all these years, have those powerful subordinates not provided a single piece of news? They've done nothing. They've done nothing to avenge my lord, merely scraping by in this world. The elderly man in black grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, even forgetting that he was now a father and the head of a faction. At that moment, he was simply someone in need of an outlet. Emotions he'd suppressed for decades began to erupt. Father. The two brothers had no idea their father had such a past. They didn't know what to say to comfort him. After all, decades had passed, and many things had been lost in the long river of history. I've lived my whole life, I've experienced everything I should have, big and small, and I've encountered more than my fair share of things I shouldn't have. As I approach death, my only wish is to find the Master's descendant and meet him. That way, after I'm gone, I'll have the courage to face our Master. To tell him, Master, I've found your child. The old man in black was already in tears, finding that child had become his obsession, but in reality, the child might have been gone long ago.
All right, you two may go now. Prepare well for the coming battle.
I only meant to briefly explain the reason to you, but I suppose old age has made me lose my filter. Keep this matter buried deep within your hearts.
The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. Just pretend this never happened.
As for that child, 40 years have passed.
Perhaps heaven never intended for anyone to find him.
After hearing the old man in black's words, the two brothers fell silent for a moment. Yes, Father. Rising slowly, the two bowed respectfully before stepping out of the room.
Silence fell over the room.
After an unknown amount of time, the old man in black, still seated in the lotus position, suddenly spoke.
You've been eavesdropping long enough. It's time to come out.
Otherwise, don't force me to take matters into my own hands.
Chapter 76, My Lord, have you returned?
The old man in black spoke abruptly, his voice echoing through the room and lingering for a long time.
Could someone really have been eavesdropping?
The old man snorted coldly and brought his palm down with such force that the pearwood table beside him shattered instantly, sending wood shavings flying.
The guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed in. You may all withdraw. No one is to enter without my orders.
The old man's voice brooked no argument. The guards exchanged glances, cast a pitying look at the table's tragic fate, and then bowed their heads as they withdrew.
Who exactly are you? Are you from the Bone Eaters or the Crimson Flames?
The Bone Eaters and the Crimson Flames, along with Nirvana, were collectively known as the three major factions in this land of chaos, as Jing Yushan had mentioned. For just the two of you to dare eavesdrop outside my room, you really have some nerve. Jing Yushan's aura erupted, enveloping the two figures who had suddenly appeared in the room. At some point, a man and a woman had materialized inside the room. They stood right in front of Jing Yushan, as if they had been there all along. Even if my time is nearly up, I am not someone the Bone Eater and Crimson Flame factions can toy with at will.
After hearing what was just said, do you really think the two of you will make it back alive? Confess honestly, and perhaps I might grant you a painless death.
Jing Yushan looked at the man and woman before him, assuming they were members of the Urgu and Qi-Yin factions. The man and woman had unremarkable appearances. If one weren't paying close attention, they seemed like ordinary people. But the fact that they managed to evade everyone's scrutiny and patrols meant they were certainly no ordinary people. If he hadn't suddenly decided on a whim to probe their auras, he wouldn't have discovered them. Had they left, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, he discovered that these two were not actually in their true forms. As expected of a high grandmaster, it seems I couldn't hide this from you after all. However, I seem to have just heard some explosive news. Nirvana's leader is actually the servant of a certain powerful figure, and for decades, he hasn't forgotten to search for that child. If I were to spread this news, I reckon your Nirvana would cease to exist entirely by tomorrow. The man watched Jing Yushan as he spoke, his tone laced with a thick undertone of threat.
Humph, trying to threaten this old man? Do you think you can escape just because of that woman by your side?
You're underestimating me and Nirvana far too much. Jing Yushan roared, unleashing the full might of his high grandmaster aura without reservation. In an instant, the entire room trembled under the weight of this overwhelming pressure. The guards patrolling outside the room immediately sensed something was wrong, but under such pressure, they could barely stand, let alone fight back. After all, the oppressive force of a high grandmaster was not something an ordinary warrior could withstand. Young master, this old fool dares to look down on me.
If I don't show my true power, will you really think I'm just some little girl?
The woman beside the man immediately stepped forward to shield him, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped him. This aura quickly surged past the Grandmaster level, reaching the High Grandmaster realm.
Old man, don't even think about bullying the weak. We'll see who is stronger after we fight.
I seriously doubt your old bones can even hold up. The woman's voice rang out, though it sounded somewhat strange. It didn't quite match her appearance. The two auras collided, and upon hearing the woman's words, Jing Yushan immediately sensed something was off and asked,
"You're not one of the bone-eating Crimson Flame. Who exactly are you?"
Jing Yushan was somewhat surprised by the woman's strength. He had originally thought she was merely an advanced Grandmaster, but he never expected her power to have reached the High Grandmaster realm. At the same time, he also noticed how the woman addressed the man beside her.
"Young master." "Oh? How do you know we aren't from Erosive Bone or Crimson Flame? Don't we look the part?" The man asked with interest.
"Erosion Bone and Crimson Flame don't have any young masters. Besides, a woman with this level of strength would rank among the top even within those two major factions, yet I've never heard of her."
"Spill it. Who are you two, exactly? And why are you eavesdropping here at my Nirvana?"
Jing Yushan even suspected that the two weren't from Chaos Outpost at all.
"I'm definitely not from Bone Eater or Crimson Flame. In fact, I'm not even from Chaos Outpost. I ended up here by accident.
As for who I am, before I answer that, I'd like to ask you, was what you said earlier actually true?
How exactly did that lord you mentioned die? And who is it that you're looking for?"
The man's voice carried a note of gravity, and Jing Yushan detected a shift in his tone, a hint of wariness. The young master of a powerful faction was suddenly asking about events that had occurred decades ago.
Was it curiosity? Or did he know something? "Humph, you've certainly got a clever plan."
"I don't care if you know anything, but this matter has long been forgotten."
"Don't even think about getting anything out of me."
Jing Yushan stared intently at the man, trying to read something in his expression, but the woman standing beside him was watching him closely.
"What if I told you I know the whereabouts of the person you're looking for?" The man spoke calmly, but those seemingly casual words struck Jing Yushan like a thunderclap, shaking him to the core. "No, that is impossible. That is absolutely impossible. Are you trying to trick me?"
Jing Yushan was furious. The man before him was actually trying to deceive him with this matter. Yet, after his initial rage subsided, he had to face the reality of what the man had said. What if, by some chance, he really did know? He had been searching for decades. It had become an obsession. In the final days of his life, he wasn't willing to give up even the slightest glimmer of hope.
"Where is he?" "If you can tell me where that child is, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Provided that the information you're giving me is true."
Jing Yushan spoke slowly.
He wasn't stupid. Although he'd been furious earlier, he'd only been trying to gain the upper hand through intimidation.
Now, he quickly analyzed the situation.
That incident from years ago wasn't a top secret matter. Anyone determined enough could uncover it.
His only concern was that if word got out, it would draw the wrath of that powerful faction. But now, having passed his prime, even if he managed to take this man down, he wouldn't be able to hold on to the woman. Moreover, it seemed the faction backing this man was no ordinary one. If a single young master was worth having a High Grandmaster protect him, then such a powerful faction could easily wipe out their Nirvana.
"My surname is Fong."
The man spoke suddenly. Upon hearing this, Jing Yushan froze in shock, and a thought one he dared not even believe himself suddenly sprang to mind.
"My name is Fong. And my father's name is Fong Zhou."
Jing Yushan's eyes narrowed sharply, and the High Grandmaster level aura he projected abruptly retreated into his body. As he stared in disbelief, the man slowly tore off the disguise covering his face, revealing a youthful, vibrant, and familiar face before him.
My lord. My lord. Is it you who has returned?"
Chapter 77, This old servant pays homage to the young master.
The man and woman were none other than Fong and Wen. The two had arrived at Chaos Outpost earlier and followed Faye all the way here, though their younger sister Faye was currently out of danger.
Unexpectedly, they encountered Nirvana's second in command and third in command here.
Fong immediately sensed something was amiss, But he never imagined he'd hear about the incident that had occurred decades ago. Moreover, this incident was connected to his own family. My lord! It's been decades I've missed you so much. The moment Jing Yushan saw Fang's true face, his memories traveled through time, taking him back decades. His eyes grew misty, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Back then, he had been a weak fighter, forced to follow in his lord's footsteps and pick up the scraps, while his lord charged across the front lines, crushing beasts and wreaking havoc. The scene shifted, the lord raised his arm in a triumphant gesture, surrounded by countless powerful warriors, while he himself was an utterly unremarkable figure, standing quietly to the side, following silently wherever the lord went, he went. But later, his voice hoarse, his tears of blood spent, his body covered in wounds, he struggled to turn his head. The sky had turned blood red. Amid the roars of countless people and with no hope ahead, his master, exhausted, fell in battle and remained forever in that city. A glimmer of life returned to his eyes as his thoughts shifted from the distant past back to the man standing before him. Is that my lord? No, you're not my lord. Jing Yushan stared at Fang, muttering to himself. How he wished the man before him were the invincible warrior who had once conquered the four corners of the realm, but he wasn't he. Why? Why did he look so much like his lord? Jing Yushan, trembling, reached out both hands and slowly moved them toward Fang, unable to believe what could possibly move a high grandmaster to the point of losing control of his body. Young master, this old man? Wen, standing nearby, saw this and hurriedly stepped in front of Fang, thinking the old man was about to lay a hand on his master. It's fine, don't worry. Fang reassured him, watching as the white-haired old man before him reached out with his wrinkled hand toward his face. He could already feel the warmth in the old man's palm. Is it you, child? Jing Yushan affectionately stroked Fang, feeling the familiarity brought by their shared bloodline. This was the bloodline of his master. It was a feeling he would never forget for the rest of his life. Once, while fighting alongside his master, he had been gravely wounded and on the brink of death. It was his master who had used the power of their shared bloodline to save him. Although it was very faint, he now possessed a trace of his master's bloodline power within him. However, because this power was so faint, he could only sense the connection of shared blood at close range. This was also the only way he could use his bloodline to identify his master's descendants. He had waited decades for this bloodline connection and searched for it for decades. Master, your old servant has found your child. Your old servant pays his respects to the young master. The moment he sensed the bloodline connection, Jing Yushan's eyes welled up with tears. Facing Fang, he knelt directly on one knee, the same ceremonial gesture they had used when addressing the master back then. The master had given him his very life. He would die for the master without a single complaint. You're too kind. I'm just a junior. I can't possibly accept such a grand honor from you. Fang hurriedly helped Jing Yushan to his feet, but to his surprise, the old man showed no intention of rising. This old servant will not rise. I never imagined I'd live to see the young master again. Young master, you and your father have endured so much over the years. It is this old servant's fault that you've suffered so much. After decades, I've finally found you. At that moment, Jing Yushan no longer resembled a high grandmaster. He looked exactly like an old man who had found a child he'd been separated from for many years, his heart filled with both joy and disbelief. He hadn't expected that just moments ago he'd been lamenting that he'd never find the young master before his death, but fate had played a joke on him. No, fate had dealt him one heavy blow after another. Young master, are you real? Jing Yushan still couldn't believe the scene before him, fearing it might be nothing more than a fantasy. Take a good look, old man. Do I look fake? I'm standing right here in front of you, honest as can be. Fang could sense Jing Yushan's inner excitement and the sense of kinship flowing through their bloodline. He could also feel the man's profound respect, a feeling that came from the heart, not a pretense. After all, having fused with the insect's innate abilities, Fang's perceptual abilities had made tremendous strides. He never expected that, while he faced peril, somewhere in Shanghai City, an elderly man had been searching for them day in and day out. Fang knew that if he hadn't appeared this time, the old man before him would have departed with endless regret, something he simply could not accept.
Jing Yushan spoke to Feng with the candor of a child, as if he were finally voicing everything he kept bottled up inside for decades. But suddenly, a thought struck him. Looking at the young master before him, Jing Yushan cried out in surprise.
Young master, how did you become so powerful? And you're even accompanied by a high grandmaster as your bodyguard. What on earth has happened over the past few decades? How did you manage to escape from them back then? Did they let you go? Or
was it you, young master? Jing Yushan's voice rang out softly. He dared not think the thought through.
If it were the former, it would be fine, but if it were the latter, he didn't know how he could face it.
After Jing parted ways with his father, he exchanged a few words with his brother, Jing Mingji, and they went their separate ways to their respective branches. No one could know about their meeting, so everything happened in complete secrecy. But as soon as he returned to the headquarters, he received a report from one of his subordinates. Sir, a woman impersonating the descendant of a neutral faction within the organization entered the headquarters. Fortunately, our men spotted her, and she is currently trapped inside.
How should we deal with this woman? Upon hearing the report, Jing looked indignant. Do you really need to tell me about such a trivial matter? Do you think I have all the time in the world?
Anyone who dares to impersonate one of our own should be thrown straight into the dungeon. Find out exactly who she is, then beat her to a pulp and throw her out. Jing said this without the slightest hesitation. Anyone capable of doing such a thing for Chaos Outpost couldn't possibly be a good person.
Never mind. I'll go take a look myself. If you can't even handle a trivial matter like this, what good are you?
Jing suddenly felt as if he missed something and turned to walk toward the woman.
Chapter 78, The Shadow Faction, Feng's Ambition.
Fei was now caught between a rock and a hard place. The slightest misstep would result in Gizmo taking her away. There were still opportunities, but she only had one life. Just then, a man with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger walked in. The servants around him turned their heads and parted to make way for him. It seemed this man was the rumored second in command of Nirvana.
Master, this man's name is Jing.
In a past life, he was the leader of Nirvana, and his strength has reached the Grandmaster realm. So it was he who found you back then. That's why I had you come looking for him this time.
Remember, stick to the plan. Gizmo's voice echoed in her mind, and Fei nodded silently.
As long as she met him, the rest would be easy.
What exactly are you doing here at Nirvana, posing as one of my own people? Don't tell me you're just here to have fun.
Jing finally realized why he felt like he missed something earlier. The moment he first laid eyes on this woman, he sensed a familiar vibe as if he'd seen her somewhere before. Yet he was absolutely certain he never met the woman standing before him. This feeling puzzled him, which was why he simply asked. I saw the mission you posted, so I came.
You're the second in command of Nirvana. This was the only way I could meet you.
Fei's words made everything click for Jing, but looking at the woman before him who was only at the warrior realm, he couldn't hide his disbelief.
You, a mere warrior, can cure my daughter's illness? I've consulted many skilled physicians, but none of them could help. His concern wasn't unfounded.
Some time ago, his daughter had suddenly fallen ill with a strange disease that caused her whole body to swell and left her weak.
He tried every possible remedy to no avail.
With no other options, he'd been forced to pin his hopes on other gifted individuals, promising that if they cured his daughter, gold, silver, jewels, power, and beautiful women, anything would be theirs. Quite a few people had come by recently, but they were all show and no substance.
Not only did they fail to cure his daughter's illness, but they actually made her suffer even more.
Enraged, he killed every one of those quacks. As a result, no one dared to come to his door anymore, so he never expected a warrior to show up today.
Why not give it a try? Besides, who says only the strong can heal? If that's the case, wouldn't the tens of millions of ordinary people who follow simply have to wait to die? Everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps your daughter's destiny lies with me? Fei retorted, a line Gizmo had told her to use so as not to arouse suspicion.
Of course, she would actually have to cure the illness. I don't care if what you're saying is true or not, but as long as you can save my daughter's life, I'll give you anything you want. But if you can't cure her, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jing suddenly felt a tinge of absurdity. This girl, who looked somewhat familiar, perhaps she really could cure his daughter's illness. All right. Even if it's just for my own sake, I'll have to cure your daughter's illness. For some reason, Fei felt as though all her pressure had vanished in Jing's presence. It was a truly magical situation if only she knew she was facing a grandmaster right now. By the way, what is your name? Jing asked casually, then set out to lead Fei to his daughter's quarters. Master, he is here, he asked a question. Stay calm at all costs, don't let on that you're a fake. Just talk like you did before. In his mind, Gizmo's voice was racing with excitement. Sure enough, he was still useful, he wasn't a waste of space, he hadn't disgraced his master, and he could still help him. He could now proudly declare, everything is under my, Gizmo's, control. The mission was nearly complete, now came the most critical moment. My last name is Fong. My first name is Fei. Fei's voice was completely unruffled, as if she were having a casual conversation with a friend. But upon hearing that name, Jing froze instantly. Surname Fong? Surname Fong. He muttered the words over and over. A name as ordinary as could be held a different meaning in his ears. Could this be fate? His own nirvana was facing a crisis. His father had just confessed the truth to him and his brother, and now he encountered someone with the surname Fong. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward this person with the surname Fong. Could this be a coincidence? Jing stood frozen in place, while Fei, pretending not to notice, deliberately asked, "What is wrong? Is there a problem? You don't happen to have some quirk that prevents anyone with the surname Fong from treating your daughter, do you?" No. I was just wondering, do you have any other relatives? Why do you ask? I'm just curious. Never mind if you don't want to say. I have an older brother, and my father and mother are still alive. As soon as he heard this, Jing hurriedly asked, Do your brother and your dad both have the surname Fong? My brother and father don't have the surname Fong, what else could their surname be? This remark made Jing feel a bit awkward. Look at the questions she'd been asking, they already said they were family, so why was she asking such pointless questions? So how old is your father? Around 40, I guess. I don't know the exact age after all, my dad is an orphan. Whoa. Around 40. And an orphan, too. And what a coincidence that she'd run into him. Could he be the person with the surname Fong that her father was looking for? Jing's mind was racing, and she immediately turned to Fei. Before you go see my daughter, please come with me to meet someone first. Who? My father, the head of Nirvana. Young master, is all of this true? In Jing Yushan's room, he listened to Fong's account in disbelief. He never imagined that his own young master, barely 20 years old, was already the head of a martial arts school and the leader of a powerful faction. It was simply too incredible. Compared to himself, who had remained constrained by others all these years, he felt like he'd lived a life worse than a dog's. He had no objections to Fong's words. He knew the young master was telling the truth, precisely because the young master carried the bloodline of the master. Like father, like son, like mother, like daughter, the master's descendants would indeed shine brightly one day. The crisis hasn't passed yet. I'm in the public eye now, so my actions are restricted, and I have many constraints. I now need a shadow organization to carry out my tasks. It must operate in the underworld without arousing suspicion. Old Jing, you have a wealth of experience. What should I do? Fong had been contemplating this for several days. As the young master of the Windfire Guild, he was now in the public eye, and his every move would cause a stir. Moreover, due to the unique nature of his system, more and more powerful figures of unknown origin would appear in the future, which was bound to arouse suspicion. The best way to resolve this issue was to create a shadow organization. One in the shadows, one in the light. This would not only conceal the Windfire Guild to the greatest extent possible but also bolster his own strength. Young master, you don't need to do anything.
Upon hearing Fang's words, Jing Yushan replied without the slightest hesitation. Fang was a bit puzzled. Isn't there already one? Are you referring to Nirvana?
Chapter 79, The Terrifying Sword Intent from Decades Ago.
Yes, that's Nirvana.
When this old founded Nirvana, my intention was simple, to build it for the young master. Now that you've arrived, Nirvana will naturally change hands. Young master, there's really no need to worry.
I'm doing this for the good of Nirvana.
Jing Yushan, sensing Fang's hesitation, explained.
Young master, do you know how many high grandmasters and grandmasters there are among the other two major factions?
Fang shook his head. He'd risen to prominence too quickly and wasn't yet well versed in such matters. As far as this old servant knows, Chaos Outpost's second largest faction, Scarlet Flame, already boasts 2 high grandmasters and as many as 4 grandmasters. Not to mention Erosion of the Bones, ranked first, whose strength surpasses even Scarlet Flame's by several degrees, and that's just what's out in the open. Who knows how much hidden power they possess behind the scenes?
Jing Yushan sighed.
It was precisely because he knew how formidable these 2 major factions were that he worried about Nirvana's future after he was gone. In all of Chaos Outpost, the only factions with high Grandmaster level combat power are Erosion Bone, Crimson Flame, and Nirvana. That is precisely why Nirvana ranks third. However, even though it ranks third, its strength lags behind the top 2 by more than a few times over. And that's with this old servant still here.
Once I'm gone, Nirvana's strength will be greatly weakened.
Without a high Grandmaster to hold them in check, my 2 sons who are merely at the novice Grandmaster realm simply won't be able to hold the fort on their own.
By then, they won't even know they died.
Jing Yushan slowly laid out Nirvana's predicament. The young master's arrival was not only his chance, but Nirvana's as well. Nirvana truly had the potential to rise from the ashes thanks to the young master. Young master, for Nirvana to come under your control and become your shadow would be an honor for Nirvana and for this old servant as well.
Do you know what I'll be facing in the future? Even so, are you willing to sacrifice Nirvana?
If you follow me, there's a very real chance your entire generation will die in battle.
You regret this? Fang's expression was grave. His simple words carried immense weight as he fixed his gaze on Jing Yushan.
If there was even the slightest hesitation, he would never be able to make Nirvana his own. It wasn't that Fang was being overly sensitive, it was simply that his secret was too great, and he needed a faction that was completely loyal to him. Young master, if it weren't for you, this old servant would have died decades ago, and none of this would exist today.
This old servant has already gained more than enough. How could there be any regret?
If there were truly any regret, this old servant would regret not having been able to die in battle alongside you, my lord.
Very well.
From this day forward, Nirvana shall be my Fang's shadow. To eradicate all filth from this world. I, Fang, also pledge here that Nirvana shall be the future king of the underworld.
Yes, sir.
At that moment, Jing Yushan also changed the way he addressed Fang. From now on, Fang was no longer his young master, but truly his sir. It was as if he could once again see his sir standing before him, just as he had decades ago.
Fang, too, felt quite moved.
He took Jing Yushan's resolute attitude to heart. He hadn't expected this trip to Chaos Outpost to yield such an unexpected bonus, which had truly solved a major problem for him. From now on, he would have far fewer reservations about taking action. My lord, you need not worry about what comes next. Leave it to this old servant to handle. Before I depart, I will thoroughly purge Nirvana from top to bottom, retaining only those who are truly loyal.
What I hand over to you will be a Nirvana that belongs entirely to you, my lord.
Jing Yushan had already made up his mind to carry out a massive purge of Nirvana, even at the cost of shaking its very foundations. Fang nodded, but then seemed to remember something and asked. By the way, old Jing, you mentioned earlier that your time is nearly up because you suffered a severe injury in the past.
Is there any way to treat such an injury? Fang knew his own experience was limited. Having someone like old Jing by his side to help manage Nirvana would be far more valuable than a high grandmaster alone. This injury of mine. It's incurable. Upon hearing Fang's words, Jing Yushan let out a bitter laugh.
Not only had his injury shown no signs of improvement over the past few decades, but it had actually grown worse, that sliver of pain clinging to his bones like a poisonous abscess.
How can it be incurable? Since it's an injury, there must be a time when it can heal. Tell me, how did you sustain this injury? Fong pressed further.
Since you ask, my lord, this old servant will tell you, so that in the future, you may steer clear of such people.
Your Excellency, please look.
Jing Yushan slowly rose to his feet and rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing an arm as withered as dead wood. But what truly caught Fong's attention was the wound on his arm. The wound wasn't large, no bigger than the palm of a hand, but it was pitch black, and one could even see a thin black thread writhing within it.
What surprised Fong even more was that a terrifying aura was emanating from the wound. It felt as though he had encountered this aura on something before. Sir, do you know that this wound of mine hasn't healed in decades? Hearing Jing Yushan's words, Fong was startled.
This wound, which didn't look very large, had not healed in decades. What on earth was going on?
Is it caused by the lingering aura on it? Fong asked tentatively. Exactly.
The most terrifying thing about this wound is the lingering aura on it. It is the root cause of this injury. Back then, that man nearly severed my arm with a single sword strike. I originally thought the wound would gradually heal, but it has lingered for decades, tormenting me all this time. And I know that sword strike was merely a casual blow on his part.
No matter how hard I've tried, I've been unable to expel the lingering aura.
I've even considered cutting off this arm, but every time that thought crosses my mind, that terrifying aura, as if it possessed a mind of its own, shifts to another part of my body.
Fong began to examine the wound closely.
The terrifying aura clinging to it was like a corrosive gas, eating away at every bit of flesh and blood it touched.
How on earth did this happen? Could a sword wound really be this terrifying?
My lord, it is not the sword wound itself that is terrifying. If it were merely a sword wound, this injury would have healed long ago. There is a certain kind of person in this world whose talent is so extraordinary that they can comprehend a realm beyond the grasp of ordinary people.
The essence of the Tao. The essence of all things, fused with heaven and earth.
A realm that can only be attained when one has journeyed far enough along a particular path. And those who master the intent of the Tao are all prodigies of heaven, warriors capable of fighting while transcending an entire realm. Back then, the one who struck that sword blow was a prodigy who had grasped a terrifying sword intent.
That person's strength today is beyond even my wildest imagination. Does being wounded by the essence of the Tao mean there is no hope?
If that were the case, not to mention that my entire fortune isn't even worth a single item they possess, they might not even deign to look my way. Even if they did deign to look at it, the crux of the matter is that only a handful of people in our Jianghai faction have mastered the Tao intent, and whether we could even find them is another matter entirely. Even if all the above conditions were met, there is still the most crucial point: to neutralize that sword intent within this old servant's body. We do need a form of sword intent even more domineering than that one. But among the entire human race, there is virtually no one who has grasped a sword intent more domineering than that one. And even if there were, such a being is certainly not someone I could ever hope to meet. So, after decades, this old servant has long since given up on treatment. Nowadays, if I can hold on for one more day, that is one more day gained. Jing Yushan said with a sigh. No one wants to die, but neutralizing that sword intent is harder than climbing to the heavens for him. It was practically an unsolvable problem. My lord, please do not grieve for this old servant. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural course of human life. This old servant has long since come to terms with it. Looking at Lord Fong, who remained silent, Jing Yushan assumed the lord was feeling guilty about his condition. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he offered words of comfort. But Fong, standing nearby, did not respond. Upon hearing Jing Yushan's words, he had fallen deep in thought. He wasn't feeling guilty because of his own helplessness, but because he sensed a familiar quality in this sword intent. So this is what they call sword intent.
Fong sensed the black aura emanating from the wound. It was his first encounter with such a mysterious and unfathomable force.
Yet this unfamiliar aura carried a sense of familiarity, not complete familiarity, but a faint trace of Taoist resonance that felt familiar to him.
Moreover, he seemed to have heard the term sword intent somewhere before.
Fong searched his memory, while Jing Yushan, standing nearby, noticed something was off with Fong but didn't he speak up to disturb him.
Could it be that the master had a way to resolve the problem plaguing him? No, that is impossible.
That is far too unrealistic. Such an existence is beyond the reach of the Lord's current strength and influence.
The Lord must be pondering something else. I remember now. It's sword intent. Fong suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, his reaction leaving Jing Yushan, standing nearby, speechless. What? Sword intent?
The Lord actually knows about sword intent.
Could it be that the master has encountered a terrifying being who possesses the sword intent? That is simply too unbelievable. Who exactly is he? Is he really just a descendant of the former master? Is it really that simple? No.
Even if the master had encountered a being who wields the sword intent and could ask for their help just once, he couldn't let such a precious opportunity be wasted on himself. The cost of such a being intervening even once is too great. It could save a single person, or even an entire faction, from peril. Jing Yushan had made up his mind, he absolutely could not let the Lord do something so foolish. As a man on the brink of death, he wasn't worth the Lord going to such lengths for.
Fong was unaware of Jing Yushan's inner tirade of frustration.
He finally realized where that sense of familiarity came from. He finally understood why it seemed so familiar. Wasn't this exactly the feeling he had when the Mantis King swung his blade? Back then, when facing Lu Qingning, he seemed to have heard her mention the term sword intent. The Mantis King had mastered
sword intent. Fong was deeply shaken.
From old Jing, he had learned that those who mastered Dao intent possessed extraordinary natural talent. Once they reached their full potential, they would become unrivaled powerhouses in their respective realms.
Could it be that the mantis he was raising was destined to become an invincible powerhouse?
But the most critical question right now was whether the sword intent mastered by this Mantis King could counteract the sword intent emanating from Elder Jing.
Elder Jing, is sword intent alone enough to counteract the sword intent within your body? My lord, it's not that simple.
Actually, the sword intent is also divided into first, second, and third grades. Among the first grade sword intent, the more powerful ones include the sword intent of utter annihilation, which cuts down everything, the sword intent of unrivaled dominance, which reigns supreme over the world, and the sword intent of rivers of blood, which causes rivers of blood to flow. And the sword intent within this old servant's body is a first grade sword intent, a rarity in this world. Therefore, to neutralize it, one must also possess a first-grade sword intent. Take this old servant's advice: if your excellency truly knows someone powerful enough to command blade intent, please do not waste that opportunity on this old servant. Jing Yushan urged him solemnly. A favor from such a being was immeasurably more precious than nirvana.
First-grade blade intent? Muttered to himself. What rank, then, was the blade intent in that Mantis King's strike? One that seemed capable of splitting the heavens? Fong did not share this thought with old Jing until he was completely certain he could neutralize that sword intent. It was best not to raise false hopes. After all, the Mantis King was merely a mantis. There was no way to know if what it possessed was true blade intent. It seemed this matter could only be clarified once they returned. Old Master Jing, you really overestimate me.
I'm not capable of recognizing such an existence, but I believe there is always a silver lining. For someone with such profound good fortune as you, heaven will surely protect you. Fong dodged the question. The Mantis King's existence must not be revealed to others for the time being.
Let us hope so.
Jing Yushan watched Fong and breathed a sigh of relief. He'd genuinely been worried the boss might act on impulse. Just as the two were talking, Jing had already led Fei out to the hallway.
What happened in the boss's room? You two look so tense. Reporting to second in command, a powerful aura just surged out of the boss's room a moment ago.
It knocked all the brothers to the ground, so everyone's a bit flustered.
What happened?
The first leader said he accidentally let it slip while practicing his martial arts and told us not to report it. Jing arrived outside the room and, looking at the nervous guards, couldn't help but ask.
All right. If something like this happens again, make sure to report it to me.
Yes, second leader. The leader hurriedly replied.
All right, You may all stand down.
I need to speak with the first leader. Jing dismissed the guards, led Fei inside, and pushed open the door.
Just then, Gizmo's voice echoed in Fei's mind.
Ah, almost there, almost there.
They're about to realize that the master is the very person they've been searching for.
All of this is actually under my control, Gizmo's control. I, Gizmo, am truly the most brilliant. Fei stepped into the room as she listened to Gizmo's words, and Jing's excited voice immediately rang out from within.
Father, I've found someone with the surname Fong. Chapter 81, Jing's resentment. What kind of son am I?
Inside the room, Jing was excitedly telling his father that the woman behind him was very likely the person his father was looking for. However, his father's reaction was somewhat unexpected. He wasn't as excited as Jing had imagined, but rather seemed rather indifferent.
Could it be that his father already knew about this? I know.
Young lady, come here so I can take a look. Jing Yushan's voice was calm and measured as he sat in his pearwood chair, his eyes fixed on the woman behind Jing. Fei had already learned from Jing on the way that the Grand Master of Nirvana was a true High Grandmaster. Suppressing the trembling in her heart, she stood before Jing Yushan.
Young lady, who else is in your family?
Reporting to the leader, I have my father, mother, and older brother at home.
Good, good, good.
Jing Yushan exclaimed good 3 times in a row, a scene that left Fei somewhat confused.
Are your father and mother still well? My father and mother are both well.
Fei replied obediently.
Good, good, good. That's good then.
For more exclamations of approval, Fei was completely baffled. Jing, standing nearby, was just as confused.
Why was his father suddenly spouting such nonsensical nonsense? Was his time nearly up, and had his mind grown muddled? Or had his previous martial arts training damaged his brain?
Jing should count himself lucky that his father, Jing Yushan, didn't possess mind-reading abilities, otherwise, he'd likely end up with a broken head. However, he didn't realize that his facial expression had betrayed his inner thoughts and, as luck would have it, Jing Yushan happened to catch that very moment. Instantly, a lash of energy composed of the High Grandmaster's aura lashed out at Jing.
Crack!
A sharp crack rang out, and Jing knew his father had struck him again. He hurriedly composed his expression, then pretended to be oblivious, silently staring straight ahead, not daring to look at his father again. His father was his real father, but the beatings were real too. Even though he was now a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, when faced with his father, he was still just a disobedient child. Fei also heard the sharp sound. Though she didn't know what had happened, her heart tightened involuntarily. Indeed, powerful people were hard to please. Child, hold out your hand so Grandpa can take a look. Jing Yushan's gentle voice rang out, and Jing, standing by the door, felt a pang of pain in his heart upon hearing it.
As his own son, he wasn't even as valued as a stranger.
He either hit or scolded his own son, yet toward this little girl, he was kind and even asked Grandpa to take a look. In my opinion, I'd rather not have this so-called son at all.
Mingda, pour your father a cup of tea.
Sure thing, father. Jing scurried over to pour Jing Yushan a cup of tea, then scurried back to stand by the doorway, staring intently straight ahead. He didn't look the least bit like a grandmaster.
This damn body of mine, why can't I control it?
If I'm this obedient again next time, I'll never forgive myself.
Mingda. Father, what is it? Nothing in particular, I just felt like calling you over. All right, father. Just tell me what you need. Jing thought this was actually quite nice.
If father could stay by his side, beating and scolding him even if he were beaten to the point of disability or scolded until he went deaf, so what? As long as father didn't leave him, he'd be willing to do anything. Fei couldn't figure out what this father and son were up to, but she obediently held out her hand. Jing Yushan's hand, as withered as a dry branch, touched Fei's delicate, jade-like hand as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water.
In just an instant, he sensed a resonance from their shared bloodline.
He slowly closed his eyes to hide the excitement surging within him.
Father, how is it? Jing asked eagerly from the side. Ha ha ha, surprised, aren't you? Can't believe it, can you? The person you've been searching for decades suddenly appears right before your eyes. Isn't it shocking? Doesn't it feel like a dream? Let me tell you, this is no dream.
It's all thanks to me, old man Gizmo. Gizmo's voice rang out at just the right moment. He seemed to already be seeing Jing Yushan's expression of disbelief and wild joy.
She isn't.
With that single, offhand remark, the room fell completely silent.
Ha ha ha, you're shocked, aren't you? My master is the very person you're looking for. Is this old man senile or something? How could my master not be the one you're looking for?
No, test my master again. At first, Gizmo didn't quite catch on, but once he realized what was happening, he started cursing, though no one but Faye could hear his voice. Upon hearing the old man's words, Faye was momentarily dazed, but she quickly regained her composure.
Whether it was true or not, it was merely an external factor. Since it wasn't she, Faye, wouldn't force the issue. Father, why don't you take another closer look?
Jing also felt that her father might not have tested accurately. This young girl gave her a feeling unlike any other person with the Fong surname.
What? You don't believe me, but do you really think I'd be careless about this?
After scolding Jing, he turned back to Faye, his tone suddenly taking a complete 180-degree turn. Young lady, although you're not the person Grandpa is looking for.
Grandpa thinks you're quite pretty.
Here, take this.
With it, not many people at this chaos outpost will dare to bully you.
Immediately afterward, under Jing's astonished gaze, she watched as her father handed Nirvana's token to Faye. It was a square plaque forged from a special metal, bearing the Nirvana emblem.
All right, it's getting late. Grandpa should get some sleep. Faye and Jing walked out of the room.
Since she wasn't the person Nirvana was looking for, there was no point in staying any longer. She left the medicine to treat Jing's daughter behind and departed. Jing took the bottle of white powder regardless of whether it would work or not and let Faye leave. Just to be safe, he arranged for his servants to escort her out of Chaos Outpost. He watched Faye leave with a pensive look on his face. He had originally intended to investigate her background, but that thought had already vanished into thin air.
Father, why did you do that? Did you really think your son wouldn't notice?
Jing didn't dwell on it any further and turned to leave. He didn't understand his father's actions, but he was sure his father had his own reasons for doing so.
Back home, Faye was still a bit confused. Since she wasn't the person he was looking for, why had he given her this? Could it really be because he thought she was pretty? That old fossil, he doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. No wonder his time is almost up with eyes like that. If he doesn't die, who will? In his mind, Gizmo's voice raged.
He'd been so confident, swearing that everything was under his control, and now look at him.
Control my ass. Gizmo was now seriously wondering whether he was the one with the problem, or if this world was the one that was messed up. Why didn't a single thing from his past life match up with the present? What the hell use was he to his master now? It made him feel like a complete failure. Why was this happening? Logically, this wasn't supposed to be the ending. Alright, if it's not, then it's not. I can still live without this status. Besides, it wasn't a total loss. I even got a medal, even if I have no idea what it's for. Let us take it slow, that's what makes it a challenge. If it were just like my past life, what would be the point? Faye was now the one comforting. No.
Gizmo will prove to my master that I'm not a good for nothing.
If it doesn't work out this time, there's always next time.
When the spirit illness erupts, that's when I, Gizmo, will show my true might.
Gizmo's words stunned Faye once again. The spirit illness? What is that? Chapter 82, A Belch That Vanquished the Sword Intent?
Inside the room, Jing Yushan slowly opened his closed eyes. He recalled the words he had spoken to Fong earlier. My lord, since Nirvana has decided to become your shadow, she is prepared to remain in the darkness forever.
This is Nirvana's opportunity, and it is also this old servant's opportunity.
Therefore, Nirvana cannot allow a second master to appear.
Please, Your Excellency, punish me.
This old servant firmly believes that under Your Excellency's protection, Nirvana will be safer and healthier than if Faye were by his side. The reason he hadn't revealed his identity to Faye just now was precisely because he had considered Nirvana's future situation. It would not only be of no help to Faye but might even hinder his growth. Besides, Faye doesn't need Nirvana. Having you by her side is her greatest blessing.
Someone, bring Jing and Jing Mingji to see me.
A sharp gleam flashed in Jing Yushan's eyes.
Shortly afterward, the two brothers, Jing and Jing Mingji, exchanged glances, wondering what their father could possibly want in the middle of the night.
Brother?
Didn't we just come out of Father's room a little while ago? Why is he summoning us again? I'd just fallen asleep. Did something happen? I don't know.
We'll find out once we see Father.
You've only been once, but I've been twice. The second time, I was halfway back when Father called me back. I haven't even gotten any sleep.
Jing grumbled inwardly, but grumbling aside, the two of them once again stood before their father, Jing Yushan. Effective immediately, Nirvana is entering level 1 combat readiness.
Within 3 days, I want those rats wiped out at Chaos Outpost. A single one left.
Jing Yushan's words completely stunned the brothers, and they finally realized something was seriously wrong. Their father was about to take action.
At the same time, the brothers also realized something. Had their father's condition really become this serious? Was there no time to wait at all? Father, with Nirvana making such a big move, aren't you afraid those rats will band together to resist us? Jing asked with some concern. Don't worry, they won't.
At a time like this, those rats will only be concerned with saving their own skins.
Yes, Father.
Jing and Jing Mingji followed their father out the door. From this moment on, the city of chaos would once again be plunged into bloody chaos, marking the first step toward unification. The two brothers simply believed their father intended to eliminate these rats, unaware of the true intentions lurking within his heart.
Watching Faye return home, Fong also emerged from the darkness. Sister, is all of this just a coincidence?
He muttered to himself before turning to leave. Earlier, he had discovered a hidden threat to Jianghai right beside his sister. Now, by following her, he had met old Jing and subdued Nirvana. It seemed that whatever was inside his sister's body was no ordinary thing. As her power grew, that thing became increasingly mysterious, so much so that even one could no longer sense it.
When, let us go. Yes, Master.
Wen's alluring voice rang out from beside him, and the two immediately vanished from the neighborhood. Although he had now subdued Nirvana, his power was still too weak.
Danger was closing in relentlessly. He had to strengthen himself once again.
Not just his own power, but his entire faction as well.
Master, this must be the Mantis King. In a deserted area of Jianghaking, Fong and Wen arrived at this spot.
As they looked at the Mantis King, who had completely concealed his aura, Wen was deeply shaken. She could sense the terrifying power within the Mantis King's body.
This was nothing like that stupid ant.
She never imagined her master could actually raise such a powerful being. Wen carefully examined the Mantis King before her, as if she were inspecting a novel toy. The Mantis King, too, had spotted its master and the mosquito in front of it. It happened to be hungry, so eating the mosquito would be just the thing to fill its stomach. One had no idea that, in the Mantis King's eyes, she had already become food.
Little Mantis, don't be silly. When isn't for you to eat. Fong quickly sensed the Mantis King's intentions and called out to stop it.
Hearing this, Wen was taken aback for a moment. She hadn't expected that while she treated him as a toy, he was treating her as food, and immediately stepped behind her master, Fong. If she couldn't beat a beast this big, surely she could at least dodge it? Fong didn't mind. He knew the Mantis King's intelligence wasn't fully developed yet, and this kind of problem wouldn't happen again later on.
Come on, little Mantis, see if you can take this thing out.
Fong walked up to the Mantis King, who was extremely excited and, like a child, was about to pounce, but he stopped short when he saw what his master pulled from his robe.
What was that thing? It gave him a faint sense of threat. Fong slowly pulled a metal container from his robe.
As he opened it, a foul, fishy stench wafted out, accompanied by a hint of terror.
Was that a sliver of black thread twitching inside?
The Mantis King stared intently at the strange object in his master's hand, deeply intrigued. The object in Fang's hand was a piece of rotting flesh cut from old Master Jing's arm. This flesh had been steeped in that terrifying sword intent and had already absorbed some of its aura. At the time, old Master Jing had been reluctant when Fang cut off this small piece of flesh. After all, it had been tainted by the sword intent, and if anyone else touched it, it could harm the innocent. At the time, he made up an excuse, saying he simply wanted to take a closer look, and only after repeatedly assuring old Master Jing that he wouldn't touch it carelessly did old Master Jing agree. Don't let its small size fool you. Ordinary materials simply cannot withstand the corrosive effects of such a substance. With no other choice, Fang had to place it in the metal vessel. The sword intent emanating from the rotting flesh inside the metal vessel seemed to sense the Mantis King's approach, causing the black threads to pulsate even more frequently. As the Mantis King slowly approached the metal vessel, Fang set it down on the ground. The Mantis King used its body to hook the piece of flesh from the metal vessel. Seeing this, Fang hurried to stop it. This was a first-class sword intent. If it were to be tainted, it would be ruined.
But the scene unfolding before him seemed to suggest he'd overreacted.
The black aura, which had been so active moments ago, vanished instantly from the Mantis King's grasp.
No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary piece of flesh.
Seeing this, Fang was at a loss for words.
You're a sword intent. Why are you acting as if you have a mind of your own? You're the classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. What's the point of hiding inside and not coming out?
The Mantis King seemed to have grown bored of the game. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed the small piece of flesh.
Fang's mouth dropped open as he marveled inwardly, so you can play like that, too.
Just when he thought it was all over, a dense, black aura suddenly burst forth from the Mantis King's mouth. This black aura radiated a terrifying sword intent. He hadn't expected such a powerful presence to be contained within just a small piece of flesh. Upon seeing this sword intent, Fang immediately grew wary, but in the blink of an eye, the black sword intent, as if possessed of a mind of its own, surged toward him. In an instant, Fang found himself in grave danger.
Burp.
The Mantis King seemed to let out a satisfied burp, and a streak of white energy appeared, instantly slashing at the black sword intent.
Whoosh!
Instantly, the black sword intent vanished.
A burp can do that? Chapter 83, The Demon King Emerges, a Battle of Ultimate Power.
Fang was stunned by what he saw. The terrifying sword intent that had plagued old Master Jing for decades had actually been cut down by a single burp from the Mantis King. Was this really the same sword intent that had struck fear into the hearts of countless people, causing them to keep their distance?
Anyone unaware might think someone had just let out a black fart. Who would believe such a thing if it were told?
If old Master Jing were here, he'd likely be so enraged he'd spit blood. Something he'd been unable to dispel for decades had now been eradicated by a single belch.
Could this be the Mantis King's sword intent? Fang gazed at that white aura, as if witnessing once again the scene of the creation of heaven and earth.
Beside him, Wen was also stunned by the scene. She, of course, recognized what it was, and silently vowed to herself that she would surprise her master and attain her own Tao intent. Fang looked at the Mantis King, who seemed to show no signs of discomfort. If anything, he appeared somewhat excited and instantly gained a glimmer of understanding. It seemed the Mantis King was the key to resolving the sword intent within old Master Jing. At the same time, Fang was awed by the Mantis King's extraordinary talent. The blade intent it had grasped was actually of the first rank. Little Mantis, you must not appear in human society without my command.
Wait a little longer, your time to shine will come. Fang had no intention of bringing the Mantis King out in front of Elder Jing just yet to dispel his sword intent.
First, he was concerned that the Mantis King was not yet capable of perfectly neutralizing the sword intent. Second, he always had to keep a trump card up his sleeve no matter the circumstances, and right now, the Mantis King was the very trump card. If the Mantis King were to appear in the human world at this point, it would become a target for countless powerful figures. Not only would it fail to help old Master Jing, but it would also bring them immense trouble.
It must not be deployed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Fang gave Wen a few more instructions before they returned to the martial arts hall together.
The Mantis King watched his master leave with a touch of reluctance, wanting to follow him, but bound by his master's orders, he could only slowly back away, his green body soon vanishing into the night. The mantis, a master of camouflage in the natural world, now possessed an unparalleled ability to conceal its aura unless it chose to reveal itself. Ordinary people would never detect it. Meanwhile, outside Jianghai City, City Lord Guming struck out at a level 4 high Grandmaster level beast. Instantly, a palm strike imbued with terrifying might smashed the foraging high Grandmaster beast into a bloody pulp. That level 4 beast likely never realized, even in death, that it had merely stepped out for some fresh air only to find everything go black, feel a searing pain, and be crushed to death for no apparent reason. Having crushed this high Grandmaster beast, City Lord Guming still seemed unsatisfied. He unleashed a barrage of terrifying attacks, completely vaporizing the beast's corpse, which had already been reduced to a bloody pulp and to gas. Even in death, this level 4 beast could never have imagined that one day it would be reduced to a gas. Standing nearby, Lu Qingning felt a chill run down her spine.
This was the true power of Grandpa Gu, the city lord of Jianghai City.
Killing a level 4 beast was as easy as child's play for him.
Grandpa Gu, Haven T, you found any trace of that alien king yet? Lu Qingning asked anxiously.
They had come to the outskirts of the city specifically to eliminate this unknown alien king, but when she led Grandpa Gu to the site of the previous battle, they found no trace of the alien king. Not even the slightest hint of its aura remained.
Damn it!
I never expected its innate talent to be so powerful, nor its ability to conceal its aura to be so strong.
This entity is no ordinary alien king.
Now that it's escaped, there is no way it'll show itself again anytime soon.
By then, I might not even be able to stop him. Gu Ming said angrily.
He had already searched 100 li around the battlefield without finding a single trace of its aura. For this, he had even gone so far as to violate his contract and venture deep into the heart of the wilderness.
This was a forbidden zone for humans, the realm of the beasts.
But during his search, he discovered a fact that filled even him with dread. The corpse of the Qingyun wolf, which had been cut in half, was completely intact, showing no signs of having been devoured by other beasts. Such a situation was virtually impossible in the wilderness. Sure enough, upon the corpse, he detected residual traces of the Tao. An incredibly terrifying sword intent. And this was precisely why the beasts dared not devour the corpse. Although, in his view, the power of this sword intent was still somewhat shallow, the Tao essence it contained madly stimulated his nerves. A Tao essence of this caliber far surpassed that of the third and second ranks, and might even have reached the first rank. He had once been fortunate enough to witness a certain being in the great city strike a level 6 beast with a single sword stroke. Instantly, the skies darkened, all creation bowed in submission, and a domineering aura filled the world. Countless beasts trembled before that single stroke, and a deep, black gash was carved into the very fabric of space.
With that single stroke, the level 6 beast, utterly powerless to resist, vanished into thin air.
At the time, he learned that the great figure had wielded a first-rank sword intent, the domineering sword intent. He had etched that first-rank sword intent deeply into his memory, believing he would never again witness a Tao intent of that caliber in his lifetime. Yet now, he had witnessed it once more. An unfamiliar first-rank sword intent. Sword intent is already an extremely formidable offensive Tao intent at this level. Its danger is multiplied several times over.
Grandpa Gu, is first-class sword intent really that terrifying? Could it be that even you can't handle it?
Although Lu Qingning knew that the mantis had mastered sword intent, Han Ti expected it to be first-class sword intent. Overwhelmed by the astonishment of the situation, she forgotten that anything capable of causing the ruler of an entire city to lose his composure so completely couldn't possibly be an ordinary matter.
It's not just terrifying, it's horrifying. That alien race king has mastered first-rank sword intent. Do you know what that means?
At the same level, no prodigy who hasn't mastered Tao intent can hold their own against the alien race king. And an alien race king who has mastered first-rank Tao intent can only be stopped by a prodigy who has also mastered first-rank Tao intent.
Do you know how many beings across the entire human race have mastered first-tier Tao intent, and just how powerful such beings are?
If this foreign king is allowed to grow stronger, the threat it poses will be no less than the loss of a major city for the human race. And by major city, I don't mean something on the scale of Jianghai City. Gu Ming's words completely stunned Lu Qingning. The alien king was, in fact, such a terrifying entity. Gu Ming, too, gritted his teeth inwardly. It seemed he wouldn't be able to find that alien king this time. Furious, he knew all too well the danger involved, having himself attained third-rank fist intent, yet this time, he had missed the best opportunity to slay that alien king. Damn it! Gu Ming slammed his palm down, instantly creating several pools of blood-stained mud on the ground. But just then, the earth began to tremble violently. An overwhelmingly powerful aura emerged from the distance, causing countless beasts to tremble in fear under its influence. Gu Ming, you dare to disregard the contract and rampage through my beast subjects, slaughtering them at will. Do you not fear that I will mobilize my great army and annihilate your Zhanghai city? A furious roar echoed through the air. It was none other than the Demon King, who ruled the wilderness surrounding Zhanghai city. Oof! If you've got the strength, come and get me. Don't waste my time with your nonsense. If it weren't for the contract, I would have wiped out your homeland long ago. Gu Ming snorted coldly as an equally overwhelming aura surged from the ground, creating a standoff. You old scoundrel, Gu Ming, you're asking for death. You worthless bear, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I've had my eye on you for a long time. This time, I'm going to slaughter you and use your bare head as an appetizer with my wine. The two overwhelming auras clashed instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth trembled. Chapter 84, The Pawn Hidden in Zhanghai. Gu Ming's body. Lu Qingning had long since retreated to a safe distance from this terrifying clash. She watched as massive tremors and terrifying gales erupted intermittently high in the sky. Even the dust in the air was reduced to nothingness where their auras collided. The ferocious collision had even exceeded the limits of space itself, giving rise to dazzling bursts of light that shone in the darkness like stars, only to be swallowed by the void the very next second. A clash of this magnitude was far beyond what she or any ordinary warrior could possibly intervene in. The commotion that had echoed across heaven and earth finally subsided, but instead of breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Qingning grew even more tense. This was no ordinary battle. It represented the clash between two major factions. A stalemate would be one thing, but if either side showed weakness or was defeated, a fatal blow and utter destruction would follow. The faction behind them would not escape unscathed either. Humans and beasts were already mortal enemies. Neither side would ever let this opportunity slip by. Grandpa Gu, please don't get hurt. Zhanghai city needs you. Lu Qingning prayed, scanning her surroundings in a daze, but she couldn't find the city lord anywhere. Her heart sank. Could it be? You bear. Today, I'll take one of your bare paws to go with my wine. Next time, I'll take your life. Ha, Qingning, let us go. A hearty, resonant voice rang out from high above. The moment Lu Qingning heard it, she felt the weight of the world lift from her shoulders. She then found herself defying gravity as she slowly rose into the air, swiftly flying toward Zhanghai city. Grandpa Gu had won. In the battle against the Demon King, he had severely crushed the Demon King's arrogance. For the time being, the Demon King wouldn't dare make any major moves. Through Lu Qingning's excited gaze, he spotted the city lord, Grandpa Gu Ming. However, Grandpa Gu didn't look too good at the moment. His clothes were somewhat rumpled and torn, and there was even a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Don't speak. Let us get out of here first. Grandpa Gu Ming stabilized the surging vitality within him, gritting his teeth against his injuries, and carried Lu Qingning as they flew rapidly toward Zhanghai city. A bright streak of light sliced through the pitch-black sky, then vanished into the wilderness. Deep within the wilderness, two blood-red orbs of light, radiating an ominous glow, appeared. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the eyes of a massive black bear, its body spanning dozens of meters. The black bear roared furiously at the sky, causing the surrounding beasts to immediately prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling with fear. It was evident that the black bear was missing a paw on one side. This was, in fact, the Demon King who had just fought fiercely with Gu Ming. You old human scoundrel, you actually have the strength to sever one of my arms. Could the rumors that his lifespan is nearing its end be false? Does that mean all my preparations were in vain? However, the terrifying black bear slowly lowered its head, gazing at its now empty arm, whereupon its aura surged, and countless waves of demonic energy spread out. In an instant, a perfectly intact bear paw had regrown. To think you could fool me with such a trick, you old wretch, you still underestimate me far too much. You had this golden opportunity, yet you failed to capitalize on it to slay me. That alone proves something is amiss. Even if your time isn't nearly up, there must be something wrong with your body. You're clearly unable to fight at full strength. The black bear's blood-red eyes seemed to pierce through infinite distances, spotting Gu Ming and his companion as they flew by. It realized something it had just overlooked. Something's not right. Where there's smoke, there's fire. That old rascal Gu Ming has suddenly ventured deep into the wilderness. There must be a reason unknown to the other demons. What could it be that makes him willing to risk a confrontation with me? Furthermore, that old rascal Gu Ming has always been cunning. Could he be doing this on purpose, just to be seen by me? The Black Bear King couldn't fathom the answer, but he knew that whatever Gu Ming was hiding was likely no simple matter. It might even concern the great cause of the beasts. Issue my secret order, suspend all operations. Tell the minions to stay put. It's time for him to make his move. A plot I've kept in reserve for decades. If he doesn't make a move, he'll soon become a dead piece. Gu Ming has always been cunning. Just to be safe, find out the true state of his health and the reason for his sudden deep incursion into the wilderness. The Black Bear King said slowly. He then turned, causing the earth to tremble, and vanished into the darkness. Once the news arrives, whether it's true or false, everything will become clear. He knew that the day he had waited decades for was finally coming. Soon, it would lead the beast's army to utterly crush Jian Haicheng. You old scoundrel, Gu Ming, I'll send you on your way myself. At the same time, a secret letter from the depths of the wilderness traversed the infinite distance and arrived in Jianhai City. Meanwhile, Gu Ming remained silent the entire journey, traveling even faster than on the way there, which immediately made Lu Qingning, sitting beside him, feel uneasy. Grandpa Gu is acting so out of character. What on earth has happened? Moreover, she kept feeling as though she were being watched, which made her extremely uncomfortable. This sensation didn't fade until they had left the depths of the wilderness behind. She had also guessed that this gaze came from the Demon King. Finally, a streak of light descended upon the city lord's mansion. The guards stationed outside showed no reaction. They knew the city lord had returned. Two figures emerged from the beam of light, Gu Ming and Lu Qingning. Gu Ming's expression was grave at that moment. With a sweep of his large hand, an invisible barrier instantly appeared, blocking all external communication and prying eyes. Put! Gu Ming could no longer hold back. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the area red. Grandpa Gu! Lu Qingning let out a startled cry upon seeing this, and she also noticed that the hair on Grandpa Gu's head had turned even paler. A sense of old age and weariness had settled over him. She hurried to channel her life essence into Grandpa Gu's body, but Gu Ming stopped her. Don't waste your life essence. I know my physical condition better than anyone. That little bit of your life essence is a drop in the bucket for me. Lu Qingning's heart ached. What was happening to Grandpa Gu? Grandpa Gu, how did you suddenly sustain such a severe injury? Didn't you win that battle against the Demon King earlier? It's nothing. The previous battle just aggravated an old injury, and it's flaring up again. Don't worry. Just let me rest for a while, and I'll be fine. I am the city lord of Jianhai City. Do you really think I'd die from such a minor injury? Don't let this get out, or Jianhai City will be thrown into chaos again. Only after Gu Ming coughed up that mouthful of blood did his vitality improve slightly, though his breath remained somewhat weak. Lu Qingning knew that Grandpa Gu's every move affected the safety of Jianhai City, so this matter absolutely must not be made public. Grandpa Gu, should I go summon the elders? No need. Your grandpa here isn't quite that fragile yet. You go back first. Let Grandpa rest a bit. Gu Ming said affectionately. Although Lu Qingning was deeply concerned, she obediently left. After all, Grandpa Gu needed time to recover. As soon as Lu Qingning was out of sight, Gu Ming could no longer hold back. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, and at the same moment, a strange sound emanated from within his body as his internal injuries erupted. His body began to shatter, and an unbearable, excruciating pain swept over him. Yet the old man's gaze remained resolute, and he did not utter a single sound. Finally, after an unknown amount of time had passed, the old man, now covered in blood, slowly rose to his feet. His vital energy was waning, but his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance.
Even if it's just for Jianghai City, I must go on living, even if it means enduring this unbearable agony. Gu Ming knew that he didn't have much time left.
His intervention was intended to conceal the true reason for his journey deep into the wilderness, while also serving as a warning to the Black Bear King. But he hadn't expected that the Demon King's power had actually grown. To counter this, he had no choice but to resort to a forbidden technique, burning away part of his lifespan to gain temporary strength. His lifespan, which had already been nearing its end, was further shortened by this act. Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved. The Black Bear King was naturally suspicious by nature, and following this incident,
Haichang would gain a little more time.
Grow up quickly, this old man doesn't have much time left.
Chapter 85, Jing Yushan's Concerns.
In the end, however, the alien race's king was never found, leaving a major hidden danger for the human race. This matter had become a heavy burden on City Lord Gu Ming's mind. Little did anyone know that in the uninhabited mountains behind Jianghaking, a terrifying figure hidden deep within the forest slowly raised its head. A flash of blade light enough to make anyone's eyes pop swept through the air, instantly clearing a patch of trees around it. Then, this terrifying entity swung its incredibly sharp scythe, spreading the scattered branches around itself, and drifted off into a blissful slumber. You read that right, it truly did drift off into a blissful slumber. If Gu Ming could have witnessed this scene, he would likely have been so enraged he'd have coughed up blood. The king of the alien race, who had caused him so much worry, was actually this kind of creature? Was it this very creature who had mastered first-class blade intent? Unfortunately, however, this scene with its stark contrast went completely unnoticed by anyone. Time passed quickly. During this period, nothing major happened in Jianghai City. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Even beyond the wilderness, things had become surprisingly calm, and many warrior squads took advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. A single trip out yielded a substantial haul of loot. But to those with a keen eye, this situation seemed anything but ordinary. They sensed a whiff of unease.
Beneath the calm surface, turbulent waves were churning.
News of major battles occasionally emerged from Chaos Outpost, and the entire faction landscape began to undergo a major shakeup, leaving people in a state of panic as they struggled to understand exactly what was happening there. Many factions sought to get involved and claim their share of the spoils, while just as many were sent back in disarray after suffering heavy losses. In fact, behind many of these major factions, the martial arts schools of Jianghaking were pulling the strings.
For a time, the situation was in turmoil.
Fortunately, however, this widespread upheaval did not extend beyond Chaos Outpost, so no major figures stepped in. Today, the warriors who had gone to battle on behalf of various martial arts schools have returned, and everyone's attention has inevitably turned to the Dingtian Guild. 10 days ago, a grandmaster from the Dingtian Guild was severely maimed by the Windfire Guild and, in a deeply humiliating act, thrown out onto the street, an incident that was undoubtedly a stinging slap in the face. This incident has spread widely among the warriors. It is said that during the campaign, a grandmaster from the Windfire Guild defected, triggering the wrath of the Dingtian Guild's High Grandmaster. That was what led to the events that followed. There were even rumors that the Dingtian Guild, in order to be promoted to a level 2 martial arts hall, had set its sights on the Windfire Guild's martial arts hall and wanted to claim it for itself.
But who knows if this is true or not?
And most importantly, who really cares? In the end, it's not the powerful who call the shots. It all boils down to sheer weakness. Moreover, after the last incident escalated, a clash between the Dingtian Guild and the Windfire Guild has become inevitable. This conflict will conclude with the destruction of one side. As for which side will be destroyed, everyone knows full well. The gap between the two is simply too vast to bridge otherwise. Such a rigidly stratified society wouldn't exist. To date, the Windfire Guild has only one advanced grandmaster and a handful of peak masters. Now look at the Dingtian Guild. Aside from the guildmaster, who is a high grandmaster, there are several grandmasters and countless peak masters. Although peak masters play no role whatsoever in battles of this caliber, this alone proves that even if the entire Windfire Guild were combined, they still wouldn't stand a chance against the Dingtian Guild.
This is a one-sided battle. There's no suspense whatsoever. Yet even though everyone knew the outcome, they couldn't help but feel curious. They all wanted to see how the Windfire Guild would put up a fight in the face of despair. They wanted to see how that advanced Grandmaster with the face of an angel and the body of a devil would be trampled underfoot. Of course, this matter brought both joy and sorrow to different people.
Father, are you worried about the upcoming battle?
At Chaos Outpost, Jing stood beside Jing Yushan, watching his father gaze silently into the distance with a hint of worry on his face.
He assumed his father was concerned about the upcoming carnage. The battles over the past few days had also put considerable pressure on him facing various factions. He merely at the Grandmaster realm was truly finding it difficult to cope. But thankfully, with father by my side, a high Grandmaster in his own right. The rumors that had been spread earlier led those rats to believe father was no longer capable of fighting, so they all came out swaggering, intent on taking down Nirvana. But this played right into their plan.
Father's sudden appearance dealt them a fatal blow.
Factions that had ulterior motives toward Nirvana were all but eliminated. Those who needed to be killed were killed, those that needed to be disbanded were disbanded, and those that needed to be absorbed were absorbed. Overnight, the dangers surrounding Nirvana diminished significantly, and its overall strength not only remained intact but actually increased.
However, the next opponent they faced was no ordinary faction.
It was the fourth faction of Chaos Outpost, a coalition of numerous smaller factions. Knowing that Nirvana had set its sights on them, they had united in an attempt to resist Nirvana. To be honest, this did create considerable pressure. No, a mere rabble like that isn't worth my concern.
Jing Yushan replied indifferently, turning and walking away.
Wherever he went, he was met with looks of respect. Over the past few days, they had once again witnessed the High Grandmaster's formidable power.
Then, father, what exactly are you worried about?
Jing followed behind him, passing through layer upon layer of guards until they reached the backyard. In the backyard, his daughter was happily playing. The child's innocence stood in stark contrast to the cruelty of the adult world. Come to think of it, the medicine that young girl had given him a few days ago had actually worked. After taking it, his daughter's symptoms had eased considerably. In the days since, she had made a full recovery.
Little Qiaoer, come here. Let Grandpa hold you.
Jing Yushan affectionately embraced his granddaughter, feeling the bond of blood between them. A wave of warmth washed over him. It seemed only this could soothe the turmoil in his heart after days of fierce combat. He didn't know how much longer he'd be able to hold her like this. What do you think of the Windfire Guild, which has been the talk of the town these past few days?
Do you think they stand a chance against the Dingtian Guild?
Jing Yushan suddenly asked.
Jing was taken aback. Why would his father bring this up out of the blue? Could it be that he'd been worrying about this all along?
Though puzzled, he replied nonetheless. Father, in my opinion, the Windfire Guild has absolutely no chance of winning.
The gap in strength between the two is too great. As long as the Dingtian Guild fields just two Grandmasters, they're as good as dead.
Jing held no hope for the Windfire Guild. He wasn't stupid. The disparity in their strength was plain to see. Unless the Windfire Guild was hiding its true strength with high Grandmasters and Grandmasters yet to be revealed, they had no chance of winning. Of course, that possibility was virtually zero.
You're right.
Jing Yushan didn't argue. He agreed.
But why couldn't the Lord see such an obvious outcome? Why did the Lord reject his offer to intervene? Although he was merely a high Grandmaster, he still had a fighting chance against the Dingtian Guild and could hold off a high Grandmaster level opponent. If he stepped in, wouldn't the Windfire Guild's chances of winning be much higher? Could it be that the Lord had other plans up his sleeve?
Jing Yushan found himself growing increasingly baffled by the Lord.
Tell me, if we committed all of Nirvana's combat strength, could the Windfire Guild defeat the Dingtian Guild?
Jing Yushan's words stunned Jing, who was standing nearby.
Chapter 86, the 10-day deadline has passed. The Dingtian Guild returns. Father?
Jing's eyes widened in shock. Her father wouldn't bring this up for no reason.
Could it be that he really intended to intervene in that matter? Did their nirvana have some unknown connection to that so-called Windfire Guild?
Father, based on the strength visible on the surface, even if the Windfire Guild and Nirvana join forces against the Dingtian Guild, they only have a 60 to 70% chance of winning. After all, in a battle like this, unless the disparity in strength is too great, no one dares to claim victory. Jing also carefully analyzed the current combined combat strength of the Windfire Guild and Nirvana. But, Father, if you really decide to intervene,
we at Nirvana must be prepared for total annihilation.
After all, the Dingtian Guild is already an official faction of Jianghai City, while we're just an underground faction hiding in the Chaos Outpost.
Once we intervene, we'll very likely provoke the bigwigs up there. And even if those bigwigs let us off the hook, we'll still have to face attacks from the surrounding factions when we return, but by then, Nirvana will already be barely clinging to life. Upon hearing his son's words, Jing Yushan's eyes took on a pensive look as he pondered what was on his mind, strolling through the backyard while holding little Qiao in his arms. Sir, you've certainly presented this old servant with a difficult dilemma. What exactly is your basis for confidence? Are you suggesting we need not even fear the Dingtian Guild?
Issue an order, keep a close watch on the situation with the Windfire Guild and the Dingtian Guild at all times. If necessary, even at the cost of Nirvana, we must stop the Dingtian Guild. Jing Yushan remained silent for a long time before turning to Jing, his words carrying a resolve that brooked no argument.
Yes, Father.
Jing felt conflicted. He had so many questions he wanted to ask, but when they reached his lips, he couldn't bring himself to speak them. 1,000 thoughts boiled down to a single phrase.
Wah, wah, wah.
At that moment, little Qiao in Jing Yushan's arms, perhaps sensing the uneasy atmosphere, began to wail loudly.
There, little Qiao. Don't worry, Grandpa, won't let anything happen to you.
Jing Yushan soothed her, then muttered to himself, addressing Jing. I know you have a lot of questions, and you're probably even thinking that this old man is pushing Nirvana into the fire.
But if Nirvana can weather this crisis, I'll tell you everything. It's time you knew about this. This is an opportunity for our Nirvana and for you as well.
Father.
Son. I'll do as you say.
Jing immediately stepped out of the backyard. He didn't feel comfortable entrusting this matter to others, he had to handle it himself. At the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to see just who the Windfire Guild really was, a group powerful enough to warrant his father's assistance to such an extent. As the saying goes, even if one must die, one must know for whom one is dying. Jing Yushan teased the little Qiao in his arms, making her giggle. My lord, you've told this old servant not to intervene, but how could I possibly bear to stand by and do nothing? The very purpose of us old-timers is to take care of your troubles. Though I don't know what your trump card is, as long as this old servant is here, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Inside the Windfire Guild, a place that had once been the center of attention for so many, it was now eerily quiet. The former bustle was gone forever. Even the martial arts hall had been closed due to a lack of staff.
This was reality, a cruel reality.
When you're rich in the mountains, even distant relatives come calling. When you're poor in the city, no one bothers to ask after you. This very scene was playing out here as well. When news spread from the Dingtian Guild that they intended to completely annihilate the Windfire Guild, the warriors in the martial arts hall began leaving one after another, afraid of being implicated. Some simply didn't want their martial arts journey to end here. Others felt a sense of resentment. They'd rather die fighting beasts on the battlefield than at the hands of their own people. And still others just wanted to leave.
Fong didn't stop any of this.
He knew that the moment word spread that the Dingtian Guild's High Grandmaster was preparing to intervene, the Windfire Guild's resolve had already crumbled. Fong wouldn't stop them from leaving, he wouldn't make them endure what they never should have had to endure. But once they left, they shouldn't expect to return. Taking this opportunity, Fong would completely overhaul the Windfire Guild and build a true faction of his own. The Windfire Guild of the future would emerge with a force to be reckoned with.
Hey, the Dingtian Guild is about to come knocking on our door, and you still have the nerve to sit here drinking? Aren't you afraid the young master will scold you?
Inside the martial arts hall, a man was slumped lazily on the steps, holding a bottle of aged wine with a rich aroma, savoring it slowly. A faint, barely perceptible flush had appeared on his face.
What? Can't I have a drink?
If I don't have one now, I probably won't get another chance later. An old-fashioned stick in the mud like you probably has no idea how good this wine is.
Meiner schönen tea drink, okay? Let me tell you. Forget it. You won't get it anyway.
All you need to know is that this is an old wine passed down from before the Cataclysm era. It's extremely rare. Usually, I only take a tiny sip each time I drink it. With that, he picked up the bottle and began chugging straight from it.
Gulp. Gulp.
In an instant, half the bottle of baijiu was down his throat, and the man let out a hearty sigh of satisfaction.
That's the life. Now, even if I die, I'll have no regrets.
Jin Lianglong slowly stood up and, with a hint of reluctance, smashed the bottle to pieces. He originally planned to add some water to it, but with Yang watching nearby, he decided against such an embarrassing act.
Why haven't you left yet, Yang?
Logically speaking, you're the one among the three of us most likely to advance to Grandmaster.
Staying here would be a waste of your talent.
Jin Lianglong belched, a wave of alcohol fumes washing over them.
It's not like Jin Lianglong, haven't left.
There is still so much fine wine out there for a drunk like you. Not going to drink it would be a waste of this lifetime.
How could I, Jin Lianglong, be the sort to cling to life and fear death? Even if I drink as much as I want, I can still distinguish between right and wrong.
In life, I, old Jin Shang, am a member of the Windfire Guild. In death, I am the soul of the Windfire Guild.
Well said. If even you, Jin Lianglong, feel this way, how could I, Yang, be any different? How could I possibly miss this battle? Besides, I'll likely never witness such a grand spectacle again in this lifetime. No matter what, I, Yang, have to be a part of it. Let us encourage each other. Let us do our best together.
The two peak masters of the Windfire Guild exchanged a smile.
What about her?
Jin Lianglong suddenly asked.
She has gone.
Yang knew exactly who Jin Lianglong was referring to, the Windfire Guild's third peak master, Xiao Shuishui. When disaster strikes, everyone scatters. It's only natural she has left.
Jin Lianglong sighed. What about the young master? He is inside. Is the young master confident he can handle this?
Yang's gaze seemed to pierce through layer upon layer of barriers, fixing on the young master Fong as
he trained.
Just then, a sky-shaking aura descended upon them.
Windfire Guild, today you cannot escape your doom.
Inside the martial arts hall, Fong, who had been training, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them.
They're here. Chapter 87, The Great Battle Begins. Windfire vs. Dingtian.
It wasn't just Yang and Jin Lianglong. Everyone in the Windfire Guild who left felt this terrifying aura, their eyes widening in shock as they all turned to look outside in unison. The Dingtian Guild had arrived. A shadow of foreboding fell over everyone's hearts. But just then, a figure slowly stepped out of the room. His appearance immediately captured everyone's attention. Though he was merely a young boy, he brought a glimmer of hope to the crowd. No matter what happened, it seemed that with him there, anything could be resolved.
Young master! Young master!
The crowd bowed their heads in unison, clearing a path for him. Fong walked slowly to the front of the crowd, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared straight out beyond the martial arts hall, his body ablaze with fierce fighting spirit. Fong's silhouette seemed to merge with that of the old hallmaster, and tears welled up in the eyes of the crowd. Young master, we swear to stand and fall with the martial arts hall.
The crowd roared in unison. Dingtian Guild, do you really think the Windfire Guild has no one left?
It's time to settle our scores.
Old and new grudges, will settle them all at once. Fight!
In an instant, Fong exuded an air of dominance, and his 4 words struck deep into the hearts of the crowd.
Fight! The crowd roared in unison.
Since they had dared to stay behind, they were already prepared to die in battle. If they weren't afraid of death, what else was there to fear? Let them go all out and let loose one last time. With a thunderous crash, the martial arts hall's doors were violently smashed open, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air.
The Dingtian Guild had already stormed in, Their overwhelming aura instilled fear in everyone.
We act on the High Grandmaster's orders to annihilate the Windfire Guild.
You prepare to die.
A peak master charged in first, bellowing wildly, as if he already regarded everyone inside the Windfire Guild as dead men. Ever since the Windfire Guild had shattered the cultivation base of their deputy head, Wang Hongyun, a blood feud had been forged between the two factions.
It was no longer something that could be resolved by any person or means.
For this assault, the Dingtian Guild had made thorough preparations. No matter what tricks the Windfire Guild might employ, they would have no chance whatsoever.
I'll handle this. Jin Liangong, standing behind Feng, roared furiously.
The overwhelming aura of a peak master erupted, carving a deep pit beneath his feet as he charged toward the oncoming assailant.
The two peak masters clashed instantly, each attack a killing blow.
In a life or death struggle, whoever showed mercy would die. Members of the Dingtian Guild poured in endlessly, while the group behind Feng also unleashed their full power and charged forward.
I'm your opponent.
As a peak master attempted to ambush Feng, Yang, standing behind him, charged straight at the attacker, luring him aside to engage in a fierce battle.
In an instant, the martial arts hall transformed into a battlefield. Warrior against warrior. Master against master.
Soldier against soldier, general against general.
King against king.
It seemed no one else was targeting Feng, and now an old woman and a middle-aged man appeared in the midst of the battlefield.
Like Feng, the two stood apart from the fray, undisturbed by anyone.
This time, your Windfire Guild is doomed. If you take your own life before this old woman, perhaps I might spare a spark of hope for your Windfire Guild. The old woman spoke indifferently, demanding that Feng take his own life before her.
Humph. Is this the extent of your Dingtian Guild's power? Do you two advanced grandmasters really think you can defeat my Windfire Guild? If the two of you take your own lives before me now, I, Feng, might consider leaving a spark of hope for your Dingtian Guild. Feng said coldly, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. Ah, you yellow-haired brat, you really do talk big.
This old woman is very curious to know who gave you the confidence to be so sure of your own strength.
Could it be that little woman hiding behind you, too afraid to show her face? Far from being angered, the old woman laughed.
She hadn't expected Yuan, who had been so wise all his life, to be so foolish for a moment, thinking he'd found some great disciple, only to discover he was just a dim-witted fool.
So this was the so-called genius youth Wang Hongyun had spoken of, the one who awakened grandmaster-level talent?
As far as she was concerned, he was nothing more than a fool who'd just gotten lucky. The Dingtian Guild had long since thoroughly analyzed the strength of the woman behind this youth, above advanced grandmaster, but below high grandmaster.
Just a peak grandmaster.
And her intervention this time was specifically aimed at that woman. As long as she could stop her, this mere rabble wouldn't be able to make any significant waves against a grandmaster.
That kid really deserved to die. He couldn't even figure out the situation.
The position of young master of the Windfire Guild might as well be handed to a child. Old man, a grandmaster of your caliber, defeated by this kid. I wonder if that's good luck or bad luck for you. The old man was somewhat unimpressed by the description of this youth coming from the lips of the half-dead Wang Hongyun. Ha ha ha, what a old hag who can do nothing but spew filth.
If that's the case, then why haven't you made your move yet? What are you waiting for? Are you afraid of this yellow-haired brat?
Feng's words enraged the old woman. She longed to tear this foul-mouthed brat to pieces right then and there, but she had to admit he was right. She truly didn't dare to strike. The older she got, the more she valued her life. As a peak grandmaster herself, she knew full well the terror of a peak grandmaster, so she had to remain constantly on guard against the woman who hadn't yet revealed herself.
Have you found her yet?
I can't wait to see the look of despair on this kid's face when he watches the person he thought was his trump card get stopped by an old woman like me. The old woman whispered to the middle-aged man standing beside her. The reason she hadn't struck immediately was to give her companion some time to track down the woman's whereabouts.
The Dingtian Guild had made thorough preparations for this operation. Found her.
The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. His senses, which he had previously cast out, had detected something amiss in a corner, and he realized this was the person he was looking for.
Over there.
The middle-aged man instantly pointed out the location to the woman, and almost immediately, she unleashed her full power. Her previously somewhat stooped figure suddenly grew towering. The terrifying aura forced the combatants around her to retreat. They knew that the true powerhouse who would decide the outcome of this battle had stepped in. The old woman became a blur, carrying terrifying combat power as she charged toward that corner. Die! The old woman was convinced that her full power strike, delivered without any warning, would be too much even for a peak grandmaster to withstand. The middle-aged man, meanwhile, let out a slight sigh of relief. Now that the woman had been located, he could leave her to the old woman. His task was to deal with these minor minions. Immediately, a powerful grandmaster aura erupted as he charged toward Feng. He could almost already see the sight of this kid weeping bitterly before him. Chapter 88, The Dingtian Guild Master Appears. The old woman's already aged face, combined with her current ferocious expression, brought to mind a demon from hell. She refused to accept it. Why had she only reached the peak grandmaster at such an advanced age, while that woman possessed a perfect figure and appearance? This twisted mindset had led her to harm countless beautiful young women. And this time was no exception. She was determined to trample that goddess whom countless people longed for underfoot, strip away her glamorous exterior, and then crush her mercilessly. Finally, she would toss her among those filthy vagrants, to suffer endless torment. The old woman's terrifying attack had already struck. The building began to shatter, revealing one, whose beauty was beyond description. Though in wore only casual clothes and light makeup, she could not hide her breathtaking beauty and grace. It seemed as if the entire world's attention was focused on her at that moment. This scene stood in stark contrast to the hideous old woman, as different as heaven and earth. Die, die. No one could survive a surprise attack from a peak grandmaster. This only further fueled the old woman's malevolence, and her terrifying attack seemed to grow even more powerful. Everyone caught up in the fierce battle, whether ally or enemy, felt a pang of dread at the sight. It's such a shame for a beauty like that to die here. I could play with those delicate, fair legs for the rest of my life. But just as everyone thought it was all over, the world seemed to turn blue. A blue aura even more terrifying and beautiful filled their vision. Boom! With a massive explosion, one who had been in mortal danger just a moment ago appeared right in front of the old woman. The old woman was horrified, her eyes widening in shock. She never expected this woman's speed to be so fast. This was simply not a speed a grandmaster could possess. This woman was not an advanced grandmaster, nor was she a peak grandmaster. She was a high grandmaster. This didn't match their estimates of her strength at all. But now, she knew it was too late. There was no time left for her to change her mind. One unleashed a punch, and the air instantly shattered. Under the force of that single blow, the old woman's body seemed to have been struck by a meteorite. The immense force sent her crashing straight into the ground, leaving a massive crater in her wake. It was as gruesome as it could possibly be. No! The old woman's agonized scream echoed throughout the Windfire Guild. Since it all happened so quickly, the middle-aged man who had been preparing to strike down Feng Henti even made a move yet when he saw the peak grandmaster-level old woman get sent flying back by a single punch. His expression froze instantly. He didn't know whether he should strike now or not. After all, that terrifying woman was now standing calmly beside Feng. What an ugly old woman. If I were her, I'd be too ashamed to go on living. One's words reached the ears of the old woman in the massive pit. Already severely injured, she immediately coughed up a mouthful of vitality. That was a blow to the heart. Calling her ugly was bad enough, but why add the word old to it? The old woman struggled to her feet, her gaze filled with resentment as she looked at one. She's a high grandmaster. That single sentence silenced the crowd. What? That stunningly beautiful woman is actually a high grandmaster? A master from the Dingtian Guild muttered, staring at the breathtakingly beautiful one. Just as expected, no matter which faction they belonged to, men were all the same. Get the hell out of here. That's our grandmaster when she belongs to the Windfire Guild. If you want to be amazed, go check out your own Dingtian Guild. A master from the Windfire Guild, who had been fighting him, threw a punch, knocking the master who had just spoken to the ground, his head split open and blood streaming down his face. The Dingtian Guild master struggled to lift his head and looked at his own female grandmaster. Wow! She is so ugly. Although the tide of battle had turned decisively after Wen demonstrated her power, Yang felt no joy. Their Windfire Guild had a high grandmaster, but let us not forget the Dingtian Guild had a high grandmaster as well. Young master, what are your next moves? Yang looked toward Fong in the crowd. At that moment, Fong spoke slowly, his gaze deep and seemingly radiant with a shimmering light. The way he looked at the old woman was as if he were looking at a corpse. Back then, when your Dingtian Guild attacked my Windfire Guild, did you ever imagine this moment? When you laid hands on my master, on my Black Ant Grandmaster, did you ever consider the consequences? I will settle our score, bit by bit. Fong's voice was as cold as death, and only then did the elderly woman and the middle-aged man across from him take the so-called young master of the Windfire Guild seriously. He seemed capable of actually doing it. But how could that be possible? The Dingtian Guild's strength was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. Since you're here, show us your true strength. If the Dingtian Guild is only this weak, you'll be the ones dying today. No sooner had Fong finished speaking than Wen, standing beside him, charged at the two of them. In an instant, they both sensed the imminent threat of death. Even though they were grandmasters, they still felt fear and unease in the face of death. After all, they were human, too, and possessed human emotions. It was simply that their former power and status had led them to view life as worthless as an ant's. But in the face of Wen, the tables were turning. Fong knew that this first move by the Dingtian Guild was merely a test. The bulk of their strength remained deeply hidden in the shadows. If these two were to die, it would be a loss for the Dingtian Guild as well. For now, the question was whether the person lurking behind the scenes could hold back. Wen's attack had already struck, and at that moment, the expressions of the old woman and the other woman froze. They couldn't believe the Windfire Guild would actually dare to kill them. They were grandmasters, after all, the backbone of humanity, with bright futures ahead of them. How could they possibly die here? No! I can't die. The old woman let out a blood-curdling scream. She didn't want to take that chance, and she didn't dare to. My lord, save me. If you don't come out now, I'll truly die. I'm still useful to the martial arts school. Suddenly, just as the old woman's cries for help rang out, a terrifying aura rose from the distance, followed by a streak of light traveling faster than the speed of sound, hurtling toward one. Boom! Faced with this sudden attack, one had no choice but to abandon his assault and dodge. A massive crater was blasted into the ground, and within it lay a great halberd radiating a golden glow. The halberd's terror was self-evident. Upon seeing the halberd, the old woman and the man exclaimed in delight. Sir! Fong's eyes flickered slightly as he witnessed this scene. He hadn't been wrong. The Dingtian Guild still had forces lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. But who was this person hiding in the shadows? And just how powerful were they? Good for nothing but causing trouble. I was actually planning to test this kid's limits a bit more, but you've all thrown a wrench in my plans. A man's voice rang out, and a young man suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Upon hearing that voice, everyone's hair stood on end. The one who had arrived was none other than Ning, the guildmaster of the Dingtian Guild. Chapter 89, The Edict from Shanghai City. What unfolded at the Windfire Guild did not escape the eyes of the outside world. Although those outside were unaware of exactly what had happened inside the martial arts hall, they could roughly guess based on the terrifying aura and screams that reached them. The Grandmaster of the Dingtian Guild had been defeated and was now facing a life-or-death crisis. News that a high Grandmaster had appeared at the Windfire Guild quickly spread throughout the outside world, especially among other level 3 martial arts guilds of the same tier. Everyone was shocked and astonished. They never expected that the modest Windfire Guild would be hiding such a powerhouse. A martial arts guild with a high Grandmaster is a completely different matter from one without one. After all, even the members of a level 3 martial arts guild are only at the Grandmaster realm. However, many began to doubt the veracity of this news. Why would a high Grandmaster suddenly appear out of nowhere?
If the Windfire Guild had had a High Grandmaster all along, why didn't they reveal him sooner? Coming out now, after being attacked right in their own territory, is nothing short of shooting themselves in the foot. After all, even the Dingtian Guild wouldn't dare to attack a faction with a High Grandmaster. Now that the two sides have become mortal enemies, the Dingtian Guild has no choice but to keep fighting, even if it means gritting their teeth. Otherwise, leaving this hidden threat unaddressed would eventually tear them apart. This scene was also witnessed by a woman outside. It was none other than Xiao Xinshui, the former peak master of the Windfire Guild. However, she now held a new title, deputy head of the Feifeng Martial Arts Academy. After leaving the Windfire Guild, she had joined the Feifeng Martial Arts Academy and was immediately appointed deputy head, placing her second only to the head and above everyone else. The Feifeng Martial Arts Academy was well known in Jianhai City not for its formidable strength, but because every member of the academy was a woman, and all of them were stunningly beautiful. Rumor has it that, for reasons known only to the headmistress, the academy does not accept male warriors, though no one knows exactly why. Even so, this has attracted the prying eyes of many lecherous men, all of whom have left disappointed. It is said that a High Grandmaster stands behind the academy. High Grandmaster. Xiao Xinshui watched the scene with a complex expression. She had betrayed the Windfire Guild, originally believing the guild was doomed this time, but she never expected there to be a High Grandmaster hiding among them. Even as a peak-level master, she had no idea such a figure existed. Just how much more are you hiding from us? The you she referred to was, of course, Feng. If I'd known there was a High Grandmaster in the martial arts school, would I have left? Would I have fought to the death for the martial arts school, just like Yang and the others? Xiao Xinshui murmured to herself. She didn't know why she was asking herself this, nor did she know how to answer. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Xiao Xinshui slowly turned around and looked at the woman standing beside her. Sis, was what I did really the right thing? I betrayed the Windfire Guild. As Xiao Xinshui spoke, her eyes welled up with tears, and drop by drop, they began to fall, a physical reaction she seemed oblivious to. Silly girl, everyone lives for themselves. No one will blame you. You simply did what those people wanted to do but didn't have the guts to do. Don't worry about the Windfire Guild coming after you later. As long as I'm by your side, they can't touch you, and of course, they won't have the chance anyway. The Windfire Guild is doomed this time. Staying there would only mean you'd lose your life for nothing. The woman standing beside Xiao Xinshui spoke slowly. She was none other than Qianfan, the headmistress of the Feifeng Martial Arts Academy. She also had another name. Qianfan. She was, in fact, Xiao Xinshui's older sister. As a child, due to certain circumstances, she had been abducted and lost contact with her family. Later, through a series of twists of fate, she founded the Feifeng Martial Arts Academy. Later, she found her family but did not reveal herself. Instead, she watched over them quietly from the shadows until she saw that her younger sister's Windfire Guild was facing a life or death crisis. Only then did she step forward. If she didn't step in now, her foolish younger sister would go down with the Windfire Guild. She recalled how, earlier, she had to use every persuasive tactic and even threats to dissuade her sister from clinging to the Windfire Guild. Isn't a High Grandmaster enough? Does the Dingtian Guild really intend to destroy the Windfire Guild? That's a price even the Dingtian Guild can't afford to pay. Xiao Xinshui's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that even a High Grandmaster was powerless to stop the Dingtian Guild? Doesn't the Dingtian Guild have only one High Grandmaster level expert? Do you really think the Dingtian Guild's attack on the Windfire Guild is as simple as the official reason given? This isn't some petty skirmish, it's a battle involving High Grandmasters. Do you think those above will just stand idly by? Silly little sister, you're still too naive. Hearing her sister's words, Xiao Xinshui was taken aback. Could there really be other reasons behind this? But why? Why would their tiny Windfire Guild have provoked the higher-ups? Qianfan looked toward the battlefield and continued. Over the past few days, I've vaguely heard rumors that it seems someone up there wants to wipe out the Windfire Guild and is using the Dingtian Guild as a proxy. The higher-ups? Could it be that a big shot in Shanghai City has stepped in?
Hearing her sister's words, Xiao Xinshui fell deep in thought.
When exactly had the Windfire Guild offended such a powerful figure?
Logically speaking, they shouldn't even have had the chance to come into contact with such a person.
The higher-ups I'm referring to aren't from Shanghai City.
Rumor has it that the order came from Shanghai City.
What? Shanghai City?
Xiao Xinshui knew full well that Shanghai City was a major human metropolis, far beyond the reach of a small town like Shanghai City. Shanghai City was teeming with powerful figures. Masters were as common as dogs, and grandmasters were everywhere. This wasn't just an empty saying. As the front line facing the beasts, it concentrated the bulk of the human race's strength. Everyone there had endured countless battles, and any random person pulled from the crowd was likely an unrivaled powerhouse. And yet, the order to annihilate the Windfire Guild had actually come from Shanghai City.
What on earth is going on in this world? You stop fighting too. Come back. Fong spoke up at that moment.
Allowing them to continue fighting in a battle like this would undoubtedly put them in harm's way. After all, the aftershocks of a high Grandmaster level clash were not something they could withstand.
Only after receiving the order did the group finally retreat.
Young Master, that is the Dingtian Guild's High Grandmaster Ning.
Yang, missing an arm, walked up behind Fong and said this.
Although he was temporarily left with only one hand, his opponent wasn't faring much better. He was missing a leg. Ning carefully scrutinized the youth standing not far ahead, facing him. This was the person the higher-ups had ordered to be eliminated. He didn't look
remarkable.
However, since he managed to rise to the position of young master, it seemed he did have some genuine talent after all.
Originally, he planned to stay in the shadows and see what tricks this youth might pull, but he hadn't expected the woman by his side to be so formidable. He could only probe this far. Still, it was no big deal.
The youth's greatest trump card was likely the woman beside him, who had reached the High Grandmaster realm.
You're not my target.
You're a High Grandmaster. If you were to die here,